Rated. Rated T.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to iTunes Live coverage of E3 2014. I'm Damon Hadfield, joined by my co-host Greg Miller.
You killed the pink shirt. I hope you're happy.
You just can't wear the pink shirt every day.
Well, I know, but that's what the whole crew here giving me hell for it.
How you feeling, Greg?
I'm good. Hard to believe this is only day one.
This is only day one.
Good Lord.
Yesterday was day zero, the origin story of E3 2014. What a day it was.
Yeah, big day.
Microsoft, EA, Ubisoft, Sony.
Right.
Thank you to everyone that tuned in and hung out with us
A lot
all day
of you
long.
did.
You're the best. You are the wind beneath my things.
You the real MVP.
But we still have another big, if not a press conference, a big presentation to get through before we get to all of our game demos, which we'll be bringing to you live all throughout the rest of the week, all the big games of E3. But first is the Nintendo digital presentation. That's coming up. I know.
There it is.
Will I transport it to another place?
I hope you guys are.
That's all you get. You can rewind it, and we'll see a spike in the views right
We'll
there.
take a look at the schedule in just a moment, but here to help us set the stage for Nintendo's digital presentation, Jose Otero.
Thank you very much.
Brian Altano.
I think the pink shirt looked great.
It was awesome.
I just want to
It was
say.
a dynamite shirt.
That's not even a debate. It looked
Just making
great.
sure.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the schedule that we have coming up for the rest of today. I think we had that up here. We're 30 minutes away from the Nintendo digital event that Nintendo's going to broadcast. Don't go anywhere. You can watch it right here. Immediately after that, we'll have a Nintendo post show. Jose, I think we're debuting.
Yes, we are showing an exclusive Wii U game.
Yeah, so
Wait, we're debuting a Wii U exclusive game.
Yep.
Holy free holy.
Yeah.
I know.
And we also have a special guest after that.
Mario?
Folks want to stick around.
Toad? Dry Bones?
It's going to be here.
Yeah, Dry Bones ain't nowhere anymore, thanks Nintendo.
Yeah, don't get too happy, Greg.
Remember, you can be part of the show. Tweet your questions at IGN with hashtag E32014. We'll read your questions here live on the show. Gentlemen, I assume you watched the big conferences yesterday, Microsoft and Sony.
That's right.
What does Nintendo have to come out with?
They have to come out with a lot.
In the next half hour.
Yeah, they have to come out with a lot. Right now, I mean, the story for Nintendo has been a very difficult one, right? For most of the year, they've been losing money, reporting losses. During their last investors meeting, they had reported that 6 million Wii U's roughly had been sold. Sony caught up in less than 6 months, basically. At least that's the story so far.
Right?
Yeah. And it's to the point where, you know, they really need to show people why the gamepad is important to their vision and their strategy. And that's something that they definitely have to bring out the big guns for that, along with Smash Brothers and whatever else they have planned as well.
Mm-hmm. We know about Smash Brothers.
We do. And I'm sure, you know, there's a bunch of games on the books, technically. Like Bayonetta 2 is still on the books, Yarn Yoshi X, Shin Megami Tensei Cross Fire Emblem. Like, there are a lot of games that folks are excited about. There's also games in Japan right now that they still haven't announced for the West, so it'll be interesting to see if those show up as well. Basically, Wii U needs its moment where like, okay, now that the Mario Kart hype wave is sort of riding, right? It sold really well its first weekend.
Everybody loved that game.
Yep, they did. Now they need to show folks, okay, the droughts are over. The software droughts on Wii U are over, right? Because every time there's a big tentpole game, then they go silent for like 3 or 4 months. They need to show people that that's not going to be the case in either the rest of 2014 or into early 2015. And they need to just incentivize the system as a whole.
Yeah, absolutely. They're at a kind of a crossroads right now, right? Like they can either double down on the gamepad or get rid of it completely, which a lot of people are asking for. And I personally don't see the latter happening there, because I think that it is a cool piece of tech once you're actually playing games on it, but they need to show and prove what that thing can do so that third parties can follow. I just want them to keep being weird. Like they just need to keep doing crazy things that are very polished and very good and very fun. Like that's the Nintendo I grew up with, and it's what I want them to do forever.
Sure.
And there's also just codename NFP, right? The Nintendo figurine platform, their Skylanders / Disney Infinity project. That's going to be shown definitely at the E3. And, you know, there was a story, what was it, earlier this month, or excuse me, late last month, that Nintendo France outed those things will work with Smash Brothers. So presumably we're going to see that at the digital event.
And these are like physical toys that will be sold in stores?
Yes, and that will work across multiple games. Yeah.
I could see that being big.
Yeah.
That could be huge because, I mean, you're talking about a company that has recognizable IP for 30 years. We all know Mario. We all know Zelda. So it's a good opportunity for them. The big question, though, can the market sustain one more of those, right? That was the big question when Disney Infinity got announced.
Yeah.
Apparently, that, you know, that was able to be successful regardless of the doubt, right? It still sold really well.
Yeah, I mean, Disney Infinity actually has properties. Skylanders doesn't, right?
Yeah.
Skylanders is just a bunch of...
Yeah.
I was going to say made-up monsters as if the Disney stuff isn't made up.
Right, well, yeah, those real characters. Well, no, I mean, like, if Skylanders sold millions off of, like, generic rock monster and lava guy and stuff like that, then I can only imagine what, you know, Mario and Zelda and Star Fox characters
Right, and it appeals to a different audience, I think. You know what I mean? Like,
Mm-hmm.
Skylanders, I've always thought was cool tech, sure, and then it was when Disney Infinity got the Marvel guys, I was like, oh, maybe I'd actually like to play that. But yeah, if I could take Dry Bones, the best character of all time, have a little Dry Bones statue that I save all my information to and then play Smash Brothers with, that'd be awesome.
They really need to give you something with
They
Dry
need to
Bones
give me
in
Dry
it.
Bones. I don't know why they ain't listening.
Yeah, and back when they showed the first NFC figurine, you know, we just kind of theorized, okay, how would this work? And, you know, our theory back in May was probably with Smash Brothers. Sakurai said in the Smash Brothers Direct that game will support custom movesets. More details later. It just seems like a good fit. And that was, you know, Brian and I did a video and we talked about it. And it's like, okay, maybe this is how you're going to move your movesets to a friend's house. Like if I set up these custom moves and I want to go show my character against Damon's, I can bring it over and see how that goes.
Yeah. How is the 3DS doing?
3DS is selling well. I mean, what, 40 million plus sold. Still lagging behind how well the DS was selling. And, you know, you could instantly point to, well, that is the impact of the mobile / tablet market. Which is always the elephant in the room that no one wants to talk about, right? Constantly, I always hear folks kind of frame it's Sony versus Microsoft versus Nintendo when it's actually a lot bigger than that right now. But still, that is their breadwinner. That was the best-selling platform of 2013, right? The 3DS.
Yeah,
and
I think a lot of
does well for them.
Yeah, the smaller, quirky touchscreen games that were synonymous with the DS and being able to sell those for like $20, $30, $40, you just can't do that anymore, right? They're like free or $1 on iPhone.
Right.
And the 3DS is selling well. It was the best-selling system, but if you think about the third-party support on the 3DS versus what it was on the DS, it's kind of lacking.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
You know, that's a huge hole there. And Nintendo can patch that with, like, you know, if you look at their last year, they've had, you know, Animal Crossing and Zelda and Luigi's Mansion, really awesome games, but like
Mario
Golf. I'm sorry.
You.
I'm sorry, Craig.
The best DS
The game Greg spent what, 100 hours in?
85.
85. Close enough. So I want to see some third parties bring it. Like, I don't want to just see a sizzle reel with some logos. Like, I want tangible proof that third parties are bringing good stuff to the 3DS.
Yeah, and just to put out there, even though yes, the pace of third-party software, even on 3DS, has slowed down. You have seen, though, third parties try to sell games directly on the eShop. You saw that with Ace Attorney 5. You saw that with unknown properties like Yumi's Odd Odyssey, which were, you know, sort of really cool games. You see Nintendo trying their hand at digital games constantly on the eShop and working with, you know, companies like Renegade Kid, who just had like Moon recently. They're doing an episodic remake of a classic DS game. So you're seeing more software sort of build there, but it's not it's not the big sort of retail software, we sort of get excited and get pumped about. And also, it's still $35 to $40, which is a challenge when your competition is selling games like an endless stream of games for
free, basically.
Between 10 and $10 a dollar and zero. Yeah.
I mean, I think you bring up a good point though. Like the eShop does kind of cut some of that worry out a little bit. Like it does bring in that level of spontaneity I have with an iPhone game where I'm like, I want to get this right now. It's only $2 or $3. Done. It's there. With the 3DS, it's the same thing. It stops me from going into the store and holding this thing for $40. And I'm like, I don't know. Like, is this going to be a 2-hour game or a 5-hour game or a 10-hour game?
Yeah.
Lots of games to talk about, actually. We got to talk about Smash Brothers, Pokemon, Zelda.
Yes.
But first, we got to take a quick break. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Travis, gotta go, man.
Welcome back, everybody. E3 2014.
That sounded like a scream. That didn't even sound like
I was screaming with satisfaction. Greg and I are joined by Jose, Brian. We're talking about Nintendo getting prepared for Nintendo's digital presentation. Last year, they revealed Smash Brothers.
Yes.
Is that right? That was just last year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For
right.
3DS and Wii U. 3DS is supposed to come this year. Well, they're both supposed to.
Yeah, they're both down on the books as 2014.
3DS is summer.
Yeah.
And then it's fall, winter.
They said
Wii U.
winter 2014, which scared a lot of folks.
Yep, and that's why I made that bet with you about a stake that you will not be playing Wii U.
So
Smash
I actually
Brothers
have 3 stake bets about that Smash Brothers for Wii U will be a 2014 game, because it has to be a 2014 game. They cannot afford for that thing to be delayed under any circumstances.
See you in the new year, everybody.
All right. Well, I take my steak medium rare.
Me too.
Yeah.
So we'll get along fine.
That's how you should take a steak, actually. What do we think they might show about
I mean, so
Smash Bros. Today?
Last year we got Mega Man, right?
Yeah.
And that was like the huge thing. So there's got to be a new character or two
Right.
today. I mean, and the way I really like how they pace these events is that you could be watching it and it could just cut to something else, and all of a sudden a new character gets revealed out of nowhere for Smash. So I don't know who I expect to see. I mean, there's a lot of guys that we haven't seen yet, like some Earthbound characters and stuff like that, and I don't know. There's such a wealth and such a legacy of characters to choose from there. Then they could really throw in anything. So I'm excited. I love the roster already, so it can only get better.
That's a good point. No, last year we got 3 brand new characters announced at E3 when the game was unveiled for the first time. It was Mega Man, Villager, Wii Fit Trainer. That was cool. That was a great combination. Over time, I think they're up to almost 30 characters now that they've announced for the game. Some returning, some new. Greninja being one of the coolest in my opinion, and also I'm a huge Marth player. I love that character, and Mega Man's great. Yeah, you'll probably see some new characters. My big question is, I want to see the returning characters. Captain Falcon is Smash Brothers, and there's no doubt he's going to be in this. Thank you. There is no doubt that will be back, but when? When are you going to finally just reveal that? Also, where's Ness? Like, folks,
where's
Andrew
Ness?
Goldfarb, former IGN newsletter, Andrew Goldfarb, every time they announce a character, tweets, I am so sad that Ness has not been announced yet.
They're also running. Well, I don't know.
This is the Animal Crossing.
Yeah.
We're also getting Smash Bros. Tournaments.
That's right, the Smash Invitational is happening today. And let me tell you, if you are a Smash Brothers fan or if you follow the competitive scene, get hyped. There are some really great players announced for that thing. Great folks involved on the announcer side. Like, I wish I had time to go see that today.
Yeah, I think it's really awesome. I was describing on our show, Nintendo Voice Chat, that it's a bunch of professional video gamers are coming together to play a new Nintendo game that is not yet released. It's the closest Nintendo's ever come to remaking The Wizard. Which is, it's awesome. I mean, that's so cool. Like, I grew up watching that movie and just not understanding how everyone unlocked all the secrets in Mario 3 before it was even out. And it was just like, you know, to get these experts who've never played this game to jump in, or who knows, maybe they're practicing right now. Yeah. Do we know?
Yeah. I don't know if they're practicing right now, but I do know what controller they're using.
They're using GameCube controllers.
Yeah, the GameCube controller adapter for Wii U was also a great reveal for them. Some people will look at it and say, well, why are so many people excited for an older controller from a generation or two ago? I'll tell you why. Because Melee controls perfectly with that. Brawl controls perfectly with that. I could not transfer those skills to the Pro controllers that they put on Wii, for example. Just my brain, it was infused in there, kind of like Street Fighter players with like the fight stick, right? They will not go to a standard controller. So I was so excited that thing got announced, and now you know those guys who are playing in that tournament are going to bring the goods.
Now, when the Wii U was originally unveiled, they showed a Zelda demo.
Oh yeah, the tech demo.
Finally, HD Zelda for the first time. It was glorious. May not have been a real game, but at least they were showing like this was what a Zelda could look like on Wii U. But then since then, we haven't seen anything about a new Zelda. But last October, Nintendo said we will be talking more about Zelda at E3 2014.
Yep.
Are we about to finally see HD Zelda, the real thing?
I would totally bet we are.
We have to.
We have to.
Is it just gonna be a trailer? Is it gonna be gameplay? Is it gonna be something cool?
So Nintendo, I don't think Nintendo ever does for their big properties like Zelda or Mario, like CG trailers. It's always in-game in engine, or it's a trailer based on footage from the game itself. So I'm willing to say, yeah, it's going to be in-game footage. The question is, how long is it going to be? And when is that game coming out? Because so far, it has no date.
See, to me, the big questions are, how does it control? What is the art style like? And what's the pacing of the game, right?
I think I can answer the first one. I mean, Wind Waker HD came out last fall, right? And that was sort of a way to experiment with using the gamepad while playing a Zelda. And the improvements were great for that game. Like, it's, you know, switching items in real time and doing that kind of stuff. Like, that all felt really good, and it was a great way to utilize the gamepad more than a lot of other Nintendo Wii U games did at the time.
It's so good.
Yeah, it's so
We also had an excellent Legend of Zelda game come out last year, Link Between Worlds, which pacing-wise was completely different than anything they've ever done before. And I'm hoping some of those ideas kind of stick. I really enjoyed the fact that you were just dropped into that game. You could go to any of the dungeons in any order, get the items in any order. You could rent them or buy them, and it brought back that original kind of feeling of that I had playing Zelda as a kid, which is kind of like, I can go anywhere. This is great.
Yeah, Zelda series producer like Eiji Aonuma has made it clear they are rethinking the way they're working with these Zelda games. They brought it up in a Nintendo Direct presentation in early January of 2013, and that's been their message nonstop. Right, we're changing, we're looking at what has gotten stale and what can we do to improve this game. And hopefully, you know, so far at least A Link Between Worlds is a sign that they're making the right choices. Right, that world was open from the start. A little on the easy side of that game, but ultimately it still felt like cohesive, and you know, you can sort of do dungeons out of order. The item shop was sort of interesting and different for Zelda. That's not how items have worked before. So I'll be looking forward to other experiments.
Viewers at home, what do you think? Will Nintendo announce Legend of Zelda on Wii U? Let us know what you think. Tweet your answer at IGN using hashtag YesZelda, hashtag NoZelda. We will collate the data and reveal. We'll see if you're right.
Yeah, there's only one right answer. In the post show, we'll see who's silly and who's not. It's like the answer is so blatantly obvious by the time we get there. I mean, before it was opinion based. Do you like this game or that game? This one, in the thing you're about to see, will this happen?
There is another Zelda game that we know of. Hyrule Warriors.
That's right.
You think we'll see that?
Oh, definitely. That game is slated for release in Japan this summer. It does not have a North American release date. Weekly Famitsu sort of dropped the first reveals and details for that game, how there will be more than one playable character. I think they said at the time it was Link and it was Impa, who is now using a huge sword. This was a really divisive reveal back in December, especially on NBC, because we got into arguments over, like, is this a cool thing for Zelda, a spin-off title in the vein of Dynasty Warriors.
So, I mean, Zelda to me is so sacred, right? It's not one of those franchises that has really been torn to shreds and milked out like in every way. And you don't really get a lot of these like kind of sidestep spin-off Zeldas. I mean, we had the one for Link's crossbow training is one of the strange ones that kind of sticks out to me. Sure. This feels a little more full-fledged, and I'm going to go on a limb here and say that I am actually kind of excited for it. I'm cautiously optimistic, and I think it's because I don't really play the Dynasty Warrior games. Sure. So I'm not burnt out on them like a lot of other people are, because they do come out all the time. They are known for being very repetitive. You're just basically murdering wave after wave of enemy. And that could be kind of cool with the Zelda game. So we'll see. Sure. Cautiously optimistic.
Jose, tell us about Shin Megami Tensei Cross Fire Emblem.
Oh, so there's not much to tell, honestly, outside of it was announced, and it is a crossover between, the Atlas series of Shin Megami Tensei, the Mega 10 series, which is a very hardcore RPG series, and it is being, doing a crossover title with Fire Emblem, which is also a very hardcore permadeath style strategy RPG. Now, that said, Fire Emblem Awakening did really well for Nintendo last year, and a crossover game between the two could be really interesting. I believe Atlas is making that game, but I don't think many details have been sort of shared since it was announced.
Yeah,
we just haven't heard
what kind of game. Like, is it an RPG? Is it strategy RPG?
Well, there's a good likelihood it's an RPG, but yeah, how will the two different styles of RPG really blend? And that's the ultimate question. And I don't think anyone presently has the answer.
Do we get those answers today, though?
I don't know, man.
It's such a Japanese-focused game.
I don't know, man.
Oh man,
I don't know. I mean,
it's like you asked
make a guess. This is what you do on this show. You make a guess.
Man, money's tight.
I'm gonna say, I would like to see what's going on with that game. I think Fire Emblem ignited a lot of passion for that series, and it performed really well for them.
It definitely found a following here.
Yeah, and so that said, if it doesn't show up, I don't know if anyone's gonna really cry over it. They'll just say, oh, maybe this just needs more time.
No, I'm not gonna cry. I mean, that game is so far off of my radius that it's like it would have to do so much to pull me in. I mean, first of all, I have no idea what it is. And that's when I go to buy a game, I like to know that what it is.
Did you not like Fire Emblem?
Well, I loved Fire Emblem, but I don't know.
That's like enough for me. Like, there's something Fire Emblem coming. All right,
sure. But when you cross something with something else, everything could change. So
that's true.
Who knows?
Last year at their presentation, they showed a game called
that E3 Dragon.
Caffeine. They showed that game X.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah.
What is X?
Yeah. So it is created by Monolith Studios or Monolith Software, not the Japanese one. Nintendo bought this company. They are the makers of Xenoblade Chronicles. They are some of that staff also made Xenogears, and there was another series of Xeno games on PS2. But anyway, it looks like a Macross-inspired, like, really cool game. Now, if you played Xenoblade Chronicles, you know you have plenty of reasons to be excited because that was a really cool sort of single-player MMO-style game, and it kind of built on a lot of the work Square Enix did, I felt, in Final Fantasy XII. So I think for folks who are fans of that, and by the way, Project X looks stunning.
Yeah.
Like you're seeing characters like jump into robots and just take off.
And that's not what this footage is.
No, this is Xenoblade Chronicles on the Wii, which is from the same studio, and it had a lot of cool innovations and ideas. And so it'll be interesting to see how those get expanded on in Project X, which I don't think there are that many details on that one either. There was some footage shown in a direct not that long ago, sort of just I want to say like gameplay, but without context. It was all in Japanese, but it still was something to get excited about.
Do we get an update on X today?
I hope so. Yeah, I think so. I think that game is on enough people's radars. Whereas, don't get me wrong, like earlier we were talking about Fire Emblem and Shin Megami. I still feel like there's not as much excitement as I've heard, at least from the community, for X. Like when they showed that trailer for X, folks went nuts. Yeah. Like the folks who are definitely the hardcore, dedicated RPG like contingent. They were like, "This is what I'm excited for."
Well, speaking of hardcore, dedicated RPG, what about Pokemon Omega Ruby? Alpha Sapphire. Alpha Sapphire. Too early to say the word Sapphire.
Definitely too early.
We love this genre, hardcore.
So it is very interesting to me that game is coming out this year. When it was revealed, within the last month, They said November 2014, and I just thought, really? We just had a Pokemon game. X and Y just came out last year. But that said, this is a remake that folks really want. It was the next one in line to be remade, and it'll be interesting to see if, I think over the weekend, the Japanese magazine Korokoro showed some of the Mega Evolutions that are going to be in that game. So Mega Evolutions, that idea from X and Y, will be in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. I don't want to switch the names wrong. I do it all the time. So yeah, I think we definitely get an update on that game because that game is coming out this year.
A few minutes before we went live, Time put up a story on a new Star Fox game.
So that's a slam dunk? That'll be on the thing, right?
Then they pulled the story down.
Oh, maybe.
So I don't know. Maybe,
Leak.
Maybe
E3.
maybe they'll be showing a new Star Fox game.
Yeah.
At some point.
How excited would you guys be for a new Star Fox game?
Moderately.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd be tentatively excited.
Star Fox.
I liked it back in the
Although,
day.
I mean, the story, who knows if this is
Do a
accurate.
barrel
The
roll.
Time story said it's not, I think Miyamoto's explanation was, if Star Fox is a movie, if the regular franchise is a movie, this is more Star Fox the TV show.
And I really
So a
love that.
scaled down version of Star Fox. So that way I don't really know what to expect.
Yeah, I really love that idea. An IGN fan tweeted that to me the other day saying, Star Fox has kind of historically been short. You can beat those games pretty quickly. So what if there was like an episodic Star Fox, right? Where once every few months we got another hour-long chapter. You could go in and play them over and over and do score attack and stuff like that. And they had branching paths like, Star Fox 64, which is still the greatest Star Fox.
Yeah, that's the pinnacle of that
Yeah, it's the
series,
pinnacle.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And it is, I mean, it's interesting to call it the pinnacle, but also, like we all know, that is roughly a 45-minute game. So maybe this is within those expectations, is what I would say.
You wouldn't go with Star Fox Adventures?
I don't know about that.
Dinosaur Planet? No.
I know about that. It's not Star Fox Adventures. Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate.
I am excited for that game. I don't know. So Monster Hunter, Capcom has tried their hand at Monster Hunter many times, right? On the PSP, they put out, 3 of them?
Yeah,
the
they sold
portable
like
installments
crazy.
in Japan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
Whereas in the West, it's kind of...
Trust me, Capcom does not care.
Yeah. But it's interesting to me because every time a new one gets announced in Japan, everyone in the West kind of cringes and goes, is it going to make its way over here and when?
Yeah.
So this got revealed, around January? And they're like, hey, Monster Hunter 4 is coming out in the West, but you have to wait till 2015.
Yeah.
Which totally took the wind out of my excitement for that game a little bit. So I was like, that just felt too early to know that game was coming. But that said, I have spent over 100 hours in Monster Hunter. I am very much on board. Will we see it at the digital event? It is a next year game, so potentially. I don't know, I have a funny feeling. Are they only trying to show
stuff for this year?
Typically, they focus more on what's coming in the next 6 months and then maybe 1 or 2 things for 2015 or the next year. You know what I mean?
Sure.
I'll be interested to see if even that changes, if there will be more 2015 games shown.
We should be just a few minutes away from the beginning of Nintendo's digital presentation. Nick, let me know if we have any Twitter questions that we can line up. Let's take a look at the schedule for the rest of the day. Nintendo Digital event is starting imminently. Immediately following, we'll have the Nintendo Post Show, where we will be debuting a new Wii U game, a new Wii U exclusive. We'll have a special guest. And then at 11 a.m., our live schedule will begin. We'll bring all the big games of E3 straight to you. And let's go to Twitter now for our first question. Patrick Pearson. How cool would a proper Super Mario Bros. 4 be? That would be very cool.
So wait,
so I'm going to be the naysayer and say Mario needs a year off. I think
he
there
just
have
got
been
3D World.
way too many Marios within the past 3 years, maybe even 4. I feel like you don't want to annualize Mario and take the wind out of that franchise's sales. As much as people love it and as much as it's always
30
solid.
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
No, I'm with you. That was the thing. I mean, the last one was awesome.
Do you think
the last Wii U one was awesome?
Do you think we'll ever get Super Mario Bros. 4?
Haven't we gotten like 15 Super Mario Bros. 4?
That's what I wonder. Will there ever be a game that's really called Super Mario Bros. 4?
You'll probably get new Super Mario Bros. 4 before you get Super Mario Bros. 4.
Yeah, I think we're already up to that.
Oh my god, 10 seconds.
Well, here we go, 10 seconds.
God.
Everybody enjoy the Nintendo Digital
Video
event.
games.
Stay tuned afterwards for our post-show coverage.
Dry bones or we riot!
Zelda!
At least one of us.
Please welcome Nintendo President and COO Reggie
Fils-aimé.
if you say so.
Welcome to E3 Nintendo fans. And you guys thought we wouldn't have a press conference. Not my problem. We have Nintendo's biggest stars backstage, ready to make some big announcements.
Oh, great! Another Mario game!
Don't love your tone, but actually no new Mario game today.
What? I'm getting bombed? Bring my cart around! I'm out of here!
Hey, looks like I'm the new face of Nintendo. Hey, they promised me you would be here! Come on, Reggie, give us Mother 3!
How about this instead?
Hey, wait a minute! If Nintendo's heroes are backstage, who's watching the bad guys?
Not my problem.
It's me, Wario!
I guess this is my problem. While I go Reggie on these fools, here's what's new.
Hello, I'm Masahiro Sakurai from Sora Limited. Here at the Nintendo Digital event, I'd like to lead off by talking about Super Smash Bros. Right now, you're seeing two familiar bigwigs facing off in a friendly battle. But this isn't a simple pre-rendered animation. What you are seeing will be possible in the new Smash Bros. Games. Now, by using a Mii fighter, anyone can join the battle. I thought about having Mii characters appear in Super Smash Bros. Brawl, but in the end decided against it. Somehow at the time, it didn't seem right to have Miis punching and kicking. For this game, though, we're not simply throwing the Miis into the fray. We've done some serious work getting them ready for a fight. Have a look. They're almost not even Miis anymore. I think you can tell that the Miis are going to be just as competitive as the other characters. Mii fighters will come in 3 varieties. Brawlers fight empty-handed and prefer to be up close and personal. Mii brawlers are both fast and powerful. Sword fighters are weapon masters. They stay cool and calm as they chase down opponents. Gunners are armed with mysterious arm cannons. They have lots of different projectiles that can be fired from long range. brawlers, sword fighters, and gunners. Each type is treated as a separate fighter. And each type can choose 4 special moves from 12 options. This means that the Mii fighters will have a total of 36 special moves from which to choose. It would take 9 regular fighters to equal that number of moves. But I didn't decide to include Miis in the lineup just so you or your friends could join the battle. See, every day, I receive requests for new characters to be added to the game, and now you can use Miis to recreate any character you like and fight as them. Anyone can join the battle. You can fight, anyone can fight. This is your chance to defeat Nintendo's greats. We're fast approaching the sales date of the 3DS version. The game is almost complete, but of course there are an astronomical number of variables in a game like this. We have to be sure to put enough people on the debug team and test it correctly. Thank you for your patience. We've put all our focus into getting the fighters, items, assist trophies, stages, and enemy characters ready and in the game. And there are many different modes besides the main Smash battles. I won't go over them in detail now, but let me show you a bit of what's in store for you. There are many more game elements that we haven't introduced yet, but I don't think we can talk about them all before we release. However, this will be our first Smash Bros. Game on a handheld, so I hope you're all looking forward to Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 3DS.
Hi everyone, and welcome to Nintendo's digital event at E3. This year we wanted to do something different to celebrate what it means to be a Nintendo fan. Today you'll meet many of the talented Nintendo teams working hard to deliver great games and hear some of our big E3 news, with more to be shared throughout the show. While I've changed out of my Fire Flower suit for now, Mario is still close to my heart. You may recognize this as what Mr. Iwata used earlier to defeat my Mii fighter in Super Smash Bros. Now, I'll say there's no way he beats me without resorting to a little magic. And in fact, I'm right. That's exactly what he did. Because this is no ordinary toy. This is one of the first in a new line of products Nintendo has in development called Amiibo. And only on Nintendo systems will you be able to enjoy all the different experiences in this Toys to Life category. Along with Amiibo, both Disney Infinity and Skylanders Trap Team have unique features and functionality that can only be found on Wii U. There's a special chip that's embedded in every figure. Any Wii U system will recognize the figures by touching them on the Wii U gamepad. And when that happens, they spring to life in compatible games in cool new ways. When you touch Amiibo to the gamepad, the character's data is downloaded into the game you're playing. And it's also a two-way street. We can send information back to the figure. So in other words, your figure's data changes as you play, which opens the door for various new gameplay possibilities. For example, your own figure with its own unique stats and fighting style will not only appear, but also evolve as a fighter in Super Smash Bros. On Wii U. In fact, Super Smash Bros. For Wii U will indeed be the first game to support Amiibo. In other words, this holiday we're not only releasing the game you've been waiting for, but also Amiibo that literally gives you new ways to play. As you saw in my battle with Mr. Iwata, when you use an Amiibo in Super Smash Bros. For Wii U, that character will appear as a fighter in the game and compete in battles, developing its own unique attributes and skills. You can fight against them yourself, have them score off against other Amiibo. They can even join you and fight on the same team. But Super Smash Bros. Is just the start. Amiibo play is also being prepared right now for a number of other Nintendo games. One of those is a game many of you are already playing, Mario Kart 8. We'll have more details on that and other games soon. I'm guessing you've got a lot of questions, but there's much more to cover in this digital event today. So I'm going to ask you to do this. When we're done here, at any time you can catch Nintendo of America's own Bill Trinan, who's hosting a dedicated Amiibo video that goes into a little more detail. So be sure to find him at Nintendo.com or the Nintendo YouTube channel. Super Smash Bros. And Amiibo are big initiatives for Nintendo. But now it's time to give you a sneak peek at some of the many projects in development. Whenever I'm over in Japan and lucky enough to see these new games, I'm reminded of the first video game I fell in love with, Super Mario World on my Super NES. I played it endlessly, finished with 99 lives, and I still have that cartridge. I bet you remember the first game you fell in love with too. Those of us who play games know that there's nothing quite like them in the world. And those of us who love Nintendo know that no matter what's going on in our lives, we can always count on these games to deliver fun and great gameplay, because it's Nintendo. But what is it like to make these games? Well, you're about to find out directly from our development teams. They're working on some amazing new projects that underscore the point that there's never been a better time to play games on Nintendo platforms. At the end of the day, Nintendo game creators share one belief: there's nothing wrong with having a little fun. With that, I'm going to step aside to let our developers show you their new games. Enjoy the rest of the show.
I'm Tezuka of Nintendo. How do you do?
I'm Ebisu of the Goodfield Company. Thanks for having me.
When Nintendo reached out to Goodfield, we didn't ask them to make Yoshi's Woolly World as a sequel to Kirby's Epic Yarn. We said we wanted to make a Yoshi game. But we asked them to use the yarn and fabric as materials for creating new gameplay mechanics. To create a new kind of Yoshi game filled with those kinds of elements.
For Kirby, we used strands of yarn as the core element and expressed things through their movement. This time, now that we were working in a three-dimensional world with depth, the challenge was that a single strand wasn't going to be visually impressive. So how do you play with a pile of yarn? Or some cloth? We thought about those things pretty hard.
They get unraveled and knitted up, and do a lot of things like that. Both Mario and Yoshi games are 2D action platformer games. The big difference is that Mario games are about performing challenging tasks within a given time limit. But with Yoshi games, they don't have any time limits. So you're able to freely explore the vast game world. You can make new discoveries. It's turning out to be an action game where you can have fun in a wide variety of ways.
When you usually make an action game, things like how far you can jump are set at a certain distance, so you would build the terrain with that in mind. But in the case of Yoshi, he's so almighty. If he tries, he can fly as far as he wants. His tongue is the most powerful weapon. Well, it may be weird calling it a weapon. So, as we were thinking about how we should build the game, Tezuka-san told us that it's centered around exploration. We took it as Yoshi's abilities are there to be utilized for exploration. From there, we were able to progress with the game's development smoothly.
By using yarn, there are new ways to explore.
There are a lot of transformations in the game because Yoshi himself is made of yarn.
So this time, we put in two-player mode. Two Yoshis appear, and that actually plays really well. Two people can play to help each other out. So in tough situations, if there are two players, they can both overcome it. Yoshi can eat up and spit out the other Yoshi wherever he likes. This is really important in co-op and can be used in a way to attack the other player. Really, a wide range of gameplay is possible. We've made prototypes of different ways to express the yarn fabric for Yoshi, and we felt that the stuffed yarn Yoshi was particularly attractive. There was quite a phase of trial and error until we decided to go with the current form.
Yeah, this time it's about a textured look. And we also wanted to give the world a handmade feel. But we then asked, what makes things look handmade? We tried making things of our own, hoping that it would help in reflecting the handmade feel to the game.
There is certainly a key phrase that I have. It's amazing Yoshi. I always want to put in the element of surprise. And I want to make it a game that brings a smile to your face just by owning it.
Here you go!
Hey, look, I'm really sorry about kidnapping you 80+ times. My bad. So, is it cool if I have the last donut? I deserve that.
Last year, I said that revisiting the conventions of the Zelda series would be our theme for the new Zelda game for Wii U. However, before I get into that, let me talk about something that I needed to help to realize this ambition. In fact, it's something that we've wanted to do for a long time in the Legend of Zelda series, and so development began with this as our focus. In the earlier releases of the Legend of Zelda games, players got to explore a wide area, scrolling up, down, left, and right. However, after the game transitioned to 3D and the hardware continued to evolve, it became harder to create that feel of being in a vast world. For example, in Wind Waker, we used various techniques to create a wide world where you could freely explore many isolated islands. But it was very hard to create one large world where everything felt connected. We had to design small, bounded areas with a defined entrance and exit. And putting them all together made it feel like you were playing in a large world. But you still couldn't cut through the boundaries wherever you liked to explore that world. Today, I'd like to talk to everyone about the latest Zelda game for Wii U. But first, please take a look at how the game looks on screen. This is the new world of Zelda. It's quite a vast world, isn't it? You can even reach those mountains in the distance if you walk far enough. We couldn't create such a wide world like this in the past. As far as what you can do with such a vast field to explore, as soon as those boundaries are removed, it means you can enter any area from any direction. So the puzzle solving in this game begins the moment the player starts to think about where they want to go, how they will get there, and what they will do when they arrive. This is a clean break from the conventions of past games in the Zelda series, where you had to follow a set path and play through the scenario in the right order. I believe this departure will create opportunities for new gameplay that have not been experienced in previous Zelda games. As you can see, and as you know from the Zelda series, the world in these games can be quite peaceful. However, it is a Zelda game after all, so strong enemies will certainly appear. Even in this setting, powerful enemies appearing in such a peaceful world is one of the defining features of the Zelda series.
I think that's one convention we can keep, right?
Do you ever take those gloves off?
No! Take my gloves off, do whatever I want. Oh, here we go. Okay, now. Shut up!
Dead witches get dragged to hell. It is what it is.
These are the gates.
Whatever your friend did to get on the other side of these, let's just say she's not having a good day. Welcome to hell, love.
I'm not one for pets who don't listen to their masters.
You know, love, you're probably the only person on the planet who says go to hell and means take me there.
I'm afraid I don't have time to dance too long. A friend is waiting for me.
Time's almost up. Bayonetta, you better start creating miracles.
You can go another round, can't you? Flock off, Featherface.
I'm the general producer of Hyrule Warriors, Koinuma of Koei Tecmo.
I'm the development producer of Hyrule Warriors, Hayashi of Koei Tecmo.
I'm Anuma of Nintendo, supervisor.
There are a lot of us in the Hyrule Warriors development team who grew up playing The Legend of Zelda. So getting the chance to work on this series, we were actually a little nervous.
But Anuma-san told us we could do whatever we like a number of times, and it became the action style that it is now.
A big difference between this and the Zelda games is that you're fighting an army, and there are multiple battles occurring on the field at once. If your forces are in trouble, you'll get a warning, so you have the option to go out there and help out your allies.
What I think is great with the Zelda world is how giant bosses appear, and you have to think about how to beat them. I think those things are what makes the essence of Zelda, which I think will be a new discovery for fans of the Dynasty Warriors series.
There's also a two-player mode.
You can play 2 players by using both TV and gamepad. It's not a split-screen experience, so you're able to each be fully immersed on a single screen. There are a lot of playable characters, but you know, since it's The Legend of Zelda, there are Link and Princess Zelda. Impa, who appears through the series, is playable as well. Also, Midna from Twilight Princess makes an appearance as a playable character. If there is a certain character you like in the series, this is the first game where you'll be able to play as your favorite character.
There are a lot of playable characters in the Dynasty Warrior series. But man, the ideas they come up with for what kind of moves they give the characters are amazing. They really think of amazing things.
So now, it's really turning out as a great new Zelda collaboration title that's worthy of the name Hyrule Warriors.
Since this collaboration was a first of its kind, we were able to make it a great game that's like a celebration of both franchises. I really hope you all look forward to it.
As a collaborative title, it has both the essence of Zelda and the essence of Dynasty Warriors, as well as a lot of other essences they have all mixed in to form a brand new experience. It'll be great if both fans get interested in playing the other series. It'll make me really happy if they all have fun playing.
ブレイドとは神の言葉を超えた人工的な運命の解放者。頭の文字を取ってブレイド。
私はエルマ。あなた名前は？
おお、あの方をお迎えする器が今我が元に。
地球を失って、それでこんな星まで来たのに
殲滅するのさ。それが私たちブロースという。もしかしたら宇宙から消え去った方がいいのかもしれない。
私らとお前らは共存なんてできないんだ。
じゃあ僕たちはもう死んでいるってことですか？
こいつは裏切り者だぞ。やめろルクザール。
撃てよ。
がん細胞は駆除する。それがグロウスの定め。
あの悲劇もう繰り返させはしない。
滅ぶべし地球人。
Thanks for coming back, Mario.
Maybe now you reconsider announcing Mario Ballet.
What about Star Fox? Let's go. Congratulations!
Hi, I'm Nogami, the producer of Splatoon.
I'm Amano, one of the game's directors.
And I'm the other director, Sakaguchi.
Splatoon is an 8-player, 4-on-4 online multiplayer action game. It's all about controlling territory. Teams battle to claim their turf by splattering the map with ink, and the team with the most territory, when time runs out, wins.
Nogami-san actually came up with the squid idea. One day, out of the blue, he was like, hey, let's make them squids.
Rather than designing the characters and then making a game around that, we instead came up with the game first, and then created characters we thought would work well with the gameplay. That's actually how Nintendo prefers to approach game design.
One day when Sakaguchi-san and I were hanging out on our day off, he said, hey, what if you're able to switch between being a squid and a person? For example, say you can only shoot ink as a person, but as a squid, you're able to perform a wider range of actions. With that as our main concept, we thought about different ways to expand the gameplay, and the squid idea meshed perfectly.
We thought of things like, what if you can swim really fast in your own ink as a squid? Or what if your feet get stuck when walking through enemy ink? Through this process, we kept expanding the game's features, which brought us to where we're at now, with players able to do things like ink and swim up walls and swim super fast through their own ink.
As a person, your first priority is shooting ink to expand your territory. Once you've done that, you've got more turf to move through as a squid and make use of your squid abilities.
When you're using the gamepad, you can quickly look up or tilt your gaze downward to aim. It's really natural and intuitive. I think these controls are a great use of the gamepad's gyro sensor.
An overhead view of the entire map is also displayed on the gamepad, and you can check it to see what colors of ink are being splattered where in real time. This really lets you keep an eye on how the battle is unfolding.
Normally with shooters, you only get moment-to-moment glimpses of the action. But because of the layering nature of splattering the ground with ink, you can tell by glancing at the map what other players are up to and where they're headed. I think that adds a new layer of strategy to a game like this. Spices it up a bit. The other neat use of the gamepad is making use of your allies' icons displayed on the map. If you tap one of these icons, you'll blast off from your location and land next to them ready to go. This is just one more mechanic that adds a nice twist to the strategy.
Your enemies are shooting ink as well. With regular guns, you can't really see bullets flying by. But since this is ink, you'll be able to see it flying from around a corner, and you'll know, whoa, there's a bad guy over there.
If you forge forward and ink a path, your allies will be able to use it to follow you, and you'll be able to get to your enemy's territory quicker. But on the other hand, they can just ink over that and ruin your strategy. In this way, splattering ink is both an offensive and a defensive tool.
There are a lot of different ways to play depending on your style. Some people like to stay hidden in the ink for a long time and wait for the perfect chance to pop out. Other people just blaze ahead, inking a path to try to get as far as they can into enemy territory as fast as they can. There are a lot of different tactics you can employ, but no matter how you play, the ink you're shooting has an effect on everyone else. You'll never feel like you're playing alone or in a vacuum. It's pretty magical, really. Amano-san, you like to try and ambush people, right?
Do I? Yeah, I guess so.
I play it a bit safer and lay down a lot of ink and make it hard for enemies to advance into my team's territory. I like to stay at home and protect the base.
Yeah, that's not my style at all.
I'm just plain bad.
Yeah, Nogami-san, you're really not very good.
Stop!
Well, that just about wraps up things for the Nintendo Digital event. But at the same time, it's just the beginning of your continuous contact with Nintendo at the show this year. First of all, right after we sign off, we invite you to stay tuned on Nintendo's Twitch channel for our post-show recap, Nintendo Minute Live at E3. There's even more game news we didn't have time to squeeze into this video. If you're in the LA area, we invite you to come on down to the Super Smash Bros. Invitational this afternoon. It's a one-of-a-kind tournament in the Nokia Theater at LA Live to see as much Super Smash Bros. Live action as you could ever want. You'll find more details at e3.nintendo.com/invitational. But Nintendo's experience at E3 is also spreading across the country, thanks to our partnership with Best Buy. You'll find more details at bestbuy.com/smashfest. And if you want to just follow along without ever leaving home, our coverage is going to be non-stop. We're going to be broadcasting Nintendo Treehouse live at E3 from the show floor directly on Nintendo's Twitch channel. If you care about games, want to see more of the action, and hear from many of the people who created those games, this is binge heaven. And yes, Mr. Miyamoto will be among the guests. Follow us on our Twitch and YouTube channels, get more information at Nintendo.com, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, and join the Miiverse E3 community. We've covered a lot of ground today, so I want to thank you for watching. But I just can't leave you without one more little teaser. Enjoy E3 and play Nintendo.
This fighter from Hyrule is quite impressive indeed. For a mere mortal.
Nice try! You're nothing compared to the Underworld Army!
Oh, I'm not here to save you, Pit. I'm here for a little, divine intervention.
Wait, you want to fight too, Lady Palutena?
I'm no stranger to fighting. Have you forgotten that time we fought each other?
Well, yeah, sure. But that was when the Chaos Skin had you under mind control.
Well, anything an angel can do, a goddess can do better. Perhaps you'd like to see some of the powers I once used to protect you. Heavenly Light, Explosive Flame, Warp, Rocket Jump, Reflect, Auto Reticle, Jump Glide, Counter, Super Speed, Angelic Missile, Celestial Fireworks, Lightweight, Black Hole, Mega Laser!
You don't have to prove anything to me, Lady Palutena.
Looks like angels only talk big. Many worthy foes have gathered here. And I won't hold back on anyone. Dark Pit, you just dropped in to crash my party?
Uh-huh.
Ah, 宮本です。こんにちは。今 ゲームパッドとテレビを使った新しいゲームをいっぱい作ってます。これはねとても新しい体験のゲームがたくさんできたんですけども、今度 E3 でいくつかをお見せしたいと思います。ゲームパッドを使って遊んでると大きなテレビを見てる、そうすると遊んでる人以外にも周りで見てる人も楽しいんですね。ぜひとも周りで見てても楽しい新しい経験を E3 のフロアでも見ていってください。よろしく。
Nintendo Minute Live at E3 and all aboard the going to be
There you have it. Nintendo's digital event at E3 2014. Jose, in a word, we're going to get to it, but in a word, what do you think?
Pretty good.
That's 2 words.
That's 2 words, yeah, but I think it was good.
It's okay.
We'll talk about it more later, I guess.
Yeah, I will allow it. There's a lot of games to talk about. But first, before we recap all of that, we have another game to show you. Yes. And we have a very special guest here to show the game to us. Tomonobu Irigaki, welcome to the show. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
I think we're also joined by Scott and Danny. Now, what do you have to show for us today?
今日は何を見せますか？今日ですか？今日はずっと作ってきたデビルズ、これ入ってますか？これ入れてください。はい。デビルズサードをですね、ご紹介します。はい。これ世界初ですね。
Today we're very happy to premiere the world debut of Devil's Third, which we've been working on for many years.
Very exciting. Thank you so much for bringing Devil's Third by here on the show.
You are very lucky.
All of our viewers are very lucky.
That's right. So tell us a little about how you got to this point. I mean, are you guys, or do you want to start with showing some footage?
まずはトレーラーを見せますか？それとも開発の流れを。
あとダニーさんのご紹介を。
We'd like to introduce Mr. Danny Bilson.
Thank you for joining us, Danny.
Thanks for having me. The game originated about 4 years ago when Mr. Itagaki and his team came to talk to me in my former role at THQ. And it was an incredible meeting. I think we talked about everything from history to religion to war to the way of the warrior, the way of the samurai. And at the end of it, we had a presentation of a game that you're about to see that features 3 mechanics fluidly working together, ranged combat, melee combat with swords, as well as the acrobatics he's famous for. And his vision was to combine those into one game, and you're going to see that today.
I think we have a trailer, is that right? That we can roll right now? Let's take a look at this.
Was that a cat?
No, not a cat.
I'm off the leash.
What the hell? Ivan!
Jane.
Hello, Ivan. It's been years since you've come to my bedroom.
Is this what you've become, Ivan? Are you blind to the suffering?
We're coming in hot.
Wow, so Devil's Third Wii U exclusive.
Yes.
That's a really big announcement. That's big news.
Well, that last scene got cut off a little bit.
Uh-oh. I don't know, can we pull up the last scene? They're going to cue it up right now.
Okay. Oh, do you guys edit this later or are we live?
We're live.
Oh, we are live.
Yeah. We got it rolled. We have the last scene right here.
All right. Here we go. We're queuing it up.
Worth it. Jose, what questions do you have?
Oh man, I have plenty. I mean, where should we start? I mean, so I think I understand there's a multiplayer component as well as a single player component to this game. Can you talk, which one would you like to talk about first?
両方ですね。最近のシューターではキャンペーンモードっていうのがそうだな、キャンペーンモードを遊ばないですぐにこう対戦ばっかりやるお客さんと、やっぱりストーリーモードしか遊ばないお客さんもいらっしゃいますから、だからどちらも同じぐらいの大きくてね、濃密なエクスペリエンスが必要だと思っています。
So lately, I think the trend with the recent shooters has been for people to either go straight into the multiplayer and not play through the campaign mode, or straight to the story mode and not play multiplayer. So you have to make sure that both are a full and complete experience, and that's what we've tried to do with this game.
Okay. So then talk to me a little bit about Ivan and Jane were some of the names of the characters I heard mentioned. Can you share anything at all about them or about what's happening in this world?
Ivan と Jane の背景ストーリーを説明してください。
アイバンとジェーンですか。アイバンはプロタゴニストですね。主人公です。
So Ivanist is our main character.
で、ジェーンはですね、基本的には敵なんですけれども、ソビエト連邦 USSR が、崩壊した時に、ロシアにもどこの国にも、行かなかった人たちがいるんですね。これはもちろんフィクションですけど。でその人たちが後に、武装して、テロリストになった、でその中のテロリストの一人が、ジェーン・ドゥですね。
So Jane is basically one of the enemies in the game. After the fall of the USSR, some of the folks who had no place else to go in their former military occupations became terrorists. And this is of course all fictional, but Jane is one of those enemies here.
Okay. So I guess one question I actually should have asked right away is how did this end up on Wii U? How did Nintendo approach you guys? Did you approach them? Can you talk a little bit about that? Sort of the long journey to here?
どうやって Wii U になりましたか？何か Nintendo からアプローチされましたでしょうか？
あれですよ。はっきり言えばですね、ここにいらっしゃるダニーさんもそうなんですけども。任天堂さんは遊びをね心から愛してる。いや他のメーカーが違うっていうわけじゃないですよ。ただ任天堂はこのゲームを、このゲームが目指したところを、きっちり一緒に作り上げるじゃないかというふうに僕に言ってくれたんですね。そういうふうに言われたらね、もう俺も男ですからじゃあやるぞと。いう気持ちになりました。
Danny can speak to this as well, but I feel that Nintendo is a company that really loves to play. And I certainly don't mean that as a comparison to other people in the industry, but rather what I mean to say is that they really understood my vision for this game and committed to working with me on this project. So I felt like I really had to work with them.
Okay. Danny, anything to add?
Well, as we all know, core gamers play Nintendo games too. It's not a separate thing, and having a real pure core game on this platform is very exciting, and it was fantastic. When they first called me and told me we were moving to Wii U, it was wonderful. I mean, I thought it was brilliant and fantastic to open up the platform to this kind of, really serious core game.
Sure. It's definitely helping to fill a gap maybe in the Wii U's library.
No, that's right.
I think that was the single-player trailer that we saw earlier, but there's also a multiplayer trailer?
Yeah.
Is that correct? Yeah. I think we have that queued up now that we can take a look at.
Aircraft fell from the sky. Passenger trains collided.
Calm down, Bob. Cover! Bob, down!
Like these.
Just making sure, not missing any extra scenes. It looks like there's a lot going on in the multiplayer in Devil's Third.
Indeed.
Please tell us about it.
内容いっぱいありそうですね。説明していただけますか。
そうですね。これは本当に盛りだくさんなのでね。 戦闘級、戦術級、戦略級といろいろな遊びのレイヤーがあるんですけれども、また、銃の戦い、剣の戦い、あとベアナックルの戦いと、本当に多岐にわたるんですね。
So yeah, there definitely is a lot of content packed in here, and I hope you could tell, but there are all sorts of different levels on this scale where you have a full-blown war, individual battles, and then skirmishes among those. And then inside that fighting, you have gunplay, swordsmanship, and even bare-knuckle brawling.
でまたそこにその従来のシューター、僕はいいものはちゃんと取り入れますからね。過去のシューターにおける先輩たちが作ってきたシューターならではの要素というのは全部入ってます。
And I've certainly spent a lot of time doing my research on contemporary shooters and trying to figure out what sort of elements people are aiming for, trying to make sure I included all of those as well into this game.
ですから例えばプレーのルールだったらそれはフリーフォーオールですとか、そういった普通のものも全部入ってます。ただそれに加えて、バルハラならではのデビルズサードならではのさっきニワトリとか言いましたよね、チキンとか、あるいはいろいろなそういう新しい遊びですねが入っていたりしますね。
And so I've looked for lots of different rule sets that people can use in multiplayer, from the expected rule sets like free-for-all and some other sort of conventional ones, to some very Valhalla-specific rule set. I don't know if you noticed that there were chickens on the feed at one point. So there's a couple of new modes that really bring out some very specific Valhalla flavor here as well.
そうです。で今日は本当にね素晴らしいこのゲームを初めて発表する日なんで、細かいことを一つずつちょっと説明する時間もね今ないんですけれども、今みんなの中にあれどうなってるんだろう、これは何なんだっていっぱいハテナ、いい意味でのハテナが生まれたと思うんですね。それはおいおいご説明していきたいと思います。
And so we're really happy that we have this opportunity to announce this wonderful game today, but unfortunately I don't think there's enough time to explain every single element that you might have seen in the trailer one by one. I hope that everyone who's watching at home is just excited, and even if they're thinking, what is this, that they have that good question in mind, that they're comfortable with the mystery.
I know we also have a gameplay demo to show, but first we have to take a quick break. Stick with us, we'll be right back after these messages.
まず休憩してから。
I know that it is mine, but it sure feels fine when I can share with you. Everybody, just sharing means caring, and caring means sharing, and sharing means caring.
Share your greatest Destiny moments on PlayStation 4.
That's how sharing works.
Product not yet rated.
PlayStation.
Welcome back, everybody. We're taking a look at Tomonobu Iwagaki's Devil's Third, which was just revealed to be a Wii U exclusive. Now we have a gameplay demo to show.
Okay.
Is there any other ground to cover before we jump into that?
No, just, Itagaki-san off camera was just kind of pointing out if we see any drop frames, he just wanted to say, that's on the stream, like pretty much it's not the game. So he wanted us to just state that for him.
It's totally fair. I think we're just going to watch the gameplay on its own. So is there anything, do you want to set it up before we cut to it?
前に説明してみますか。それとも直接に入りますか。
大丈夫ですよ。早速ですから、せっかくですから、実際のゲームをプレイするところをですね、お見せしたいと思います。
Now let's go ahead and jump right into it.
Let's do it.
Love the opportunity.
This is Devil's Third.
Do you copy?
Yeah.
We'll discuss your unilateral action later. You need to work with the Green Berets. We're fighting the same enemy here. Objective points are marked.
They're dug in tight. You there, Stella? Might take me a minute to get through here.
Copy. Confirm your location. Airstrike coming in. Get down.
Echo 3, anybody copy? Need assistance, getting hot in here.
Stand by 7 minutes.
Shit, you want to help us? Smoke the targets here. Grip the center and stay on him!
Box leader.
Box leader is KIA. Enemy fire is too heavy. We can't move up. Somebody shut that thing up. Hey, medic!
Hurry to the rendezvous point.
Somebody shut that thing up. Enemy fire is too heavy. We can't move up.
All right, one more to go. Advance undercover. To the square.
Okay, Bravo 1. Action confirmed.
Bravo team, repelling in.
Roger, Bravo 1. Deploy to the west side of the square after landing. Landing at the objective.
Go, 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 go! Zulu leader, incoming! Now! God damn! Watch out! Fucking hell! Damn it! Get clear of the Osprey! Her fuel tanks could blow! Is there a way around the crash site?
You should be able to reach the backyard through the second floor of this building.
Alpha leader to all teams. Another hostile unit beyond the plaza.
Room and Sierra, find cover! Beware of anti-air missiles!
Ivan, link up with Zulu at the plaza.
Questions?
Oh man, I have so many. I mean, so give us some context to the mission we just saw. Sort of what point in the game is that happening? And also, can you point out, are there any Wii U gamepad specific features you're sort of tapping into? They're kind of two separate questions, I apologize.
今のステージはどのミッションでしたか？その背景となるストーリーを教えていただけますか？それともDLC はどういうふうに使っていますでしょうか？
OK。ですね、その先ほど言ったそのテロリストたちですね。この名前をスクール・オブ・デモクラシーと言います。SOD。
So the enemies that you're fighting in this game are a terrorist organization called the School of Democracy, or SOD.
SOD は、この現在のこの話はですね、明日起こってもおかしくない話なんですね。だから僕たちは5分後の未来と呼んでいます。
So this School of Democracy, we've tried to set the story in a world that could happen tomorrow. Like this storyline could take place 5 minutes from now.
で、その SOD は、ケスラーシンドロームを引き起こすわけですね。これはかつての USSR が、配備していた衛星破壊用の衛星によって引き起こされます。
And so members of this School of Democracy have created a Kessler syndrome where communication satellites are breaking up and causing a debris field that sweeps across the low orbit and takes these satellites out. That was the mission that these former USSR members were using to destroy the world's communication capabilities.
で同時に、EMP ですね、核爆発を高度高いところで起こすことによって EMP が、世界中を覆って、コンピューターですとか最新の兵器がほぼ使えなくなった状況です。
And along with that, there was a very large electromagnetic pulse that took out the electric grid, and with it computers, which means that no modern weaponry can be used.
だからこういうインファントリーのクロスコンバットが起きるわけですね。
And that's why you're seeing these skirmishes break out worldwide that are taking place at the infantry level.
それでご質問の、ここはどこなのかというと、ここはパナマですね。はい。
But to answer your question, this mission takes place in Panama.
世界にはたくさんのですね、軍事的な要衝、チョークポイントがあります。パナマはその一つですね。
There are several military choke points around the world, one of them being Panama because of the canal.
パナマが破壊されることによって、米海軍の太平洋艦隊と大西洋艦隊が合流することができなくなります。
So if that were to be destroyed, then the U.S. Navy would not be able to maneuver through that area, for example.
同時にスエズも破壊します。
And this group is also targeting the Suez Canal for the same reasons.
また海底の光ファイバーですね。これはサンフランシスコの沖にあるんですけども、ロスだったかな。そういった世界中の通信のハブも破壊します。
At the same time, they're targeting the Navy's use of optic fiber through San Francisco and Los Angeles, trying to destroy communication hubs.
よって、SOD が考えていることというのは、現在のミリタリーバランス、ワールドオーダーを、リセットしてでザ・ニューワールドオーダーを、作ってで、世界中をカオスに陥れることが目的なんですね。
So the School of Democracy is trying to destroy military capability worldwide, in effect destroying the world order, so they can set up their own new world order in which they dominate the globe.
Okay. So, well, just to the last question.
Yeah, for last
we're out of
question,
time. Yeah, just want to talk about. Can you speak to any Wii U specific gamepad features? I mean, also your prior games have been known to push like the cutting edge of technology for the most part. So I'm interested if you have any tech specs to sort of share, 60 frames per second or whatever.
生田垣さんのゲームは先端技術を使っていますので、特にこの Wii U でのゲームについてDRC とか使ったりすることはありますか？それとも、また、技術的な質問の中では 60F フレーム per second にはなっていますかとか、そういうような技術的なコメントがありますでしょうか？
技術的といいますか、私はあるそのプラットフォームを使うときはそのプラットフォームのそのユニークなところ、そのオリジナリティをですね、全部使うのが私のポリシーです。ですから DRC も使ってます。
So it certainly is my policy to use all of the unique capabilities and attributes of a platform that I'm designing on. So definitely I am using the gamepad here.
ですからDRC ゲームパッドは戦闘ですね。コンバットにおけるその重要な要素というのは情報の共有ですから、例えば PVP オンラインマルチプレイヤーで仲間でコミュニケーションを取ったりとか、そういうことをするために使ってますね。
And so that means for the gamepad in this game in particular, it has a very important role in battle, where sharing information can be an important element of victory. And so for player versus player engagements, you're going to be using it primarily for communication.
僕がね、このゲームでやりたかったことは、本物と一緒にしたら面白くないけど、より本物に近いものにしたいなと 考えてまして、それもそういうところに反映されてますね。
One of my goals in designing this game was to get as close to a depiction of reality as I could as possible in some of these things, and I think that that need for communication certainly mirrors that need in reality.
でちょっと大事な話があるんで、今日ダニーさんいらっしゃってるんで、ダニーさんずっと私と一緒に仕事してくれてるんですね。ちょっと彼にお話を伺いたいと思います。
And I also wanted to ask Danny Bilson to add his comments. We've been working together for a while, and I think he has a lot to add here also.
Please.
Well, the most interesting thing to me was when we first went to Tokyo to meet with the team after we'd signed the game. I felt they had come to us and said, we want a Western partner so that we can blend our art with Western style. And so I hired some writers and we got together and we built out this whole story for this game. And we went there and we pitched and we pitched and we patiently pitched this game. And when we were done, they said, well, we have a story we'd like to tell. And they told us a much better story than the story that our group had taken from LA to Japan. And from then on, we supported their vision of Devil's Third and this world which you've only scratched the surface of in some of the descriptions here, because this is about a bunch of former terrorists who also have certain mutant capabilities, and most of the key boss enemies in the game used to be allies of Ivan. So he has a relationship of history with each player, with each character, and in each environment he comes across or intentionally seeks out one of his former allies who are now part of this SOD, part of this enemy group. So in Panama, there's this huge character called Big Mouse, who there's this gigantic fight in a Spanish church in the end of the level. But what I want to get back to, the most important thing about this game that he delivered on from the very first pitch is the use of ranged weapons, swords, melee combat, and the acrobatics, wall running, wall climbing, the agility skills that players are known for. And Mr. Dagaki, in my opinion, is the master of the controller. So you guys have to play this game and put it in your hands to really see what's going on. And of course, it's a wild world, and the multiplayer is incredibly fun. And there's a lot of people who played it for years here as we tested it and they developed it. And there was always a lot of laughs and a lot of screaming and yelling, and modes you've never seen before, including the giant blender with the watermelons on your back. I encourage everyone to play and get involved. There's also a metagame when you saw the map. I mean, there's more content in here than you can imagine. I think you got it from the video. You said I have a lot of questions. There's a lot of questions it brings up, but there are a lot of answers to those questions, and the final answer is fun.
Perfect. Unfortunately, we're out of time. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for bringing Devil's Third by the IGN Live show today. Hope you all have a great E3. Stay tuned. We have another special guest waiting in the wings. We're going to bring them on in just a moment after these messages.
PlayStation.
Welcome back, everybody. IGN Live at E3. Nintendo's own legendary Reggie Fils-Aimé is suiting up just out of frame right now. We'll bring him in just a moment. Jose, what did you think of that presentation? I'm so thrilled that we got the Zelda.
Yeah, no.
I've been waiting for that Zelda for so long.
Yeah, it got me so excited. Just hearing them talk about, they've been talking about revisiting the conventions of Zelda prior to this, and then hearing how this is the one convention they definitely want to keep, sort of that expansive open world, which is something that, has been sort of segmented and became much more linear as a result. Hearing that, in A Link Between Worlds, we saw some of that too, where it was like sort of an open environment, you can kind of go around. But now hearing that this is going to be in the next console Zelda, that's very exciting. And there were a lot of other announcements. Amiibo, finally unveiled and working with Smash and seeing how the custom movesets and all that's going to work.
For sure. Bayonetta 2, including the original Bayonetta in there?
Yeah, and I thought the outfits were hilarious.
Yeah,
the
they're really
Nintendo
good.
theme stuff, especially the Satisfies with the drop down. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining us now, Reggie Fils-Aimé from Nintendo. Welcome.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Also, IGN founder Per Schneider is joining us
Thanks for having me as well. I feel like I'm always here.
You're always in the wings. That's the thing. Yeah, thank you for joining us, Reggie.
Absolutely.
All right, so Reggie, let's talk a little bit about, so this is the second E3 in a row where you guys have kind of approached it differently. Can you give us a little bit of context as to why? Like,
Sure.
Why not go back on stage?
So this is actually the 10-year anniversary of my first E3.
Oh, wow.
And if you look at what we did then to where we are now, the environment has completely changed. More and more people are looking to tune in to an event. More and more people are looking for the full entertainment value of an event. Couple that with the fact that so much of our developers are Japanese, so having them explain the game directly is a little bit more challenging. We could do it in this type of environment, but to do it from a big stage is a little challenging. So for us, we think the best way to bring our message to the fan, to the larger community, is to create an event, to create something that we believe has all of the little Nintendo magic and pixie dust, and communicate that directly. Everything from that opening video with Mr. Iwata and myself, the fun we had with Robot Chicken, and the little homage that we made to fans and all of those people who accost me about Mother 3. For us, it's a way to have fun and for a way to communicate the key messages.
But is it as gratifying? You don't get that instant feedback from a room full of people who freak out when you show Zelda. Like, how is it for you guys on the other side then?
Well, what's interesting is you do get that instant feedback. Right? Through social media, we know exactly what people are saying. We know exactly what they're feeling and how they're responding to the message. Candidly, much more directly than we do when we're presenting only to about 3,500 people. So for us, it really is a win-win. The biggest challenge is the fact that we have so much content to announce that we can't do it in one 45-minute event. The other piece for us is we don't believe trying to communicate something over an hour-and-a-half event really makes sense as well. So you folks benefit. We're able to bring key games like Devil's Third here directly to your show, and we're going to continue to unveil news throughout all of E3.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about Amiibo then.
Sure.
You've sort of taken the veil off of that, and sort of what can we expect? Will any third-party developers have access to that technology to sort of maybe incorporate some exclusive Nintendo content in exclusive games that are coming to Nintendo? Like, are there opportunities there for that?
There certainly are. For us, the fact that NFC technology is built right into the gamepad really makes it a broad-based platform, right? There's no additional accessory that needs to be sold. It's right there, part of the console. So from there, our vision for Amiibo is to bring, to really make this a platform, to bring a range of different figures. Certainly we're going to start with our content with Smash Brothers, but our vision is to make it much bigger, much more inclusive, and we'd love to see third-party participate.
Okay, excellent. So you'll be sharing the tech. But then what about with Disney Infinity or Skylanders? I mean, is there crossover opportunity there? Is that something you're already talking about?
So two things. First, Infinity, Skylanders, those platforms combined are over 50% of their volume is done on Nintendo platforms, whether it's the Wii U or the 3DS. So we love those platforms, and we look forward to continue having them on our platforms and growing them. The fact is, though, that their technology is different, right? They use a different type of portal, a different type of way to bring that game experience into the game. And so Amiibo is different. It is all NFC-based technology that ties right into the gamepad. So two different approaches.
Per, you have kids. Are they going to freak out over Amiibo?
Oh, it depends on what he's going to price these things at. That's whether I'm freaking out or they're freaking out. But no,
my job is to find that magical point where they're freaking out and you're not freaking out so much, right?
They're very excited. I mean, anytime you take a virtual character, you make it physical, you put it right there in the living room, I think kids are just right there, right? They're gonna be hooked, and they get much more excited about taking the data to their friends too.
Absolutely.
You know, so yeah, they're freaking out. I think they're also very happy to see Splatoon, games like that, you know, which I was very surprised to see that game. It felt like an answer to the fact that first-person shooters sell really well in the United States, and you don't have a game like Battlefield or Grand Theft Auto on the platform, but then with that Nintendo twist, you know?
You know, the way that I would describe Splatoon is that, you know, our vision is what Mario Kart did to the racing genre, we want Splatoon to do to that action shooter genre. It's going to be uniquely Nintendo, it's going to be uniquely fun, and it's going to be the type of experience that everybody wants to play together. And so far the reaction has been fantastic. Not only the reaction to what we've shared, but even the reaction to certain media that we gave early access to the game. Their feedback has been very positive, so we're very excited to see how that does on the show floor.
Okay. Sort of one of the disappointing pieces of news for Nintendo fans has been sort of the low sales, you know, returns, and you know, especially Nintendo fans love to rally in support of the platform. I sort of want to ask, with what's been going on, has the vision for Wii U changed at all?
The vision for Wii U has not changed at all, right? So what we believe is that unique, compelling experiences are what drive a platform forward, and you do that through the software that's created. And you know, we've been very clear that there were a number of games that launched late last year that we wanted much earlier in the launch window. Games like Pikmin 3, games like Wii Fit U. We wanted those earlier to help drive the install base. Fact is, the development took a little bit longer. They came just before the holiday season. But what we've seen with those games, what we've seen with Super Mario 3D World, and what we're now seeing with Mario Kart 8, and what we anticipate with Smash Brothers, we believe that the system has very good momentum right now, and it's up to us to keep delivering that great content. And that's why we have games like Hyrule Warriors coming this year, why Smash is coming this year, to really keep that pace.
So would you say it's fair to say that you have more games in development than ever before because you are trying to fill some of the gaps left by third parties? Obviously, you know, games like Just Dance and Skylanders do tremendously well, but you know, there are other games that have disappeared from the platform.
So it is fair to say that we have a very robust development pipeline, and it's not just first party. What you're seeing more and more, Devil's Third is a great example of it, is what we call second-party development. So partnering with an established studio to bring some exclusive content to our platform. And then what you're also seeing are the big third parties creating games, yes, like Just Dance, the Lego series, but we're seeing a tremendous indie community really supporting our platform, not only Wii U, but 3DS as well. And those games are doing exceptionally well, and from the developer standpoint, having those games merchandised side by side with Mario, with legacy Zelda type games, they love it because the traffic is there, the attention is there. And so those independent games are also going to be a very key part of our product pipeline.
Have you ever thought about, you know, taking the concept that you started with Sega and, you know, the makers of Dynasty Warriors to actually go to some of the indies and integrate Nintendo characters like a Minecraft Mario game or something of that sort?
You know, our hope is that, you know, we'll see an independent developer create their own content, something that is innovative, something that's really compelling. And then absolutely, we'd love to then begin to nurture that relationship, bring some of potentially our IP and do something much bigger. We think that's a fine way to help grow with those independent developers.
So in the digital event, which those were made by Robot Chicken, I'm assuming, right? Okay,
those were Robot Chicken animations.
So
yes.
there was you know, a slight jab at you know, I want a Star Fox, and it turns out there is a Star Fox.
There is a Star Fox.
Okay,
How about that?
So but there was also a jab at Mother 3. Is there a Mother 3 you want to?
So I'm not going to give you another announcement here on the show, but. You know, when we worked with Robot Chicken and other folks in creating that video, again, what we wanted to do was to recognize our fans, recognize what they want, also have fun with our IP, and we think we struck the right chord, right? Of having some fun, poking a few jabs here and there, but all done in that unique Nintendo humor.
Okay. So the pins.
Yeah.
Do they tie into game announcements? Because I also did not see Metroid yet.
Well, you know, funny you should ask. I'm wearing a Metroid pin tomorrow. So no, these. I'm fortunate. We actually have an employee of ours in our Nintendo World Store in New York who makes these by hand. So I'm fortunate to have a few. Mr. Miyamoto has a few. Mr. Iwata has a few. So that's the origin of my pins.
All right.
So one more thing that was not mentioned in the Nintendo Digital event, excuse me, is during this year, you guys have made a move towards unified accounts. And something that the fans have definitely been talking about is the opportunity for cross-buy, especially on Virtual Console. What's going on? Like, is there anything, is that still in the works? Is that something that you guys are striving towards? Or is that something that we have to expect to see on the next Nintendo platform?
So we do believe that the Nintendo Network ID, from a conceptual standpoint, is a third platform for Nintendo, meaning we've got our home console, we've got our handheld, and we've got this Nintendo Network ID platform. We think about it this way because now we'll have an ongoing relationship with consumers, a two-way dialogue. We can send messages. We're doing that now through the Wii U, through the alert system we have on the gamepad. And this is going to be a way for us to have that consumer keep track of their purchases and what's going on. So we are seeing this account system as a very important strategic thrust for us. What that means in the future, we'll get into that at a different date, but it's a very important strategic thrust for us.
Why are we not talking about Zelda?
I was just going to say.
That looked amazing.
It looked amazing. It might be my most anticipated game now.
It's a fabulous, fabulous game. I'm a Zelda fan from way back. And for me, as a fan, looking at that video, the open world nature, as was touched on what we began with Link Between Worlds, I think it's going to be fantastic. A game like that is long in development. And so what we wanted to do was to give enough of a sneak peek so people understand exactly what we're doing. But it's going to be a compelling system driver for Wii U.
I love how it embraces the kind of the Japanese style too. I mean, Link's face, it looks very anime now, and the art style looks just fantastic.
It's a beautiful game. What Mr. Aonuma is doing with it is fabulous. So, like you all, I'm very excited to get my hands on it.
All right. So with, I think right around the launch of Mario Kart 8, you guys brought up that there would be a YouTube affiliate program also sort of happening. Is there any details you can finally share on that? Because folks are very eager to hear what's going on here.
So there's no details that I'm going to share today, but what I will tell you is that we recognize that Nintendo IP is all throughout YouTube. And what we want to do is create a program where we're able to work with the best YouTube creators to give them access to information, access to content, access to executives, to create content that's going to be compelling and drive viewership for them, drive interest for us. And maybe a small example of what we did was the announcement video for the digital event with Mega 64. Partnering with them, giving them access to our building, access to me, to create a fun piece of content. That's our vision and what we're going to be looking to do. So expect to see more details down the road, but it's a way for us to make sure that there's great, compelling content that takes care of the Nintendo IPs out there in the YouTube community.
Okay.
Well, we're just about out of time here.
Okay.
Any final questions?
It sounds like
I think just one question on Smash Brothers. You guys like to surprise and delight, and hold some things back for us. And I assume there'll be more coming during the show. But with Smash Brothers, it feels like you're doing the opposite. You just roll everything out, and we see a new character every couple of weeks. Will there be anything left when the game comes out?
How many more hours do we have? I mean, we have a tremendous amount of additional surprises for Smash Brothers. Be sure to be at the round table later today. And not only that game, but you touched on earlier, our vision for E3. Why do we do things differently? E3 is a 4-day marathon. And so we've started today by sharing some information. We have more news that will break tonight at the round table. We've got more news that will break tomorrow. We've got lots of information that we'll be sharing with fans throughout the show. For us, it's all about making sure that we pace ourselves and getting that information out, because we know that the community is just waiting for the next new piece of information.
Reggie, thanks so much for coming by the IGN Live show. There's a lot to be excited about from the Nintendo Digital event, so congratulations. Have a great E3.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back talking more about all the announcements from the Nintendo Digital event. Stay tuned.
プレイステーション。
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Damon Hatfield. Jose Terro is still here. We're joined now by Fran Mirabella, Brian Altano.
What's up?
We're here to break down the Nintendo digital event.
Yeah, we brought on Little Mac now.
Oh, yeah. I've got my Halloween costume this year.
He took off his gloves.
What am I, Bobo? I do take off my gloves, unlike him.
Yeah, maybe Bobo. Soda Popinski?
I can take that. I'll take that.
All right.
Mustache.
Good cold intro, guys. I like that.
You're welcome.
That was good.
You are professional. Let's get right into it. What did we think of the Nintendo digital event?
How do we not just talk about Zelda again?
Yeah,
we can jump right into Zelda, sure.
Yeah, can we do that? I've been bottled up for like an hour right now.
Okay.
It was unbelievable. It's everything I wanted from a Zelda game, especially the art style. It's like it's just incredibly confident. It's beautiful. It's painterly. It's got tinges of Wind Waker, but and like a kind of tinges of Skyward Sword as well, but. Gorgeous in HD. Like, and where was the sword? I have so many questions.
Yeah, where was the sword? I agree with you. I felt like it was what I imagined after Wind Waker, and then I didn't really get, and so I kind of forgot about it. I mean, Twilight Princess was cool, great style, but this is what I kind of have wanted for a very long time.
I think this is the Zelda I've been waiting for since Wind Waker.
Yeah, you know, it definitely has like some inspiration from like Wind Waker and Skyward Sword, but it is its own thing and painterly. I don't know if you heard me say that, but that was like the same thought I had. And I love what they're doing with, I mean, the system is not as powerful as say Xbox One or PS4, but man, this looks great. Look at the leaves, the detail is awesome.
That's the thing though, it's not as powerful as the Xbox One and the PS4, but you can't tell in a situation like this because the art style is so strong, you know? So it's awesome to see that. I don't feel like it's a weaker console in comparison to something like that when you see such a dedicated art style like that. It's
stylized art is just fantastic, right? Like that's the way you have to go. This could not be photorealistic because then you'd see those kind of flaws and say, oh, you know, that doesn't really sit well with me. Whereas like going full out anime style crazy like that is really cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think Wind Waker proved that. Is at first we're like, I don't know, this cartoon look, and then you played it. The game's amazing. It was perfect for the system. I feel like they've done the right thing here. I was just wondering if it was going to look like the demo they showed in years past, and to see this, I think it's the right move. And seeing that close up of Link, it almost was like watching an anime or a cartoon. So I'm super excited. It looks like they're putting tons of detail into the animation. So you know that compiled with the gameplay.
That demo from a few years ago joins their. It's sort of like in the abyss of like never seen Zeldas now. Like that's just something that won't ever exist. And we got this different Zelda that's better and more beautiful, and it's way more exciting, I think.
I also love the idea of the open world aspect, right?
Yeah.
Like that, you know, drop me in that world and then let me go in any direction.
That's the question. You know, Jose, you've seen a lot of this now and reported on it a ton. Like, what do you think the gameplay is like? Is it like Zelda's before, or is it going to be different?
I mean, from how Aonuma is describing this game, it definitely sounds, and I mean, he wouldn't definitely call this out, but it does sound like sort of that Skyrim style, at least adventure in a way that you can sort of happen into caves and dungeons and things out of order. That specifically is the Skyrim part. I mean, Skyrim obviously takes it to the next level because you can run into passersby and they offer you sort of quests and different sorts of dialogue trees or an arrow to the knee joke. But what I mean is those games are a bit more dynamic, whereas this one, it sounds like it's very dynamic, but it's also maybe not to that degree. I mean, but we don't know. We don't know.
And you know, they've tested the waters with this recently with A Link Between Worlds, which, you know, I jumped into that game and I, without knowing, immediately went to the hardest dungeon of the game and got my ass kicked. And I can do that again now in this new game, hopefully. So I think that like that on such a grander scale it's a fantastic idea. It totally brings back, you know, when I was 5 years old, I played Zelda the first time, and I was like, I don't know where to go. All of this is new. Like this is the Zelda game that I was kind of picturing in my brain when I was playing that game. Like that's the imaginary world I wanted.
I think Aonuma said the puzzles become figuring out how to get to where you want to go. I love that idea.
Which is one of my favorite elements of any Nintendo game. Anyone who knows me knows that Metroid is like my all-time favorite games. And to have that again, seeing something and going back to it, like, can we look at any chance of that wide landscape again?
If we had a still
on camera, that'd be awesome. But you can see, you know, in the background so much stuff, and you know, they said, we've got it pulled up again here.
Yeah, there's Princess still right there.
I just want to live in this world.
Did you notice when the monster? I mean, we don't know
started
what the name
charging
of it is.
through.
It charged through. That goat went for cover. The goat herder went for cover.
He's down to the right. I know. Yeah.
That goat was like, "Yo, I'm out."
Yeah, it was like it definitely hints at a very dynamic world where things are gonna. And even when the monster sort of broke the bridge that Link eventually rides towards. But anyway, calling out just details here, like you see way in the distance, over on the right, sort of a volcanic like Death Mountain, you could assume. And just like him saying that if you see a mountain, you can go to it. I do hope though that they have learned their lesson that with the idea of sort of making traversal the puzzle, something like dowsing has no place in this. That was a huge problem with Skyward Sword, where the key you needed to get into the dungeon became something you had to search for with a compass. And that's something that really, it just got repetitive and overused, and I really hope that they learned their lesson on that, because that's a concern of mine. It's just like, okay, as the world gets bigger, how will you direct me? Are you worried where I'm going?
There's also, like, I mean, not to get scared, but there is that chance with the gamepad, right? I mean, that you could be holding it up like that. And I'm actually hoping that we can step away from that a little bit. I wasn't too fond of all the motion controls in Skyward Sword and Twilight Princess and stuff like that. I'd rather just have, you know, because I'm going to play this game for 60 hours. So I don't want to do this. I just want to do this and like just eyes wide open, smiling.
Just sink.
Just sink into the couch, shut off the phone, tell everyone to leave me alone.
I would imagine that a lot of the lessons they learned from Wind Waker HD, which we talked about in the pre-show, would be applied to this template, right? Having the ability to switch out items on the fly, and also just to drive back a second to what Link was wearing. No Master Sword, but also no tunic, right? He's wearing that like hero outfit. So that might explain why there isn't a sword anywhere in sight. But also, like, I mean, we sort of are used to the journey of Link being told very quickly, right? Where he goes from nobody to hero super fast.
Right.
Is this going to dwell on that portion a little longer? Wasn't that sort of an issue with Twilight Princess?
Sure, I hope so. Because I mean, if it means we're going to get weapons like the one we saw, then that's great training wheels until we get the Master Sword. Yeah, the Lasertron arrow.
The transforming.
It was awesome. So cool.
Yeah.
I'm super excited for that game. We could talk about it probably for hours. There was a lot of other stuff showed, I guess.
Still no release date for Smash Brothers on Wii U.
No, but now holiday. Before it was winter 2014, now it is holiday 2014, and I am one step closer to winning 3 steak bets. So I don't care.
Like we need them all at once, just like 3 steaks.
I'm just going to take photos, like Instagram it,
and
whatever.
a new character reveal.
So hopefully that's still on track. Although the disappointing news with Smash Brothers was that the 3DS version technically got a delay. I mean, we were told that was a summer 2014 game, and now it is coming out October 3rd. And that is not something we expected. Also, the announcement of Palutena, the announcement of Mii Fighter. Tim Geddes somewhere must be very happy. I didn't think they were going to do the Mii Fighters just because there was no personality to Mii's. But now seeing that
they added arms.
Well, but more importantly, like you don't really associate. All the Smash Brothers characters have sort of established moves from the franchises they came from. We characters throw bowling balls and play with baseball bats, and Ness does one of those things already.
I think, and you guys might hate me for this, but I actually think that I think that the delay of the 3DS version is actually a good thing, because it doesn't mean that we're going to play it for like a month in the summer and then sit there for 6 months waiting for the next one to come out. They're going to be very close, so there might be a little more parity between the two of them than we assume.
We actually have a Smash Brothers question from one of our viewers, if we can pull that up here. From Fungi. So is Dark Pit going to be another playable character in Smash Brothers, or just an assist trophy or alternative costume?
I would bet alternative costume. I would say, they play around with alternative costumes already. If you saw, there was a previous Sakurai update on Miiverse where he showed Red Greninja. So there will be like them playing around with different color tones and whatnot for each character. I assume just because Dark Pit and Light Pit wear practically the same outfit, that is just an outfit.
It seems like there's just going to be a massive lineup with massive alternative costumes. Like they're piling so much fan service into this, which we've talked about, so that's super exciting. I'm wondering about the Mii's, like, and maybe you know the answer to this, Jose, like, how does it react on the normal stage? Like, meaning making your own character, and I know there's custom movesets and stuff like that, right, with the NFC stuff, but...
Amiibo now.
Amiibo, right. How is that going to work, though? Just me making character, throwing it into play. How will it be balanced? Like, do we think that they have the right kind of move sets available?
How powerful do you think your Mii is?
Well, that's what I'm getting at, Brian. Is that just going to destroy everybody, and then they're going to blame me.
You're just going to pick a fighting style, right? There's 3 fighting styles.
There are 3 fighting styles, but those fighting styles sort of blend existing fighting styles together. Like you notice, if you were watching Sword Fighter, for example, he's doing variations on Link's moves and variations on Marth's moves, and that to me says, hopefully there's a way to balance it. I mean, also, you actually bring up a more interesting question too, is that how will custom Mii fighters work with amiibo? Like, are you going to be able to order your own amiibo? Like, where does that Mii amiibo
3D
come
printing.
From?
Oh man, I'd be like, you got the nose wrong. Send it back. Send it back. Send it back.
Yeah,
we have another
just a generic style one.
Another Smash Brothers question here, ready to go. Remember, you can tweet your questions at IGN, just like Jarrett Cox did. Which character are you going to rock in Super Smash Brothers?
Just one.
Tough one.
Just
You can't
one.
just pick at least one.
one.
I mean, we all want to play more than one.
Because I want to experiment with new characters, but I am a dedicated Marth player. I absolutely love playing as
He's
Marth.
Mr. Marth.
I am Mr. Marth in the office, although I hear Mike Pereira has a pretty mean.
He does.
Yeah,
Just
Marth
offset
as well,
over there.
although I can beat him, Mike Pereira. The classic side of me, that's what I want to play, but I am very interested in Mega Man and Greninja.
Yeah.
As two characters I would like to start trying to main, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super excited about the new characters, certainly Little Mac and absolutely Mega Man, but it's an easy answer that Peach, like anyone who plays with me knows that I pick Peach.
He's really good.
I destroy with the Radish, so I'm excited. She's not here at the show, unfortunately.
So I'm going to start with Mario, because I always start with Mario, right? And I used to actually play as Rob, even though he kind of sucks, but he was just fun for nostalgia. He's not here this time, yet, maybe. So I'm going to play as not Ice-T, who was shown in their demo, but Ice Cube, who's one of my favorite rappers, so I have him me.
Because this is me.
Yeah. That's right, they did show that.
What are you going to give him, Gunner style?
That's right, they have the 3, that brawler gun. That's nice.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess so.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm excited to check out Mega Man, for sure.
Yeah.
I love his stage with Dr. Wily's cast.
I just can't wait to see online in action. You know, for me, that's one of the big things that they haven't really shown yet, obviously, right? Is it working, but having played Mario Kart 8 and was like really, wow, this is working great. To have that experience with Smash Brothers and to hop on any time in a World League, I mean, that's what we're all hoping for.
Yeah, no, and tying into like the Mario Kart 8 connection, Mario Kart 8 has the ability to export replays to YouTube. The last Smash Brothers had the ability to save replays. It's not a far gone conclusion that you're going to be able to share replays over Miiverse or potentially share replays on YouTube.
I think they'll have tons of that functionality in the game in terms of close-ups and slowdown, and it's going to be awesome in Smash Brothers.
And here's a great part of that, unlike the last Smash Brothers, that if it's broken, they can patch it.
Yeah, they can patch it.
Yeah,
which
that's
is
true.
nice.
Yeah.
I'm really curious to see how it plays out. The 3DS version coming out first, then the Wii U version. How does each perform? I wonder, are they gonna hold back the release date for the Wii U version until after the 3DS is out because they don't want people saying, "Well, I'll just wait for the Wii U version."
Yeah,
I think that's part of the strategy.
Well,
and
another big question tying into the 3DS version as well is after Amiibo launches and after the sensor that they're going to build for 3DS launches, are you going to be using the figurines with the Smash version on 3DS? I want to say yes. It seems like the stage is set for that. That won't be. I don't think that should be the differentiator. I think they'd miss an opportunity there if that were the case, because something like custom movesets exist. So I'll be curious to see the answer to that question.
I think that makes sense.
But I can tell you guys, I have played Smash 3DS.
Yeah, I wanted
Impressions
to.
are now on the site.
So what do you think? Because I'm coming at it just looking at it and not understanding how to play a game without analog sticks that I love so much. You know, that's so fast. What's it like on such a small screen?
Visually, it holds up very well. You notice the 60 frames per second, you notice the speed, you notice like colors, and the outline really helps you sort of keep track with a character in the middle of all the chaos.
I feel like there's a but in this sentence.
Yeah, there is a but it is something that, I mean, it sort of answers itself, right? You're playing on a 3DS, which doesn't have something like a C-stick or other analogs to use for quick Smash moves. You are making adjustments to play it on 3DS, I feel. Maybe some folks, that'll be their first Smash 3DS game. And I'm not saying this is incredibly bad. I'm just saying for someone who sort of plays a lot of Smash in the office lately and who is very used and wired to the way the GameCube controller works with Smash, I had some trouble sort of performing my Smash moves, but I was able to, you know, for example, perform short hops and get up in an enemy's face and, you know, pull Mars neutral A and, you know, sort of play the way I'm sort of used to, but at the same time stumbling a little bit along the way.
See, and my thing is like, I'm really excited for it. I love it, but I have my reservations about it because it is sort of, wow.
Wow, what did we That was good.
A new challenger approaches.
A new challenger approaches.
You know we've been working too many hours when that goes live.
Wow, I think that was the
I think it was Mike Aransky.
Wow.
Oh, that was great.
But to me, Smash is like me and my friends gathered around a television beating the crap out of each other. And that kind of gets lost when you're all huddled over small screens. So I don't know like if that's going to translate. I hope it does. I hope it's still fun.
I think it can. I think, and I mentioned in my preview that I think that anyone who sort of gave in already and was using the Pro Controller on Brawl will not have the problems I had, where you're used to the different button layout and you're used to the way the controls work. I also have a secret theory that I think it will be better to play Smash 3DS on possibly a 2DS, just because the triggers at the top are so big, versus on the XL or on the very first 3DS model, you're sort of pinching your fingers in a little bit.
And that's what's interesting to me. They're going to great lengths to make sure that the Wii U version controls exactly how we remember playing it on the GameCube. But on the 3DS, you're just sort of like, well, hope for the best.
Yeah. They didn't announce a GameCube controller adapter for 3DS.
Maybe like what would that look like?
That would make me feel
That would be a new Circle Pad Pro gamepad.
It's just like a brace that you wear with like a controller. And no longer is it even a 3DS. Yeah, I'm very interested to play it.
Yeah, no, and I do think folks will pick it up as the casual version. It's going to pull in a lot more people. There are 40 million 3DSs on the market right now. And that number's growing, and this is going to help that number.
Yeah, I mean, I don't expect it to be one-to-one the same thing, right? But it being the game it is, you know, you're a little worried about if it will have sort of the responsiveness you expect. So
no, the controls did. It's just rewiring your brain to work it out.
It's a different game.
Challenge. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I'm told we have a really good question on Twitter.
Oh, no pressure.
Let's go. Josh Robinson, are any of you holding out hope that we'll see Pac-Man unveiled for Smash Brothers, considering Namco's involvement? Has he been in
Why are
Smash
we
Bros.
pausing?
before?
Absolutely. I mean, I don't know if like I'm hoping that he'll be in it or not. But like we actually, Tim Geddes and Jose, didn't you talk about this? As like you thought he
it's
might
one
be
of Tim's
revealed?
predictions because of Namco's involvement. I'm not sure how I feel about it personally. Like Pac-Man is sort of a game I associated with like the arcade era, but it would be cool just because the inclusion of Pac-Man would mean Sonic, Pac-Man, Mario, all in the same. It's like this crazy collection of like classic gaming franchises.
And we've seen him sort of there before, right? Like there was the Mario Kart arcade that Pac-Man was in, that you could actually take a picture of yourself and put in as well. Yeah. But it's Pac-Man's kind of doing his own thing right now.
Is he?
Is he?
He's doing a couple of ghostly adventure games or whatever it is.
Right,
Walking around with arms and legs. I don't know what's going on with him.
It seems like a natural fit. Back when the Smash Direct happened and they released like 200 something crazy screenshots, and I bet you it's happening again after tonight's thing with Sakurai. But there were icons, classic icons from Namco arcade games or Namco console games like in Smash, and no one really knows what they do. So it's not a far-gone conclusion that Pac-Man
I think they could include Pac-Man in a really cool way, and it would come with all sorts of like retro sound effects and stuff.
Pac-Man is here to gobble up the competition, something like that.
It can't hurt, so let's take them.
Hey, it turns out Mario Maker's real.
Yes.
It looks really cool, right?
Oh my God. So that's. We went from going like, oh, maybe they're making too many Mario games, they should take a year off, to now we might never have to buy another one. Like that is endless.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Are we going to see Super Mario Bros. 4? Well, now we can just make Super Mario
Just
Bros.
make it yourself.
IGN will make it. It's fine.
Like, I don't know, people were going crazy over LittleBigPlanet 3 yesterday, and that's great and all, but I can't get down with those floaty controls. I play platforming games that are like
precise, like
Mario, and precise. And the fact that you could switch between art styles on the fly like that is really cool. It's really smart. The one thing we didn't see in it is multiplayer.
We didn't see that, but
it's
got to be there. Also, sharing stuff on Miiverse or on the internet has to be there, like for sure I think.
I just thought it was really clever. I mean, if you look at, people have been making their own Mario games for years, like fan games and stuff like that, and some of them are completely insane.
Well, yeah, and you're right. The minute someone gets their hands on LittleBigPlanet, they're remaking Mario.
Yeah,
they're remaking 1-1, or you get what was that Mega Man game for PSP? Powered Up. Same thing, right? Folks were making, I completely agree with you. That's going to be, now you actually have the tool set to just do it.
It's pretty exciting. I'm really curious to see what the audience out there does with all these tools. Like, that's always the best part of this.
Did they talk about sharing features?
No, nothing.
Surely you can share the levels.
It's got to be,
It definitely has that Mario Paint vibe to it too, right? Like the way you were using tiles and you see the fly swatter.
The fly swatter was in there. I just love the idea of I go to work and I come home and there's like 100 new Mario levels waiting for me. I don't even have to make it myself. Other people can do that for me all day.
Yeah, and then the thing that, if anything, I know, not to say you have. Well, no, actually you do. If you're paying attention to what LittleBigPlanet is doing, one of the things that really matter with that style of like community sharing is people being able to find things and pointing people into the direction of what's popular, what's hot, what do people vote up, and say, hey, this is a great level, you should try this out.
Yeah. There has to be sharing. In fact, Sony was bragging how there's over 8 million or something created from LittleBigPlanet over the years that will transfer. Just thinking about that for Mario, like you said, to come home to like a brand new Mario level every day is really cool.
Nintendo needs to sell Wii U consoles. So from that perspective, do we think this event was successful in helping to sort of move those off shelves?
Yeah, I feel like the Wii U is becoming harder and harder to ignore. Like, you need to actively kind of create excuses for yourself why you don't want to play any of these games anymore.
But does it seem like maybe, well, I'll wait till next year?
Yeah,
Because all these games are coming next year.
There is that.
What I would say is a show like this is about setting the confidence level in, am I interested in this? But if you want to buy something, you kind of need a product on the market. And right now, like, there's just nothing huge that's releasing right now. So I think the picture they've painted, for me, is that once Smash is out, and with, you know, Zelda on the way and Mario Kart already in the can, like, that is looking really good. So meaning when Smash Brothers comes out, I have a very good reason to buy this system because I know there's more on the way, and like Zelda's looking awesome.
Yeah.
So, and that was missing. That was a huge missing piece before.
Yeah, so if you look at their presentation as a whole, there were a lot of games that they showed that strictly are using the gamepad, or that maybe even after the presentation, something via press release. That Miyamoto thing, by the way, that we were talking about in the pre-show is real. He's been working on a couple of gamepad-specific projects. Mario Maker is one of them. Star Fox is another. Project Big Robot, which is sort of proof of concept, but it's still sort of finding itself. Project Guard, which is kind of this surveillance mini game using the gamepad. Then you have Kirby, what is it, and the Rainbow Curse. You have Zelda's going to use the gamepad. Like they're giving Splatoon is another one. They're definitely trotting out there. Hey guys, we understand we've messed up for the past year and a half, 2 years, not really giving you single player opportunities for the gamepad that meant anything. Yeah. And now we want to fix that. Yeah, but you are right that most of those games are 2015 games. Yeah.
But it's looking good. I mean, there's no question. It's just
there is definitely something to be excited about.
You know, one thing to look at too, though, is the third-party presence, right? That's non-existent now when you're looking in, you know, something like this. For the most part, lots of second-party type efforts. So, I mean, I do think that's very compelling to think about, though. Like, without GTA, without Assassin's Creed, without Call of Duty, and, well, I think a few of those might be actually headed its way, possibly. But, like, meaning, I don't know if they've said it's not coming yet. But the point is, third-party support is a big deal. That's still a big missing component. You know, we tend to buy Nintendo systems for Nintendo games, so you're selling to Nintendo fans. Nothing wrong with that. I'm one of those people. I already own one. I'm ready. I was ready the day it came out. But I think they really do need to expand the market, and it's better for us as fans, too, because the bigger the system gets, sorry, I'm touching my mic. Sorry if that's reading. The bigger the system gets, it's better for us because they're going to create more games. And we have more options. So I do think that's still a missing piece.
We have another Twitter question up here I think might want to answer.
Oh, great.
From IGN fan Darren Brazil. What is Fran's workout regimen?
I'm glad it's the workout question and not hair product.
Yeah,
go ahead.
True,
The crew has lost it completely. They're like showing people in the background. I'm not going to answer that. But, you know, after work, we try to, you know, stay in shape, right?
Yeah,
Thanks.
Fran. Okay.
Try is the.
Look up, you know, the 2000 version of Fran. It's true. I've been eating a lot of power bars over the years.
So what were you going to say before we were derailed?
You know what? I got derailed.
Well, I think you brought up Star Fox. I'd love to, or you know, the blurry, you know, image in the background. Can we talk about that?
Yeah, no. So Miyamoto is working on the next Star Fox game. They had an event where they showed that and 2 other gamepad-specific projects that he's working on. Another thing we learned at that event, by the way, is that Miyamoto was behind the system update that just came out. The one that speeds up the use of the gamepad and the quick start menu. He was also overseeing that as well. People think of Miyamoto as overseeing everything. I don't think that's actually the case. He oversees certain things, and then other things he just kind of signs off on.
I think there's a little Miyamoto in everyone.
Yeah. Okay, but more specifically to the
Miyamoto and me.
Oh man. So wow, I almost got derailed. So Star Fox is very early right now. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I mean,
they have the AR wing. They have a section where we were able to play that, and they are using the gamepad in a way that you're using the analog sticks to sort of fly around in space, which is nothing new, right? And using the dual analog sticks to perform tricks and do things like that. But then the actual aiming element is moving the gamepad and using the gyro sensor. Now, some folks might cringe at that.
I just did.
But the example, you did. But the example that I think really kind of captured how this could potentially pay off. Think about when you've played Star Fox, right? Let's say my phone is flying towards Fran. The reticle will be in front. And as I'm trying to strafe by Fran, I have every shot until I pull away. Whereas in this one, while I'm flying towards Fran, using the gamepad, I can aim separately and ping shots at him while I'm flying by. That kind of opens up the way that game plays. It was very early, uncharacteristically early to see Star Fox in the shape that it was. Not that it was sort of poor frame rate, just very low quality
It's like
visual.
they showed you some conceptual type work, right?
Essentially, yeah.
Which is very rare for Nintendo.
Yeah, they don't show folks stuff that early.
Sure. We have one more Twitter question here. This one's from Nick Scarpino. What does Fran use in his hair? It looks sick today.
Thank you for having me on the show, everybody. That you're just gonna like completely pick on me the whole time.
We're gonna ask questions, real questions.
I use some very nice stuff. Follow me on Twitter, and I'll tell you the answer later. But thank you.
All right, thanks everybody for helping me wrap up all the Nintendo news today. Now we're gonna hand you over to Greg Miller. He's gonna show you Sunset Overdrive. Stay tuned.
PlayStation.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to IGN's E3 live show. The conferences are done. Now it's time to see the games. I'm one of your hosts, Greg Miller, alongside Ted Price, Insomniac Games.
Nice to be here.
Thank you so much for coming by. Now, last year you came on the show to show Sunset Overdrive. I gave you some crap. I was like, oh, you hate PlayStation, what the hell? Now that I've seen the game, I've read Colin's previews, thank you so much. This game looks awesome. I was blown away to watch it. I kept saying after your trailer last night and after the demo, it's so great to see Insomniac getting back to being funny and making fun games.
We're having a blast making the game, and seeing the response to it has been gratifying for all of us because we've been working, as most developers do, sort of under the radar.
Yeah, of course.
And being able to show it off has been really fun.
All right. Well, great. What are we going to see today?
Today we're going to see a mission in the later part of the game, and Ryan Schneider, our brand development director, is going to be playing through.
Okay, so if anybody screws up, Ryan is who we're making fun of on Twitter. Got it.
No, but I'm going to be explaining some of the mechanics as we go through, and we're going to be showing off some of the really cool things you can do in the game.
Okay, great. Let's see it. Let's start it up. Of course, everybody be part of the show. Tweet at IGN, hashtag E3 2014.
So here Ryan is looking out over a part of our open world, and his mission is to help out one of the friendly factions in the game called the Fargars. These are LARPers who he has met, who you've met along the way. And the LARPers have something that has been stolen by an enemy faction in the game. Ryan's goal here is to make it to this big roller coaster on the far side of an amusement park. Now, currently what he's doing is just making his way through the environment the way players will in Sunset Overdrive, and that's with velocity and aggression. This is a game where you're not hiding behind cover, popping up and scuttling from car to car. This is a game where you're grinding, wall running, bouncing, somersaulting, vaulting through the environment. And as he's moving along, he's actually building up style in the top right-hand side here. You can see the meter. Now he's on the verge, on the edge of the amusement park where there's this little battle going on between the OD'd and the scabs. Ryan's, looks like he's going to pull out his dragon pistol. This is one of our unconventional weapons in the game, and as you can tell, it creates this big array of fireworks and lights any nearby enemies on fire. But one of the things that Ryan's doing that I wouldn't advise is staying on the ground.
Ryan, stop screwing it up. Everybody tweeted Ryan.
The ground is pretty darn dangerous, and so regardless of what weapons you have, it can be a brutal place. And as you can see, the overcharged delirium drinkers, the OD'd in the game, have swarmed him. One of the things, though, we like to say is that fun trumps realism, and here we're having a little fun with respawns. So every time you die in the game, we bring you back in an interesting way. Now, I think Ryan's probably learned his lesson and is going to start moving through the environment in a more traditionally Sunset Overdrive way, and that's by grinding, bouncing, especially traversing on these wires around. So,
to keep moving, right? That's not what it seems like it's all about.
Notice here, he just opened a Pandora's box. This is one of the traps that we have in the game. In this case, it sent out a whole bunch of little lawn gnomes who are working on Ryan's behalf to help take out some of the OD'd. Here he's grinding along, and looks like he's going to be taking out one of the blowers in the game. This is one of our projectile enemies. There's one of our flame traps. This will do a lot of fire damage to any enemies that get near it, and it's a great way to clear out an immediate area. But as we move along, it looks like Ryan is also using a test of strength. This is another one of our environmental little tricks that you can use. He's also now at style level 3, so you can see he's just activated Chance of Thunder. This is one of the amps, the epic amps in the game that you can activate. Those tornadoes you see moving out are one of the melee amps that also get activated when he hits style level 1. As you can tell, there's lots going on here.
That's my favorite thing. You're trying to call out little things like tornadoes, but like it's sensory overload of color and action.
Well, there's a ton of depth when it comes to the combat, and a lot of this is based on not just the traversal and what you can do with traversal, but the style that you're building up and the amps that you can craft and then attach to both the heroes and your weapons. Add to that all of the environmental interactions that we've got going on, and it gives you a lot of options as a player in terms of how you approach combat in the game. And that's important because these enemies are tough.
Yeah.
Now, it looks like Ryan's taken out one of our other guns, Freeze gun, and is using that in conjunction with the Tornado Spin and the Chance of Thunder to clear out the area. Still, it's a dangerous place to be if you're on the ground. Now, even more dangerous are some of our larger enemies in the game. This is the Herker. The Herker is a former construction worker who mutated around a big digger arm.
Well, that sucks for him.
And unlike most enemies you'll see, big enemies you'll see in games, this guy is actually pretty darn agile. And even though Ryan is up here, this guy's going to chase him down. He can climb on buildings. He can chase Ryan. He can throw these giant boulders. Okay, Ryan should probably leave this area. And this guy is also susceptible to fire-based weapons. So if Ryan uses the propane launcher, which he's been using, or perhaps the flaming compensator, okay, so use a TN Teddy. That's another one of my favorites. This is
Colin Moriarty's favorite weapon too, he's telling me.
Yeah, and for anybody who doesn't know, this is a fire extinguisher with a funnel strapped to the front where a little cute teddy bear sits inside the funnel, but strapped to the teddy bear's belly is dynamite. So you throw him out and he squeals for a while and then he blows up.
Sounds like a fun time for him.
Lots of puffs of
Now that you have a chance to breathe, because there's so much happening in your game, Aaron tweets at me and he says, what were some of the inspirations and ideas behind this gameplay?
Well, one of them was that we wanted to change the rules for shooters. Right. And I think we along with, we've been making shooters for a long time, and as I said earlier, most people tend to use cover and move pretty slowly through shooters. We wanted to change things up by allowing the player to be hyper agile.
Yeah.
And to move through this big open world in a very different fashion. So an example of that is here with this particular mission. What you see here is that Ryan has made it to this giant roller coaster at the end of this amusement park, and he's grinding along the rails in an attempt to take out these scabs, this enemy faction who has sort of made their home in this pseudo castle in the middle of this roller coaster. So he's taking out the roller coaster cars, he's destroying some of the towers here, all in an effort to get to the Scab King, who has made his residence in one of the central towers of the roller coaster. But again, the opportunity for us was to change up how people play shooters.
Sure.
And it's not just about the velocity here. It is about the wide assortment of unconventional weapons that you have in the game.
Well, that's been your hallmark forever, right? When I was watching it and people were like, oh, it reminds me of Jet Grind, it reminds me of, to me, I was like, this reminds me of like the adult version of Ratchet and Clank. There's grinding, there's crazy weapons, there's all these things that you expect from Insomniac games.
But it's wrapped in a more mature tone.
Exactly,
in the game.
exactly.
We're definitely poking fun at a lot of social conventions in the game. As you get deeper into the game, you see lots of tongue-in-cheek but sophisticated jokes when it comes to how our society operates.
Yeah.
And I think one of the biggest is our view of the end times is very different than what we've seen in other games and movies and TV.
Which is great, right? I thought that was so awesome after the preview event when you guys talked about you're making the apocalypse fun again.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
this is not the apocalypse. This is your awesome apocalypse. And a good example is this character right here, the Scab King. You know, this is one of those guys who you meet in the game, and is a great example of just us having fun with and poking fun at just archetypes that we've been seeing over and over in games for so long. So, coming up, it's not just about the single player. We're going to show you some of our multiplayer.
God, that's awesome. That's the whole I mean, so when you talk about multiplayer, what is it? You announced one of the modes this time around at E3.
This is called Chaos Squad, and what we're showing at E3 is just a small part of Chaos Squad.
Yeah.
The way it works is it takes place in the same open world that the campaign takes place in. You join 7 friends to go on a series of randomized missions, and it all culminates in this explosive capper called Night Defense, which we're showing on the floor at E3.
Gotcha.
But as you're moving through these missions, you and your team get to vote on which mission you're going to take next. And so you're going through this sort of tree. And the vote makes a difference because you always have a choice of earning more chaos or better team bonuses. And both of these come into play in the final Night Defense.
Okay.
If you have a high chaos level by the time you've gotten to Night Defense, it's actually harder. But you get the chance for even better rewards at the end of Night Defense. If you have gone for higher team bonuses, you may get a boost to your weapons, your traps that you're placing, to your health, but it's a little easier, and you don't get you get rewards, but they're not as cool. Now the rewards come in the form of these really cool spinners, which we're not showing at E3, but you can win weapons, amp recipes. Amps are the crafted power-ups we have in our game. Cash, overcharge, vanity, lots of cool stuff. Whatever you win, you actually bring back into campaign.
Okay.
And whatever you're earning in campaign, you bring over to Chaos.
So they're separate modes. They're not crossing over in the way of like people are jumping into my game and screwing with stuff, or am I getting ahead of how multiplayer works and you're only talking about this one thing?
You can matchmake with friends. You can actually join other people in the game. And what's cool is you don't have to exit to a lobby. You're actually walking into these photo booths in the campaign and choosing to start a Chaos Squad round.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Now, what I liked about the demo when you were going through it there is that we saw the character going around, and the character didn't look like the character we've seen in the other. Like we're able to customize, right?
Absolutely. This is all about you. This is about who you want to be. And so in the very beginning, you choose your gender, you choose your ethnicity, you choose your body style, you choose your hairstyle, you choose the vanity, and at any time in the game you can also change that.
Nice.
Tons and tons of options to change things up. And in fact, here at E3, we're showing just some of the ones that our designers came up with for fun on the floor. And if you go and play Chaos Squad, you'll see just some examples of just us having fun with clothing, with body types, with just how our characters look. But again, it's the player's choice.
How much does it mean to you to be able to show this game? We were talking a second ago, about how like for E3, it's like you guys finally get to breathe. But last year, you came out, I remember, and we're like, hey, we have this new game, here's the trailer. And then you came on the show and you're like, well, I can't show anything or really talk about anything. Now you're finally here. What's that like?
Well, it's really fun to watch people play.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the best for us at Insomniac, when we can see how people pick up the game and how quickly they become comfortable with the controls and dive into this, what we think is a very different way of playing shooters.
Yeah.
For us, it's fun to watch people bouncing around and going, oh, this is different. Oh, I can actually fire at enemies while I'm grinding, hanging upside down from a power line. That's really different and cool.
Yeah, that sounds
and people get it. That's what's fun for us.
All right, well, you brought this multiplayer demo. Let's see that as well.
All right.
I'm stoked to see any more Sunset Overdrive, as much as you'll show us.
So it's appropriately named. Chaos Squad is chaotic. There's a lot going on when you have 8 players out there using these very over-the-top weapons and using traps that you can earn in the game to place around your fortifications in this final part called Night Defense. During Night Defense, which is mostly what we're showing here, there are lots of OD'd, overcharged delirium drinkers, swarming your area to try to get at your overcharged vats.
Okay.
These big vats of overcharge, which you're using for crafting in the game.
Okay.
And if the OD'd get into your base, they will start drinking it. And when they drink it, they start mutating further. You actually have enemies called poppers, which are the base OD'd, which we see here, becoming even more lethal, more faster, and really dangerous up close. You can see some Herkers in there who are also swarming the base. They'll come in and take out the barriers so that the smaller OD'd can get in. The Herkers will also throw the smaller OD'd over the barriers and into the base, which creates yet another strategic challenge for you and your team. One of the other fun things about Chaos Squad and Night Defense is that as a team, you really are working together to make sure that the OD'd aren't taking all of that overcharge. But there is absolutely a competitive aspect to the game as well, because
who kills the most or who does the most damage or level?
Yeah, and in different missions in Chaos Squad, you will score points for doing different things. Okay. Whether there are we have scavenger hunts in the game, we have combat missions, we have traversal missions. We use all of the various mechanics that we're building in the game to vary things during Chaos Squad, and of course you're rewarded for it, and it's pretty satisfying to be on top of the leaderboards when you're doing that.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
So the question I have then, watching all of this, it looks like awesome chaos and craziness, and there's a story. Like, what are missions? How is this all coming together to make it where it's more than just running around a playground and blowing things up?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, what we're showing here at E3 is pretty explosive, over-the-top action, but it's all driven by a story. It's all driven by called an emotional journey that the main character is taking, even though it's you choosing what you want that character to look like. And it is a story that's driven by really three themes. The first is of what happens when corporate greed runs amok.
Like that'll ever happen.
No, it probably doesn't ever in America. But and to give you more specifics, Fizco is this mega corporation who's developed a drink called Overcharged Delirium XT. It's this new energy drink. And it's about to go out to the rest of the world, but they've pushed it through FDA testing, or FDA approvals, and maybe it's not quite ready. Regardless, they have this giant party, this opening party in Sunset City, where they're headquartered. And everybody's having a blast, except you, because you're basically picking up trash as a sort of a menial job.
Art imitates life.
And what happens is everybody who drinks overcharge begins to mutate into these OD, the overcharged delirium drinkers, and all they want to do what they want to do more than kill you is drink more overcharge.
Right.
So the next day, the city is just overrun by OD'd, and it's not a great situation. However, you quickly realize that this is not the end of the world. That crappy job you had, you don't have to worry about that anymore. That music you want to play as loud as you want, you can do it now. You can be who you want to be in the city. This is no longer the apocalypse.
Sounds the way it should be.
So the story continues. You meet factions throughout the game who help you uncover what's going on with Fizco and help you save the city.
Okay, great. Well, I don't want to save the city.
Maybe you just want to have fun. You know, it's an open world, so there are tons of missions, challenges, quests that you can go on. As I mentioned before, there's this big crafting system where you can start customizing how your weapons work, how your character works in the game in terms of combat.
Right.
There's a lot to do and a lot to discover.
It sounds like it. I mean, like, how do you define this game? Is it third-person action? Are you saying it's an RPG? Where are you putting it?
We're calling it a third-person open world game.
Okay, wow. How many hours of gameplay? Because you know the kids are tweeting at me asking me how to ask that question.
A lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we know that when you have an open world game, you need to fill it up, and there's a lot to do. And all of it, and I think one thing that we were able to show today is there's still a very handcrafted feel for all the missions in the game. So when you're going on a big mission, we like to draw on our heritage of making, call it linear games. Ratchet and Clank, the handcrafted feel for those missions is very Insomniac. And so all of our missions have unique mechanics, unique story driving them. So as players go through, we're always trying to surprise them with what's coming next.
All right. Well, when is Sunset Overdrive coming?
October 28th.
Oh, it's got a real date and everything.
Got a real date.
Real. All right, well, Ted, thank you so much for coming by. Looks amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just getting this live show started. Of course, the conferences are done. It's time to look at the awesome games. So you need to keep it right here for the rest of Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday you're allowed to talk to your loved ones again. We'll be coming back soon with Fable Legends. Stay where you are.
Hey everyone, you're currently watching IGN Live at E3, your place for exclusive live demos with the developers themselves. Check IGN.com/E3 for the full schedule. You'll also be able to replay segments you missed by clicking on the schedule. Today is going to be huge with demos from Batman Arkham Knight, The Witcher 3, Call of Duty, Destiny, Sunset Overdrive, and brand new Nintendo games. Let's start it up.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to IGN's E3 2014 live show. The conferences are done. It's time to play some games, and right now, we're going to look at Fable Legends. John, how the hell are you?
Very good.
You have a strong handshake and a good demeanor. I like this young man.
Thank you.
Fable Legends, we had known a little bit about it. There had been the trailer, there had been an event. I had to listen to this lady called Keza tell me about it on IGN.com.
She's great.
Well, now she doesn't work for us, so she sucks. We hate her.
We love her.
No. Stop. Okay. What is Fable Legends? What are we going to be looking at?
So Fable Legends is a multiplayer online quest adventure game. That's what we're calling it. So it features 4-player co-op as heroes playing against a villain. It's a real player that's masterminding the game against the heroes.
So I have more questions. You stop talking. Sure. You can talk about this later. Right. You have the 4 players going out. They're doing their quest-based things, and then is it? I guess maybe you should talk again. Is it that we're going in individual matches, or is it that they're in their own world and then different villains cycle in?
So there's a narrative in the game. Okay. It's almost like a TV season. So we have episodes that players play through, and they're typically about 30 minutes. Okay. And you play through a storyline, and the villain is trying to thwart you.
Okay.
Play through it.
And so then when we join up with friends, you and me are playing, we get 2 of these schlubs over here, and then we find somebody to be the villain. We can all be partied up as 5 players go in.
You can all be partied up. You can actually play the game single player as well. Okay. So you could go out with 3 AI companions, and you could play against an AI villain if you want.
Interesting.
Or with a mate, 2 other AI companions. Any combination. The game is going to be best played multiplayer, though.
Of course.
That's what we're designing for.
So then, this is an interesting change from the Fable we used to know, right?
It is.
Why the jump? Why change around what's been working?
We felt it was time to modernize Fable. We all love Fable. We love the great parts of Fable, the quirky British humor, the character, the people you meet in the game. So that's all going to be in Fable Legends. But we wanted to do multiplayer. We wanted to do something modern with it. So you can think about Fable Legends as taking classic Fable and bolting on this new modern multiplayer mode.
And now, correct me if I'm wrong, again, seeing this Kez lady, whoever she is, and then watching the trailer, we're basically picking predetermined characters, right?
We are.
And then going out and doing that. Was that a tough choice for you guys to make, seeing how Fable's forever been about like making your own character, building them out, figuring out how they are?
There's tons of customization in the game. So first of all, we're going to have a lot of heroes to choose from. You'll be able to pick one that suits your play style the best. Anywhere from a FPS style character, that's a range character, to a melee character, to a magic-based character, if you want to do that. And then there'll be a ton of customization you can do to that character, so you'll be leveling them like you would in an RPG. We'll have different armor sets and weapons. You can go to the hairdresser and Bright Lodge, our central town hub, and you can get a new hairstyle if you want, get some makeup. So there's going to be a lot of fun things you can do with your character, a lot of depth there that you'll be able to explore over time.
Interesting. So is there a hub world? Then I would
there is. It's called Bright Lodge.
There you go.
It's gorgeous. You're going to see it in a minute in demo.
Yeah, that's what I want. How many episodes are there going to be? Well, I'm ready for them to pick it up whenever they're ready, and then we'll talk about it.
It'll vary per season. We're shooting for 15 to 16 episodes in the first season.
All right, well, let's take a look at it. Let's see what's happening here in Fable.
So this is what we showed at the keynote yesterday. And I'll walk you through. This is the first part of the mission. It's called Moon on a Stick, and what the heroes are trying to do is advance through this level to collect a relic, the Moon on a Stick.
Okay.
So the character you see here is Sterling. He's a roguelike character. He does a lot of damage, but he can't take a punch at all.
Just like me.
Yeah, exactly.
So now, are all the other characters here being controlled by human beings?
They are. Okay. They are. And these creatures are called red caps.
Okay.
They actually dip their caps in pools of blood.
Gross.
Yes.
But I guess it's intimidating, and that's what you'd want in this world.
Yes. And to the left here, you're going to see another character, Winter, and she's a character of will. So she's kind of a support character. She freezes creatures with her powers.
Okay.
And that hero that was right in the middle of that explosion there, that's Inga. She's your kind of traditional tank character. She's a character of strength. So she's in there to draw aggro from the creatures and take a lot of damage for the heroes. So if Sterling's smart here, he'll stay behind Inga.
I'm guessing in this demo he's going to be smart.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see.
So if I'm playing single player, can I switch between the characters on the fly, or is it that I'm playing through that one character?
Once you're in the mission, you're going to stick with that character.
Makes
but
sense.
when you go to Bright Lodge, you can switch them out.
Oh, interesting, interesting. And I assume that would work for multiplayer as well, right? That when we get back, we can be who we want to be.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and the cool thing in Bright Lodge too is you'll see your friends in Bright Lodge, and it'll be a real active kind of city.
Oh, so will it be just everybody who's online will be there?
It's part of the cloud features we're building in, where we flow real people in through your Bright Lodge.
Yeah, I mean, Fable multiplayer is something that had been talked about and dreamed about forever, right? And how
and
it
it's
would
been
work.
done.
Yeah,
we're just taking it to the next level here.
Right. And so what the objective here, they're moving closer to capturing it.
Yeah, so they're moving through this level, and I'm hoping soon in this footage we'll show some of the perspective from the villain. So the villain controls the creatures in the game where they're placed, who they're attacking. He also controls, you saw that gate that went up blocking the heroes. A lot of times a good strategy as a villain will be to separate the heroes and get the weak heroes like Sterling, who can't take a punch, in a room like this and have a bunch of red caps beat him up.
Oh, okay.
But essentially the game is a game of attrition. So the villain is losing creatures, but he's trying to do enough damage to the heroes that they can't make it to the end.
Gotcha. And what I found interesting, right, is that the villain's perspective is from above the world.
It is. It's isometric. It's very kind of RTS style.
Yeah. And so, what's the villain's currency for dropping traps and dropping people?
So you have a set number of points in the level, and you can invest those points however you wish. These smaller creatures cost less, but if you want to drop a bunch of, a few ogres, that's pretty much all you're going to be able to do. You're going to use up your points with the bigger creatures.
Gotcha.
And that's how we try to balance it.
Interesting. And then over time, as they do damage, do I earn more points back and stuff?
You don't earn more points
Okay, so it's
back.
just 1 point. It's just
Yeah, and the other thing is the villain
perma point.
Exactly.
Once they're gone, they're gone.
Right.
Here we go.
The other thing is the villain will unlock new creatures as he plays through the game. So there'll be a variety of creatures that you can place in the levels.
And does that, I guess, carry over episode to episode, or is it in one episode I'm unlocking new things?
It carries over.
Ah, there you go. So you got to get in right away.
Exactly.
Level
so
up your villain.
Right. So you can see this is a very RTS perspective.
Yeah,
And this is why this game is so ambitious for us. I mean, we're taking characters that play like traditional RPG melee characters, characters that play like first-person shooter characters, and then we've got this strategic mode for villain, and we're mashing them all together in Fable Legends.
I'm trying to wrap my head around everything. So we have D-pad controls over here. What is, over on the right side down here, this is the type of monsters you can select with your buttons.
You can either use those to place the monsters in setup mode or to select them and then select the hero on the left that you want them to attack.
Oh, no way. They can just go right to the hero and hunt them like that. That's awesome. That's really, really cool.
Yep.
How uneven the battles have you seen in play testing?
You know what? Surprisingly, so we've done a ton of play tests in Redmond at headquarters with Microsoft people, and then just preparing for the show. It's pretty even 50-50.
Really?
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, so nice strategy as a villain would be to drop a smoke bomb like that, and then use one of your red caps, who's an artillery red cap, to bomb the heck out of the heroes. You can do a ton of damage that way.
And it also looks like he's putting archers up here on this ridge.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, so there are different kinds of red caps. We have ranged red caps, melee ones, and then the guy as a villain you're going to love the most is the artillery guy, and you want to hide this guy because he can bomb the heroes all over the level. He's great.
Yeah, I can imagine. This seems like the type of game that people are going to lose hours and hours trying to master. There's going to be so many game facts up about how this is how you get here, this is how you do this.
Yeah, well, so there's a bunch of cool things about it. As a villain, you'll be able to set up templates for how you want to lay out the levels, right? And you can save those up into the cloud and then bring them down. We'll probably use those for AI villains as well as kind of a smart way to set up AI templates.
How crazy does training get? Like, I have to imagine please, for the love of God, hold my hand when I get this game and walk me through everything, because I don't want to get my teeth kicked in right away. I imagine it's quite the process to get you up to speed on that.
No, actually, so that's another surprising thing. I was a little worried about villain mode in particular, that it would take quite a bit of training to get up to speed on how to do it. But it's very intuitive, the way we use the D-pad and the buttons on the controller. You saw in there that you select the creatures with the buttons and you can direct them to the proper hero with the D-pad, right?
Yeah.
So most of the controls are that way. After a couple minutes, you really get it. And then it's just all about refining your strategies and how you're going to beat the heroes down.
That's the scary part, is trying to figure out a strategy.
Yeah.
I got to start trying to think about it already. Just looking there, well, I put these guys here, but I have them down here trying to bottleneck them into this place.
What's great about watching people play this game is the trash talking.
Oh my God, really?
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome. So you'll see in our booth, we've got it playable on the show floor, that we've got the villain overlooking the heroes so that we have a good line of communication, because there's a ton of banter, I'll call it, that will happen during a match.
Yeah, banter. I like how you turned it around from trash talk.
Yes.
So, coming to a show like this at E3, everybody's watching this Microsoft conference, all eyes on you guys, you finally do this big reveal. Were you worried about reactions? This isn't the Fable, this isn't Fable, or were you pretty confident in the product?
No, well, we know we have a really fun game.
Yeah.
We know we have a beautiful game. We're using Unreal 4 as our graphics engine, and it's going to be, I think, one of the more beautiful games on the platform when we get there. We're early days now, but ultimately, I think we're going to be stunning. So, yeah, it is a little bit worrying because of the multiplayer aspect. It's a little bit complicated to explain to people what it is.
Yeah, this isn't something you just wrap here. You do this, and before you're on the ground, there's a guy up here.
Exactly, and the thing is, right now, we're really focused on delivering that great multiplayer experience. So the Fable aspects of the game, showing the heavy narrative, we'll do that soon, but we're not doing that as part of the show, right? So those are the parts that I think your traditional Fable fan is really going to be interested in. It's going to be in the game. We're going to get there. We need to nail this multiplayer part first.
That's fascinating, I imagine, because the part of Fable, this story is there, but this is a completely new game mechanic, right? And this is kind of the cornerstone for everything you're doing, so you have to get out there and show it.
It's going to take a lot of balancing to make these heroes play together right and balance with the villain's capabilities. It's going to constantly evolve as we go forward.
How long have you guys been working on it?
2 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we're going into a beta this fall, so that'll be really exciting.
I imagine. And what are you targeting for release?
We'll see. We'll see how the betas go. I mean,
I like it. I like that answer.
Seriously, we're going to release this game when it's great.
Yeah, that's the point.
That's my promise to Fable fans and people are going to play the game. You heard it here first,
everybody. That's how
when it's great, it'll go.
Yeah. So I guess then, when you're sitting down to do this, are you replaying all the Fable games, trying to figure out, well, I want to take this and I want to take that and I want to do this and blah blah blah.
So it was really cool. Fable 1. I wasn't a fan of when it came out on Xbox.
Well, I'm stepping away from you. I
was heavy into EverQuest at the time. I worked at Sony, and I kind of discarded it right away. So we did a remaster of Fable 1 called Fable Anniversary for 360, and I got to go back and play through it a bunch of times. And it really provided great grounding for this game and the Fable parts of this game that we have to build. So yeah, we have a ton of talent in the studio. Over 300 years of Fable experience still in the studio. And it's been great because we've got these guys who have been in the studio, really love and know the franchise for a long time, and we're bringing in new young talent that knows the online space really well. And that mix is just working out great for the game. It's a super fun game. Excited for people to come play it.
Okay, well, make sure you don't rush it. I like what you're saying, and I like that too. So I mean, you're talking about that there's still 300 years of Fable experience there and stuff. Were you prepared then? I mean, again, I want to know how much armor went on you personally and the team, right, to get ready to reveal. You've already talked about it's not the same kind of game, right? And then of course Peter Molyneux, right? That he's this name that's been synonymous with Fable.
Great part of the history.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the whole thing. And so, how has fan reaction been to this? We talked about what the worst case scenario could be. What have you seen from that?
From the fans?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're still trying to figure out what this game is, right? I think there is a lot of expectation for Fable 4. We looked at Fable 3. We thought there's too much technology in it. It was a little too steampunk. We wanted to go back in time, so the setting for Fable Legends is before Fable 1.
Okay.
A lot of magic in the world. It's a very dark, dangerous place. That's why heroes have to team up and go on these adventures together. And we think that fits the more fairy tale setting of Fable. Than going the other way. So you've got this setting that I think is different than our fans expect. And then you've got this multiplayer gameplay that I think it's just going to take them time to play it and understand it to really fall in love with it. We have. And it's interesting, a studio that's filled with 300 years of Fable experience, right? You've got a lot of guys who they want to do the single player RPG
Yeah.
as well. So it was a big sales job within the studio to get people on board for Legends, and we really have. It's great, and we're just super proud to be here at the show showing our
Well,
stuff.
I'm sure with that many years of experience and fans that you're going to do it right.
Yeah.
So thanks so much for coming
No,
by.
thank you
Sean.
for having me. It's great.
It's been a pleasure, John.
Thanks.
Fable Legends will be out when it's ready, so just wait. Everybody chill out, it's coming. Of course, though, it debuted, worldwide debut at that Microsoft conference. We now have a little polished package of everything you might have missed there, and then we'll come back here for another game demo, this time Killer Instinct.
Hey everyone, you're currently watching IGN Live at E3, your place for exclusive live demos with the developers themselves. Check ign.com/E3 for the full schedule. You'll also be able to replay segments you missed by clicking on the schedule. Today is going to be huge with demos from Batman Arkham Knight, The Witcher 3, Call of Duty, Destiny, Sunset Overdrive, and brand new Nintendo games. Let's start it up.
Please welcome the head of Xbox, Phil Spencer.
Welcome to E3. We're dedicating our entire briefing to games. I'm proud to open our show with what I believe is the beginning of a new era for this franchise. Here's the first look at Call of Duty Advanced Warfare on Xbox One.
To present Forza Horizon 2 on Xbox One, please welcome Playground Games' Ralph Bolton.
The road trip of your life begins exclusively on Xbox this September 30th.
It's here.
I'm here to introduce Assassin's Creed Unity, the first exclusively next-generation installment in our epic saga. ACU also marks the first time you will be able to form your own brotherhood and join with up to 3 friends on Xbox Live.
You will break. I will die first.
In Sunset Overdrive, you, yes you, are the hero.
It's a f***ing video game.
Super Ultra Dead Rising 3 Arcade Remix Hyper Edition EX Plus Alpha!
Fans have danced to over 220 million songs. The wait ends this September with Dance Central Spotlight, available exclusively for download on Xbox One. You'll be dancing to the hottest hits of the moment week after week.
Welcome to a place of magic, fairy tale, and myth. Join us in our magical world and play as a part of a team of heroes or mastermind the game as the evil villain. The choice is yours.
That was awesome.
I told you.
On November 11th, 2014, for the first time ever, you can play the entire Master Chief Saga on a single console, the Xbox One, with Halo, the Master Chief Collection.
We're going to create custom playlists, taking great moments from all 4 games and combining them together. Every map ever released on Halo 1 through 4, all running on their original engines, all running at 1080p, 60 frames per second, on dedicated servers.
Let's take a look at just a fraction of the hundreds of exciting new games from independent developers that are coming soon to Xbox One.
Miss Croft.
We become who we're meant to be.
Conrad and I are totally thrilled to be able to premiere some new gameplay of The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt.
Last year we announced Killer Instinct, one of the games I worked on in my past.
There's another game that I've always wanted to bring back from the original Xbox.
So last year, we gave you a glimpse of a New York City on the brink of collapse. So let's join a group of Division agents as we navigate through a dangerous part of the city.
I can't get a shot. Try and hit him from the right. I'm gonna switch my weapon.
Prepare to see action at a whole new scale.
Today, I'm excited to reveal the return of a game close to my heart and the hearts of many gamers. It's time to reimagine your open world gaming experience.
Crackdown is coming back. We showed you that this holiday, the best place to play games is on Xbox One.
Yeah, just replay it over and over. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to IGN's live show from E3 2014. The conferences are done, thank God. Now we get to play video games. Dave Lang is here. How you doing, sir?
Nice to see you again, Greg.
It's good to see you again.
Hey, last time I saw you, you were pile driving a John Drake body pillow into a non-breakaway table.
Well, yeah, it's what I do. I wanted the cheap pops there. Of course, This is the Giant Bomb PAX panel, the Harmonix. We're going to play the WWF games here on N64. Yeah. It was amazing. I love those guys. But enough of that crap. Right. I'm not giving Gerstmann any more juice on an IGN show.
I was more looking at it as a way to attack John Drake.
Well, John Drake sucks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He's history's worst monster.
It's not. He is history's worst monster, and that's what's the best part about them taking the Kinect out of the Xbox One. It's like finally, Harmonix has to shut down their studios.
About time.
And, it's just okay. We get it.
All right.
Fantasia. What was that? It's never coming out.
So that was the appetizer. Let's give him the meal, Greg.
Yeah. All right. Killer Instinct Season 2.
Let's go.
You're here to talk about it
all day.
It's all dive kick characters, I imagine.
Well, not yet.
Oh, not yet. I'm sorry. I got some bad information.
When this eventually becomes a runaway financial success, and we get to season like 10 and 11, that's when we'll be rolling in Dive Kick, Mr. N, all those guys.
Okay, great. That's what I want to see.
Yeah.
Start running this beautiful bean footage over us while we talk about it. This is an interesting case. The Killer Instinct was one of these big Xbox One launch games. They made a big deal about it, and then the developers were like, we're done.
Yeah, it was really weird because Microsoft reached out to us like at the very end of last year, and they're like, "Hey, we might need a new developer for KI." And at first, I was like, "Oh, that's amazing!" Yeah. It's like, but then I'm like, "Oh, but wait a minute, it's kind of like dating a friend's girlfriend."
Right?
Like, I don't want to. How do I feel about this? And so Microsoft set up so I could talk to Patrick Gilmore, who runs Double Helix.
Yeah.
And talk to him, and he's like, "Listen, I can't tell you all the details, but it's totally amicable. We're totally cool. We just can't work on it anymore." And we'd love for you guys to kind of jump in and take over. And they were super awesome.
I mean, is there trepidation as a developer to come in and work on somebody else's property? I mean, that's already been, it was just established. That's the weird part about it, right? It's not like you reinvigorated something that had been gone forever.
Yeah, I mean, the good news about it, like, what trepidations I had were mostly about, like, is this cool with those guys?
Yeah.
But the game was amazing.
Yeah.
Like the job they did on season 1 and just how fun the core gameplay is. And then thinking about just we can add our awesome stuff on top of that.
Yeah.
That got me really excited really quick, and everyone in the studio got super pumped.
All right.
So.
Well, you've brought some of the new awesome stuff. We just played it. Let's go through it, and you can tell me exactly what the hell's happening, because it moves too fast for my old eyes.
So this is TJ Combo. He's one of the 8 characters we'll be launching in season 1 this fall, or season 2 this fall. As you see, he's a kind of a rush-down brawler type. He's very aggressive, wants to get in close, stay close. He plays a lot like Sable Wolf, actually. Not a lot of super complicated joystick movements. It's basically just down, up, and buttons, left, right, and buttons to do stuff. His kind of signature moves, like right there, that was the Tremor. The Tremor does knockdowns if you're far away from it's really hard to talk over what's going this fast. He's so fast, Greg, I can't talk over him.
This is what happens when I try to talk
one of the things you're kind of seeing here over and over and over again is we kind of reworked the juggle system in KI. And so before, when you launch somebody in the air, there wasn't a lot you could do with them. In fact, with some characters, there's nothing you could do at all. The TJ Combo is a way to recapture and kind of keep juggles going like once he lands again.
Gotcha.
And so that's like where a lot of it comes from. It's basically just another tool in the player's kind of arsenal to keep the fun stuff going.
So how hard was that then to come in?
These guys, everything they
this
did
thing was
sucked.
a train
Oh my
wreck.
God, how do we save this, right? And so that makes it like not awkward at all. The only hard part really was getting up to speed with the engine, the pipeline, the tools, and those guys were super awesome about giving us a push to get started with all that stuff.
That's awesome.
So yeah, it's been really, really good. Yeah.
So now the thing I'm noticing about the gameplay, it's a lot more complicated than Dive Kick.
Yeah, it's like 6 buttons.
Yeah, I know. There's
if you
a
count
lot
the
of
taunt, there's 7.
Holy
So,
crap! How
yeah.
did you guys? Was it intimidating to come into something like that?
Well, I can't lie, Greg. No, it was fine. No, we've got a lot of fighting game fans in the studio.
That's what's so funny about you guys is that when Dive Kick came out, there was the hardcore group that's like, this is awesome. How much fun? Like, it's a baby's game. 2 buttons. What are you on?
That was really weird because, we started off doing like Third Strike with Capcom, we did Marvel with Capcom, Darkstalkers, and like I said, over that time we've kind of built up a lot of fighting game abilities in the studio, right? And even though those are just ports, and then to go to Dive Kick, it's like, oh, people were really, it's like, oh no, actually people, like I said, think it's kind of a baby's game. There's not all this depth and strategy. So then in a way, it's really nice to come back to KI, where it's like a 100% legit fighting game. TJ doing his work now, and knowing how quick it all came together, it's really, really rewarding.
So, you guys are still working on the game.
Yeah.
Season 2 coming out this fall. How do you know when to take your foot off the gas, right? It seems like fighting games in particular, right? It's like, oh, the hit window is just a fraction of a second too long, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It seems like all game developers say, right? If they could, they'd never release a game because they keep making it perfect.
Yeah.
Like, how do you figure out what works best for a fighter?
Well, it's even a little trickier for KI from a developer standpoint because KI is free to play, right? And so it's not one kind of monolithic release and you're done.
Yeah.
It's constant updates. It's adding more characters, more backgrounds, more modes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of rinse, repeat situation. And all you can do is just constantly listen to the community. From day one, Microsoft has been very good about listening to the fans, what they want, and seeing those changes reflected in the game whenever they can, right? And so, how long has your mic been out? Do we know?
They don't let me go home, and when I do,
he just said the nastiest things to me with his mic. You guys couldn't hear a word he was saying. He was being so mean to me. It was the worst.
They're still in B-roll. No, Nick's like, my producer's in the ear's like, no, we heard you. We know it's a joke.
So that's why it's funny because when you hand a microphone all stealthy to somebody, then that's humor.
Yeah, exactly.
So
and now this is where they screwed up.
Yeah.
Because now I can go mobile. I don't need any of this crap no more. Untethered. This is like an Apollo 13. Remember?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Just rips it off.
You can finally stand up here, start stretching out. This is the final demo in this place. They can't stop me. Oh God, does it feel good to be up, ladies?
Released.
Oh my God, and they can't stop me. There's no one can stop me. I can get all lit up over here though.
Gotta do it.
Oh, I tell you what, Dave Lang.
Yes, sir.
It's E3.
Dude, don't get started with that. We're just getting started.
Yeah.
We haven't even
I'm not allowed to be tired yet.
No, you're not allowed. Like you know when you can be tired?
When
I'm tired. You know when I'm tired?
What?
Never.
You're never tired?
Never.
How are you never tired?
Because guess what? Caffeine.
Well,
that's how it goes.
I need more caffeine apparently.
Let's go.
We'll go after this then, I guess. So I guess then what's next? If it never stops, if it's a free-to-play game you're updating all the time, what do you do?
So I mean, we're still kind of figuring some of that stuff out. Like we can't talk about. A lot of people are like, oh, tell us who the other 7 characters are. Tell us what other game modes there are. And the reality is, we're not telling you because we're jerks. We're not telling you because we're not telling you because.
Well, you're kind of
jerks.
No, let's not lie
I'm a jerk for a different reason. Yeah. Like I'm well arrayed in jerkdom, right? But no, it's mostly about. We want to figure out what the best stuff for the game is. We still have to make it, right? And so until we make it and we know it's good, we don't want to talk about it. But there's going to be a lot of cool stuff coming this fall for KI, and it's all free to play. Buy it all up front if you want. Buy a little bit at a time if you want. You can play it how you want.
What do you see right now when you look at the back end? How are people enjoying Killer Instinct?
Really good. Like I think there's some problems we have to fix with some of the online stuff. Like there's the jail system. People aren't super happy with how that's currently established. I think we need to do some tweaks to that. But in terms of like just people loving the game and loving it for what it is, I mean, I think the biggest problem is there's this big gap between when Double Helix ended and when we're going to drop our first thing. Yeah. And people are kind of like, no, we want more now, right? Yeah. And we wish we could service those.
You're like, too bad, I'm working on it.
No, you'll never have more. The most fun as that would be to be, you can't be like that. So it's like, no, just take your time. It'll be worth it. Like TJ's going to be awesome. You can play him this week on the show floor. We're going to do 7 more characters, at least as fun as him, if not more fun. Guaranteed. That's the Iron Galaxy guarantee.
Whoa.
That's the Iron Galaxy guarantee. So yeah, it's going to be fun.
Dave, You're a lot of fun. Thank you for coming by.
Hey, anytime.
Killer Instinct Season 2 out this fall.
Yep.
If not, come get them.
And it's in perpetuity. It's out this fall and in perpetuity.
Well, yes,
We're basically
it's out,
slavishly devoted to updating this game.
Okay.
Based on what you want, Greg.
Based on me?
Because you're a member of the community, right?
Oh, yeah, totally. I
All
want
right.
Dry Bones in it, and then I want some Persona characters.
Well, we'll put that in the bucket.
All right,
we'll see what happens.
That's all I want to know.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot more from E3 for you, and it'll all be here on IGN as our live show continues. Features, interviews, gameplay, demos. Don't go anywhere else. And if you don't go to Giant Bomb.
Hey everybody, Ryan McCaffrey with IGN, joined by the boss man himself, Steve Butts.
Hey, Ryan.
And you're here for the same reason I'm here. We are old school PC gamers.
Oh my gosh,
You're even
absolutely.
from North Carolina where this franchise got
Yeah.
its start. Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six. It's been MIA for years.
Yeah.
We had a multiple attempts at a Rainbow Six Patriots, which they actually publicly unveiled and showed prototype footage of, I believe, 3 years ago now,
Right.
which was very cinematic and interesting, but definitely not traditional Rainbow Six.
Right.
For the third year in a row, Ubisoft has dropped the hammer at their conference. Watch Dogs, The Division, and now, boom, Rainbow Six,
And
Siege.
I gotta say, I'm more excited about this title than I am about anything else I've seen. I like the Star Wars Battlefront engine thing, but this to me is... I could not be more excited about this game. I'm, like you said, an old school Rainbow Six fan. The series has been around for what, like 16 years now?
At least, like I want to say 98,
Yeah,
if memory
98.
serves correctly, which is in fact 16 years. Your math is good.
Yeah,
and
that
right here, talk to me what's going on here, Steve, because this is important for Rainbow Six fans.
So back in the day, the original Rainbow Six on PC, developed by Red Storm, incorporated a tremendously detailed and to some people cumbersome and tedious.
It was a lot.
Planning sequence before you actually even picked up a gun, right? So you had to plot waypoints for your guys and divide them up into
You
teams.
literally
and give
mapped
them,
out every move. You were going to go here and then all go into a room together and then turn left and go here. This is the whole thing.
And the players team, the team that was following the person playing the game, would just basically go where he went. And so a lot of people in frustration just said, look, I'm going to divide my fire teams up into 3, 3, and 2.
Yeah.
And they're just all going to stay at the front entrance while I take each one through till they all die.
Yeah.
Once this franchise moved to the consoles, I guess in what, 2003, something like that,
well, Rainbow
with Raven
Six
Shield?
3, Rainbow Six 3 for original Xbox in 2003.
Yeah, before that, I think Lone Wolf was on the PS1, but Rainbow Six 3 was the first one that was like, yes, this is a full-on console version of the game. They did away with a lot of that.
But they also, I thought, found a happy medium. Like, it still had the teamwork, the communication, the go, go, go. It actually had voice commands back on the original Xbox.
And you could set guys to breach doors and then actually give them a code to execute when you would set up in your position.
Correct. And then it was the killer app on Xbox Live before Halo 2 came around.
Oh, absolutely.
It was huge.
As far as like co-op multiplayer in Terrorist Hunt and co-op campaign, and then just a straight head-to-head where you're fighting against each other, that was one of the most fun times we've had playing multiplayer games at IGN.
Yeah, and then the series goes to the 360 and PS3. Rainbow Six Vegas, Rainbow Six Vegas 2, both great games that modernized it more, got more away from the planning, but still kept it fairly tactical.
Right.
And then we fast forward to now because it's been dark since then.
And this really looks like a next-gen version. I mean, you're seeing like dynamic destruction
let's back
of
up
environments.
and just go back and break this down bit by bit, Steve.
So it's got lots of little toys. It's got the little drones that you can set down and sort of scout out. I'm guessing that in the context of this, maybe this other team, this Op 4 in the game, is another group of players. That it's a head-to-head match. We saw at the beginning Team Raven and Team Rogue.
5-on-5.
Yeah. And here's the planning where you sort of show the player, hey, here are some of the options. It seems a little less involved or intricate than the previous planning game, but it still seems to give you a lot of options.
And it seems like, call me crazy, Steve, this might actually be 6-on-6, and the sixth player on each team is the commander planner guy that's telling his guys where to go.
Oh, that could
because
be.
we heard him talking, unless it's one of the players themselves bringing up a planning menu. It's hard to say from this trailer.
Yeah, that's a possibility. That's definitely a possibility. But I love the visuals here. I mean, just
it looks so good.
So excited to see a Rainbow Six game that looks this good. And you see lots of cool tactical toys. They're rappelling down. They put these breach charges on the windows. Later on, we're going to see a ceiling breach, which totally blew my mind.
Yeah.
So it's got all the great stuff. I think this guy here, I can't really tell at this resolution, but it looks like a UMP-45, like a pretty standard Rainbow Six weapon.
Yeah.
But I'm guessing there are all sorts of attachments and add-ons and customizations you can make to make each gun feel exactly the way you want it to feel.
I love the lighting effects. We're going to see later how there's a light outside that's kind of blinding and you can't really see what's in front of you. And then in here, just the smoke and the dust that makes cuts down your vision, makes it difficult to see.
Well,
The plan is to find Greg, and then kill him, and then we win. And then we win. Okay.
Go team, go.
All right. They see the footprints.
All right, where am I at?
Oh, Daisy's so cute.
Isn't she just an adorable little monster?
We're following.
Monster Jazz. What?
Daisy, where you going, girl?
The plan is to find Greg and then the plan is to find Greg and then kill him, and then we win. And then we win.
Okay.
Go team, go!
All right. You see the footprints?
All right, where my girl Daisy at?
Oh, Daisy's so cute.
Isn't she just an adorable little monster?
We're following.
Monster
drags.
drags.
We're following John.
Oh,
I'm
what
helping.
the hell was that? You're terrible.
You just threw a poison grenade at all of us.
Oh, what?
Daisy, where you going, girl?
I got attacked by one of those hidden rock.
Oh no,
Are you
is
dead?
it coming after us
Yeah.
still? Oh shit.
Ah!
Naomi, no!
I can't get out of this.
Whatever,
I'm
Naomi.
low
No,
health,
she's
guys.
Gonna,
she's dead.
I
She's
got
dead.
it.
Oh, wow.
It was the
R.I.P.
rock
died
monster.
because
She'll be
didn't tell
back.
anybody
It's
she
fine.
got murdered.
Shucks. It was trying to avoid your poison.
Yeah,
Oh,
because
he's right. He's down here.
Marty!
Get him.
All right. Oh shit.
Damn it.
Oh, that's not good.
Okay, well.
I need help. I know that.
You guys need major help.
He's gonna kill me. No.
This is gonna go real
All
fast.
because I died.
This is all because you poisoned us.
I was learning the controls.
Am I the only one left alive?
No, I'm alive, John.
Marty.
I'm up here on a ridge. I'm actually just being I'm being a huge right now because I'm afraid of him.
Maggie's not doing too good.
Great. Well, I'm gonna get eaten. So.
All right,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna bail and run away for a minute.
Oh my god, off wildlife. I ain't got time for you.
I cloaked.
I don't see no monster.
I'm go chilling with Daisy.
30
Where'd you
seconds.
go? I
He
can't
seems
see you.
far.
Greg at stage 2, guys. All right, where are you guys?
We're coming.
We're
back.
about to
We're still
land.
in the
There
ship.
is a marker for where we landed.
Oh yeah, there is. You're
Yeah,
right.
so just follow that.
They're all like, where is he? I'm in the exact same spot, eating all their dead bodies to make myself stronger.
Don't throw
Oh
poison
God,
grenade.
he's here.
my God.
I lured the monster directly to us.
How's it feel?
Make him pay.
Okay, that was terrible.
I'm going in for a
I
sounder.
can't see him.
Okay, he is focused mostly on me right now, so if you want to... I died, I guess? Why did I just
Why
die?
can't I-
Oh, you revived. Wait.
Wait, did I revive you?
You probably can.
I think I did. Oh,
No, I think
now
I died
I'm
right
dead.
before you could. Yeah.
Now I'm dead.
Yeah.
Then there were 2 destinies!
I'm gonna be honest, this one didn't go well.
Dead.
Guys,
Marty,
this one
you
didn't
are
go
our
well.
savior
Okay.
yet again.
No, I'm not our savior.
Oh,
I'm
you're dead?
absolutely dead.
Great, well, we're all dead then. The end. Greg wins. Surprise.
If Greg Miller didn't need a bigger ego, give him a 2-minute win.
Challenge me, someone.
All right, you guys all set?
Yep.
Birds
we are.
monster is close.
Let's actually try and not lose.
Well, don't throw any stupid grenades this time.
Hey, there's poison gas. I'm gonna run into it.
You threw it at us.
Yeah, you absolutely
I
threw
threw
it.
it at you, John.
All right. Anybody see him?
Oh God.
You got him?
Now I got a wildlife problem.
Birds. I see
Oh,
birds.
I see him.
Where?
He's straight ahead of me.
I see his tracks.
I can't even get you guys.
Oh, I got him.
Get away from me.
Marty, chuck those sentry guns.
I chucked all of them.
Can I just attack
Oh
you?
my God. And then I got
really?
eaten by a plant.
God damn it.
I'm
Guys, I'm coming, I'm coming.
Where are you going, JR?
Trying to save. Oh God. Oh God.
Remember when you put up that thing to keep me in?
Damn it,
you
Destin.
idiots?
Is there anything I can do?
No, you can't do anything. Obviously, you can't do anything. God damn.
Oh my goodness.
Super far away.
Okay, I'm reviving someone. JR, I'm reviving you. God damn
You are reviving him. Get out of here, Marty. Bad Marty.
You can always say, at least I wasn't eaten by a plant.
Okay, Naomi and I just have to survive.
Balls, I just got eaten by a plant.
Hey!
Oh, no, that's a plant.
Not the only one.
Wow.
Wow.
Where'd you go, Marty?
Is he
Someone's gotta
is he
go
behind
after
me? Can someone check if he's running after me?
Which one of you cowards is still alive?
Oh, God, I got eaten by the plant too! Son of a bitch! Son of a bitch!
This is why there are roads.
I told
stay
you.
on the roads and avoid the plant monster.
I could have saved you guys, but that damn plant.
Oh my
Greg,
God.
don't even say anything.
I like this game a lot.
All right, I feel good about this one. I feel like we got it.
Why do you possibly feel like that, Dustin? Nothing we've done so far should clue you into
Because he knows now not to walk near plants.
I know where the plan is. I'm good.
Or
no, there are plants.
poison us.
So if you go up the stairs, there's a plant right up the stairs.
Just stay on the road.
Avoid it.
Just stay
it's
on the
road.
road.
There's
No, it's
two
not.
roads.
No, just follow me.
I'm following Daisy.
I went up this way last time with Dustin and it worked pretty
Everyone
well.
follow
And
Daisy.
then you get eaten by plants.
No. That happened later.
See,
Monster
there's
tracks.
wildlife up here that you can use to upgrade, and that's what I was looking for.
Where?
They do. If you shoot, if you kill the wildlife, they give you perks.
Yeah, so like
Oh,
you kill
getting
this
scared.
raptor up here,
It's not a raptor.
whatever he is.
If anything, that's like a diplodocus. Diplodocus? I don't know. Elvis.
Hey, Greg's up here by me.
All right, let's go.
Whoa, hang on.
I can see him. He's eating things. Okay, I'm gonna lure him out.
All right, guys, everyone head to
He
Dustin.
was.
Oh, he's by
found
me.
him.
He's by me.
I got him.
Stupid idiot, Marty.
Don't let him kill JR. Have some fire, Greg.
Yeah,
How's that?
we got his shield down.
Direct hit. That's doing good.
Keep him down, keep him down. I got some flames on him. That's gonna tear right through him. Can we throw another arena soon?
Maybe.
No, it's kind of serious.
The arena's running out. Concentrate your fire.
Damn it,
As
it's
soon as
gonna
you get another
recharge.
one, throw it.
He's running. He's running. He's running.
We hit him really good.
And he's way off in the distance.
Oh, rock monster.
He's a whole hell of a lot faster.
Careful.
There's a rock monster down here.
Where?
You guys all right?
Little help.
It's
Are
okay.
you dying, Dustin?
Nope.
Damn it. All right, we'll find him again. We gotta make sure you stay alive.
Time to get serious.
Oh, Greg's okay.
Greg just evolved.
After this cup of coffee.
There's like an crab dude up here.
Crab dude.
Oh, crab dude.
Just a little crab dude. Sebastian's in the house.
Little Sebastian.
Ah, crap in a hat. Get out of here, guys. I have no business with you.
Firing.
Oh shit, giant frog monster.
Oh, I see him in the distance. There's his lightning by JR. Oh, yeah,
JR, throw
he's
it.
right by JR.
All right, we got him trapped. Whoa, he does not like me.
Oh Jesus, I am on the ground.
Okay, I'm coming.
Naomi, can you get him?
Yeah, I got him. Sorry.
I need help.
Awesome.
Did I get you?
I need help. I'm
Okay,
getting
Junior's
beat.
back. I'm coming. Wait.
Lord.
Gotta hide.
Okay, monster got me.
Okay, Lord.
But he's really low on health.
Put him down. Nice, nice.
Come on. I'm heading over. Someone's
Oh,
back. Someone's
Jesus.
back.
Nice.
Came back.
Nice, 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 Naomi. Dustin, come back here. We need.
I'm coming. I'm firing on him.
He's going nuts.
You got
I need
JR.
help.
You got me too.
I'm gonna put the
You got me
flamethrower on
too.
and drag him over to me, okay? He does not like the fire.
Come on, let me
Naomi,
go.
see if you can get the one John
So I'm
right.
just aggroing him.
I just need to hide right now a little bit.
He is pissed.
He's focusing on Destiny.
Yeah,
Come
the
on,
fire
look
really
already.
brings
Yes.
down the fire.
Damn it.
I used my jetpack. Ah!
He's getting hit by something. I don't know what though.
Can we harpoon him
He's
down?
running again.
Did you bring it
Wait,
back?
where'd he go?
Yeah.
See
He
if
went
you can
up this
bring me
way.
back.
You're back.
Oh shit, he evolved.
Oh, okay, this is not good.
His health's low.
We need to go after
Your
him.
mom's
Yeah, his
low.
health is really low. Pissed
He
off.
is super upset right now.
Classic Greg.
Nope.
Little help.
We do not want this inside. Well, no. Maybe it's
Okay.
good that it's inside. He can't
Get
fly
him.
away.
Yeah, get him. Throw the trap. Throw the trap.
I already did.
Oh!
Just hit him with everything you have.
Oh, I need help. He hit me bad.
I'm getting out.
I got you, Dustin. I got you, Dustin.
I'm just waiting to cloak, guys, because he's going to come after me,
I got
and I won't be able to
He's
heal.
right up here. He's really low on health.
He's going into the cave. He's heading down to Naomi.
Yeah, he's following me right now.
Okay.
Yes!
John, can you get him down on the ground?
Nice, John.
Ooh.
He does not like that flamethrower.
Nice.
Get back here, dude.
See if you can get him onto the ground.
I'm working on it. I got 3 traps down here for him. Drag him back this way.
Okay, we got him down to like 1 bar.
We got him.
Let me close.
Nice.
Yes.
Guys,
No, what?
everything you have. Everything you have.
Everything.
Everything you have.
I'm down.
I got him.
We got him. We got him.
No, God.
I'm down.
I got him. He's
got him.
Yeah!
Yeah!
What's up?
Game over,
Wait,
Greggy.
All right, great job, everybody.
Hello everyone and greetings from E3 2014. We'll be covering everything that comes out of the convention, starting with Monday's conferences from Microsoft, EA, Ubisoft, and Sony. There's so much news, we can't even fit it all in, so be sure to keep track of the ticker at the bottom for even more news highlights. I bet you guys can't wait to get your fix, and neither can we. So we're gonna start all of this with Microsoft and EA's big conferences. There was a ton of new info revealed at today's Microsoft conference, namely the Master Chief guy. We got a brand new look at Halo 5 Guardians with an awesome trailer that showed Master Chief flying through space, blowing stuff up, you know, the usual, all while mysterious figures watched over his actions. You can join the Halo 5 Guardians beta this December. Speaking of Master Chief, the rumors of a Halo HD collection came true as Microsoft showcased Halo the Master Chief Collection, a mega bundle of Halo 1, 2, 3, and 4 for the Xbox One, all in glorious 1080p HD. Sadly, Halo Reach and ODST need not apply. Master Chief's only. Along with the reveal came news that the collection would include custom playlists to let you play levels in all of the games the way you want. Another addition to the bundle is the Halo Nightfall digital series, a story that will lead up to the events of Halo 5. You can look for this awesome bundle on November 11th. I hope you guys love games, because that's all Microsoft had to talk about. The games. Let's round up everything that was shown off today. Microsoft debuted a new look at Call of Duty Advanced Warfare, complete with some seamless-looking gameplay and a fighting against swarms of robotic drones. They also announced that the Xbox One would have exclusive DLC for the game. The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt got a full-on gameplay demo wherein Geralt showed off his witching skills as he tracked and hunted down a mighty griffin and even stopped along the way to save some lady using gratuitous violence. What a gentleman. If you love those gameplay demos, you are in luck. Ubisoft showed off more of Assassin's Creed Unity, complete with a gameplay demo showing off the new 4-player co-op mode that will make assassinating your foes all the better, because everything is better together. Another Ubisoft game that was shown was a new gameplay demo of The Division where 4 players tried to reach their home base. It was announced that certain content would be available for the Xbox One first, but details aren't concrete just yet. Fans of spelunking are in for a treat because we got a first look at the next adventure of Lara Croft in Rise of the Tomb Raider. The game is slated for holiday 2015, and if the title is any indication, we should be seeing a lot more tombs. Also due for a 2015 release is Inside, a very eerie and bleak-looking game from Playdead, the makers of Limbo. The game looked very reminiscent of Limbo's iconic look, trading in black and white for a futuristic dystopia. If you've been hankering for some info on Sunset Overdrive, look no further. We got a brand new gameplay demo and a hilarious fourth wall-breaking, gritty generic shooter mocking trailer. The game hits Xbox One on October 28th, and Insomniac Games confirmed rumors for an 8-player online co-op mode called Chaos Mode. Project Spark got a new detailed trailer showing off all of the wonderful creations and worlds you can make in the game. The trailer ended with the surprise of Conquer the Squirrel, who we haven't seen since 2005. Welcome back, buddy. Dragon Age Inquisition showed off a new expansive-looking trailer and revealed that the game will have certain content available first on Xbox One and will release on October 7th this year. Forza Motorsport 5 is getting the iconic Nürburgring racetrack available today for free. As for Forza Horizon 2, new systems allow for seamless multiplayer, open-world drive-atars, and hundreds of drive clubs. The game will be available on September 13th. The makers of Left 4 Dead showed off some more footage for Evolve, along with the announcement that the game will be getting exclusive DLC and beta access on the Xbox One. We've even gotten our own hands-on with the game, so be sure to check out how well I did. Moon Studios announced Ori and the Blind Forest, a platformer headed to Xbox One this holiday. A debut trailer for the title was released, showing off just how amazingly gorgeous and haunting this platformer looks. I think I'm in love. Killer Instinct proved that rebooting classic games can be awesome. And in keeping with the spirit, a new trailer was revealed for the reboot of the Xbox classic, Phantom Dust. Fable Legends got its own gameplay demo showing off both co-op and counter-op as the Dungeon Master character placed new obstacles and enemies in their way. Beta will start this fall on Xbox One. Platinum Games developer Hideki Kamiya took to the stage to reveal an Xbox One exclusive game called Scalebound, where a protagonist and his dragon buddy took on some pretty daunting monsters with the help of a magical sword and armor. And the next Crackdown game got a new trailer debuted with some jolly cooperation, leading to the destruction of a bad guy and most of the city, but who's complaining? While everyone has different opinions on DLC, it's hard to deny that Capcom's DLC announcement for Dead Rising 3 isn't the funniest, wackiest, weirdest thing we've ever seen. The crazy DLC will feature 4 players, Nick, Annie, Chuck, and Frank, but it's the ability to use costumes and abilities of your favorite Capcom characters that made the trailer really awesome. Oh, and did I mention the DLC was titled Super Ultra Dead Rising 3 Arcade Remix Hyper Edition EX plus Alpha? And it's out right now. But hey, we aren't done yet, as EA stepped up to the plate with their conference after Microsoft. The company started with a behind-the-scenes look at the making of Star Wars Battlefront, complete with early in-game footage. Battlefront wasn't the only game to have early game conceptual footage, as Mass Effect news is finally here. We got another brief tease at the universe building in progress with more conceptual prototypes of different planets. Mirror's Edge showcased new concept art on the building of Faith's character and new art of the game itself, and plenty of conceptual prototype footage, including a new look at the improved art of parkour and combat. Dragon Age Inquisition got another trailer, now with 100% more actual instruments. This time, EA complemented the trailer with an actual in-game demo as the player and his allies took on a giant dragon. If that wasn't enough, we got yet another look at several ally characters in the game. New information was shown on EA's MOBA Dawngate as we got another behind-the-scenes look at the development team. All of the characters and environments are crafted around a story that's unfolding as you play with your team. New information was released for The Sims 4. The game boasts more control over Sims and their creation. You can tweak their personalities however you see fit, and these new customization options will allow for more varied Sims and crazier stories, and apparently Sims laughing to death. What a way to go. EA Sports had a lot to showcase, including UFC with a new gameplay demo. The demo highlighted Bruce Lee's awesome power while showcasing the latest game mechanics and Bruce Lee being Bruce Lee. Not to be left out, the other sports games made their debuts with a first look at NHL 15, NFL 15, and FIFA 15. The titles revealed a lot of their gameplay in motion and highlighted new features like updated character emotions and tighter controls, as well as updated visuals for both players and the stadiums they play in. Meanwhile, PGA Tour 15 decided to take a different approach with the tagline, Golf Without Limits. This became apparent when several exploding battleships crashed into the golf course. Well played, golf. Criterion Games is making a new IP, and a developer diary revealed what the team is working on next. It involves pretty much every vehicle or extreme thing you can imagine, whether it be skydiving, ATVs, or helicopters. As far as what the game's called or what it's really about, stay tuned. And of course, Battlefield Hardline got a slick-looking new trailer. The game plays out more like a crime drama than a traditional shooter, but don't let that fool you. The game even got new in-game footage showing cops trying to stop a bank.
And we've done pretty much what we can do with the last generation, right? We've taken both consoles to pretty much their breaking limit.
So the initial project goal for ACU, and the name spoils it a little bit, it was to create the first fully and next-gen Assassin's Creed by blurring the lines between like single-player, multiplayer, co-op, and the purely online element of more social games.
So narrative works when you're motivating the player on a very linear story, but when you create a rich open world with all these different activities, it needs to be more. We wanted to create a city that not only is super detailed, large and beautiful, but we wanted to have depth to that city. We wanted it to be full of characters, full of NPCs, full of activities, and full of rewards. And we wanted to let the player loose in that universe and really let them explore and find that stuff on their own.
I love being able to create brand new experiences that leverage the new hardware, and so doing that on Assassin's Creed 1 was really exciting because we didn't even have dev kits really, and we not only were creating a new IP for this new hardware that we didn't really know or understand yet, we were also building a brand new engine, which ended up being an engine that's used throughout Ubisoft on a bunch of games. And our focus was really, what can we do on this hardware to change the gameplay experience for players? What can we do that's never been done before?
AC was built as a single player experience, most and foremost. So what we had to do is to make sure that, because we're building a sandbox and an open world game, we needed to make sure to onlineize all of our different features, and we have hundreds of them.
When you're on a mission, we tend to control a lot. This is the opposite philosophy of what we did with Unity. The idea was to create a large, living, breathing, systemic city, let you manipulate that city, and then embrace that sandbox nature, even in missions.
We've reimagined all three main pillars. First one being navigation. So parkour will give the players more abilities than before. Control over going up or going down, and precisely selecting where players want to go. We've reimagined the combat pillar altogether as well. I guess the fight system is a little bit harder than before, and that's also done on purpose to support the third pillar, which is stealth. So altogether, these three pillars, they come together and they form the core gameplay loop of our game.
It was the great time to do the same types of bets that we did on AC1 for a new generation change. So we looked at all of our workflow and we made sure that we could iterate as fast as possible. So we were able to focus on multiplayer afterwards. And on top of that, obviously, we were able to do a big push on graphics to get a totally new experience.
But we really wanted to focus on something that would take us back to the core of Assassin's Creed. So going back to a large, sprawling urban center. So we asked ourselves, if we were to go back to that route, what would be the perfect setting to showcase next generation hardware? Well, Paris is the most visited city in the world. It's literally, teeming with monuments. You can't turn a street corner without running into some sort of landmark. And then the period of French Revolution was a period of really of upheaval with, hundreds of thousands of people taking the streets. So we're like, well, the crowd, social stealth, is one of the core pillars of the brand. The large sprawling urban areas is another core pillar of the brand. So why not bring that all together and create a game set in that, unique setting? So this is sort of how it converged.
So you've got all the landmarks in, and these landmarks are incredibly huge. Like, they're close to one-to-one scale. So it really feels like you're in Paris. If
the city has literally tens of thousands of buildings, and if you can go into one in every 4 buildings, every building is a potential story. Every building is a potential reward. And you really start getting a sense that the world is no longer a movie set. It feels like an actual world. The other thing we did is when you say French Revolution, well, there's the word revolution. That's more than a dozen people screaming, right? So you need to have large crowds. So we're up to about, I think, 5,000 NPCs on screen right now. And those NPCs, I'm not talking about like just people, like random animations. These are interactive. So if you, for example, you do something that will startle them, like shoot a gun in the air and they're right next to you, they will bail. They will run away. So having 5,000 characters on screen just running away is a feat unto itself, but it's something that we've been working on for a very long time.
So suddenly we're in a big open world and a huge city. So the idea is to create opportunities for people to come together and have fun things to do in co-op. We're supporting 4-player co-op, and we have tons of content. There's single-player content, there's co-op content, and also players can just explore the city together and experience Paris together, which is really exciting.
Our goal was to unify what we were doing separately, which was multiplayer and our strong single-player experience into one single game. That's why we needed to build the right team and then really take our time to do that. We had a studio in Annecy, we had a studio in Singapore, a studio in Quebec City as well. This year around, we're still working with these major studios. We've added Toronto to our list of partners this year.
So we knew that Assassin's Creed Unity was looking for partners. They were in pre-production at the time, and basically Vince came over with a couple of other people and said, hey, this is where we think you guys can help us.
Our role on AC Unity was bringing that knowledge of creating good co-op maps and co-op gameplay and applying that to the Assassin's Creed universe.
In the past, we worked on co-op, but it was within a much smaller scope in terms of the size of the world, something that we called like broad linear level design, where you do have opportunities to branch off and do different things, but within a very confined space.
We really wanted to steer away from that. So what we think is, if you make the world challenging enough,
Talking to Vince about how, Toronto, since we're working on co-op and we know that they would probably need a co-op demo for E3, I said, hey, Toronto wants to get involved.
Doing demos is always taxing, but as I said, it's part of the process. We have to do it, we want to do it.
The way game development is done on this project is Montreal's in charge of all of the technology, all of the tools, all of the features, or most of the features. And specifically for the demo, we're kind of building the top parts of the layers of the content. So we're building, the city, the levels, the mission, everything that kind of sits on top of the foundation of the technology and the features. So we have to work together.
Ultimately, it's a good win for the team, and once we have it, we have a cool benchmark. And then we can say, remember the E3 demo or the other demo? Well, that's the kind of quality we need to hit for the rest of the game.
What we talked about with the team was E3 is going to be a great opportunity for us to take something to final, take something to polish, and be able to know what that process is and understand how to work together and get there.
For our E3 demo, we wanted something that would be very impactful in a short period of time. We're going to be up there on stage for 5 minutes, and we want people to understand the conflict, to feel the energy, and to understand the gameplay progression as well.
So Alex challenged us, to tell the story of the French Revolution, the macro story of the peasant and the noble battle, framed up within this mission. We were going to set up the conflict between the classes, that really defines the French Revolution.
In the French Revolution, today's extremists were tomorrow's moderates, and the next day they were dead. And this is what happened throughout the whole thing, right? So this lent itself really well to that sort of who is right, what is freedom, what is control, right? And that sort of shifts.
So the idea was to really tell the story of what it's like to be a noble, thrust into the hands of insanely violent and angry peasants. We're going to have to do that first person. And AC is not a first person game, so it's really a jolting experience.
So we decided very early on to go with a very classic conflict from the French Revolution, which was the people versus nobility. And we set the mission around the bread riots that broke out early in the French Revolution.
So you're going to see streets that are full of chaos and under pressure, and that really represents the population that we're wading through and that we're climbing over. What the player's going to experience is they're going to see the difference between the social classes in terms of outside it's chaos, there's barricades everywhere, things are upheaved. You go inside, and all of a sudden, visually, everything is very organized, very formatted.
So the mission takes place with peasants breaking into a palace. The peasants are starving. Inside the palace, the corrupt marquis is having a party. He's feasting. And there's this inequality, and you can really understand that as a player. And that's what we built the whole demo around.
Take care of this, or I will use your head as a piss pot.
So the nice thing is, even though we're spending a ton of time building this beautiful palace and the gardens and everything, we'll actually have that in game. And we have featured actually quite a lot of content which will be shipped in the game in that same location. Friday afternoon, we kind of got the call from Montreal and say, okay, we've cleared our schedules. Why don't you and Natai come over? We're going to sit down, go through the entire E3 strategy and figure out how to get our two demos to complement each other, but as well as get your demo down to this 5-minute window. So we flew out Monday morning, spent 2 days in Montreal. We scrubbed through everything at a super detailed level, and we found some really, really great solutions.
Things can be tweaked. Sometimes additional hard decisions need to be made, but usually the game is pretty much locked. I mean, we know what we're building, we know why we're doing it, we know why we want to show publicly, and then it's a matter of just finishing and then polishing the rest until we feel satisfied with the overall product. And we're proud to release it.
I wish everything was locked. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, we've been working on it for a long time, and that's one of the reasons I think we're going to see a lot of quality in AC Unity, but it's not finished.
Everyone on the team now is super excited that we have a demo, and no one's frustrated that we're trying different things that we know may not go into the full game, because we're already seeing the learning. We're already seeing how every time we iterate, we get better, we get faster.
We're going to work on it until the game ships. And I think you're going to see something at E3 that's going to be amazing, but the final game is going to be even more amazing.
For AC, we decided to invest a lot in mining. One of the main subjects that we attacked is GI, Global Illumination, which also includes sky occlusion. So we're looking at the sky dome, and we're baking occlusion at the high precision level, much more precise than it used to be in previous games.
So the world looks completely next gen. I mean, we were never even close to achieving this in any other AC game. Plus, we do it in an open world of that size with seamless interiors with no loading anytime.
We're back for round 2 of your fix for Monday's E3 press conferences. On this episode, we'll be going over everything that got announced at Ubisoft and PlayStation's conferences. And trust me, there was a lot. So much, in fact, that we can't fit them all in. So be sure to check the ticker below for even more news. Now, if you haven't already, be sure to catch our recap for Microsoft and EA's conferences in our earlier fix episode. All right, let's kick it off. Ubisoft kicked off with their conference with a full Far Cry 4 demo featuring the first 5 minutes of the game. That might sound like a short amount of time, but a lot can happen in 5 minutes. That bad guy is crazy. The game will launch on November 18th. Just Dance 2015 was also announced because everyone needs a bit of dancing in their life. A new community remix mode was shown where you are put into the game and people judge you. Trust me, there will be judging. You can get your groove on when the game debuts in October. We got another look at The Division in a new trailer that showcased the fall of New York through a time-lapse and the sleeper agents who will rise to try and take it back. Looking pretty sleek there, Division. The crew got a new trailer of all new gameplay footage in a super fast montage from coast to coast with a July 23rd beta for PC and November 11th release date. I hope you've got gas money. In Assassin's Creed news, Unity got a release date of October 28th, and several changes have been made to the way the game plays as a new single-player gameplay demo was shown. This new Assassin has some pretty sweet moves. New pre-order bonuses were also announced, so if you are feeling the hype, Check them out. As the conference concluded, the next iteration of Hostage Negotiation was unveiled as a gameplay demo for Rainbow Six Siege was introduced. The footage showcased your not-so-ordinary hostage rescue mission as the teams darted from room to destructible room trying to get control of the hostage. Talk about bringing the house down. Wow, it's been one heck of a day, but we've still got one last conference to cover today. Sony's conference began with a brand new trailer for Destiny. Destiny will be available for the PS4 first, as beta begins July 17th, and a first look at alpha this Thursday going through the weekend. And in a surprise twist, a new all-white PlayStation 4 Destiny bundle was announced. Both the controller and console are all white, and the bundle will arrive alongside Destiny on September 9th. The Order 1886 got a new trailer set in a spooky medical area complete with blends of gameplay, cutscenes, and QuickTime events. Infamous First Light is a new piece of standalone DLC for Infamous Second Son and was announced alongside a trailer. Whether you own the full game or not, the standalone DLC is coming August 2014. LittleBigPlanet 3 is real and coming to the PS4. New characters Oddsock, Toggle, and Swoop join Sackboy in this crazy platforming adventure and bring some new abilities to the table when the game debuts this November. After much speculation and rumor, From Software's next title has been revealed. Previously known as Project Beast, it's now called Bloodborne, and its debut trailer did not lack in the blood department, nor the scary one. Far Cry 4 got itself a new gameplay demo complete with goat-grabbing eagles, wingsuits, co-op multiplayer, and some crazy improvised combat situations. You can invite your PSN friends to the game even if they don't own it. Dead Island 2 was revealed alongside a pretty silly trailer about a very oblivious infected jogger. There will also be integration with Diablo 3 as you'll be able to fight the zombies of Dead Island 2 in Diablo 3. In a very odd but happy turn of events, the classic adventure game Grim Fandango is getting remastered by creator Tim Schafer. The remastered version will release exclusively for the PS4 and PS Vita. Developer Suda51 is making a new game for the PS4 called Let It Die. The game will release in 2015 and debut with a gory, live-action take on video game health bars, damage numbers, and items. A previous art director for Journey has something up his sleeve. The game is called Abzu, and the setting has gone from the vast hot desert to the deep, dark ocean. The trailer, as you might expect, is breathtaking. Sony also gave a brand new look at the amazing-looking No Man's Sky, which will be releasing exclusively on the PS4. The news comes alongside an awe-inspiring demo that had everything from exploration to interplanetary spaceship battles. Wow. PlayStation TV will be coming to the US, and you can enjoy over 1,000 titles when it launches for just $100. Mortal Kombat got some brand new gameplay footage in a demo that pitted Scorpion versus Sub-Zero and multiple newcomers as well. As you might expect from the series, the gameplay demo had a lot of blood spraying, bone crunching, and fatality goodness. Last of Us Remastered got a trailer which maybe had a spoiler or two because you already played the game, right? No? Whoops. Metal Gear Solid: The Phantom Pain got a pretty brutal and emotional trailer. I'd explain what went on in the trailer, but Hideo Kojima makes the kind of trailer you have to see. You weren't tired of big surprises yet, were you? How about the announcement that Grand Theft Auto 5 will be coming to the PS4 this fall? What's more, you'll be able to transfer both PS3 and Xbox 360 files to the PS4. While not mentioned at the conference, Xbox One and PC versions were also confirmed. Batman Arkham Knight got the gameplay trailer we've all been waiting for. The demo took Batman across the immense skyline of Gotham before tearing up the streets in the Batmobile and finally dealing some justice to the Penguin. I think he inhaled some scarecrow gas. And finally, as the last conference of the day drew to a close, Sony left us with one last morsel, and it did not disappoint. Nathan Drake finally got his screen time in a short but powerful in-game trailer for Uncharted 4. Can't wait. Woo, it's been a really long day, and we covered a ton of news, so thanks for sticking with us. Can you believe this is just day one of E3? For everything that happens throughout the week, be sure to visit our main page at ign.com/E3, and be sure to check out The Fix tomorrow as we cover Nintendo's digital event. As always, I'm Naomi Kyle, and be sure to get your fix anytime online at IGN.
Please welcome the head of Xbox, Phil Spencer.
Welcome to E3. We're dedicating our entire briefing to games. I'm proud to open our show with what I believe is the beginning of a new era for this franchise. Here's the first look at Call of Duty Advanced Warfare on Xbox One.
To present Forza Horizon 2 on Xbox One, please welcome Playground Games' Ralph Bolton.
The road trip of your life begins exclusively on Xbox this September 30th.
It's here.
I'm here to introduce Assassin's Creed Unity, the first exclusively next-generation installment in our epic saga. ACU also marks the first time you will be able to form your own brotherhood and join with up to 3 friends on Xbox Live.
You will break. I will die first.
In Sunset Overdrive, you, yes you, are the hero.
It's a f***ing video game.
Super Ultra Dead Rising 3 Arcade Remix Hyper Edition EX Plus Alpha!
Fans have danced to over 220 million songs. The wait ends this September with Dance Central Spotlight, available exclusively for download on Xbox One. You'll be dancing to the hottest hits of the moment week after week.
Welcome to a place of magic, fairy tale, and myth. Join us in our magical world and play as a part of a team of heroes, or mastermind the game as the evil villain. The choice is yours.
That was awesome.
I told you.
On November 11th, 2014, for the first time ever, you can play the entire Master Chief Saga on a single console, the Xbox One, with Halo, the Master Chief Collection.
We're going to create custom playlists, taking great moments from all 4 games and combining them together. Every map ever released on Halo 1 through 4, all running on their original engines, all running at 1080p, 60 frames per second, on dedicated servers.
Let's take a look at just a fraction of the hundreds of exciting new games from independent developers that are coming soon to Xbox One.
Miss Croft. We become who we're meant to be.
Conrad and I are totally thrilled to be able to premiere some new gameplay of The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt.
Last year we announced Killer Instinct, one of the games I worked on in my past. There's another game that I've always wanted to bring back from the original Xbox.
So last year we gave you a glimpse of a New York City on the brink of collapse. So let's join a group of division agents as we navigate through a dangerous part of the city.
I can't get a shot. Try and hit him from the right. I'm gonna switch my weapon.
Prepare to see action at a whole new scale.
Today, I'm excited to reveal the return of a game close to my heart and the hearts of many gamers. It's time to reimagine your open world gaming experience.
Crackdown is coming back. We showed you that this holiday, the best place to play games is on Xbox One.
I'm Destin Legary, and this is IGN News. Grand Theft Auto 5 made an appearance at Sony's press conference to reveal that a newer, prettier version of the game will be coming to the PlayStation 4. Though it should be noted that yes, the game is also coming to the Xbox One and PC. Grand Theft Auto 5 was released by Rockstar in 2013 and will be arriving on the PlayStation 4 this fall. It should also be noted that your online progress will carry over to the PlayStation 4 version if you played on the Xbox 360 or on the PlayStation 3. Rockstar said that Grand Theft Auto 5 for the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC will take full advantage of the power of new generation systems to deliver the ultimate open world experience. We haven't seen the game on any other platforms, but we can say that the trailer made it look more gorgeous than ever. For more on Grand Theft Auto 5 on new generation systems, you're already in the right place. IGN.
Hey everybody, Ryan McCaffrey with IGN, joined by the boss man himself, Steve Butts.
Hey Ryan.
And you're here for the same reason I'm here. We are old school PC gamers.
Oh my gosh,
You're
absolutely.
even from North Carolina where this franchise got its start. Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, it's been MIA for years.
Yeah.
We had a multiple attempts at a Rainbow Six Patriots, which they actually publicly unveiled and showed prototype footage of, I believe, 3 years ago now.
Right.
Which was very cinematic and interesting, but definitely not traditional Rainbow Six.
Right.
For the third year in a row, Ubisoft has dropped the hammer at their conference. Watch Dogs, The Division, and now, boom, Rainbow Six, Siege.
I gotta say, I'm more excited about this title than I am about anything else I've seen. I like the Star Wars Battlefront engine thing, but this to me is... I could not be more excited about this game. I'm, like you said, an old school Rainbow Six fan. The series has been around for what, like 16 years now?
At least, like I want to say 98, if memory serves correctly, which is in fact 16 years. Your math is good.
Yeah,
and right here, talk to me what's going on here, Steve, because this is important for Rainbow Six fans.
So back in the day, the original Rainbow Six on PC, developed by Red Storm, incorporated a tremendously detailed and to some people cumbersome and tedious.
It was a lot.
Planning sequence before you actually even picked up a gun, right? So you had to plot waypoints for your guys and divide them up into teams.
You literally mapped out every move. You were going to go here and then all go into a room together and then turn left and go here. The whole thing.
And the players team, the team that was following the person playing the game, would just basically go where he went. And so a lot of people in frustration just said, look, I'm going to divide my fire teams up into 3, 3, and 2.
Yeah.
And they're just all going to stay at the front entrance while I take each one through till they all die.
Yeah.
Once this franchise moved to the consoles, I guess in what, 2003, something like that,
well, Rainbow
with Raven
Six
Shield?
3, Rainbow Six 3 for original Xbox in 2003.
Yeah, before that, I think Lone Wolf was on the PS1, but Rainbow Six 3 was the first one that was like, yes, this is a full-on console version of the game. They did away with a lot of that.
But they kind of, I thought, found a happy medium. Like it still had the teamwork, the communication, the go, go, go. It actually had voice commands back on the original Xbox.
And you could set guys to breach doors and then actually give them a code to execute when you would set up in your position.
Correct. And then it was the killer app on Xbox Live before Halo 2 came around.
Oh, absolutely.
It was huge.
As far as like co-op multiplayer in Terrorist Hunt and co-op campaign, and then just a straight head-to-head where you're fighting against each other. That was one of the most fun times we've had playing multiplayer games at IGN.
Yeah, and then the series goes to the 360 and PS3. Rainbow Six Vegas, Rainbow Six Vegas 2, both great games that modernized it more, got more away from the planning, but still kept it fairly tactical.
Right.
And then we fast forward to now because it's been dark since then.
And this really looks like a next-gen version. I mean, you're seeing like dynamic destruction
let's back
of
up
environments.
and just go back and break this down bit by bit, Steve.
So it's got lots of little toys. It's got the little drones that you can set down and sort of scout out. I'm guessing that in the context of this, maybe this other team, this OP4 in the game, is another group of players. That it's a head-to-head match. We saw at the beginning Team Raven and Team Rogue.
5-on-5.
Yeah. And here's the planning where you sort of show the player, hey, here are some of the options. It seems a little less involved or intricate than the previous planning game, but it still seems to give you a lot of options.
And it seems like, call me crazy, Steve, this might actually be 6-on-6, and the sixth player on each team is the commander planner guy that's telling his guys where to go.
Oh, that could
because
be.
we heard him talking, unless it's one of the players themselves bringing up a planning menu. It's hard to say from this trailer.
Yeah, that's a possibility. That's definitely a possibility. But I love the visuals here. I mean, just
it looks so good.
So excited to see a Rainbow Six game that looks this good. And you see lots of cool tactical toys. They're rappelling down. They put these breach charges on the windows. Later on, we're going to see a ceiling breach, which totally blew my mind.
Yeah.
So it's got all the great stuff. I think this guy here, I can't really tell at this resolution, but it looks like a UMP-45, like a pretty standard Rainbow Six weapon.
Yeah.
But I'm guessing there are all sorts of attachments and add-ons and customizations you can make to make each gun feel exactly the way you want it to feel.
I love the lighting effects. We're going to see later how there's a light outside that's kind of blinding and you can't really see what's in front of you. And then in here, just the smoke and and the dust that makes cuts down your vision, makes it difficult to see.
Well, there are these giant holes in the walls that are a consequence of what you've been doing in that environment, which I think is super cool. To be able to break down cover like that and open up new avenues to explore the setting that you're in, super excited by that.
Seems silly, but cooking a grenade, so good.
Right? Yeah, I mean, and obviously, Rainbow Six is all about tangos and hostages, right? So I'm glad that this demo focuses on a hostage rescue, and it makes me hopeful that the game is going to be more than just about straight up deathmatch.
And I want to stop it right here, actually. This is the one thing that upset me in the demo as an old school
we were talking
Rainbow
about
Six
this,
fan. Look at the top middle of the screen there, the damage indicator with the little arrow telling you where the damage is coming from. We've got ourselves sort of. It's hard to tell because there is a health bar there.
Yeah,
see that in the lower left corner, but I'm just hoping that, let's see if his health recharges at all as this demo goes on. It seemed like it's hard to tell, but
it looks a little stable to me. But that is one of the things, right?
Yeah,
like shooters,
it did. It recharged. Damn it, Steve!
Ever since
recharging health. No, let's at least hopefully there's an option to disable it.
I guess Halo was the first game to really popularize that, right? To make that a legitimate.
But they
way
legitimized
to play.
it within the context of the universe.
Right.
Rainbow Six, a little tougher to negotiate that.
That's the thing is Rainbow Six was defined originally as sort of this one-shot, one-kill experience, right? And that made it super tense, and it made your successes that much more meaningful.
And I want to back up one more time. I like a lot what I'm seeing right here, too. Leaning.
Yeah, leaning.
Yes.
Very hot, very hot. Yeah, there have always been a couple of things that the Rainbow Six developers said they weren't going to do, like jumping and things like that. Like things that shooter fans are just used to having. So it's good to see that in the game. And again, firing through the holes that you made in the wall of the guy. I'm so excited by that.
It's a typical day at Justin Bieber's house.
And I like the 4v3. Like, it keeps sort of informing you when somebody dies, like how many guys are left on the team. And that, to me, even without playing this, like I felt the tension of that moment, right? Like, we're down one man. We gotta rally.
So this is being handled by Ubisoft Montreal, which handles really most of the major Ubisoft franchises and has handled Rainbow Six in the past. Whether or not this is the same team that has rebooted a couple times is hard to tell, but I can tell you from my visits to Ubisoft Montreal, there is literally a Rainbow Six floor in their building. So that's all they do. So it's very interesting. It'll be very interesting to learn more about who is working on this game and how they got to this point, because clearly we are dialing back to much more old school Rainbow Six roots here.
Now, this little drone that comes in, I imagine myself when I'm playing this, well, they say 2015, we'll see.
Yeah, I don't think so.
When I'm playing this, I'm going to be spending a lot of time looking at the floor, because this would really tick me off if I've set up like a cool ambush for the other team and they just blow the whole thing wide open by sneaking that guy in.
Let's make a wall. Let's make a door.
Yeah.
I love this. I also, Steve, the fact that we're in a house is just so Rainbow Six.
Oh, absolutely,
even Vegas got away from that because we were in Vegas in the casinos.
Yeah.
So the fact that we're in a house dueling here and trashing the hell out of this house makes me so happy. This is a complete, I mean, this really couldn't be farther from what Rainbow Six Patriots was.
Right, and there's that ceiling breach I was talking about.
So
so excited to try that out. Yeah, you're right. Rainbow Six Patriots was much more like
a cinematic shooter, seemingly.
Much like a cinematic shooter. It had some Ghost Recon elements, and I love Ghost Recon, but Ghost Recon's not Rainbow Six. And that's what I wanted to see out of Ubisoft's announcement. And they really brought it. I mean, like I said, I could not be more excited for a game at this show than I am for Rainbow Six Siege right now.
Yeah, this is so we're trying to get the hostage out. I like that, you can only use the pistol while you're escorting her. See, now our health hasn't recharged from here. We're still – the shield did, though. Did you notice that?
Yeah, I
did. Did you catch
notice that
right there? So watch. We've got back up. We're getting shot at. Shields get dropped, and then, they come right back. So still some modern shooter elements that for a Rainbow Six kind of disappoint me, but I'm not going to write anything off just yet from the announced trailer.
Yeah, it's super early. We're going to be seeing these guys at the show and checking in with the game.
Of course, we'll ask them about it.
Really, really going to be following up on this one as much as possible. But, yeah, I just loved, like you said, that you have a hostage as like a tactical resource. And she seems kind of active too, right?
Yeah.
I don't know how much of that is scripted, but super excited about that.
Yeah, the sheer amount of destruction going on is great. And, yeah, I guess the big takeaway for me, Steve, of many is it's Rainbow Six, and there are tactics going on here. And those tactics include blowing holes in walls. Woohoo!
So what do you think the chances are we'll see it this next year?
I'm putting it at, I would bet the under. If you give me 50-50 odds, I'm betting the under.
Yeah.
I think this is a spring or later 2016 game, only because that's just how these things tend to go, right?
Sure, absolutely.
Especially, I mean, Watch Dogs did that, The Division. You know, the last 2 big Ubisoft reveals have slipped past when they originally said, and that's fine. As long as it's awesome, I don't care when it comes out. We have so many other games to play for 2015. It doesn't matter. Just need this. I need this Rainbow Six Return to be good once it finally comes back.
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm willing to wait as long as possible to get the right game.
We'll end. Oh, God, I could watch this all day. So needless to say, Steve, we are going to be chasing this game relentlessly.
Absolutely.
Over the coming days of E3 and weeks and months. Ubisoft happens to have their San Francisco U.S. headquarters a block away from IGN, so it makes it really easy to harass them about this stuff. So for more on all things Rainbow Six Siege, you are already in the right place, right here at IGN.
I'm Naomi Kyle, and this is IGN News. Assassin's Creed Unity will feature 4-player co-op. The new feature was revealed at Microsoft's E3 Xbox press conference, where it was shown off live on stage. Multiple assassins are shown playing cooperatively, storming a royal castle on the eve of the bloody French Revolution. While the game is led by Ubisoft Montreal, 9 other studios are working on Assassin's Creed Unity, the first game in the series built specifically for PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. For a full look at what we saw, check out our Assassin's Creed Unity co-op gameplay trailer up on IGN right now. The E3 News Extravaganza will be happening all week long, folks, so for all your updates on the show going forward, keep it right here on IGN.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Rewind Theater for the Uncharted 4: A Thief's End. Is that right?
Yeah,
Did I say that right?
End, yeah.
It's brand
got a
new,
question mark
ladies and
after it.
gentlemen.
It's a thief's end?
A thief's end?
Man, we're deliriously tired.
What's up, everybody? It's me, Greg Miller, alongside the Pride of Long Island, Colin Moriarty.
Go Islanders.
Colin, we just came off a 12-hour live stream of all the conferences today. You were there for the end with me. We got to see this. This is the final trailer of E3's Day Zero. Of course, Uncharted 4. There it is. It's going through right there. Clearly, that's not Nathan Drake. A new character introduced.
Oh, nope.
That is Nathan Drake.
Don't be fooled by the bruising, bloody mark on his head. That is indeed Nathan Drake.
Oh, okay, my bad. It's just he's so real now. I mean, if we want to be serious for a second, this looks amazing.
Yeah,
of course,
my God,
it's running on the PlayStation 4 like everything else, every other Naughty Dog thing running here. Over on the PlayStation blog, they talked about it being a full 1080p glory. They're targeting 60 frames a second. And the next generation of Nathan Drake is going to be very real, and we'll explore what it means when Drake is forced back into the world of thieves. He will embark on a globe-trotting journey in pursuit of a historical conspiracy behind a fabled pirate treasure.
Yar.
It's his greatest adventure yet, and will test his physical limits, his resolve, and ultimately, what he's willing to sacrifice to save the ones he loves.
Sully.
Well, see, now that's what's interesting, right, is like, that was a big part of Uncharted 3, right, of why do you do this, why do you keep doing this, stop doing this, right, you have a nice life, everybody loves you. But Drake's pulled back in, and in this, you know, when we're listening to the dialogue and we're not talking over it, because of course you should have listened to this already, watched this trailer, Sully talks about, you know, you've been out of the game a long time. It sounds like he finally listened, right? Like, Uncharted 3 ended, everything worked out. He saw what he could lose, and if we stop it right there, he is still married to Elena. Round of applause, everybody. Naughty Dog not falling back on their old tropes.
Yeah, it's very cool, and Drake does look noticeably older than me than he did in Drake's Deception. So
you can see, I think you can almost see some graying hairs. Of course, we're in the moonlight. Tough to tell.
So yeah, if he's been out of it for a while, that's good. Sully, you know, is agreeing to go back in with it one more time. They're definitely positioning this as the last Uncharted game from the way it sounds.
Well, yeah, off of the little bit of VO we get here and that. But yeah, that would make sense, right? Go out or whatever. Yeah. What I find interesting, right? And ultimately what he's willing to sacrifice to save the ones he loves. Clearly, it probably starts off as something else, but is he lying to Sully here, you think, to get him involved, to get him to come back and be a part of the thing? Do you think Elena and his child is in danger?
Oh, his child?
Is little Drake in danger, you think?
Maybe. It seems like maybe he's messed with just the wrong amount of people over time, and maybe they're...
Maybe that's true, too.
You know, he's been a part of 4 adventures that have put him at odds with some pretty dangerous people. Not all of them have died.
And to be clear, it was never honestly told yes or no if PlayStation All-Stars was canon, so it's possible Sweet Tooth is after him.
Yeah,
we don't know.
It's possible Sackboy's after him. It's also possible Spike's after him. So He's got a lot of problems here.
I'm not a gun aficionado. I do believe in our right to bear arms here in the States. So, but there's a logo there on the bottom. I'm assuming it's like an American.
I don't know. I can't see it. It looks like a blurry thing to me.
There's something there. It's that precision and love we all get from Naughty Dog all the time. So I'm sure it's something there. But Drake looking awesome, of course.
2014, we're about to kick off 3 days worth of live gameplay demos straight from the show floor. But first, let's check out some brand new gameplay footage from IGN 2013's E3 People's Choice Award winner, The Witcher 3.
Welcome back, everybody. The doors have just opened here on the show floor at E3. I'm Damon Hatfield. We're about to take a look at The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, highly anticipated RPG. Here from developer CD Projekt Red, Peter and John, here to show us the game. Gentlemen, thank you for coming by. What are we about to see?
It's great to be here. So I don't know if everybody probably saw the Griffin sort of wild hunt yesterday, but this is the follow-up to that hunt, and you've got this sort of head of this Griffin, and you're bringing it back to the guy who gave you the contract in the tavern. So what we're showing here is deep storytelling, and we're also introducing for the first time in more detail Novigrad, which is a big major city hub inside the world of Witcher. So that's basically a setup.
Let's jump right into it then.
All right. So this is going to be a small snippet of the demo we're showing at the business booth.
Okay.
There we are, joining the adventure. Many of you might already be familiar with him. This is Geralt of Rivia. Our main protagonist. He's a Witcher, one of a dying caste. He's a trained monster slayer. As John mentioned before, he's back from a hunt. He's carrying a mighty trophy on the left of the saddle.
So we saw that from the trailer yesterday, or from the demo.
Exactly. So we are taking that to Novigrad. At this point, players are several hours into the game, so they'll be mostly familiar with how the game handles. And again, as we mentioned, we're closing in on the city of Novigrad, the biggest city in the world of The Witcher 3. We're going to meet a man called Dijkstra. He used to be the head of Redanian intelligence. Now he's a spy and a very powerful mobster. We got a bunch of things to talk about here. Like, if we get close, there's several thousand inhabitants in the city. Buildings made of bricks, paved city streets, warehouses, all desirable guilds and artisans, banks, the breathtaking Temple Isle, inns, brothels, and the largest seaport in the north. This is Novigrad. It's a living, breathing ecosystem of the several thousand people living in its corners. Everyone in the city, thugs, beggars, lords and loiterers and peasants have their day and time activities, and they make all 4 districts of the city a unique and characteristic place, worlds within a world to explore. And of course, this is a place which is ripe with quests. And you should be careful, of course, and pay attention to what you pick, because if you pick a quest, another might perish. Your actions and choices have a great effect on the course of the adventure you're taking. But if we were to talk about all the Cloak and Dagger gameplay the city has to offer, we would be sitting here like all day long. For example, if you look to the other side of the canal, there's that small fish market there, and of course, you can get fish there. But if you meet the right people and if you pay the right prices, you can get some real nice, juicy contraband armor, weapons, and secret ingredients that will aid you in your adventure. So we're going to continue now. Try not to hit the passers-by on the street.
I love the way his hair bounces. That's a really nice detail.
It's really nice. We pay a lot of attention to all the composition. Our team is like a constant lookout for where to place things. Big trees, buildings, and whatever, so there's never a point in the game with a bad point of view. Alright, so we're getting close to the spot where we are supposed to talk to Dijkstra, like he was the one who ordered the Griffin to be slain, and we have obviously delivered our part of the deal. Now it's his time to pay us with information. This is a brothel. Oh yeah. There are many more like it in the city. There's an entire district for them.
I'm worried that we left our Griffin head back there. Is someone going to steal it?
No.
Okay.
We are formidable.
No one dare steal from Geralt.
Gotcha.
There's our guy. Cutscene.
Greetings, Dijkstra. How's your health? You're late. Fulfilling my end of the bargain. Brought you the head, just like you wanted. Let's hope to myself.
So you're on main storyline here, and so the game is like 50 hours main storyline, 50 hours of open world, and so it's this is right on the main storyline path. We can't give away too much, but at least it's kind of like a preview of what you're gonna, the kind of like storytelling you're going to see on the main story in the main story path.
There in the company of a creature that goes by the name of Johnny. Don't laugh, but to believe the witness's tale, this being looks a bit like a child and lives in some burrow in the woods.
Probably a Bucka or a Luton, but she's in Velen. Damn it.
Geralt, is she who I think she is?
Thanks, Dijkstra. That was coin well spent. Nice talking to you. The time I was on my way.
All right, so we got a bit more information about the person Geralt is looking for. She's looking for a certain ashen-haired girl. This information alone is probably strong enough to get all fans like crazy about the new information we can get in the game. All right, so since we have a limited time here at the IGN stage, we're very close to conclude our little demonstration here, and we're gonna say goodbye to the city with a nice view from that bridge over there. So again, the city is huge. We got 4 districts. But unique characteristics: the rich district, the poor district, the harbor district, of course, and the district that's going to be pretty popular, the brothel district. All right, so this is the outskirts. That's where the adventure begins to the south, and yeah, this is Novigrad.
And just a reminder, everything you see in this world, you can actually travel to. It's a big open world gaming experience. So it's
I'm the type of gamer that tries to do side quests before story missions, so I have a feeling I'm going to be very distracted constantly playing this game.
You have plenty of opportunities in this region and basically every region in the game to do that.
Awesome.
Okay,
it looks beautiful. Does that wrap up the demo part?
That's the demo part, so let's maybe shift to the other thing. Yeah.
The rest you will see in the full game.
Wow, it looks amazing. Out February 25th, 2015, is that correct?
February 25th.
Sorry, 25th, yeah. I think before we go, we're going to watch the most recent trailer. Is that correct?
Exactly, the
we have
pre-order trailer.
We have that queued up we can hop into now?
Once we were many. Now we are few. Hunters, killers of the world's filth. Witchers, the ultimate killing machines. Among us, a legend. The one they call Geralt of Rivia, the White Wolf.
We meet again, Witcher.
Your Imperial Majesty.
She's returned, Geralt. After all these years.
Are you sure it's her?
Yes. And she's in danger. Witnesses claim the Wild Hunt follows her. You must find her.
And when I do, what then?
I shall give her what she deserves.
White Wolf, at last. I come for her of the prophecy. Every decision you make will bring devastation. Each choice will lead to a greater evil.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. That is The Witcher 3. I'm super excited about it.
Thanks, man.
Stay tuned. Stay tuned. Next, we're going to take a look at Destiny. We'll be right back.
The plan is to find Greg, and then kill him, and then we win. And then we win. Okay.
Go team, go!
All right. You see the footprints?
All right. Where my girl Daisy at?
Oh, Daisy's so cute.
Isn't she just an adorable little monster?
We're following
Monster
John.
drags.
Following John.
Oh,
I'm
what
helping.
the hell was that terrible?
You just threw a poison grenade at all of us.
Oh, what?
Daisy, where you going, girl?
I got attacked by one of those hidden rock
Oh no,
monsters.
is it coming after us
Yeah.
still? Oh shit.
Ah!
Naomi, no!
I can't get out of this.
What
happened, Naomi?
No,
Help,
she's
guys.
gonna. Oh,
She's dead.
I
She's
got
dead.
it.
Oh, wow.
It was the
Naomi
rock
died
monster.
because she
She'll be
didn't tell
back.
anybody
It's
she was
fine.
getting murdered.
Shucks. It was trying to avoid your poison.
Yeah,
Oh, he's right. He's down here.
Marty!
Get him. All right. Oh shit.
Damn it.
Oh, that's not good.
Okay, well.
I need help. I know that.
You guys need major help.
He's gonna kill me. No.
This is gonna go really
all
fast.
because I died.
This is all because you poisoned us.
Guys, I was learning the controls.
Am I the only one left alive?
No, I'm alive, John.
Marty.
I'm up here on a ridge. I'm actually just being I'm being a huge right now because I'm afraid of him.
Maggie's not doing too good.
Great. Well, I'm gonna get eaten. So.
All right,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna bail and run away for a minute.
Oh my god, off wildlife. I ain't got time for you.
I cloaked.
I don't see no monster.
I'm go chilling with Daisy.
30 Where'd you go? I
He
can't
seems
see you.
far.
Greg is stage 2, guys. All right, where are you guys?
We're coming.
We're about to land. There is a marker for where we landed.
Oh yeah, there is. You're
Yeah,
right.
so just follow that.
They're all like, where is he? I'm in the exact same spot, eating all their dead bodies to make myself stronger.
Don't throw
Oh
poison
god,
grenades.
he's here.
my God.
I lured the monster directly to us.
How's it feel, Marty?
Oh god, none of this worked.
Make him pay.
Okay, that was terrible.
I'm going in first.
I can't see him.
Okay, he is focused mostly on me right now, so if you want to... I died, I guess? Why did I just
Why
die?
can't I-
Oh, you revived. Wait.
Wait, did I revive you?
You probably can.
I think I did.
No,
Oh,
I think I
now I'm
died right
dead.
before you could. Yeah.
Now I'm dead.
Yeah.
Then there were 2, Destin!
Holy
I
crap.
have a shield. It's helping.
Destin, you got this. Come on.
I was going to revive Marty.
Who's still alive?
Naomi is dead.
I'm gonna be honest, this one
Destin
didn't
is
go well.
dead.
Guys,
Marty,
this one
you
didn't
are
go
our
well.
savior
Okay.
yet again.
No, I'm not our savior.
Oh,
I'm
you're dead?
absolutely dead.
Great. Well, we're all dead then. The end. Greg wins. Surprise.
If Greg Miller didn't need a bigger ego, give him a 2-minute win.
Challenge me, someone.
All right, you guys all set?
Yep.
Birds
we are.
monster is close.
Let's actually try and not lose.
Well, don't throw any of your stupid grenades this time.
Hey, there's poison gas. I'm gonna run into it.
You threw it at us.
Yeah, you absolutely
I
threw
threw
it.
it at you, John.
All right. Anybody see him?
Oh God.
You got him?
Now I got a wildlife problem.
Birds. I see birds.
Oh, I see him.
Where?
He's straight ahead of me.
I see his tracks.
I can't even get to you guys.
Oh, I got him.
Get away from me.
Marty, chuck those sentry guns.
I chucked all of them.
Can I just attack
Oh
you?
my God. And then I got eaten by a plant.
God damn it. Guys, I'm coming.
Where are you going, JR?
Trying to save. Oh God. Oh God.
Remember when you put up that thing to keep me in?
Damn it, Destin.
Is there anything I can do?
No, you can't do anything. Obviously, you can't do anything. God damn.
Oh my goodness.
Super far away.
Okay, I'm reviving someone. JR, I'm reviving you. God damn it!
You are reviving him. Get out of here, Marty. Bad Marty.
You can always say, at least I wasn't eaten by a plant.
Okay, Naomi and I just have to survive.
Balls, I just got eaten by a plant.
Hey!
Oh no, that's a plant.
Not the only one.
Wow.
Wow.
Where'd you go, Marty?
Is he
Someone's gotta
is he
go
behind me?
help
Can someone check if he's
that
running
was
after
sad.
me?
That was really sad.
Which one of you cowards is still
Oh
alive?
God, I got eaten by the plant too! Son of a bitch! Son of a bitch!
This is why there are roads.
I told
Stay
you!
on the roads and avoid the plant monster.
I could have saved you guys, but that
Oh my
damn
God.
plant.
Oh my
Greg,
God.
don't even say anything.
I like this game a lot.
All right, I feel good about this one. I feel like we got it.
Why do you possibly feel like that, Dustin? Nothing we've done so far should clue you into
because he knows now not to walk near plants.
I know where the plant is. I'm good.
Or
no, there are plants.
Poison us.
So if you go up the stairs, there's a plant right up the stairs.
Just stay on the road.
Avoid it.
Just stay
it's
on the
road. There's
no, it's
two
not.
roads.
No, just follow me.
I'm following Daisy.
I went up this way last time with Destin and it worked pretty
Everyone
well.
follow
And
Daisy.
then you get eaten by plants.
No. That happened later.
See,
Monster
there's
tracks.
wildlife up here that you can use to upgrade, and that's what I was looking for.
Where?
They do. If you
Where did
shoot,
you
if
see
you kill
that?
the wildlife, they give you perks.
Yeah, so like
I'm
you kill
getting
this
scared.
raptor up here,
It's not a raptor.
whatever he is.
If anything, that's like a diplodocus.
I just
Diplos
wasted my-
Diplosodicus? I don't know. Elvis.
Hey, Greg's up here by me.
All right. All right, let's go.
Whoa, hang on.
I can see him. He's eating things. Okay, I'm gonna lure him out.
All right, guys, everyone head to Destin.
He was.
Oh, he's by me. He's by me.
I got him.
Stupid idiot, Marty.
Don't let him kill JR. Have some fire, Greg.
Yeah,
How's
we got his shield down.
Direct hit. That's doing good.
Keep him down, keep him down. I got some flames on him. That's gonna tear right through him. Can we throw another arena soon?
Maybe.
No, it's kind of serious.
The arena's running out. Concentrate your fire.
Damn it,
As
it's
soon as
gonna
you get another
recharge.
one, throw it.
He's running. He's running. He's running.
We hit him really good.
And he's way off in the distance.
Oh, rock monster.
And he's a whole hell of a lot faster.
Careful.
There's a rock monster down here.
Where?
You guys all right?
Little help.
It's
Are you
okay.
dying, Destin?
Nope.
Damn it. All right, we'll find him again. We gotta make sure you stay alive.
Time to get serious.
Oh, Greg's okay.
Greg just evolved.
After this cup of coffee.
There's like an crab dude up here.
Crab dude.
Oh, crab dude.
Just a little crab dude. Sebastian's in the house.
Little Sebastian.
Ah, crap in a hat. Get out of here, guys. I have no business with you.
They're firing.
Oh
now.
shit, giant frog monster.
Oh, I see him in the distance. There's his lightning by JR. Oh, yeah,
JR, throw
he's
it.
right by JR.
All right, we got him trapped. Whoa, he does not like me.
Oh Jesus, I am on the ground.
Okay, I'm coming.
Naomi, can you get him?
Yeah, I got him. Sorry.
I need help.
Awesome.
Did I get you?
I need help. I'm
Okay,
getting
Judy's
beat.
back. I'm coming. Wait.
Lord.
Gotta hide.
Okay, monster got me,
Okay, Lord.
but he's really low on health.
Harpoon him down. Nice, nice.
Come on. I'm heading over. Someone's
Oh,
back. Someone's
Jesus.
back.
Nice.
back.
Came back.
Nice, 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 Naomi. Destin, come back here. We need.
I'm coming. I'm firing on him.
He's going nuts.
You got
I need
JR.
help.
You got me too.
I'm gonna put the
You got me
flamethrower on
too.
and drag him over to me, okay? He does not like the fire.
Come on, let me
Naomi,
go.
see if you can get the one John
So I'm
right.
just aggroing him.
I just need to hide right now a little bit.
He is pissed.
He's focusing on Destin.
Yeah,
Come
the
on,
fire
look
really
already,
brings
yes.
down the fire.
Damn it.
I used my jetpack. Ah!
He's getting hit by something. I don't know what though.
Can we harpoon him
He's
down?
running again.
Did you bring it
Wait,
back?
where'd he go?
Yeah.
He went up this
Bring me
way.
back.
You're back.
Welcome back, everybody. We're now going to take a look at Destiny. Eric from Bungie has been kind enough to come by the IGN set here. Show us the game.
It's my pleasure.
What are we going to take a look at?
Oh, so we got some footage of our alpha going live. So here on the show floor, we've got the Crucible. It's our competitive multiplayer. It's a really fun, skill-based throwback to the kind of games we love building here at Bungie. I think fans are going to be pleasantly surprised that even though you can build your own character and take your own gear into multiplayer, it's still all about map control, dominance, being the best player. Wins and losses really matter.
Yeah, we
so here we're
actually got
looking
the
at,
footage up there
so
now.
here's First Light. It's a map, obviously, on the moon. This is your fire team of 6 loading into competitive multiplayer. This is a map type called Control. So Control is a nice blend of competitive, objective modes and deathmatch. So you get points for kills, but you're also getting multipliers for holding zones. So you can see as these guys work around the map. These are their loadouts. If you've got a great sniper rifle you love, you can bring it in. If you've got a great shotgun and that more suits your play style, you can do that as well. These are all guys from back at the studio and from an influencer event we did last night. So Right about now, you should be seeing a lot of this footage hitting the web.
Nice.
With a lot of press and some community VIPs and YouTubers. So floodgates are open. And of course, this is on our show floor. You can see vehicles here. That's the Interceptor. It's a big bruising vehicle, good for suppressive fire. You've got turrets on the ridge to help take those guys out. You can also conjure your Sparrow whenever you want and get someplace fast on the map. So this is a nice blend of vehicular action and infantry.
Can you tell us about this map?
Sure. So it's set on the moon. There's a lot of open sight lines around the perimeters. But as you can see, as I move from A, B, and C, you can stay on the interior and sort of work some cat and mouse play. So once the vehicles are up, you want to make sure you're paying attention to them, getting on turrets, getting on your own vehicles, or using supers to take them out. So teamwork is pretty critical here. Map awareness is huge. Heavy ammos drop as you play, so you want to make sure that you've got your heavy gun, a heavy machine gun or a rocket launcher ready to go once those hit, because there's little fights that break out around those hot spots on the map. So you can see here he's neutralizing an enemy, tried to get him with a knife throw and missed, so he lost the hill there. So you see it's a little bit faster than we've built in the past with Halo, but it's still all about those one-on-one encounters, all about teamwork. Like we said, we really want to make wins and losses matter. We want to make you feel, like skill is important. We're actually disabling power advantages in multiplayer, so even though we have a leveling system for our cooperative modes and for campaign where that matters against the enemies that you fight, when you go into competitive multiplayer, we make sure it's a level playing field for players. That's really important to us. So you can see A is pretty hard to hold down. You've got a bunch of ways in, a bunch of ways out. B is totally exposed over here, so you see these guys have to keep their heads on a swivel. Lucky they've got their shotguns, so they make quick work of those guys.
How many vehicles are available here?
So we've got 3 on this map. We've got your Sparrow, which you can conjure at will at any time. You've got the Interceptor, which spawns in on a timer, and you've got Fallen Pikes. Fallen Pikes are a little bit quicker than the Interceptors. Their guns are a little bit weaker, but they're more rapid deployment. Get someplace fast. You can see him picking up an orb here, and that's actually really important in our game. We want to promote a lot of cooperative play, so as you effectively use your own super, you'll generate orbs for other players to pick up, and so you can feed one another. You can sort of stack. You can see the hallmark of Bungie. We're doing really good skyboxes. We're rendering this in beautiful 1080p. We really want these places to feel like rich places you can visit in the world. And so even though this is an arena mode, it's carved out from the game proper, it's not happening in the world, we don't want to have like surprise PvP. Sure. We still have it set in the fiction of the world. So the announcer is a guardian called Shax. You can find him at the tower. As you do well, he'll reward you with reputation. You can spend that for better weapons and better gear at the tower. And there's also other factions watching guardians, picking and choosing and loading them up. So this is Rusted Lands. This is set on Earth. You can see it's an old derelict human installation that's been slammed into by a hive pod. You get that nice green miasma. Yeah. So once again, we've got our loadouts here. You can see the Hunter at the fore here, some Titans and Warlocks backing them up. Now there's no vehicles on this map. It's very much a infantry, sort of more cat and mouse play going on. So typically you'll see people head up to A. A is very hard to hold down. There's a lot of ways in and out. There's a good sight line out of the front if you want to try to snipe, but you're exposed. So one of the really cool things that I experienced when I've been playing Alpha, we've been playing it for about a month at the studio, is I'll change my loadouts based on the map. So when I go to the moon, I go to First Light, I'll change to like a scout rifle and a sniper rifle, because I'm going to go long range and work people from the perimeters. And if that stops to work for me, and in mid-match, I can actually go to a shotgun and an assault rifle. Rusted Lands, I tend to go more assault rifle and then back it up with a shotgun. And of course, I play Warlock, because Warlock's the best class, but you can see some guys playing Hunter, you can see some guys playing Titan, and that'll really change the way you play. So Titans have more armor, so they have more health. They're a little bit harder to take down. Hunters are more agile, so they're a little bit quicker, so they can sort of flank you and use their double jump to get around you.
Are we watching a Hunter right now?
We are watching, well, I can't tell you more, but I believe that was a Hunter, yes.
It seemed very agile. He was like sailing over.
Yeah, we're watching a Hunter.
Walls,
so on the lower left, you can see his grenade, and he's also got a throwing knife. So each class has a different melee as well. So the Warlock, the difference is the health and shields recharge a little bit quicker, so they're a little bit quicker back into battle. So you can, if you pull back and you're smart, you can pick up the engagement before the other player is ready.
Seems like there's a lot of variety just within single maps.
There's tons of variety.
And indoor environments.
Yeah, there's tons of variety. These maps are actually featured in our alpha. They're incredibly limited. We let players go up to level 8. but you can go well beyond that in the full game. And so even the abilities that we're seeing here, we're seeing 3 grenade types, but even in a one focus for a player, even on one build, you'll see a huge variety of movement modes, grenade types, status buffs, melee buffs. You can really tweak and customize the player to be, fit your play style, really suit how you want to play. So it isn't just about picking a Titan. You can really tweak how that Titan plays. You can make the Titan feel a little bit more of a close range damage dealer, or maybe he's a little bit better at the perimeter. And that actually, that philosophy shows up in the weapon sandbox as well. So you might be able to find an assault rifle that fires, heavy rate of fire on the hip, but when you go into the scope, it's a slower, more like a scope. So it might promote you to play a little bit more from the perimeter, even though you're a Titan. So you can see his super just charged up here. So he's got a moment where he wants to pull it off. He can kind of go Death Blossom and own the battlefield for a few seconds. He'll get 3 shots from his golden gun. Anything that he hits instantly dies.
These green spikes in the environment?
So this is Hive architecture here. They've sort of been burrowing into the moon. They're a more enigmatic race. They're a dark race, and you'll see them out in the world. You'll see spaces that are sort of infused with the Hive. If we looked over to the left here, you'd see a drop pod that was sent down from the moon, slammed into the building. There it is there in the background. If you watch the skybox, you'll see Hive dropships in the background, warping in and warping out. And so part of the fiction is that you're in the Crucible. You're actually competing for glory and honor, for reputation with both factions and with shacks, but you're also going out and claiming resources for these guys. So these are enemy-controlled spaces, and you're holding them down. So you can see Golden Gun again. See if he's kind of misused it a little bit here because he's out in the open, but you see if he can close on some of these guys. Yeah, it's been really fun. Like I said, we've been playing this for a while at the office to see other people play it. We had a little thing last night. We invited a bunch of people out to capture footage and play, and letting the game, getting it out in the community's hands and seeing what they do with it has been pretty exciting for us.
Yeah, we were talking before we went live here that you're really close to release date now.
Yeah, September 9th. So we're shipping on PlayStation 4, PlayStation 3, Xbox One, Xbox 360. Alpha is really gearing us up for beta. We want to make sure we're building a great scale ramp. Our beta's gotten so big. Right. We want to make sure we go into that in a really good way. So hopefully we'll be seeing a whole lot of players hit our beta, and that'll be on all 4 platforms. So this alpha will be a really good test for us. It'll help pave the way for beta, which is July 17th, and then our launch on September 9th.
Do you know what content is going to be in the beta? Is it going to be the same?
I do. So it's going to be significantly bigger than the alpha. Yeah. The alpha is actually pretty huge in and of itself. So in the alpha, I can create a character. So I can pick a class, a gender, a race. I can customize my face. So I can pick Titan, Hunter, Warlock. I can do a story mission. I can go explore the world, the entirety of the Cosmodrome, which is a really massive space. Within that space, I can see other players. They might be running around looking for resources, treasure chests, fighting enemies. We have like hidden enemy bosses. We have crazy, like when the sun goes down, you'll see crazy stuff happen.
So much.
It's a pretty big experience. I can go to the tower. I can visit vendors, visit Vanguard mentors, go to the Postmaster. That in and itself is a really fun space. There's little hidden Easter eggs there for people to find. Go on a cooperative strike, and I can play competitive multiplayer. And like I said, that's just the alpha. So the beta is going to be even bigger than that. We've had a lot of discussions at the office of like, wow, this beta is pretty massive. But it's really important for us to get it out there to show people what we're building. We're doing a lot of new stuff. We're innovating in a lot of spaces. And so we didn't just want to come out and show off the competitive multiplayer, which we think is awesome and really exciting and something that players want to see from us. But in isolation, we wanted to make sure we said, like, here's how it fits into the whole. That player journey, that sort of loop, is really hard for people to understand because you tell it like, hey, you're going to really care about your character. It doesn't really stick until you play and realize like, oh, cool, I played competitive multiplayer and I got these rewards that gave me a better assault rifle that I can take into a strike. And the strike will earn another helmet that I can take back. It has this really cool loop effect. Or I might see a gun on you and go, hey, where'd you get Galahad C? That's an awesome assault rifle. And you can maybe if you're nice, you'll tell me where I can find that. Yeah, and already we're seeing a whole bunch of chatter, both internally and from the people who are playing now, about which are the best builds, what are the best rifles, what are the best loadouts, what are the best abilities. So we're seeing all that min-maxing starting to happen, which is really cool for us because that doesn't happen typically in a shooter.
Yeah. Are we returning to the first map that we saw here?
Yep, we're back on First Light here. You can see the sun's gone down, so we do real time of day in the engine. That affects our multiplayer maps as well. We want to make sure everything feels really rooted in the world and give you a lot of variety. You're seeing that was an ill-advised Fist of Havoc, typically a close-range closer. Probably thought he had backup from that turret, but no dice.
So
So we might be cycling through footage now.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, so we had our guys in last night playing with the influencers, and we may not have been telling them to lay off a little bit.
Yeah.
So their first experiences weren't horrible. Our guys have been playing for quite a while. There you see a little dance
like
emote
the
here. Different ways to communicate, even if you don't have a headset. Obviously, a headset's a preferred way to communicate with your team, but if you don't happen to have one, or if you're not into that sort of thing, you can still communicate with your team. You can still celebrate or tell them you need help. Through dance. What better way to communicate?
Are there other modes in the alpha?
Other emotes?
Modes, or is it all control?
Oh no, so in multiplayer it's just control in the alpha, and just these 2 maps. But yeah, like I said, there's still a lot of content. Besides the competitive multiplayer, we have the strikes. The strikes also feature multiple difficulty modes, so if you go through a strike and you want to just relax and shoot some enemies and feel victorious, you can do that with 2 of your friends, or we can matchmake that in for you. If you want to do something really hard, you can ratchet it up and put your skills to the test. It's important to us that players can feel confident in our world. They can feel like their victory was well earned.
How do you become supercharged?
So it's on a timer, and you also accelerate it by getting kills. So typically during a match, we want to make sure everybody gets a super that they can use. We don't want it ever to feel like the rich get richer. So it's just sort of a singular moment, class-based, where everybody can sort of have this awesome ultimate expression of their class power. Those are also tweakable as you upgrade. And you can also have more than one build focus too. So you'll see a Warlock who may have a Nova Bomb, and he can switch to a thermal focus, so you can even get a bunch of variety there. While we want people to fall in love with their guns and their gear and their characters, we also don't want them to have to throw it away if they want to roll a different type. So if you're a Warlock and you want to try out thermal, that's totally cool.
Are there loot rewards for winning matches in multiplayer?
Yep. So everything you do in the game will earn you rewards. The rewards matter. They're tailored for your class, tailored for your level. These guys are earning Vanguard reputation, which they can take back to the tower, and that'll open and unlock different gear. There's a more direct pipe in the strikes and campaign where you can earn gear directly. It drops to the ground. But in competitive multiplayer, we didn't want to have players be distracted by a shiny bauble and go chasing after it and lose the objective. It's frustrating to see somebody on your team run off and go after something shiny. So we sort of hold it for the post-game Carnage report, tell people what they've won, give them their reputation and their points, and of course we'll be extending that all out to Bungie.net in a really cool way.
Cool. Well, I think that's about all the time we have for today.
Awesome.
I think Destiny looks awesome. I'm super excited for it.
Sweet.
It's out September 9th.
September 9th, yeah.
The beta is July
17th, and we've got it in the booth right now for Crucible, and we should be seeing coverage hitting today, so we're pretty excited.
Yeah, thank you so much for bringing it by.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Stay tuned. Next is The Order 1886.
We'll be covering everything that comes out of the convention, starting with Monday's conferences from Microsoft, EA, Ubisoft, and Sony. There's so much news, we can't even fit it all in, so be sure to keep track of the ticker at the bottom for even more news highlights. I bet you guys can't wait to get your fix, and neither can we. So we're going to start all of this with Microsoft and EA's big conferences. There was a ton of new info revealed at today's Microsoft conference, namely the Master Chief guy. We got a brand new look at Halo 5 Guardians with an awesome trailer that showed Master Chief flying through space, blowing stuff up, the usual, all while mysterious figures watched over his actions. You can join the Halo 5 Guardians beta this December. Speaking of Master Chief, the rumors of a Halo HD collection came true as Microsoft showcased Halo the Master Chief Collection, a mega bundle of Halo 1, 2, 3, and 4 for the Xbox One, all in glorious 1080p HD. Sadly, Halo Reach and ODST need not apply. Master Chief's only. Along with the reveal came news that the collection would include custom playlists to let you play levels in all of the games the way you want. Another addition to the bundle is the Halo Nightfall digital series, a story that will lead up to the events of Halo 5. You can look for this awesome bundle on November 11th. I hope you guys love games, because that's all Microsoft had to talk about. The games. Let's round up everything that was shown off today. Microsoft debuted a new look at Call of Duty Advanced Warfare, complete with some seamless-looking gameplay and a fighting against swarms of robotic drones. They also announced that the Xbox One would have exclusive DLC for the game. The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt got a full-on gameplay demo wherein Geralt showed off his witching skills as he tracked and hunted down a mighty griffin and even stopped along the way to save some lady using gratuitous violence. What a gentleman. If you love those gameplay demos, you are in luck. Ubisoft showed off more of Assassin's Creed Unity, complete with a gameplay demo showing off the new 4-player co-op mode that will make assassinating your foes all the better, because everything is better together. Another Ubisoft game that was shown was a new gameplay demo of The Division where 4 players tried to reach their home base. It was announced that certain content would be available for the Xbox One first, but details aren't concrete just yet. Fans of spelunking are in for a treat because we got a first look at the next adventure of Lara Croft in Rise of the Tomb Raider. The game is slated for holiday 2015, and if the title is any indication, we should be seeing a lot more tombs. Also due for a 2015 release is Inside, a very eerie and bleak-looking game from Playdead, the makers of Limbo. The game looked very reminiscent of Limbo's iconic look, trading in black and white for a futuristic dystopia. If you've been hankering for some info on Sunset Overdrive, look no further. We got a brand new gameplay demo and a hilarious fourth wall-breaking, gritty generic shooter mocking trailer. The game hits Xbox One on October 28th, and Insomniac Games confirmed rumors for an 8-player online co-op mode called Chaos Mode. Project Spark got a new detailed trailer showing off all of the wonderful creations and worlds you can make in the game. The trailer ended with the surprise of Conquer the Squirrel, who we haven't seen since 2005. Welcome back, buddy. Dragon Age Inquisition showed off a new expansive-looking trailer and revealed that the game will have certain content available first on Xbox One and will release on October 7th this year. Forza Motorsport 5 is getting the iconic Nürburgring racetrack available today for free. As for Forza Horizon 2, new systems allow for seamless multiplayer, open-world drive-avatars, and hundreds of drive clubs. The game will be available on September 13th. The makers of Left 4 Dead showed off some more footage for Evolve, along with the announcement that the game will be getting exclusive DLC and beta access on the Xbox One. We've even gotten our own hands-on with the game, so be sure to check out how well I did. Moon Studios announced Ori and the Blind Forest, a platformer headed to Xbox One this holiday. A debut trailer for the title was released, showing off just how amazingly gorgeous and haunting this platformer looks. I think I'm in love. Killer Instinct proved that rebooting classic games can be awesome. And in keeping with the spirit, a new trailer was revealed for the reboot of the Xbox classic, Phantom Dust. Fable Legends got its own gameplay demo showing off both co-op and counter-op as the Dungeon Master character placed new obstacles and enemies in their way. Beta will start this fall on Xbox One. Platinum Games developer Hideki Kamiya took to the stage to reveal an Xbox One exclusive game called Scalebound, where a protagonist and his dragon buddy took on some pretty daunting monsters with the help of a magical sword and armor. And the next Crackdown game got a new trailer debuted with some jolly cooperation, leading to the destruction of a bad guy and most of the city, but who's complaining? While everyone has different opinions on DLC, it's hard to deny that Capcom's DLC announcement for Dead Rising 3 isn't the funniest, wackiest, weirdest thing we've ever seen. The crazy DLC will feature 4 players, Nick, Annie, Chuck, and Frank, but it's the ability to use costumes and abilities of your favorite Capcom characters that made the trailer really awesome. Oh, and did I mention the DLC was titled Super Ultra Dead Rising 3 Arcade Remix Hyper Edition EX plus Alpha? And it's out right now. But hey, we aren't done yet, as EA stepped up to the plate with their conference after Microsoft. The company started with a behind-the-scenes look at the making of Star Wars Battlefront. News is finally here. We got another brief tease at the universe building in progress with more conceptual prototypes of different planets. Mirror's Edge showcased new concept art on the building of Faith's character and new art of the game itself, and plenty of conceptual prototypes.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to IGN's E3 2014 live show. We've ditched that horrible theater, and we're here in the comfy couches. Of course, all day long, we will bring you game demos from E3. Make sure you tweet at IGN, hashtag E3 2014. All the pimping is out of the way. I'm here with Ready Ed, Dawn, Garrett, Dana. Thank you so much for coming. You're here to show the Order 1886, of course. But first, You guys made your name with the God of War PSP games. I want to have a moment of silence for the discontinued PSP. Never forget. Never forget. All right, let's see your cool PS4 game.
All right, cool. Let's jump right in.
So tell me all about it. The Order 1886, you had a dynamite demo. It blew the doors off of the PlayStation conference the other night. For people who don't know, like my mom, hi, thanks for watching, Mom. What is the Order 1886 all about?
The Order 1886 is a third-person action shooter set in a alternate history Victorian-era London, and basically the game is, it's a battle, a struggle for survival of man against myth.
Yeah.
And it's just a really exciting game for us to be able to kind of take things that people know about history and twist it.
I think that was the most interesting part when our own Colin Moriarty came back to tell me all about it. He was talking about, all right, we saw the trailer, right, and then there was these monsters, and you're still fighting the monsters, and these guys have been alive forever, and and all this stuff. And then in the demo you showed at PlayStation, Wolfman shows up pretty much. And I'm sure he's not really called Wolfman. We're going to call him Wolfman, though. And I loved, it was a little touch that when the main character got knocked down, Colin pointed out in our, as we were watching, he's like, oh, and then he picked up the elixir and drank it because that's what keeps them alive and going. And then it all started clicking that, your original trailer had the black water, is that what it's called? Like rolling down and doing that. How did we get to this point where monsters are in Aerith, you have crazy weapons that didn't exist yet, Garrett?
Well, so you have this like fantastical universe where there's like a war between man versus beast, really.
Yeah.
And so it's their duty to subdue them and take care of them. And at the same time, though, you have this kind of rebel faction that's going up against the crown, essentially. And so we have this is what this fight is here. You're fighting a group of rebels.
Yeah. Now, how hard was it to make it look this good? Your game looks very good, Dana.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. The check's in the mail. But no, anybody with eyeballs can see it. I mean, how great the game looks right now and how good it's running. Was that a hard thing to get going on the PlayStation 4?
I think the PlayStation 4 being like such a powerhouse of a machine.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it was hard. I think it was challenging for us just to kind of, bring the authenticity that we really wanted to for the Order for London, to make it look this realistic, keep it true to the era.
Sure.
But from a technical standpoint, Garrett, I'm sure has a lot of information you could share with challenges.
It's really a lot of it's just the attention to detail by the art staff and the programming team. There's every little facet about the game has been explored, like what's between cobblestones, or what, how does light glint off someone's eye correctly?
Sure.
Like, how do you actually model the cornea to actually reflect light, like
He's not
through a lens? And so we actually...
So you went back and basically took a biology class to figure out how it all works?
We took physics, biology, every little bit of science and math we could.
Which is appropriate considering, all the science, scientific discoveries of the time.
Yeah. So, all right, where are we right now in the game in terms of the storyline?
This is chapter 3 of the game, actually.
Okay.
It's not the very beginning, but certainly not the end.
Are the bad guys and the monsters winning? Because it always looks really bleak.
The time period is pretty bleak. There's a lot of class warfare going on at the time, and our game basically showcases some of what's going on where the knights are being kind of pulled in different directions, fighting, this rebellion that Garen was talking about. At the same time, they're also faced with defending humanity against half-breeds, in this case, the Lycans.
Gotcha. And so here we go. That's some of the black water they're drinking, right?
Right. This is the black water. So here we see Mallory actually drinking some after he got shot in the neck, and it's allowing him to heal back up.
Seems like a good cure-all.
Yeah, it prolongs life.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a blessing and a curse.
Levels.
That's kind of how we think of it. These guys have the ability to live longer than everybody else by drinking it, and it heals them. But at the same time, everything that they're fighting for, all the people they love, are dying around them because they're humans. So,
sure.
The very humanity that they fight to protect is actually the thing that they're the furthest, most attached.
Wow, that's really dark. That's really sad. Didn't expect that part from the Order. So then, I guess, how do you get chosen to be in the Order? It's a blessing and a curse, right? Is it just a family lineage, or do they find people?
Well, we're not going to divulge all the secrets about how the Order came to be formed, but King
table.
Arthur obviously selected some people that he thought were going to be the right ones to take up the cause and defend humanity. And then
that was what's fascinating, even from that reveal trailer, right? You guys had the round table, you had the swords, you had the story telling it, and then how it got to this point.
Right.
It seems like King Arthur should have gotten rid of all the evil. He had his time. He had his chance.
It's not like you have one shot at it, It's an ongoing struggle.
Yeah.
That's kind of the gist of the game, is that there's at every turn there's something that's basically that they're up against.
So what's interesting right now is the fact that, and I think a lot of people called this out when they saw the demo at the PlayStation press conference, right? Is the fact that what we're seeing right now doesn't look like what we saw at the PlayStation press conference, right? You guys did the initial reveal of gameplay, and a lot of people are like, oh, it's like Gears of War. Taking cover, jumping up, shoot stuff. It looks beautiful. And then last night it was, there's a werewolf, I gotta run. Like, are there a lot of moments like that where you guys try to change the dynamic?
Yeah. I mean, the game is very multifaceted. I think that's what people are going to be really surprised by. We have action, cover-based shooting. We have a lot of cinematic moments that the player's involved in playing, and then we have, the element of suspense horror that you saw at the press conference, where we really showcase the Lycans as being, these abominations that are formidable and terrifying, and even the knights themselves are scared from them.
So right now, as you move in, were you prepared for the pressure? You know what I mean? Like right now we're moving in, it looks beautiful, it's great, and it's neglecting the fact of how many years of work you guys put into it, let alone the fact that people knew you for being a PSP developer, right? Like I know you guys did other stuff, don't get me wrong, but that's how you were known, right? Is bringing the God of War PSPs, which were also beautiful and great, to the PS3. Did you feel the pressure then of moving to the PlayStation 4?
What pressure? I mean, it's not really much pressure. Like everyone at our team, we just want to make a great game. That's all we want. It's all we grew up hoping we could ever do. It's like our dream to do it, and we're actually getting to live our dream now. So it's actually really exciting to be able to. I would have never dreamed of making this game, and I'm so excited.
And here you are.
I mean, he said it best. I mean, we're passionate about games. We love making games. We love great games, and for us, to finally get a chance to make one of the kind of titles that we dreamed of making, it's a blessing, and we're really proud of it, and we've been working really hard.
How long had the idea of the order been stewing around in your heads?
Wow. I mean, it's kind of a culmination of a lot of ideas that we've been kicking around for a long time, honestly. So I would say it's years in the making, honestly. Yeah, I mean,
I remember near when I first started, even like around when Daxter finished, we were talking about an idea that was sort of like this. It's very different now, but we were kind of toying around with an idea very similar. It's like it's been a long time coming in our minds. So.
It looks great.
Thanks.
What's happening right now? They're about
to. So right now they basically found themselves once again trapped, and the rebels have kind of fortified themselves in this kind of crashed train car, and they realize that there's pretty much no way to get through this just through blasting, with guns. And so Galahad pulls out the monocular, which is one of our kind of tech pieces, and he assesses that, wow, it looks like there's a weapons cache over there. And then he sees this bridge that looks a little bit unstable, and tells the squad, if I can, look at that. If I can bring that thing down, we might have a way through this area.
They have telekinetic powers too.
Well, I mean, that's actually really interesting. All of our cinematics are real time. There's nothing pre-rendered in the game.
Oh, wow.
Which is why stuff like that, that's a little bug here in the alpha code. You can see that happens.
And that's why the game isn't on the shelf yet. Somebody can back off if they're going to give me hell about it. Don't get me wrong. That's the whole point of it.
I mean, it's a really interesting thing. Like, I think one of the things that we're the most proud of is I think this is one of the first games that really pushes boundaries of seamless integration of in-game gameplay and cinematics, where you're not really sure where the handoff is. There's no hitch or black frame that we go through to go stream off a Blu-ray disc. It's all rendered on the fly. And
why was that important to you? I mean, do you think that's like the future?
I mean,
yeah. I mean, we wanted, like, one thing we always disliked about when we did God of War was, like, if you changed like a costume or you were hit or you're damaged, that didn't carry on into the cinematic.
Right.
And even just that, you couldn't interject slices of gameplay in there. You couldn't kind of mix, like, a lot of times, like, you want to advance the story through, like, telling, like, cinematography and everything, but at the same time you want it to be interactive.
Sure.
And so you couldn't give that interactivity, and we couldn't, like, bring those characters to life and bring them in without doing it all real time. And so, I mean, it's a ton more work. It's an impossibly more amount of work to do and to do it right, but I think the game will be much better now for it.
So then, right now, what is it like at Ready at Dawn? Like, are you guys just like nose to the grindstone? It's not. Is it crunch already? Like,
it's always crunch.
Yeah.
I mean, we're super passionate about the game, and we're our hardest critics, and we want the game to be amazing. So all we do is just put our all into this game. So. It takes a lot of effort from a lot of people, and we're really, really proud of what it's become.
I was going to say, what does it mean to be able to come to E3 and, number one, show it, but number two, be like a crown jewel of the PS4 right now, right?
It's a little awkward. it's actually it's humbling, but it's exciting at the same time.
I think it's been really good for us. It's been really difficult having these little snippets released and having people wonder what it's like to play it, what's it going to feel like, are they going to like it, and so now, with the game on the floor, it's really exciting to see people go up there and come away walking off of, the kits and go, that was cool, I really enjoyed what I played.
Yeah, when people get their hands on it, I think they're gonna be really excited by it.
Well, I mean, that's the big thing, I think, even looking at it, right, the jump it's made from the first reveal of the press, right, because that was one thing Colin saw it and he was like, hey, to be honest, it's not running great yet, but I love everywhere it's going, how it looks now. And now you look at it, and it's like, everybody hates Colin because he was clearly lying.
Oh, good. That's our goal, is to make
that's your goal, to make everybody hate Colin Moriarty. That's no good, but it's justified, I think, in the long run. So it's one of those interesting things and I'm making a bold Greg Miller prediction here. This is your coming out party, the Order 1886. I knew you. I was a PSP guy, you know. I knew you were fantastic. I think now everyone's about to know how crazy good of a studio you guys are.
Oh, we appreciate that. Thank you.
No, I mean, it's no BS. I mean, they see it in the proofs in the pudding kind of thing.
I mean, I think like we saw a lot of good games, at the end of the PS3. I mean, across the whole, generation of that console. But there's a lot of competition. There's a lot of really great games that's been coming out in the last few years. And so for us to measure up, that was the bar. And we felt we really got to push ourselves. We got to like step up our A game. And I hope that people feel like we hit it.
Yeah. Like to get mentioned next to some of these studios is like it's unbelievable. Like just to hear our name next to that, and the comparison is unbelievable.
Well, like I said before we started, don't F it up, all right?
Yeah.
Just don't screw it up. Keep making more things like you just saw. I think you'll be all right. When's the Order 1886 come out, guys?
What's the date? The Order 1886 comes out exclusively on PS4, February 20th, 2015.
Ooh, that's closer than I thought. Yeah. Guys, thank you so much for coming by.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, of course, ladies and gentlemen, for watching. That's the end of this demo, but there's so much more from E3 2014. Keep watching here on IGN. Up next, little independent game I don't know if you ever heard of. It's called Call of Duty Advanced Warfare. I think they got some actor from K-Pax in it. I don't know. It'll be on in a second.
The conflict between the classes, that really defines the French Revolution.
In the French Revolution, today's extremists were tomorrow's moderates, and the next day they were dead. And this is what happened throughout the whole thing, right? So this lent itself really well to that sort of who is right, what is freedom, what is control, right? And that sort of shifts.
So the idea was to really tell the story of what it's like to be a noble, thrust into the hands of insanely violent and angry peasants. We're going to have to do that first person. And AC is not a first person game, so it's really a jolting experience.
So we decided very early on to go with a very classic conflict from the French Revolution, which was the people versus nobility. And we set the map, the mission around the bread riots that broke out early in the French Revolution.
So you're going to see streets that are full of chaos and under pressure, and that really represents the population that we're wading through and that we're climbing over. What the player's going to experience is they're going to see the difference between the social classes in terms of outside it's chaos, there's barricades everywhere, things are upheaved. You go inside, and all of a sudden, visually, everything is very organized, very formatted.
So the mission takes place with peasants breaking into a palace. The peasants are starving. Inside the palace, the corrupt marquis is having a party. He's feasting. And there's this inequality, and you can really understand that as a player. And that's what we built the whole demo around.
Take care of this, or I will use your head as a piss pot.
So the nice thing is, even though we're spending a ton of time building this beautiful palace and the gardens and everything, we'll actually have that in game. And we have featured actually quite a lot of content which will be shipped in the game in that same location. Friday afternoon, we kind of got the call from Montreal and say, okay, we've cleared our schedules, why don't you and Natai come over? We're going to sit down, go through the entire E3 strategy and figure out how to get our two demos to complement each other, but as well as get your demo down to this 5-minute window. So we flew out Monday morning, spent 2 days in Montreal. We scrubbed through everything at a super detailed level, and we found some really great solutions.
Things can be tweaked. Sometimes additional hard decisions need to be made, but usually the game is pretty much locked. I mean, we know what we're building, we know why we're doing it, we know why we want to show publicly, and then it's a matter of just finishing and then polishing the rest until we feel satisfied with the overall product. And, we're proud to to release it.
I wish everything was locked. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, we've been working on it for a long time, and that's one of the reasons I think we're going to see a lot of quality in AC Unity, but it's not finished.
Everyone on the team now is super excited that we have a demo, and no one's frustrated that, you know, we're trying different things that we know may not go into the full game, because we're already seeing the learning. We're already seeing how every time we iterate, we get better, we get faster.
We're going to work on it until the game ships. And I think you're going to see something at E3 that's going to be amazing, but the final game is going to be even more amazing.
For ACU, we decided to invest a lot in mining. One of the main subjects that we attacked is GI, global illumination, which also includes sky occlusion. So we're looking at the sky dome, and we're baking occlusion at the high precision level, much more precise than it used to be in previous games.
So the world looks completely next gen. I mean, we were never even close to achieving this in any other AC game. Plus, we do it in an open world of that size with seamless interiors with no loading anytime.
I'm Destin Legary, and this is IGN News. Far Cry 4 will feature cooperative multiplayer, Ubisoft announced during Sony's E3 press conference today. On PlayStation 3 and PlayStation 4, the game will allow you to invite friends to play multiplayer even if they don't own the game. This PlayStation exclusive feature is available when the game launches this November and will not be replicated on other platforms. The demo highlighted the game's drop-in, drop-out multiplayer when a second player hopped into the game at a random moment. The gameplay demo on stage also showcased new features such as a wingsuit and a grapple hook, as well as a tense mountainside jeep chase. Earlier in the day, we discovered that the game's villain will be played by BioShock's Troy Baker, who later joked with us that he's in around about 84 games on show at this year's E3. We're set to go hands-on with the vast majority of them, so if you're keen to keep up to speed with all the latest gaming news, you don't need to look anywhere other than IGN.
Hey guys, we're back for round 2 of your fix for Monday's E3 press conferences. On this episode, we'll be going over everything that got announced at Ubisoft and at PlayStation's conferences. And trust me, there was a lot. So much, in fact, that we can't fit them all in. So be sure to check the ticker below for even more news. Now, if you haven't already, be sure to catch our recap for Microsoft and EA's conferences in our earlier fix episode. All right, let's kick it off. Ubisoft kicked off with their conference with a full Far Cry 4 demo featuring the first 5 minutes of the game. That might sound like a short amount of time, but a lot can happen in 5 minutes. That bad guy is crazy. The game will launch on November 18th. Just Dance 2015 was also announced because everyone needs a bit of dancing in their life. A new community remix mode was shown where you are put into the game and people judge you. Trust me, there will be judging. You can get your groove on when the game debuts in October. We got another look at The Division in a new trailer that showcased the fall of New York through a time-lapse and the sleeper agents who will rise to try and take it back. Looking pretty sleek there, Division. The crew got a new trailer of all new gameplay footage in a super fast montage from coast to coast with a July 23rd beta for PC and November 11th release date. I hope you've got gas money. In Assassin's Creed news, Unity got a release date of October 28th, and several changes have been made to the way the game plays as a new single-player gameplay demo was shown. This new Assassin has some pretty sweet moves.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to IGN's E3 2014 live show. I'm Greg Miller, chilling in my living room with Michael. Glenn, how you guys doing?
Hey, Greg, how are you?
Good, man. Great to be here.
So you're making this game, Call of Duty Advanced Warfare. It's a little-known franchise. We're excited about the future, and it's a very special treat, ladies and gentlemen, the star of Advanced Warfare, Kevin Spacey.
Hi, Kevin. We're personal friends.
I get you two. I get you two.
Yeah.
Why wasn't he at the conference? I had my Kevin Spacey K-Pack shirt on. I was ready.
Hey, there's not 2 more guys that wanted him more than us there as well. We would love to have him, but he's in the game. That's what matters,
he
right?
Is in the, we have a whole bunch of gameplay. Let's jump into it. We'll talk a little bit about it. How long have you been working on Advanced Warfare?
Wow, it's been almost 3 years now.
3 years?
Yeah. Yep, ever since Modern Warfare.
How many times did you want to quit?
None. But how many times did we want to talk about the game? That's another story. I mean, 3 years keeping it quiet. Oh my gosh.
None? Like half the times I walk into your office, I want to quit.
Well, I wanted to fire you. There's a difference.
It has been 3 years. 3 years focused on next-gen development, 3 years focused on bringing something really innovative to Call of Duty.
Yep.
Proud of Sledgehammer Games and everybody working on this thing. It's been a great road to get here today.
So now that you're here, I have to imagine the payoff's already happening, right? People are so stoked for the demo. People were stoked to see Kevin Spacey.
Yeah, it's been great. I mean, the reception has been really nice, and it's been wonderful for us. And, you know, the booth itself is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Huh? And to have Kevin here with us today.
I know. He's here in spirit.
Yeah.
He's always here in spirit, I like to think about Kevin Spacey. So working on a game for 3 years, many Call of Duties came and went in that time, and things happened. How do you innovate? How did you move towards, this like futuristic mech suits and stuff like that? Where is it all from day one of year one, or is it something you add on and figure out as you go?
Yeah, I think it's worth kind of hanging on that for a moment. I mean, 3 years, first in Call of Duty, to have 3 full years of development, and for us, the Sledgehammer Game, for Activision to give us that opportunity to say, hey, just go after next gen, make a true next gen Call of Duty experience, from technology, techniques to prototyping to focus on narrative. I mean, man, it's been awesome.
Yeah, I bet.
Well, when you're thinking about the next gen and in design, right, it opens up so much stuff. And some of these things that we built in the game have taken a long time to put together. And as Michael said, we spent a long time on the narrative. 2.5 years trying to craft a real good story.
It's interesting too, like the Boost Jump came out 2.5 years ago. It was one of the first rapid
Exo
prototypes
2.
we did, and the Exo. So, a lot of what you see today with Elysium and Edge of Tomorrow and other kind of Exo pop culture, that was something we started working on 2.5 years ago. Isn't that crazy?
I was gonna say, how much does that suck for that 3 years where you're like, I can't say it, but we've been making this? Because the internet, you're gonna post it, oh, it looks like Elysium, oh, it looks like Titanfall, oh, you're like, God.
It's been.
It is what it is.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
ours
again,
is different, right?
Yeah.
We're not drilling it into them like they did in Elysium, which
they can take off the suit.
Yeah, I'd rather have ours than that one.
And you're seeing it here, right? So this is the first sort of chance for the players to get their hands on the Exo and the Advanced Soldier. That was boost assist on the way down. You saw him kick the door open in the drop pod. I mean, that's about strength and speed. You're going to see, man, there's just so much in this level. It's new at every corner.
There's the pods that you actually came down in with your other guys. This is a drop on Sol with about 10,000 guys coming in to try and knock back the enemy.
Sure.
And you see all kinds of new technology that we have there. We have the tanks and the helicopters and all new designs. Everything starts from scratch.
For you, when you look at this whole scene right here, what is the most next gen, if you will, in quotes, thing about it? Like, obviously visuals is what jumps out to a layman like myself who doesn't make video games, right? But you were talking about how the things you could only do on next gen.
Yeah.
Is it as simple as a particle effect, or is it something different?
I mean, it's the faces themselves. They have all new facial technology, but just to show that scene with the vehicles going by, with the amount of look at all the buildings. I mean, the immense amount of detail takes so much time to do, and you would never get that on the
and it's really sort of the sum of the parts, right?
Yeah, it
when
really
you think
is
of
the
what
aggregate of everything.
drives that scene, which we're really proud of.
I like
and we
this
think,
one here.
Yeah, that's a great moment. Yeah. It's a new renderer, it's a new animation system, it's new facial technology, it's new lighting, it's new physics system. I mean, check the boxes, man. This is could not have done this on last generation.
So when they
see
come
a
to
cool
you,
swarm coming up too.
what now? Oh yeah, the guys in the air. Yeah. What are the deal with those guys?
Those are drones.
Okay, from the bad guys.
Yeah, and you just got to make sure that they don't attack you.
Yeah, this is great. This is, Call of Duty tries to be ripped from the headlines, and this is North Korea finally deciding to go after South Korea.
Right.
So that's
took them 50 years.
Took them 50 years.
Well, they were working on these drones.
They made a lot of drones in 50 years, and so that's
what happened. That Amazon drone came out, and then they got it. They re-engineered it. There you go. That's what happened.
Had to build each one.
So you're talking about North Korea coming after South Korea. you talk about working on the narrative for
Right.
so long. Where does that seed start for you guys when you're like, I want to make a Call of Duty that has an awesome story?
It starts right from the beginning. First, you come up with your sort of your pillars, and when we're writing the story, I just want to show you where he rips off the car door and uses that as a.
That got a pretty big applause break in our war room when that happened.
And that's pretty cool. I mean, that's across the story mode. You see an open door, you need some cover.
Yeah.
You got the XO, you're strong and kind of a badass. You rip that door off and go.
Nice.
I mean, even though we're in Seoul, when we talked about the story, we did not want to have a nation state as the enemy. So we talked about the private military corporation and the growth of that. So that's where you start building your story up.
For you, when you're thinking about it, I mean, is it? I know we've made a joke about, you know, the headlines coming to life, but is that really where it is for you? You look at news and like try to make that next few logical steps to see where we could get crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of one of the cores of Call of Duty, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it needs to be relatable, grounded, and throughout the history of this amazing franchise, it's always been sort of ripped from the headlines. And as you probably remember from COD 4 or the original Modern Warfare, I mean, you were using AC-130s in the game at the same time you were watching on CNN.
Yeah.
So, you know, the conflict in North Korea, the rise of the PMC, this is what's happening today. And our
I mean, the exoskeleton itself is, you know, we see it in medical uses right now. We'll start seeing ads for that. And it's been on TED Talks, and the military's starting to use it because they can carry, you know, 400 pounds. So a lot of this stuff is, the 3 years has allowed us intense research.
Yeah.
Everything we've researched. Spent a lot of time.
And this is, you know, this is research that's happening now. These are technologies that are in R&D today. This isn't science fiction. You know, you saw the directed energy weapon a little bit earlier. You know, that's weaponized energy. That stuff is happening today. This will be on the battlefield tomorrow. So we get in the hands.
You're terrifying me about going on the battlefield.
Well, you know, stay off the battlefield.
Okay,
you'll probably be okay.
Yeah.
They don't need video game reporters out there in the front lines.
All you need is a controller now.
Exactly.
This is a great shot. This is kind of coming
Well, yeah,
back
you guys
to the narrative.
immediately start tugging at the heartstrings. Literally, hey, thanks for watching for the first time.
Yeah.
This
Well,
guy
that's that emotional connection that we wanted to have, and that's part of what we're doing with the story.
I said it on Twitter when I was watching this that I've been playing too much Walking Dead because my initial reaction was saw his arm off. Just grab something out of your. I thought you were gonna shoot him in the arm. I was like, that's all dangerous and terrible. But then
Did you cry first time in?
No, I was like, what's happening? And I didn't even know. It's one of those funny things of how much on that first watch of a trailer you miss things, right? And so when he fell, it all happened so fast in the press conference. We were all like, what? And then this happens with the arm, and it was like, and then the other guy's arm, and I'm like, no, that's that guy's arm. Like this thing tumbled. That you saw it there really clearly. I think, you know, now that we're not caught up in what's happening, you know, with a crazy ass thing.
I mean, this is around the personal journey of Private Mitchell, and Private Mitchell here on the ground has been obviously traumatically injured. You will learn to really love and care and be engaged with that character, and even in Soul, the full level, it gives you time to really be attached. And as Glenn said, you know, it's about kind of tugging on your heartstrings.
And the
It's
arm.
not just a millisecond,
tugging on the arm.
I'm assuming he gets an awesome robot arm then, though, right?
Lots of assumptions, but
He's got him. He got cool mech suits and grenades that can see people through walls. He's getting a cool ass robot arm, and I can't wait.
Oh boy, here we go. We better.
Oh, now we got sizzle reality in the trailer here, of course.
Yeah, and this is just, you know, we talked about this. It's really special is to show Soul for the first time. This is just scratching the surface, and a lot more to come here.
I mean, Call of Duty's Call of Duty. It's huge. Pressure on you, number one, not to screw that up. Not to be the first underperforming Call of Duty.
Yeah, thanks for reminding us.
I just want to let you know that's your future pressure. But I want to know more. We talked about, you know, that they came to you and were like, build the Call of Duty for next gen. You know, blah, blah, blah. How quickly did you go from, yes, totally, we'll do that, that's awesome, to, oh, crap, we have bitten off a lot here?
I think, we put the pressure on ourselves to begin with. You know, always demanding the best, and so there's a lot of pressure to begin with. But yeah, when they come to you and they're like, "Hey, how about having the biggest franchise in the world? And by the way, you got to innovate on
Don't
it,
screw it up.
and don't screw it up." Like, okay, and then we go back and faint.
Yeah, you know, it's 5 years for us in July as a studio. 5 years ago, we didn't exist, and so you know, we built the studio with a singular vision to achieve excellence and one goal: to come leave our mark on Call of Duty. And so the team embraced that challenge and that opportunity, and man, I couldn't be more proud. We couldn't be more proud. 3 years of just going for it, and that got us to today. So yes, a little nerve-wracking along the way, some pressure, but man, some excitement and chance to celebrate.
That's
this
why
week.
we're here today. You know, with, after 3 years, we'll see how people like it. You know?
Yeah. You finally get to let your hair down today, talk about how proud you are, and then go back to work and finish the freaking game.
Well, that's the truth.
Well,
When's it come out, guys?
November 4th.
It's coming up fast.
Pre-order today.
Pre-order today, right now. Get a Call of Duty fanny pack, maybe. Is that the pre-order bonus? I don't know.
It's not the pre-order bonus.
Guys, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank
you very much.
Handshakes.
Good to see you again, man.
Yes, I've missed you.
Hey,
First Up at
double
Noon guest of all
handshakes.
time. He was the. You didn't come up for nothing for Up at Noon.
Whatever.
You're
Exactly.
nothing to me, ladies and gentlemen. The IGN E3 live show will continue here with awesome demos. The next one is Xenoblade Chronicles X. So don't go anywhere. Enjoy your life.
Thank you.
Xbox, Phil Spencer.
Welcome to E3. We're dedicating our entire briefing to games. I'm proud to open our show with what I believe is the beginning of a new era for this franchise. Here's the first look at Call of Duty Advanced Warfare on Xbox One.
To present Forza Horizon 2 on Xbox One, please welcome Playground Games' Ralph Bolton.
The road trip of your life begins exclusively on Xbox this September 30th.
It's here.
I'm here to introduce Assassin's Creed Unity, the first exclusively next-generation installment in our epic saga. ACU also marks the first time you will be able to form your own brotherhood and join with up to 3 friends on Xbox Live.
Will break. I will die first.
In Sunset Overdrive, you, yes you, are the hero.
It's a f***ing video game.
Super Ultra Dead Rising 3 Arcade Remix Hyper Edition EX Plus Alpha!
Fans have danced to over 220 million songs. The wait ends this September with Dance Central Spotlight, available exclusively for download on Xbox One. You'll be dancing to the hottest hits of the moment week after week.
Welcome to a place of magic, fairy tale, and myth. Join us in our magical world and play as a part of a team of heroes or mastermind the game as the evil villain. The choice is yours.
That was awesome.
I told you.
On November 11th, 2014, for the first time ever, you can play the entire Master Chief Saga on a single console, the Xbox One, with Halo, the Master Chief Collection.
We're going to create custom playlists, taking great moments from all 4 games and combining them together. Every map ever released on Halo 1 through 4, all running on their original engines, all running at 1080p, 60 frames per second, on dedicated servers.
Let's take a look at just a fraction of the hundreds of exciting new games from independent developers that are coming soon to Xbox One.
Miss Croft.
We become who we're meant to be.
Conrad and I are totally thrilled to be able to premiere some new gameplay of The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt.
Last year we announced Killer Instinct, one of the games I worked on in my past. There's another game that I've always wanted to bring back from the original Xbox.
So last year we gave you a glimpse of a New York City on the brink of collapse. So let's join a group of division agents as we navigate through a dangerous part of the city.
I can't get a shot. Try and hit him from the right. I'm gonna switch my weapon.
Prepare to see action at a whole new scale.
To
today, I'm excited to reveal the return of a game close to my heart and the hearts of many gamers. It's time to reimagine your open world gaming experience.
Crackdown is coming back. We showed you that this holiday, the best place to play games is on Xbox One.
I'm Destin Legary, and this is IGN News. Grand Theft Auto V made an appearance at Sony's press conference to reveal that a newer, prettier version of the game will be coming to the PlayStation 4. Though it should be noted that yes, the game is also coming to the Xbox One and PC. Grand Theft Auto V was released by Rockstar in 2013 and will be arriving on the PlayStation 4 this fall. It should also be noted that your online progress will carry over to the PlayStation 4 version if you played on the Xbox 360 or on the PlayStation 3. Rockstar said that Grand Theft Auto V for the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC will take full advantage of the power of new generation systems to deliver the ultimate open world experience. We haven't seen the game on any other platforms, but we can say that the trailer made it look more gorgeous than ever. For more on Grand Theft Auto V on new generation systems, you're already in the right place. IGN.
Hey everybody, Ryan McCaffrey with IGN, joined by the boss man himself, Steve Butts.
Hey Ryan.
And you're here for the same reason I'm here. We are old school PC gamers.
Oh my gosh,
You're even from North Carolina where this franchise got its start. Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, it's been MIA for years.
Yeah.
We had a multiple attempts at a Rainbow Six Patriots, which they actually publicly unveiled and showed prototype footage of, I believe, 3 years ago now.
Right.
Which was very cinematic and interesting, but definitely not traditional Rainbow Six.
Right.
For the third year in a row, Ubisoft has dropped the hammer at their conference. Watch Dogs, The Division, and now, boom, Rainbow Six, Siege.
I gotta say, I'm more excited about this title than I am about anything else I've seen. I like the Star Wars Battlefront engine thing, but this to me is... I could not be more excited about this game. I'm, like you said, an old school Rainbow Six fan. The series has been around for what, like 16 years now?
At least, like I want to say 98, if memory serves correctly, which is in fact 16 years. Your math is good.
Yeah,
and right here, talk to me what's going on here, Steve, because this is important for Rainbow Six fans.
So back in the day, the original Rainbow Six on PC, developed by Red Storm, incorporated a tremendously detailed and to some people cumbersome and tedious.
It was a lot.
Planning sequence before you actually even picked up a gun, right? So you had to plot waypoints for your guys and divide them up into teams.
You literally mapped out every move. You were going to go here and then all go into a room together and then turn left and go here. The whole thing.
And the players team, the team that was following the person playing the game, would just basically go where he went.
Welcome back, everybody. Now we're going to take a look at Xenoblade Chronicles X, which we saw earlier today in the Nintendo Digital event. Corey from Nintendo is here to show us more.
Yeah, we are really excited to show Xenoblade Chronicles X. This is actually the very first time we're seeing live gameplay, kind of a live demo. You know, we've shown trailers, we've shown a little bit in a previous Nintendo Direct where, you know, fans got to see a little bit of the battle system. But for those that aren't really familiar with what this game's all about, this is an epic sci-fi action RPG And the story is actually really fun because it actually starts out with these two competing alien factions fighting against one another, like right near Earth. And as basically Earth ends up exploding, a few survivors make it off the planet, end up landing on this kind of unknown planet. These guys, so this character that we're seeing here, Irma, is kind of introducing us. We actually just woke up from a kind of a sleeping chamber, a sleeping pod. We were able to customize our character in this game. Fans of the original, the Xenoblade on the Wii, of course, remember that has characters. This game will have a rich customization, so you can be a male or female. We named our character Damon here, so hopefully we'll be strong, maybe stronger than usual.
Yeah, I think so. Sure.
But Irma here is basically explaining that, here she's going to ask us, like, do you remember anything from, the past when the Earth got destroyed? You have a bit of a case of amnesia, as is not terribly uncommon in maybe the RPG genre.
Sure.
So she's kind of catching us up on what's happened. We don't know exactly maybe how long we've been knocked out. One thing that you are noticing too is all of the text is in Japanese that we're seeing here. So some of the terminology that we're seeing, not necessarily final, but we are starting from the very beginning of the game right now after the customization. So we're about to start out and start seeing some of these like expansive environments. Of course, what's better than waking up after who knows how long and
fight some monsters?
Yeah, we're gonna jump into some battle here.
It's an open world RPG, right?
This is, if you can see it pretty much, you can go there in this game, which is really fun. We're seeing a little bit of the battle system here. Kind of the bread and butter of Xenoblade and Xenoblade Chronicles X is you have an auto attack when you go into battle. You're noticing there's a lot of visual information on here, but we're able to control our character, with a control stick to move around. It's locked onto the enemy here. What you're looking at the bottom there is called the arts palette. So even though you're automatically attacking using kind of basic attacks, on the left and right of that center are some of your arts. These are kind of, think of them as your special weapons or something like that, or special arts. So one of them might be a strong melee attack, or one of them might be a fire burst attack, or a shield. Here we've taken out our first enemy. So you're going to be, of course, leveling up your character as you play as well. You're going to be, as you're playing as well, leveling up to different arts. So you'll be able to, we'll skip the dialogue here, and in a moment here we're going to be able to explore a little bit more of this world. One thing as well, you'll notice we've got a kind of powerful rifle on our back, but as we get going here, if fans of Xenoblade on Wii may remember is, you always had, whatever weapon you chose, you were kind of locked into that during battle. The developers at Monolith Soft have added a feature where you can now change from melee to ranged attacks on the fly, which we'll see here in our next battle. Here we actually just found another little pod there to level our character up. Now on the upper right-hand corner, you're seeing, of course, your radar. The yellow arrows are letting us know where to advance in the story. Irma's actually trying to take us back to the settlement where the spaceship crashed when they escaped to Earth. So Irma's kind of one of the survivors in the city pod that escaped. This giant ship has basically become, it was a city and it still is a city. So these guys here. Now some of these enemies are not necessarily aggressive. These guys here won't really pick a fight with us unless we start one with them. So it looks like we're going to try to avoid them right now. You'll see as well, sometimes enemies might have a red icon above their head. They will be automatically aggressive, like I think right up here. We'll see if we want to attack this guy here. It looks like we're going to, you might have seen us there. So again, we're using the rifle right here. If we wanted to, we could, yep, there we go. We changed with the press of a button to our knife attack. Another thing that you can do is actually kind of get to different sides of your enemy. So in the bottom, you can see that it's like side, middle, side slash middle. You can be like front and the back. And certain enemies might have certain weaknesses, so you're going to have that extra level of strategy. Maybe an enemy has an armor on his head plate or something, so you need to sneak around to the back.
I think we're going to dispatch this guy pretty handily.
This is... Right now, yeah, there we're seeing a kind of a health bonus chance. Throughout the battle, you'll have these prompts that come up. If you push B just in time, you'll be able to replenish some health. You're seeing a little bit of Japanese text there as well. These are kind of opportunities for you. If you do what your teammate's asking you to do, maybe use a specific art or do some specific move, you can also get a boost that way as well.
Now, maybe a little too early to know this, but any chance of a Japanese language track?
That's an excellent question. Don't have any information on that quite yet. Almost got him here.
Do you get a boost if you attack from behind?
You can. If the certain actual arts can have a better effect if you are behind someone. So you might have an art that is just really good used from the side or used from the rear. Right now we're going to be coming up to a really, what I think is a breathtaking cinematic that really shows us more of the environment. This game has really, really big environments and lots of varieties of the the locations. So you might have like the streams and the more foresty areas. The rain is going to kind of dissipate a little bit, and we will see basically the ship in the background, which is called, oddly enough, New Los Angeles, which is what they called their settlement here.
Nice. Which is where we are now. How much can you customize your character?
There's quite a bit. So you've got things like your face. You can put like scars, tattoos, things like height. There's a pretty robust character customization. Of course, you can choose a female character as well. So here, your character is seeing this planet. Your character's never been on this planet before. Irma's explaining it's called Planet Mira, this new planet that we've never been to before. We're going to start seeing some wildlife as well. In the background, you'll also see the crashed ship that has become the city. Not all creatures are as small as that little bug guy we were fighting before.
Yeah, this looks awesome.
One of the things I really loved about Xenoblade on Wii were just the art style as well of all of the creatures in the game world, and here we're seeing an example of even some more new creatures. So Irma's basically, she's going to be telling us now that, we're almost there to the city. Basically, we want to get there and meet everyone else. She wants to take us to all the rest of the survivors on the planet and introduce us to them. And she's letting us know that we can actually take either route that we want to get there. And again, that kind of speaks to the non-linearity of gameplay. There's always a story, this epic story that you can be pushing forward, but you can go on many different side quests. You can get lost just within exploration. Of course, you're going to be gaining experience. You could be gaining tools, equipment that can be used to level up your character in different ways. I really love those guys there.
Yeah, they're awesome.
I just like dream if I was like waking up on a planet and seeing this for the first time. I'm like, alright. So here is the U.S. ship that is New Los Angeles. They might actually be having E3 inside. Maybe we can go check it out.
You gotta restart Civilization somewhere. Why not start with the big video game convention?
You're on a new planet. You might as well have a little bit of fun.
What are they discussing here?
So right now, again, she's letting us know that we can take this land bridge here to get across the and head towards our ship, or we can take another path as well. We'll probably go ahead and take the land path down, which we'll do momentarily. One thing too that we'll see as we come down here, that you're going to be able to change the time of day. There's dynamic weather patterns that you're going to see in the game. Sometimes it's going to be nice and clear like it is right now. You'll also see moments where it's going to be rainy, stormy. And then the time does cycle, of course, in the upper right hand of the screen. You can see it's morning, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. But these little stations right here allow us to basically manipulate time. So if we push the A button here, we can, down to the minutes, edit the time. So we can make it night. You can see the moon in the background. There's actually multiple moons on this planet. We can change it to daytime. And one of the reasons you might want to do that is certain creatures may be out at certain times of the day or night, or you may have NPC characters that are out at certain times. So it looks like we're going to change it to morning as we continue our journey along to the to New Los Angeles. We'll come across some more creatures up here. These guys kind of look like big, almost like boars, but they are aggressive, again, noted by that red kind of circle, that eye there. So we'll avoid those guys for now. Oh, this guy on the left is also pretty rad looking, but he will not try to attack us. Here we've got just a creature hanging out, sleeping, and we're gonna wake him up. Now, I want to get into the battle system a little bit more. As we look at that art palette on the bottom, whenever you use an art, there's a recharge time. You have to let it cool down. So, and when that's happening, you won't be able to use it. There might be this like, red, cancel sign, but it's going to start going around and cooling down. If you let it cool down twice, you can actually use a special bonus. So let's say, for example, we were like using this yellow icon right there. Instead of using it, we're actually letting it cool down a second time. And if we wait for that to fill up, we can maybe do extra damage. If you let the shield cool down two times, you can maybe use that shield twice in a row on you and maybe on a teammate. Here we're just collecting some of the body parts and some of the items that this guy left behind.
Is there a crafting system?
There will be some items. We haven't really unveiled, to what detail you're going to be able to use everything you're collecting. But of course, if you remember from Xenoblade on Wii, there was a really fun crafting system. Really haven't been able to get too deep there yet. There's also a mama and a baby up here. Let's see if we're going to engage in these guys too. If we actually started attacking the baby there, the mom would just get involved as well, of course. The nice thing is Irma is also, she's always helping you. Your AI partners are always going to be helping you in battles as well. We're sticking back pretty far right now, but if we wanted to get a little bit closer and start trying to use melee attacks, we're also going to be able to build up our TP meter quicker. That TP you're going to see right above the art palette. That's kind of what helps you also use your arts as well. And then you're going to get better rewarded for getting up close and personal with those melee attacks because it's a more risk-reward scenario. Almost got him down. And again, one thing that we'll see as well, maybe on this guy, maybe on the next battle, is enemies can now be targeted for individual body parts. That was something that was not in Xenoblade, but so for example, if an enemy has a tail, you can target that tail, maybe swipe it off, and he's going to not be able to use that tail on you anymore.
If your party members are taken down during battle, you can revive them?
Yeah, so if you have enough, I believe it's called, I don't know if it's soul stage or what the final terminology will be, but if you have enough of these points built up, you will be able to revive your party members, or they could be able to revive you as well. This guy, I don't think he's going to attack us. We're going to keep on going. We're going to try to get to as close to the city as we can here. As we get up there, you're going to see, again, some of the variety of creatures. The nice thing is, too, you see this guy is a level 6. Yeah. Probably not a good idea to engage that guy in battle.
Can we see at a glance what level we're at?
We are, if we hop in a battle or push the button, we'd be able to see what we were at. I think we are at level 2 or 3 right now. And you can see, again, we're pulling back the camera now on our own. You're going to be able to customize that camera angle. Looks like we're going to hang a right to avoid these aggro enemies here if we can. Oh, looks like we startled them. One really cool thing about it as well is you can also level up during a battle. So you notice in a lot of RPG games, you're going to level up after the battle, and then you might earn some new technique. Here, if you level up, you might actually gain an art in battle, and then have the ability to use that art in the same battle, which is really cool. Of course, leveling up also will give you full HP during battle.
What are the arts we have available right now?
So right now we've got on the right, that green is a shield, so that's for our defense if we want to put a shield around our character. To the left of that, which is kind of crossed out right now, we've got the kind of the assault hammer, which can be used as like a melee attack. And then we've got a fire burst, which of course is going to be a more of a ranged attack. If you are trying to use a ranged attack up close, like the fire burst, it's not going to allow you. So again, like in your individual battles, you're going to have to be thinking about which arts you want to use. So there's a lot of like different play styles that you'll have to think about. Some players may want to get up there more with the melee weapons. You're seeing kind of the grand scale. Now this was only part of your ship, or part of the ship that crashed, more of the city part as it kind of self-destructed as it came into orbit. And what's going to end up happening, she's kind of introducing us to it before we actually make our way in. We're going to unfortunately be greeted by a few rather large, unhappy creatures that normally aren't hanging around here, but they want us for dinner right now. I should warn you that we're a little bit underpowered to be taking on this battle right now.
So there's a chance we might not make it?
There's a very good chance. Our success rate practicing this is... It's you know, it might be a coin toss, so you know, we wanted it to be exciting.
So viewers know that we actually really succeeded something if we end up winning this.
So these guys are all giant. They're, you know, you can see their scale. We pulled back the camera a little bit on our own just because we wanted to see a little bit more of where these enemies are at, so we can kind of. We're going to take the approach of more of a ranged attack, target their tails, see if we can get those out. She actually just stunned the enemy, and she, we got a new art you can see as well in the arts palette, which is that new one on the left. It's going to be this kind of like hyper beam. And you can see now his tail is down on the one on the creature on the right there. We got him down. We're making those, we're successfully hitting those B actions there to replenish our health.
This is really cool. I don't know that I've ever seen an RPG on this scale before with, you know, with creatures that are this big that dwarf our characters.
You know, we saw in that cinematic scene as well, even creatures even larger than this. Like, you come up to the size of almost their, like, toenail.
I mean, this is the very beginning of the game, so I assume the creatures just get bigger from here.
Well, and you can even take on those bigger creatures from the beginning if you wanted to. They would probably just stomp you into oblivion. So it looks like we have a pretty good chance at taking this guy out here.
Feeling good about this.
You can see some of his armor as well, so again, that's why we've been specifically targeting more of his tail and the backside of him.
Well done.
Of course, we did name our character Damon, so...
Happy to assist.
So if we've got maybe...
I think we're almost out of time. Okay. Is that a good time to jump out of the demo?
Yeah, you know, we just kind of completed our very first almost boss-like encounter. And then from here on out, you're actually getting to go in the city. One thing we didn't get a chance to see that I at least want to mention is you're going to be able to ride in these like robot, you know, mech machines as well. We're still early in this demo, so you didn't get to see that. We showed it off in the trailers for the game, so you know, fans at home can check that out as well.
Cool.
There's a lot we haven't seen of Xenoblade Chronicles X quite yet, but we're looking forward to share more.
It already looks beautiful, and it's not due till 2015. Right?
2015.
Cool. Corey, thanks so much for bringing the invite today.
Thank you, Damon.
Next up, we have Ori and the Blind Forest, a game we got our first glimpse of yesterday during the Microsoft press conference. Stay tuned.
The plan is to find Greg, and then kill him, and then we win. And then we win. Okay.
Go team, go!
All right. They see the footprints.
All right, where my girl Daisy at?
Oh, Daisy's so cute.
Isn't she just an adorable little monster?
We're following
Monster
John.
drags.
Following John.
Oh,
I'm
what
helping.
the hell was that? You're terrible.
You just threw a poison grenade at all of us.
Oh, what?
Daisy, where you going, girl?
I got attacked by one of those hidden rock
Oh no,
monsters.
is it coming after us
Yeah.
still? Oh shit.
Ah,
Naomi, no!
I can't get out of this.
What
happened,
happened?
Naomi?
No,
She's gonna.
she's dead.
I
She's
got
dead.
it.
Oh wow.
It was the
R.I.P.
rock
died 'cause
monster.
she
She'll be
didn't tell
back.
anybody
It's
she was
fine.
murdered.
Shucks. It was trying to avoid your poison.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to IGN's E3 2014 live show. I'm one of your hosts, Greg Miller, alongside the creator of Ori and the Blind Forest, the man who made it all by himself, Thomas. How you
didn't
doing,
make it
Thomas?
all by myself.
No, you did. You did. Take credit. You're the only man up here. We didn't bring up the whole development team for a reason. Thomas.
Yeah.
Ori and the Blind Forest. It's beautiful. I think a lot of people, it came into their consciousness at the Microsoft conference. Congratulations on making a
Thank you
debut.
very much.
But for my mother, who missed the Microsoft conference, huge PlayStation fangirl, what is Ori and the Blind Forest all about?
Ori and the Blind Forest is basically, it's a Metroidvania. We don't particularly like the term, but people know what it means, right?
Yeah.
It's a Metroidvania. We basically, one of the reasons why we made the game was because we grew up playing games like A Link to the Past, Super Metroid, and we just wanted to have people, you know...
You're saying all the right things, by the way.
We want for people to feel the same thing again, right? Like,
Yeah.
I want to feel, you know, like, I want to feel that design again, and like this really polished gameplay. And we've been working on the game for 4 years in secret.
4 years
For
in secret.
In secret, in total secret. And now it's so insane to see everybody playing it.
What do you tell people when you go out? And they're like, what do you do? And you're like, I make games. What game?
Nothing.
I can't say anything. We're done
We
talking.
can't say anything.
This date is over.
We can't say anything.
So, we know it's a Metroidvania style game. From even the trailer that we're seeing here, the little introduction to everything that's happening, who are we? What world are we in? What are we doing?
So we're not going to talk a lot about story today, but basically, just as an overview, you're playing Ori, who's a forest spirit.
Okay.
And it's a bit of a coming-of-age story. It's an allegorical tale. Our characters are really fantastical, but deal with some very human emotions. And yeah, I'm going to leave the rest to a later date.
Okay, fine. You won't talk about the story. Let's talk about the gameplay. I mean, we said Metroidvania, but we saw right there the character jumping around, doing some wall jumps. Like, you're talking Metroidvania, but it's also looking a little bit like Mario and having a whole bunch of different stuff.
So definitely we looked at kind of like, okay, what is a Metroidvania right now? But also, okay, how can we improve that formula? What can we do better, right?
Yeah.
With a lot of older Metroidvania games, the platforming was very basic.
Yeah.
And there were certain things that we wanted to improve, right? Platforming, like really getting into a level where it's like the platforming component is pixel perfect.
Yeah.
That was super important. I mean, we obviously took a look at, Super Meat Boy. Like for me, Super Mario Bros. 3 was always, that's the greatest platform in the world, right?
Yeah.
And then Super Meat Boy came along and did something really interesting with the controls, right? And we tried to take it from there and really, really perfect the controls. I mean, I was a little bit scared actually when people saw the game first on Microsoft stage, because it was this artsy game.
Right.
And people, come up to me, tell me, oh, it's so sad, and I actually had tears in my eyes. But we worked.
Is that not what the game is?
It is absolutely what the game is. But
I was afraid people would think we're an artsy game. We are an artsy game.
There's so much more to it though. We worked over 1.5 years just perfecting the controls.
Yeah.
And I hope we're pushing all of that forward. Another thing that we're really pushing is story. We want to create a really beautiful story and create memorable characters. And I think we've seen that on stage, that people actually already build a connection with our characters.
Yeah, I mean, you figure what you're talking about makes a lot of sense, right? Super Meat Boy, of course, engaging gameplay, but that's what it was, and that's great. That's what people talk about. But still immerse that with an interesting story, different characters you care about. That means a lot.
You mix it all up. I love what, for example, Konami did in '97, right? When they took Symphony of the Night, where they basically took elements from Super Metroid and said, okay, well, we're going to put in some RPG elements and just refine the formula, right?
Yeah.
We did something very similar. We just looked at, what can we, what are the components
components. What can we really improve? There's platforming, there's the combat mechanics, there's puzzles, and then there's always story that breaks up the pacing a little bit and always keeps you going. You know, we never want to have a moment in the game where it's like, oh yeah, I want to put the controller away. When people idly like just play through it and like in one sitting. There you go.
So then, right now, where are? I mean, you don't want to talk about the story. Fine. Describe what's happening in this level without ruining the story.
So, I mean, generally in this demo, we're showing some very early gameplay. The game actually starts with a prologue where the characters are being explained. We're trying story-wise to do something like the game starts with the birth of the character, the birth of Ori.
Yeah.
But this part here that we're showing today shows the start of the core gameplay. And one of the nice things that I like about kind of like this Metroidvania style of gameplay is that the core mechanics always tutorialize themselves, right? Like it's at the start you feel like a weak character because you are, but then you get more and more powerful, and those mechanics are being taught to you.
Yeah.
And one of the beautiful things that I really love about the game is how the mechanics work together. Like you get so many abilities, but then you actually start combining them.
Oh, here's the ability tree. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's an ability tree. There's two ways of upgrading. There's the natural progression, like on the ancestor trees, but then there's also an ability tree where the players can basically do optional upgrades, but can kind of like refine. Yeah, I want something like this, or I want something like that. I'm guessing Dan will upgrade any moment, or it did already, to get the soul magnet, which basically means, well, there are pickups in the game. Like every enemy has experience points and so on. And the soul magnet, for example, makes sure that, hey, the experience now floats to you, so you don't have to get it, right? There's a lot of this stuff that it's like, hey, it's either convenience or it makes you stronger, I said, on the ability tree. Yeah, that gives it a little bit of more for diverse gameplay options.
So you know, you're referencing Super Meat Boy earlier. Of course, Super Meat Boy is punishingly hard. Is that something you wanted to bring to Ori?
We love challenge.
Yeah, oh God.
We love challenge.
Oh no.
But,
oh, thank goodness.
We're always making sure that, hey, the game isn't too frustrating. Definitely, I think it's fair to say, I think that it's a lot more approachable than Super Meat Boy.
Yeah.
You're not gonna die that many deaths. Another thing that we're probably gonna see Dan doing is cast the Soul Link. The Soul Link is a mechanic that kind of like combats all of that stuff a little bit. You see it right here, right? Like at any point in the game, you can actually save your game. And then also, with the ability tree, another thing that you can do, and see if he died here, and bam, he's right back, right?
I'm sure that was on purpose to show how. Oh, he's nodding his head yes.
And with the ability tree, you can actually go really deep into customization, right? So you can actually upgrade the Soul Link to give you health back. Like every time I cast a Soul Link, I actually get health back. But the Soul Link costs me energy, so I'm trading, and suddenly you're into resource management, right? Yeah.
That's an interesting layer to put on it, right? Like, I love that kind of choice, to build out my experience to be different from your own, right? Exactly. Wherever I want to invest and you don't want to.
Exactly. And there's a lot of abilities, there's a lot of stuff, like we went through, you know, tons and tons of stuff and really kicked everything out that was like, oh yeah, that doesn't seem that useful. Everything is like, that choice is really hard to make, you know?
Oh, okay, you only want to torture me.
Yeah.
You want all the choices to be living nightmares for me. Yeah, thank you, that's a great feeling. That's what I want out of my games. So, in making this game, you wanted a great story. You wanted, obviously, amazing art. This is beautiful.
Thank you so much. Our artists are going to be so happy to hear that.
Well, yeah, he deserves it. But what was what for you in the 4 years? What was the hardest thing to make come together?
So here's the thing, it's a Metroidvania.
Yeah.
Which means, like generally one of the nice technical things that we did was that there are just no loading times in the game, ever. Like a lot of modern games kind of like, you know, try to hide that they have loading times by having you play the character a little bit. I hate that stuff. In an optimal world, you just don't have loading time.
Yeah.
And what the hardest thing was, is just trying to make the world fit together and trying to get the design, you know, get back to design that is just really tight and really good. Like, that's the thing. Like, I mean, we're mentioning things like A Link to the Past and Super Metroid, and we're actually, you know, crazy gamers. I mean, I read NeoGAF, I constantly read people, you know, read people's comments about, oh, I want to have another Super Metroid. You know, why aren't people making games like that anymore?
Yeah.
Well, we are.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say now you get to go post on NeoGAF and say we listened. If you don't buy this, it's your fault.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's a good sales tactic. Paint them in a corner. You said you wanted this. Here it is.
There you go. So this is the ancestral tree, right? There are certain upgrade abilities where this is on the critical path. You're gonna need those abilities to actually progress, right?
Yeah.
This is where it's different to the ability tree. The ability tree upgrades are kind of optional. They make your life easier, but they're not necessarily required to actually progress.
Okay.
But these abilities are super, super important. And over the course of the game, you get so many abilities and you mix and match them together. Here we learn the wall jump, and there's constantly, there's constantly a little bit of a tutorial progress here. Like if Dan actually now moves to the left, he finds the first health upgrade in the game by actually platforming up there. And there's a lot of kind of like secrets like that in the game. Like we all grew up kind of like playing Super Mario, right? There was this moment of like in Super Mario Bros. 3, oh, you find the whistle, and then on the school, and like
right. Then it all makes sense.
Tell everybody about it, right? And it's a Metroidvania. There are going to be areas where it's like, hey, only 5 to 10% of the people actually can find these places, but it's beautiful. Like when you actually that person who finds that, it's like there's something cool happening in your head, right? Like you feel like
you feel like you're the one who got there.
Exactly.
You're the one who got there first. I mean, like you're talking about, that you wanted this giant open map, right? And to do that, so then like. When I've always wondered, for making a Metroidvania style game, do you lay out the map you want and then go back and think about, well, what if I put this here and block this?
So here's the thing: we actually built insanely cool tech.
Yeah.
We built tech where if you actually go on the internet, right, and you look for these maps from these older games, you find people actually putting screenshots together of every single room and then building a collage of that, right? So we built that as our design tool. Like you can just select any area in the game and just move it somewhere else. So as a designer, I'm basically sitting there and I'm thinking about, well, that area here looks really good.
Yeah.
But really, in terms of pacing, it should be further down here. And we can totally do that in terms of our tech. So that's the perfect tool. That's the perfect tool to build something like a Metroidvania. And then we've added, like there's no loading times. There's no hiccups, there's no loading times, there's no nothing. It just becomes this really seamless, awesome experience.
So if there's no loading times and you're putting them all in place, is it possible then just to go in one giant move through the entire map?
Through the entire game.
Wow. How long would that take?
So in recent playtests, we see general playtime around 8 to 10 hours.
Wow.
It's a big game now.
Yeah, this is awesome.
We started actually, hoping that it would be a smaller game, because we are a smaller studio.
Yeah.
We wanted to do something like that, but it's like, we wanted to give people that feeling again, this Metroidish feeling, and yeah, it takes a world where you can explore a ton to actually build that.
Was there ever a conscious decision to make it bigger? Or was it one of those you're just like, what was that? Well, now it's huge.
So here's the thing, initially, just with the tech that we talked about, right? We just built scenarios that are like, oh my god, this platform, this level is really cool in terms of platforming. And I think we ended up building 350 of those in terms of levels. And it was just heartbreaking to cut anything, right?
Yeah.
So we just kind of put that together, and then the game just grew and snowballed a little bit, and then, oh my god, it has to be
slippery slope
again.
You're working on.
Yeah. But at the end, I'm really proud of what we ended up with. It's very tight gameplay, very focused, and I just want people to see that it's well designed. There's a lot of this kind of indie thing going on, but at the same time, the controls and the design, the level design, is just super, super important for us. We're in a studio that works, in this iterative way, where we're just polishing and polishing and polishing. Almost every level in the game has been built or has been changed 15, 20 times until it's really perfect, until it really fits the purpose of where you're currently at. So yeah.
How big is the team working on it? I made the joke at the beginning that you made it all by yourself, but
right. We actually. The interesting thing about Moon is I used to work at different places, right? And I always saw this problem that it's really difficult to get the right people into one place, just in terms of being a developer.
Sure.
Just having people relocate to all these places, right? So when I approached Microsoft, I told them, hey, I know the perfect team for that, for making that game, right?
Yeah.
But they're scattered all across the world, and we have people now in Austria, in Germany, in Israel, in America, in Canada, in the Netherlands, everywhere. And yeah, we're generally we're 8 core people, but we scale up, when we need, certain contracting things and so on. Generally 8 to 9 core people.
Now, while we were talking, he pulled back and showed some of the map.
Yeah.
And it looked like, you know, we're in the lower sunken level now.
Yeah.
Then making our way, and there's a giant volcano and
Is
stuff.
your question how big the game is?
No.
Oh,
I
yeah?
know it's big. I already saw that 8 hours, all these other things. I was wondering how diverse the environments you are that you go through.
So that's another thing. Like that's another thing where we looked at kind of like Japanese game development, right? Especially back then, classic days. What we try to make sure is that there's unique gameplay in every new area.
Yeah.
Like really unique gameplay, and there's a lot of mechanics that you've never seen in 2D games, like being done like that before.
Yeah.
I'm like, we're not showing a lot of this stuff today, which is a little bit of a, you know, sad.
Well, sure, you want people to buy the game.
Yeah, sure. But
yeah, sure. You just want them to see it. You're like, I've been working on this in secret. Look at the game.
So now we've been working on kind of like perfecting this game for, you know, and really trying to polish everything. We're just such an iterative studio, and just for us for 4 years it's been, let's try to perfect it. Let's try to really polish absolutely everything. Polish, right? So there's every single area has something unique to it.
Yeah.
Has a unique theme. And yeah, we are ruthless about cutting things that aren't, you know, like, oh yeah, this feels really new and fresh.
Yeah.
Like, that happens a lot of times in platformers that, excuse me, that you actually play through levels that feel similar and they just place different enemies there and so on. We're just cutting that.
Yeah, wow. Yeah. That's a bold claim to make, Thomas, that you're just going to cut everything.
Play the game.
I will. I'm incredibly excited.
Floor, play the game. You know, I want everybody to play the game. It's so exciting right now to see people playing it.
Guys, don't break his heart. Everybody go play Ori and the Blind Forest. Absolutely. Xbox One, PC this fall, right?
Xbox One and PC this fall, yes.
All right. Thomas, thanks so much for coming by.
Thanks so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. There are more demos coming up here from E3 2014 on IGN's ever-present live show. Up next, well, it's that Dragon Age Inquisition. I hear that's going to be pretty good. Until then, here's a quick break.
Gameplay and a fighting against swarms of robotic drones. They also announced that the Xbox One would have exclusive DLC for the game. The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt got a full-on gameplay demo wherein Geralt showed off his witching skills as he tracked and hunted down a mighty griffin and even stopped along the way to save some lady using gratuitous violence. What a gentleman. If you love those gameplay demos, you are in luck. Ubisoft showed off more of Assassin's Creed Unity, complete with a gameplay demo showing off the new 4-player co-op mode that will make assassinating your foes all the better, because everything is better together. Another Ubisoft game that was shown was a new gameplay demo of The Division where 4 players tried to reach their home base. It was announced that certain content would be available for the Xbox One first, but details aren't concrete just yet. Fans of spelunking are in for a treat because we got a first look at the next adventure of Lara Croft in Rise of the Tomb Raider. The game is slated for holiday 2015, and if the title is any indication, we should be seeing a lot more tombs. Also due for a 2015 release is Inside, a very eerie and bleak-looking game from Playdead, the makers of Limbo. The game looked very reminiscent of Limbo's iconic look, trading in black and white for a futuristic dystopia. If you've been hankering for some info on Sunset Overdrive, look no further. We got a brand new gameplay demo and a hilarious fourth wall-breaking, gritty generic shooter mocking trailer. The game hits Xbox One on October 28th, and Insomniac Games confirmed rumors for an 8-player online co-op mode called Chaos Mode. Project Spark got a new detailed trailer showing off all of the wonderful creations and worlds you can make in the game. The trailer ended with the surprise of Conquer the Squirrel, who we haven't seen since 2005. Welcome back, buddy. Dragon Age Inquisition showed off a new expansive-looking trailer and revealed that the game will have certain content available first on Xbox One and will release on October 7th this year. Forza Motorsport 5 is getting the iconic Nürburgring racetrack available today for free. As for Forza Horizon 2, new systems allow for seamless multiplayer, open-world drive-avatars, and hundreds of drive clubs. The game will be available on September 13th. The makers of Left 4 Dead showed off some more footage for Evolve, along with the announcement that the game will be getting exclusive
Welcome back, everybody. It's time to take a look at Dragon Age Inquisition. Mike here is going to tell us all about it. Mike, thanks for coming on the show.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for having me.
Let's jump right into it. This is a highly anticipated RPG.
Yeah. Yeah, we've been, we've been working on it for about 3 years now. And what we're showing today is kind of a condensed version of what we've been showing to people when they come to this booth.
Sure.
Take a look behind closed doors. One part absolutely in love with it is that we're showcasing kind of the race and the gender choices. What you see there is a Canary, first time we've had them playable in the game, Inquisitor, and she's it's a female. So we've got the mage class and so on. We've got a ton of different combinations we're showing off to different people at the show.
This looks gorgeous.
Yeah, that was kind of the goal. We got hold of Frostbite 3 and they kind of, the folks at DICE were like, so what would you do with this? And we were like, well, let's see, a place big enough to have jets and tanks and I don't know, I bet we could probably make some epic fantasy in there. So, lots of dragons. But yeah, the play space you see here, and you can kind of go almost anywhere you can see, is bigger than all of Dragon Age Origins put together in terms of square footage.
Can we expect sort of a combination of Dragon Age Origins and Dragon Age 2?
Yeah, I think that's a fair thing to say. I mean, the big new thing on top of that is the massive space. But as you can see there, Origins allowed you to do kind of the tactical top-down. Sure. That's now on all platforms, not just on the PC. So all players can do it. You can also kind of zoom in and zoom out as you see fit. Run time, resume time, switch characters, all that, which is a very tactical edge. And something that really goes to our goals of teamwork being central to DA. But on top of that, then, for DA2, things are a little faster, they're responsive, you're able to get right into the fray, throw spells very quickly, no 10-minute casting times or anything like that.
Sure. We're seeing a lot of combat here. Is this in the middle of a quest?
Yeah, we're in an area, we're actually making our way to Redcliffe Village, which was a location in Origins. It's totally been rebuilt since the devastation, but we're cutting our way through, and what's happening in this area is that the mages and Templars, one of our running themes, have totally broken away from the Chantry. They're fighting over the location. And our goal as we come through here is eventually to restore peace to the area. It's part of how we're evolving the world. We have a system called the World Master, kind of like a Game Master, except bigger. Okay. And what it does is dynamically repopulate spaces based on what you've been doing. So if the Mages and Templar fight is still happening, then you will see lots of their combats and for you to fight through them. Also, we have a horse.
Well, I like the horse.
We do have a horse, yeah. I mean, big spaces like this pretty much demanded it, but we went beyond horse. We've got, giant lizards you can ride, and you can collect kind of a whole selection of them and choose which one you prefer.
This is a much more open game than the previous Dragon Age, is that correct?
That said, what we've done is tried to integrate this open space with the story to make it kind of a part and parcel of the same thing. So fundamentally, as Inquisitor, you're kind of leading from the front. You're like a Joan of Arc figure, depending. You're an inspiration, and so your goal is to build the Inquisition's power by doing things that earn renown, or you actually establish new camps and spread your influence. And as you do that, you spend that power on where the story goes next.
You mentioned the story. What can you tell us about the story?
Well, it really begins with a massive cataclysm. The sky opens up, demons come pouring out of this thing called the Breach. And as that happens, it kills like thousands of people. And the big problem it leaves is that the Chantry, which has kind of been the thing keeping the lid on the pot of Thetis.
Dragon.
Yeah, there's a huge dragon. Completely gets wiped out. Like the leadership's gone. As a result, the Inquisition steps up to fill that void to try and set things right.
We're going to fight this dragon here?
We're going to fight this dragon. We
really
absolutely are. We built the dragons with an all-new system. They now have individual limb targeting. They react differently if their limbs become wounded or damaged. They attack in different arcs. They can fly around the areas. Before, they used to be pretty static. But here, you'll notice she's got someone behind her and doesn't like that.
Yeah, we saw some of this footage yesterday during the conference.
Yes, absolutely. Right. Yeah, the dragon has a ton of different attacks, and ultimately we want you to have to prepare for them. They're basically the top tier combats in the game. And with them, you want to be bringing your dragon slaying swords and your right element weapons and so on, because that'll give you a huge edge.
When we walked into this area, I think it said discovered blood cliffs.
Yep.
So there are different areas that you, once you discover them.
Yeah, so we're in a single region right now. All these jumps here have basically been within what we call the hinterlands. There are also regions that are a massive desert. You get a frozen mountaintops. So the game takes you across two different nations, Ferelden and Orlais. You get to visit all kinds of cool locales. And here we're seeing this is the haste spell. Gives you a huge advantage because the dragon moves slow, you guys move fast. But it uses a new resource called Focus, which is built via teamwork. It's kind of a shared resource. Gives you a huge edge, lets you do things like wound the dragon's leg. So now it's down and one leg's under it. It can't get up, it can't fight you nearly as effectively. But you can't use those spells just willy-nilly because once they've used up, you can't cast them again. So you have to be pretty tactical and strategic about when you use them.
I was kind of feeling bad for the dragon there for a second.
For just a minute, I mean, the big thing we wanted to do is make them actually, you know, yes, they're predators, but they are creatures, right? And they have their own pathos and that kind of stuff. That said, it will eat your face, kind of without hesitation, so don't feel too bad.
All right, where are we here?
This takes us inside. We basically jump to a part in the story where we've come to put an end to the mage attacks. We're inside Redcliffe Castle. The mages have taken it over. You can see the breach has grown. We're a little bit later in the game here. And of course, demons are pouring through, and we can talk about how your character has basically been marked. You've got some sort of weird magic. That's one of the mysteries in the game that you need to inquisit, if you will. And so you can affect these things called rifts. Demons are pouring out of them. They basically represent a fundamental instability in the world. If you can kill the demons guarding them, you can close them. And this is partly why you become Inquisitor, because you can do something no one else can do. And everyone has to at least respect that.
We're getting a look at how varied the environments are.
Yeah.
As we jump from area to area, they all look totally different from each other.
And this is really the tip of the iceberg. In this part, we're in a little bit more story heavy. It's almost like a mix of an indoor-outdoor dungeon, but again, you're going to be going all over the place and seeing all kinds of cool locales, each with their own kind of challenges and themes. Coming up, we're going to talk a little bit about tactical combat. So far we've shown a little bit of it, but you'll see it in the fight coming up. We got a nice mix of story and kind of combat going on here, because really, you know, some people are worried, oh, did you just make an only open world game? But really, big story moments, big hooks, stuff to get your emotions going. And here we have the female Inquisitor, and she's alongside Dorian, who's a follower we brought with us. He's from the Tevinter Imperium. He's a member of the Magisterium, and he kind of hates what his country's turning into. They're all turning into the bad guys. He wants to put a stop to that, so he joins the Inquisition. Also, bitch and mustache.
I like that, yeah.
Yeah, and so as we come here, one of the things is that who you bring with you can affect how the story plays out, because Dorian, this is Alexius, he studied under Alexius, so they have kind of that history, and so you'll see different stuff happen in the dialogues and story based on who you have. So here we get into the tactical stuff. When you're playing, you can use it to just get information and kind of zoom around, but what we're doing here is issuing orders. You control the whole party, you can get your statistical upgrades, and then you can either return to real time and they'll carry those orders out, or if you want to play that way all the time, you can enter what we call engage mode. And that lets you just advance time, stop it again, issue new orders. You can play it very, very tactically, almost like a board game or like, you know, your classic XCOM. We want to give players really the option to play their way, however you think is cool.
Like we're gonna win here.
I think this one's in the bag. An axe to the face will do that.
What's happening here in the scene?
Bring the demo to a close on a bit of a cliffhanger. We have your followers saying, "Oh, geez, we don't have a lot of time. We have a spell we have to cast tied to the amulet. Don't want to spoil too much about it." The nice thing about a big game is you don't have to spoil too much of the story when you demo it. And I've already seen a lot,
and you've only shown a little.
Oh yeah, I've seen a ton of people already kind of like, okay, wait, what does this mean? Trying to figure out what's really going on. But the short version, bad guys are coming. Last stand. Liliana's making her buying you some time at whatever cost. Turns out everybody's buying you some time at whatever cost.
I like this walking stick guy. He looks awesome.
Yeah, that's called basically a terror. They're kind of a lesser demon, but kind of top tier. All of our demons are based on kind of, you know, human emotion, so he'd almost be like subservient to a fear demon, that kind of thing.
I see. Is that the end of the demo?
That's it. Smash cut to black.
Very nice, very nice.
More on October 7th. Right?
October 7th. Dragon Age Inquisition is out October 7th. Mike, thanks so much for bringing the game by today.
Yeah, no problem.
Looks
really appreciate
gorgeous.
it. Thank you so much.
Can't wait to play more. Stay tuned. We have lots more big games coming straight at you from E3 2014.
They will bail. They will run away. So having 5,000 characters on screen just running away is a feat unto itself, but it's something that we've been working on for a very long time.
So suddenly we're in a big open world and a huge city. So the idea is to create opportunities for people to come together and have fun things to do in co-op. We're supporting 4-player co-op, and we have tons of content. There's single-player content, there's co-op content, and also players can just explore the city together and experience Paris together, which is really exciting.
Our goal was to unify what we were doing separately, which was multiplayer and our strong single-player experience into one single game. That's why we needed to build the right team and then really take our time to do that. We had a studio in Annecy, we had a studio in Singapore, a studio in Quebec City as well. This year around, we're still working with these major studios. We've added Toronto to our list of partners this year.
So we knew that Assassin's Creed Unity was looking for partners. They were in pre-production at the time, and basically Vince came over with a couple of other people and said, hey, this is where we think you guys can help us.
Our role on AC Unity was bringing that knowledge of creating good co-op maps and co-op gameplay and applying that to the Assassin's Creed universe.
In the past, we worked on co-op, but it was within a much smaller scope in terms of the size of the world, something that we call like broad linear level design, where you do have opportunities to branch off and do different things, but within a very confined space.
We really wanted to steer away from that. So what we think is, if you make the world challenging enough, if you make the opportunities be easier or more logical to perform by multiple players, if you then give those players complementary skills, people will naturally play co-op.
So you have to really keep that in mind and make sure that you design for every possible approach and for every possible play style. Some players might be more action-oriented. You need to make sure that the fights on the ground are good and that the difficulty is balanced appropriately to encourage co-op.
Back in, I think around October, I started talking to Vince about how, Toronto, since we're working on co-op and we know that they would probably need a co-op demo for E3, I said, hey, Toronto wants to get involved.
Doing demos is always taxing, but as I said, it's part of the process. We have to do it, we want to do it.
The way game development is done on this project is Montreal's in charge of all of the technology, all of the tools, all of the features, or most of the features. And specifically for the demo, we're kind of building the top parts of the layers of the content. So we're building, the city, the levels, the mission, everything that kind of sits on top of the foundation of the technology and the features. So we have to work together.
Ultimately, it's a good win for the team, and once we have it, we have a cool benchmark. And then we can say, remember the E3 demo or the other demo? Well, that's the kind of quality we need to hit for the rest of the game.
What we talked about with the team was E3 is going to be a great opportunity for us to take something to final, take something to polish, and be able to know what that process is and understand how to work together and get there.
For our E3 demo, we wanted something that would be very impactful in a short period of time. We're going to be up there on stage for 5 minutes, and we want people to understand the conflict, to feel the energy, and to understand the gameplay progression as well.
So Alex challenged us, to tell the story of the French Revolution, the macro story of the peasant and the noble battle, framed up within this mission. We were going to set up the conflict between the classes, that really defines the French Revolution.
In the French Revolution, today's extremists were tomorrow's moderates, and the next day they were dead. And this is what happened throughout the whole thing, right? So this lent itself really well to that sort of who is right, what is freedom, what is control, right? And that sort of shifts.
So the idea was to really tell the story of what it's like to be a noble, thrust into the hands of insanely violent and angry peasants. We're going to have to do that first person. And AC is not a first person game, so it's really a jolting experience.
So we decided very early on to go with a very classic conflict from the French Revolution, which was the people versus nobility. And we set the map, the mission, around the bread riots that broke out early in the French Revolution.
So you're going to see streets that are full of chaos.
and under pressure, and that really represents the population that we're wading through and that we're climbing over. What the player's going to experience is they're going to see the difference between the social classes in terms of outside it's chaos, there's barricades everywhere, things are upheaved. You go inside and all of a sudden visually everything is very organized, very formatted.
So the mission takes place with peasants breaking into a palace. The peasants are starving. Inside the palace, the corrupt marquis is having a party. He's feasting. And there's this inequality, and you can really understand that as a player. And that's what we built the whole demo around.
Take care of this, or I will use your head as a piss pot.
So the nice thing is, even though we're spending a ton of time building this beautiful palace and the gardens and everything, we'll actually have that in game. And we have featured actually quite a lot of content which will be shipped in the game in that same location. Friday afternoon, we kind of got the call from Montreal and say, okay, we've cleared our schedules, why don't you and Natai come over? We're going to sit down, go through the entire E3 strategy and figure out how to get our two demos to complement each other, but as well as get your demo down to this 5-minute window. So we flew out Monday morning, spent 2 days in Montreal. We scrubbed through everything at a super detailed level, and we found some really, really great solutions.
Things can be tweaked. Sometimes additional hard decisions need to be made, but usually the game is pretty much locked. I mean, we know what we're building, we know why we're doing it, we know why we want to show publicly, and then it's a matter of just finishing and then polishing the rest until we feel satisfied with the overall product. And you know, we're proud to release it.
I wish everything was locked. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, we've been working on it for a long time, and that's one of the reasons I think we're going to see a lot of quality in AC Unity, but it's not finished.
Everyone on the team now is super excited that we have a demo, and no one's frustrated that, you know, we're trying different things that we know may not go into the full game, because we're already seeing the learning. We're already seeing how every time we iterate, we get better, we get faster.
We're going to work on it until the game ships. And I think you're going to see something at E3 that's going to be amazing, but the final game is going to be even more amazing.
For AC, we decided to invest a lot in mining. One of the main subjects that we attacked is GI, global illumination, which also includes sky occlusion. So we're looking at the sky dome, and we're baking occlusion at the high precision level, much more precise than it used to be in previous games.
So the world looks completely next gen. I mean, we were never even close to achieving this in any other AC game. Plus, we do it in an open world of that size with seamless interiors with no loading anytime.
I'm Destin Legary, and this is IGN News. Far Cry 4 will feature cooperative multiplayer, Ubisoft announced during Sony's E3 press conference today. On PlayStation 3 and PlayStation 4, the game will allow you to invite friends to play multiplayer even if they don't own the game. This PlayStation exclusive feature is available when the game launches this November and will not be replicated on other platforms. The demo highlighted the game's drop-in, drop-out multiplayer when a second player hopped into the game at a random moment. The gameplay demo on stage also showcased new features such as a wingsuit and a grapple hook, as well as a tense mountainside jeep chase. Earlier in the day, we discovered that the game's villain will be played by BioShock's Troy Baker, who later joked with us about 84 games on show at this year's E3. We're set to go hands-on with the vast majority of them, so if you're keen to keep up to speed with all the latest gaming news, you don't need to look anywhere other than IGN.
Hey guys, we're back for round 2 of your fix for Monday's E3 press conferences.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to IGN's E3 2014 live show. I'm one of your hosts, Greg Miller, and guess what? Sackboy is back! Yes! Oh, here to tell me all about it, Tom. Hey, Tom, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
You blew my mind last night, Tom. You know,
Good.
I'm a huge LittleBigPlanet fan.
Yeah.
Big time LittleBigPlanet fan. Platinum trophy in LittleBigPlanet 1. My levels all have a lot of hearts. I wasn't expecting it. I really wasn't expecting you guys to come out and have it called LittleBigPlanet 3 because we had heard forever ago about Hub, and yeah, I'll let you talk now. Tell me about LittleBigPlanet 3.
Yeah, sure. So first of all, I'm glad that you were surprised.
Yeah.
That was the plan. Secondly, you know, we're really excited to be able to finally talk about the game.
Yeah.
You know, as you saw last night in the press conference, you know, we got a great new cast of characters for Sackboy.
Right. Here's one of them right now. This, of course, is the single-player demo. We saw multiplayer last night. We'll see in a little bit.
Sure, yeah. So in the demo you saw last night, you saw how we used the characters' unique abilities in a multiplayer level.
Yeah.
And we built that level for E3 to showcase that. This level is one of the story levels from the game, and you can see how Toggle, one of our new characters, is flipping between heavy and big, and light and kind of really fast. And that's really great because in terms of gameplay, it opens up lots of possibilities in play, but it also gives our creator community, you know, expanded possibilities to be able to create their own levels, either using what we use, default, or they can completely customize the characters as well to further enhance those abilities.
Here we go, jumping right in. Give them just different outfits.
Yeah, so a little bit of customization. So the great thing about the characters is that, you know, you can't add new characters without making them customizable.
Right.
So you can customize the characters, you know, within the main story, be able to collect new costumes, and then we'll further expand that through DLC as well.
Was it a tough decision? We talked about this before we went on. You are at XDev. Media Molecule, people who originally started with LittleBigPlanet, aren't doing this one. Sumo
That's
is.
right, yeah.
But you've been on for pretty much all of it. XDev's been helping forever.
Exactly. I mean, XDev have been involved since the very beginning, since LBP1 was just an idea.
Yeah.
And we've worked with, there's multiple teams that have always been involved in LittleBigPlanet. You know, we saw with the LBP Vita game, we had Taj at Double 11, XDev Studio.
Right.
You know, that game, it was stayed true to the brand, but they put a fresh perspective on it as well.
Right.
And it's the same with this. Sumo Digital have been involved. They were involved in Vita. Some of the guys were involved in Vita. They did the cross-controller pack for LPP2, so they know the brand.
Yeah.
And I think what you can see is that they put their own spin on it, and that gives it a really fresh perspective.
For you, or when you guys started talking about it, was it one of those things where nothing is sacred? Like, I'm very surprised, number one, that there's characters in the game that aren't Sackboy, but number two, that there's levels where you only play as that person and not Sackboy. Was that, like, something people had to get over, or were they like, oh, okay, cool?
I think kind of in the beginning it was kind of, if you think back to the previous games, we've always expanded the possibilities, but they've always been based around Sackboy.
Yeah.
And you see some of the creator community, they'll make levels that don't even feature Sackboy at all.
Yeah.
And we wanted just to kind of like, you know, as well as giving Sackboy some new abilities, just to give people, you know, something different to play. Sackboy's still a major part of the game. You know, we haven't forgotten about him. And what you'll see in the main adventure as well is that we've given Sackboy, you know, he can now climb, we've given him some new power-ups. And in terms of creative possibilities, the community can now even create their own power-ups. So it's just kind of like, wow, you can just do so much more than you could ever do before.
Sure. That's the interesting thing about it. I love the fact that I know that, you know, to recap for folks, they announced last night that all the levels that have ever been created will be playable in LittleBigPlanet 3.
Exactly. I mean, we don't make our job, we don't make it easy for ourselves.
No, you don't at all. Because that was the thing. Shuhei, when he announced it, talked about the fact that, and they're all going to be like up-res. They're all going to look better.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
so, you know, we had to basically bring those levels across. You know, the community spent, I think it's like, there's literally like 30 million hours or something ridiculous just in LP2 creating those levels. And it would have been wrong to not bring those across. So it's been hard work.
I bet,
But they will all be there day one, and they will all look better than ever.
So I know we have the multiplayer demo from last night we're going to get to. Here it is, actually. When you're looking at this and you're talking about trying to reinvent multiplayer, what were like the tenets, or what did people want to bring to it this time around? Because there's always been multiplayer in
Yeah, of course. I mean, LBP, you can play it in single player or multiplayer up to 4 players, and it's such fun in multiplayer. So it was really important that we didn't just put new characters in that did the same things as Sackboy. There'd be no point in that. So we had to include characters that each brought something new to play. So you can see that, you know, you got Oddsock. Oddsock's really fast.
Yeah,
Oddsock can wall jump. As a creator, you could create a really fast, endless runner with that character. You could customize Oddsock. You could turn it into a dragon. You could turn it into a dog, a cat, anything you want. And then with with Swoop, that's the only character we've ever had that can fly. So you've got some kind of, you can create like, you know, Flappy Bird levels, and you can have a lot of fun with that. And then Toggle's actually really interesting because that's actually 2 characters, and that actually toggles between 2 states. So
hence the name Toggle.
Hence the
I
name
get it,
Toggle.
everybody. I got it. Took
So
me a second. Got
in
it.
our game that we use to showcase this feature, we toggle between big toggle and little toggle.
Yeah.
As a creator, you could toggle between any 2 characters, and that's where it then expands possibility. So you could have a level where you could need to be big toggle, but then you could toggle to swoop.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
it's just kind of like mind blown. You can do what you want.
Yeah, as if I didn't already have enough time creating really interesting levels in LittleBigPlanet. Here they go. I guess that's the other big part about LittleBigPlanet. I guess I take for granted for you guys creating the game, right? Like, for me, it's all about playing it, and okay, how are they going to make it fun to play through? But going through and trying to figure out how to make creation something different, but still what people want, it's got to be tough.
It's really tough. I mean, because the whole game that you get when you buy the game, we build it with the exact same tools.
Yeah.
So we've got a whole team of creators using the DS4 to create the levels, the same tools that the community then use. So yeah, it's kind of it's as well as in create mode as well as we're talking a lot about the characters at E3, but there's loads of new create tools, and we've also added in some new accessibility kind of features so that people who are a bit overwhelmed by create, we're going to hold their hand a little bit more this time around and let them experience how much fun it is to create content in LBP.
Gotcha. So how many other new inventions are in this? LittleBigPlanet 2, of course, had like the Cakeinator. Here we see Sackboy running around with his ability to use wind in puzzles.
Yeah. So he's got the Pumpinator this time around. He can blow air. He can, we don't like saying blow and suck, but he can blow air and he can suck air, and you can kind of manipulate the environment. There's loads of new power-ups. The great thing is that the creative community can also create their own power-ups.
Oh wow!
And there's a new feature in the game called the Sack Pocket, and that means that Sackboy can now carry his power-ups around with him. So in previous games, you'd pick a power-up up, you'd use it, and then you put it down.
Yeah.
Now you can collect them and keep them.
So
and again, that further expands what you can do in the game.
So you can make a Metroidvania level inside LittleBigPlanet.
Exactly, exactly. You can make RPG levels. You can do lots of new things.
And then RPGs. That's old. Once you guys introduced the Savinator, it was on that you're going to make these levels that went on and on and on and on and on. I'm so happy Sackboy's back. Is it interesting to you when you guys started LittleBigPlanet? Did you think that it was going to become what it's become? Like Sackboy's like really the face. Like everybody's always like, oh, the character mascot's dead, but Sackboy's still that guy, right? For PlayStation.
Sure. Yeah, I think even in between LittleBigPlanet game releases, Sackboy is always there. Kind of, he's like a Sony mascot.
Yeah.
And that's great.
Yeah.
But I think in the beginning, we knew it was a special game, and we knew that the original team were a very special team. But I don't think anyone realized how successful it would be. But it's just continued, DLC and community. It's still as active.
Yeah.
As it was like a year ago, the community, it's so great.
When new developers step onto the project to take, the role as lead developer, do they feel that pressure, knowing that they're coming into a beloved franchise, but a game that's been successful and has so many fans and all these different things?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I remember when we first got Sumo Digital involved, and it's a massive kind of like challenge.
Yeah.
They're really excited to work on it. But we hold their hand. We've worked with on all the LBP games. We also have like other developers who help us out as well. Tarja Studios.
Yeah.
They worked on the Vita game. They're involved this time around as well. So kind of collaboratively, we all work together, and I think they've done a really great job.
I think that's what, for me, being a LittleBigPlanet fan, that's the craziest thing to me, is that I think every iteration gets better. And so, I reviewed the Vita version, and I said, this is the definitive LittleBigPlanet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, the fact that so many different developers can come in, add something, and then continue to make that product better and better. I think it's something that speaks to it in a way that not many games get to do,
Yeah, I think that's it. If you think about the fact that, it is a creative game, so you give those tools to a different team, and they will do different things with them, but stay true to the brand. It feels like a LittleBigPlanet game.
Yeah.
And it looks like a LittleBigPlanet game, but at the same time, it's got, some really great new fresh features.
Right. I think that's something we always talk about with Mario, right? The fact that, like, oh, Nintendo's only got these few franchises, Mario, but every Mario game feels different.
Yeah.
If you're a hater, from the outside of everything is Mario, it's similar to this. We're like, oh, it's just LittleBigPlanet again, not realizing Savinator, Grabinator, now the Sackboy's Pocket, is that what it's called?
Sack Pocket, yeah.
The Sack Pocket, my bad. I'm sorry, I'm still learning, I'm still brand new to what's happening here in LittleBigPlanet 3. Now we're going to put on a prognosticator cap. Do you think LittleBigPlanet can iterate forever?
Good question. I think it can actually. I think because as you've seen, like since 2008, You know, there's been multiple LittleBigPlanet games, you know, on different platforms. We always try and utilize the features of those platforms.
Yeah.
So on Vita, we use the touchpad, the rear touchpad, and then we open those tools up to the community as well. I think, you know, with PlayStation 4, you know, we're going to bring some new features to that as well. We're going to use the touchpad, and you know, it's in 1080p, and it looks fantastic, and we've got all the extra layers in the game and stuff. So I think it kind of evolves over time. And, you know, we learn from our community as well. You know, we listen to them, and you know, we know what they want to do next. But at the same time, there's always new players coming over to PlayStation, and you know, we had to bring the game to PlayStation 4.
How hard is it to listen to the community? Because like I think they put it up there, right? That it was something like, well, it was like 3 billion levels or something.
We got 8.7 million levels.
I'm sorry, only 8.7, not 3 billion. But there's so much content out there, right? How do you separate the wheat from the chaff and realize, okay, this is what people really, really want? Yeah.
So we have, so in terms of kind of like the huge generated levels, you know, we have a team of community managers, and we sit down and we play the content by our community. You know, we know what to look out for, and we do like our regular kind of team picks. You know, we'll actually, you know, flag some of the best content so that other players can find that content. With LBP, there's so much content. Yeah. It can be a little bit difficult to discover what to play.
I can imagine.
So we try and surface that content for them.
All right. So wrapping up, what's the one thing everybody needs to know about LittleBigPlanet 3?
It's awesome.
That's a cop-out. Everyone says that about their game.
I think the great thing about LittleBigPlanet 3 is that, you know, we're only talking about a few features this E3 because it's so massive. There's so many more things we're going to be talking about as we progress over the next few months.
All right, fine. Tom, when's it coming out?
November this year.
November this year. That's soon. That's exciting. Thank you so much for coming by.
Thank you.
Don't screw it up.
We won't.
I'm a big fan.
We won't.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't you screw it up. Stay here on IGN for all of our E3 coverage right now. While this has been going on, a lot of trailers have been coming out, and we've been putting together awesome rewind theaters, but they're not just me and other chuckleheads talking about the games anymore. We brought in the developers to walk you through their creations. So here are some rewind theaters for games like Batman, Infamous, and other AAA titles. We'll be back with more demos in a second.
What's up, everybody? Steve Butts here with IGN. I'm here with my close personal friend Daxkin, producer on the newest Batman game, Arkham Knight.
How you doing, Steve?
I'm very well, thank you. Super excited to see this game show up last night. Of course, we'd seen it before, but got a look at some new things, and we're going to break those down in this trailer here. So tell us just very briefly, we're seeing Batman kind of suit up here.
Classic Batman suit up. The animation team and the character guys at Rocksteady always love bringing a new character design and suit design into any of the Batman games we do, but having the opportunity to see him kind of put all that stuff on, it's an awesome kind of moment for everyone on the team.
And Batman's known to be a loner, but here he's getting advice from Oracle, so he's got some folks on his side in this. It's not just him and Commissioner Gordon.
Absolutely, and more than anything in Batman Arkham Knight, you know, we really want to focus on the heroes and the allies around him, not just Batman versus the villains that he comes up against.
So let's stop for just a second. I mean, looking at this city, just the setting for this game is fantastic. You've got all these great kind of Art Deco touches and the dirigibles, like the blimps and stuff. It's very cool. What are some of your touchstones or inspirations for the look of this city?
So much of the inspiration for Arkham Knight comes from what we did in Arkham Asylum and Arkham City, and thinking about as technology and horsepower comes to us, what we can do with it and where we can push it. So we've always wanted to build out the entirety of Gotham City right from the early days of Arkham Asylum. So starting here at the top of Wayne Tower, so you were there in Bruce Wayne's personal office, suiting up into Batman, then diving off. The kind of insane altitude that you get off skyscrapers of that height really means that we can explore Gotham in that kind of vertical way, not just in a horizontal footprint anymore.
Tremendously vertical, and I love it. Sort of like slightly gothic, but also kind of neon. But to me, like, it looks like Batman's flying here. Come on, come clean with us. He's flying.
Well, flight and gliding, they're different things, right? I mean, transitioning all of the momentum that you get into glide, it's gliding, it's not flying.
Gotcha. Okay.
We're talking Batmobile, right? Come on, let's talk about the Batmobile.
So we saw the Batmobile come in there, and it came right in as he dropped down. How quick is that response time on the Batmobile when you're in the city?
It's never more than a few seconds away. So the Batmobile is always tracking Batman's location throughout the city. So with a single button press, boom, you can just call it in, and it will be there whenever you need it.
Fantastic. I got to say, so driving through the city, I imagine my Batman is doing a little more property damage than the person who's driving the car in this case. But yeah, so how many driving-related challenges will there be? Is there a lot of driving content in the game mechanically, or is it just a way to get from mission to mission?
Well, it's all stitched in. You know, we wanted it to feel like a Batman experience, not a Batman game with a driving component. And then the transformation of the Batmobile from pursuit mode into battle mode is a huge feature that we're really going heavy on at E3 this year. So we're talking a load about the offensive abilities that the Batmobile brings in battle mode.
Right, yeah, so let's talk about this. This is a change that players can make at any time in the game. This
Absolutely.
is not locked into specific sequences.
Nope.
And the Batmobile essentially turns into a tank. The movement gets a little different too. It's not just driving forward and backward. You have lateral movement as well.
It's a fundamentally different mode of interaction, a different mode of gameplay. So when gamers are in pursuit mode, it's all about high-speed driving. When they transform into battle mode, it fundamentally changes what they can do. So the movement of the Batmobile, like you say, is much more about evasion. So when you're in a dogfight up against other tanks, you're dodging left and right, and then you've got the opportunity to fight back with onboard weaponry.
What I got to ask you is, a lot of people said Batman doesn't use guns, right?
Yep.
So how do you get away with that? How does that make sense in the world of Batman? You preserve the integrity of the character, but also have this cool gameplay element.
Well, that's the most important thing to us at Rocksteady. We don't want to break the rules of Batman, right? And Batman's attitude towards usage of weaponry and, more importantly, not killing is critical.
Okay, but he just killed that thing.
But
you have to admit
that
he
is
just killed that thing.
That's an unmanned tank, so it comes down to the enemy to design more than anything. So Batman can discern whether it's a live enemy or a drone enemy, and these tanks here are all unmanned drones. So he's using the heavy cannon, the Vulcan gun, to rip these tanks apart. But if he were to come up against, let's say, a soldier in the street, then he would automatically switch to the riot suppressor, which is less than lethal.
That's non-lethal. Now, when I looked at this, I thought, are those cop cars back there? Is the Arkham Knight actually trying to trick Batman in this case?
Cop cars? Where are you seeing cop cars?
These three things that he blows up right here with the missiles.
They're tanks.
Those are tanks.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I wasn't able to tell.
And that move there, that
distance.
missile barrage, when you just spam on the X button and you can unleash this kind of insane barrage missiles, that's like such an awesome move. I love using that.
And we just saw here just a second ago this new sort of gliding out of the Batmobile, which I totally love. Again, you say he's not flying. I'm going to take your word for this, but it certainly looks super awesome as he kind of leaps out of this and uses the momentum of the vehicle to kind of catapult him.
It's the ejector seat, the ultimate ejector seat.
So what happens to the Batmobile at that point? Does it just crash into the wall?
It then takes control of itself. You know, it's got AI navigation, and so it'll just track Batman's movement as he then goes off gliding through the city, so he can call it in at any time, so it's always just a few seconds away.
Right. So we've seen the glide attacks in previous games. Super fun to do that, but we're seeing something new come up here. There's an option for, I think, fear takedowns that comes out in this sequence. Tell us about that. How does that work? What is that?
It was something that we were looking at in Arkham City, because coming up against a thug with a gun fundamentally changes combat for Batman. He can take down a gang of 20 guys unarmed, no problem at all, but one of them with a gun changes everything. So in previous games, you'd have to sort of isolate those one guys. We wanted a single move that could seamlessly take down groups of armed thugs, and that's what the fear takedown does. Either 2 or 3 guys, if they're armed, with a single move, you can take them all out.
Gotcha. And we're seeing here the Penguin, right?
Oh, yeah.
So what's his role in the story? Like, why is Batman investigating him? What's he up to?
Penguin, as he has been interpreted in our previous games as well, is very much about running arms and supplying the various gang elements within Gotham City with everything they need to cause chaos and havoc. So this is a weapons cache of his, and you can see this insane mound of money.
Right.
So the way that Batman interacts with all of the key villains in Arkham Knight is very much, you know, you can follow the core story against the Arkham Knight and Scarecrow, but you always also have these kind of massive encounters with all the key villains like Two-Face, Riddler, Penguin, etc.
I like seeing there also some sneaking around. Like, we see a lot of combat, we see a lot of driving in this thing, but we haven't seen any detective mode, and we only see a little bit of exploration. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, something's going wrong here, Steve.
Oh my gosh, wait a minute, what's happening, Dax? I don't think this is
happened,
supposed to happen.
This has happened a couple of times before.
It must be our equipment.
It's terrifying.
But yeah, you see the Batman there using counters, taking down the Penguin. Is there detective mode in the game? Are you going to be showing that?
Absolutely, yeah. But oh my God, Steve, this is the big reveal! This is what we've been waiting for. We have been building up to this moment for so long in the studio, on the team.
Yeah.
The facial design of Scarecrow is absolutely terrifying. The design of his entire outfit. Something we put literally years of design work into. So being able to show off his face and his mask for the very first time, it's a big moment for us at E3.
Yeah, this is super creepy. And I gotta say, the Scarecrow sequences in all the previous games have been some of my favorite moments. So the idea that he's the big bad in this game has got me super excited.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at those eyes. Those milky eyes.
Yeah, you don't even really need any fear toxin at this point to be a little uncomfortable,
honestly.
Right? Awesome. So where's the game at? When's it going to be done? What's next for you guys?
We are working hard. We are working incredibly hard. So Batman Arkham is coming out on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC in 2015.
Fantastic. All right, well, thanks so much for joining us, Stacks. Take one last scary look at this guy. For all things Batman Arkham Knight related and all things E3, you're already in the right place. IGN.
What's up, guys? My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm senior editor of IGN. I'm here with the illustrious Nate Fox. He's the game director of Infamous Second Son and this brand new DLC First Light for Infamous. And I'm also here with the very talented Laura Bailey.
Oh, hello.
Who did the voice of Fetch. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your patience. We had some technical problems getting this all going and ready to go. But
it's weird to see the underbelly of IGN at work.
yeah, we're in the war room. It's you said it looked like a NASA mission control. I said it looked like kind of a broke down NASA mission control.
You guys make it look glamorous. There's a lot of multicolored wires around here.
Yeah, there's half the wires don't even do anything. That's really the ironic part. It's just for looks. So we're here looking at this DLC First Light, and this is a standalone piece of DLC, right? I mean, you can play this without having played or own.
Absolutely. This is a standalone game with its own story that'll come out in August 2014.
Awesome. And what's the philosophy, real quick, about doing these standalone kind of DLCs? You did this with Infamous 2 as well, where you don't have to have the disc, you don't have to have even played the game. A lot of companies choose not to do that. So what's the philosophy behind that?
Well, we want to make a story, right? We want to make something that stands on its own 2 feet. And by making it standalone, you don't have to have played the previous game to get in there. You can
Am I right in hearing that if you have the disc of Infamous Second Son, you get bonus content in this DLC?
You have heard correctly. Awesome. Yeah. No, there is definitely some extra content, some very good extra content if you still have your copy of Second Son.
So, Laura, tell me a little bit about playing Fetch. I mean, a lot of people really took to this character.
Yeah.
Was it a surprise for you to kind of come back and do some extra work with her? Or did you expect it was going to be kind of one and done for you when you?
Well, I was hoping it wouldn't be. You know, she had so much more story to be told, so I was thrilled when Nate told me that we would be doing the DLC for it. And it was cool because, you know, coming in for this backstory, you get to see a different side of Fetch. You get to see why she became, you know, the cool, tough chick that she is.
Yeah, I mean, here she is. I mean, so tell me a little bit about, can you tell me a little bit about when this takes place in terms of continuity within the story of Second Son, or is that?
Yeah, so this is the prequel origin story of how Fetch goes from the girl next door to the wackadoo badass that you meet in Infamous Second Son.
Wackadoo.
And here she is.
Yeah. But this is the best part. So the game takes place, we see what her life was like on the streets of Seattle, but also in Curtain Cay Station, which is this kind of remote alpine prison for people with superpowers. So right now we're seeing her in Curtain Cay, and her hands are bound up so that she can't use her abilities.
Yeah, it's interesting. Is that it's a special device to kind of hold conduits, and I assume, so that they can't. I always was wondering how they even bother putting conduits in prison since they can just get away.
Well, all right. So we made this big list of all the rules of conduits when we were working on Infamous, and little did you know, all conduit powers come out of their hands.
Oh, really?
Yep,
all of them?
That's the rules. So if you bind up their hands, they can't do anything.
What if you like have like plastic abilities or something, and you can like do something with
turn
that
your
thing?
body into plastic?
Yeah, I
but
don't
your
know.
hands are bound up.
You're breaking the rules.
That's right.
You're breaking Nate's rules, Laura.
We needed some way to put conduits out of commission, so we said, well, look, everybody just does this with their hands. They project it out of their palms.
You see that?
So see right there, yeah. See
Yeah,
her mitts are lit up. Just a conduit. It comes out of their hands.
A little neon power. So I think neon power, in my opinion, was the best power in Infamous Second Son.
I agree with that
So
statement.
that's going to be the focal point, I assume, of this game. Is she going to be able to use other powers as well? Just like Delsin was able to?
So Delsin got neon power from Fetch, and while he uses the neon source, and she does too, her powers are totally different. Her playstyle is very different.
Okay.
And mastering those powers is one of the big joys of the game.
Yeah, Delsin, you know, he would take the neon and use it the way that he fought.
Yeah.
But with this, you get to see her fighting style with neon, which, in my opinion, is so much fun.
It is. It's more up close. It's faster.
It's really fast.
Very cool. So we can look forward to this later this summer. Are we going to see any special cameos from other characters in Infamous lore, whether it be Cole or Delsin or Reggie or Zeke or...
There's certainly some returning characters and some new ones, but I don't want to ruin that for you.
Yeah, well, please don't. I'm just asking because I have to.
You know, all right, I'll tell you one thing that's really cool, in my opinion, is instead of having the franchise be about like, all right, this is Cole, all right, now this is Delsin, having the main character be somebody different, and being able to experience the world through their eyes really opens up just the franchise, like opens up what it is to be a conduit. And I'm glad that we have this new hero, particularly because of the new origin story, so you can know her mind a little bit better. But I'm just excited that Infamous is growing, it's getting wider, because, you know, who doesn't like superhero fiction where you get to know new powers and new problems?
Yeah, I agree. And do you, I mean, I don't know if you could speak to it, because I mean, this isn't even out yet. I mean, do you want to continue to explore this universe within the confines of Second Son, or is this basically the big piece of DLC that we'll get from this, and then you guys will move on to something else?
Certainly, right now we're just talking about Infamous First Light and Fetch's story, but you know, it's.
I think every
a lot of places you can
future
go.
game that Sucker Punch makes should involve Fetch, personally.
Fair enough.
She's the cornerstone of anything worth playing.
Yeah, she'll be essential. All right, Laura, Nate, thank you for joining me. I really appreciate it, and best of luck moving forward. And congratulations on the success of Second Son.
Thank you.
Beyond. What's up, guys? This is Colin. I'm here with Sean from EA, and we're here to show you a little bit about NHL 15. We're going to kind of talk a little bit about the trailer we saw at EA's press conference yesterday, and just talk a little bit about some of the new features in NHL 15, which of course encapsulates the best game in the world, ice hockey. So Sean, thanks for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
So let's talk a little bit about this. First of all, I kind of want to scrub over that footage we saw at Madison Square Garden, the Rangers. No one wants to see that. So let's move forward and talk a little bit about some of the new features in the game. This is a next-gen version of NHL for them.
Absolutely. First year on Gen 4 for us. We're extremely excited about it. And we've literally changed everything to NHL 15, from our player models, our new layered player models, and cloth on the players, flowing with every move. We've got the new commentators in the game this year, new puck physics in the game, new multiplayer physics. All 12 players can be in physics at any one time. And just, again, you talked about MSG, and we're not talking about MSG, but just the authenticity within every arena. You know, making hockey in Canada is a huge thing for us, and you know, our guys like to get to every single detail correct in the game.
So let's talk a bit about, you know, just I guess the look and feel. I mean, what did you guys learn from, you know, what some of your contemporaries at EA or other people were doing to kind of make a next-gen sports game? Because the game just looks beautiful. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
For us, it's really about leveraging the power of the consoles, and the consoles allow us to do so much more, whether it's higher resolution textures, getting every detail in one of those arenas. More memory allows us to have all the authentic arenas in the game. And again, it's, you know, the expectation of our fans out there to have every single detail in every single arena and on every single player absolutely correct, and that's what we're trying to do this year with Gen 4.
So let's talk a little bit about the commentary. Obviously, we're not going to be able to hear too much of it, but we have some new commentary. And we were talking beforehand. I'm pleased and so happy that Doc Emmerich's making an appearance in NHL. So was that exciting? Does that change kind of the dynamic of the game, make it a little more exciting for the fans?
Absolutely. It's something that our fans have been asking for a long time. You know, most sports games change their commentators every 3 to 7 years or so. We're probably on the back end of that number with NHL. So we're really excited to have Doc Emmerich, Eddie Olczyk, you know, two of the best guys from NBC in there. And then also Ray Ferraro, one of the best color man in the business, working for TSN as
Chicken
well.
Parm.
Yeah, and then you know what? Yeah, Chicken Parm. Not everyone knows that story. And for us though, it's all about innovation. So sports games change their commentators. We were thinking, like, how do we take this to another completely different level? And knowing where we wanted to get to with our visuals, like you see in the trailer right here with the arenas and the players, it's like we said, can we actually try and innovate, do something never seen before in a sports game? Can we do something never seen before from any of our competitors, where we actually take the real people, the real commentators, Doc and Eddie, record them on a green screen, actually drop the real people into our virtual environment, see what happens. So
it's very cool. And I really am marveling. You know, I've regrettably have gone to Madison Square Garden to see hockey games, and this really does look the part. And you can see the retired number banners and some of the the Stanley Cup banners. There aren't too many of those. And then if we move forward here, I just really love the look of the crowd and the ice and the jerseys. The jerseys just kind of, the jerseys even look good, and they look like they're fitting over the bodies really well, and they're moving on their own. The lighting looks great. Oh. Let's just kind of stick it on John Tavares for a little while. There he is. So it looks fantastic. So I mean, can we go into some of the minutia real quick about maybe some of we were talking a little bit about puck physics and stuff. Can you kind of go into that a little bit?
Yeah, for us, it's about keeping people immersed in the experience. And one of the things that really pulled you out of the experience in our previous versions was with the puck. And you're playing the game, you see the puck take a bad bounce, you're like, oh, okay, I'm back to playing the video game. So we wanted to overhaul the puck physics from the ground up. We actually have a guy that worked on the Hadron Collider over in Geneva come over and say, I want to work on something difficult. We gave him our puck physics, rebuilt it from the ground up in about 10 months. And it's interesting because now the puck is going to places the puck's never gone before, because it's just physics doing what physics would do. And with our player models,
it's a layered player model. So we model the body, model the equipment, then model the cloth over top of that. So the puck will now hit the jersey of the goalie, let's say, then hit the equipment, then react appropriately. So the puck goes to places where it hasn't gone before. The goalie's making saves the goalie's never had to make before because of where the puck's going. It's just doing what the puck would do because it's real physics.
It's very cool. Yeah, I'm noticing a lot of just a lot of bone-crushing hits here. Some really cool shots. I love this shot from the knee taken from the point. Little one-timer, little snapshot. Really, I'm just so excited. When I saw this, I'm just so excited. Some great celebrations. We see some good fights. Going hard to the net, taking bodies down.
Yeah, this right here, what you see right here is the power of the physics for us. Going for 2 players in physics. We were one of the first team sports to have physics in our game, but it was limited to 2 players being in physics at any one time. With the power of the consoles, we can have all 12 players in physics. So we get moments like that where you drive to the net hard, take the D-man out, take the goalie out, take the net out, and just have those crazy polyps like we're seeing now in the playoffs.
Yeah, this is awesome. I mean, I love this. One of the other things I noticed, Kane's going hard to the net, deking out the defenseman, goaltender's going to his glove side, flinches up, misses it. And there's just a lot of detail here as he picks the top corner. I love it. I mean, this looks amazing. So I'm really excited to play. So do we have a street date or a kind of a window of when we might be able to play?
September. We're coming out in September, yeah.
Okay, and it's on Xbox One and PlayStation 4, but also for those that haven't jumped to the next gen yet, they'll be able to play on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360
Absolutely.
as well. Awesome. Well, Sean, thank you for joining me. Thank you for coming down. Have a good rest of the show. For everyone out there, keep it tuned to IGN for more on all things NHL. From your boy Colin, go Islanders.
Hi, I'm Alex from IGN. I'm joined by Michael Kempson. You're the producer on Dead Island 2.
Yep.
And we're going to take a look at the trailer that you showed at the PlayStation conference yesterday. So give us a little bit of insight of what did you want to try and achieve with this trailer?
Well, I think with this trailer, what we were really setting out to do was to really convey the new message of the new tone and the new direction for the title. It's quite a departure from the previous 2 trailers for Dead Island 1 and Riptide, as you hopefully may have noticed. That was our shtick. And that's what we really wanted to make sure, just hammer that message home and be very consistent with it, very direct with it. We don't want to get into the land of confusion. We just want to make sure that everyone's on board with our Deep Silver and Jaeger's new vision for this title.
Yeah. So here we've got this guy, a typical kind of Californian dude that looks after himself, right?
Yeah, I'm curious as to how typical, but yeah, he's definitely a quintessential guy that you'd hope to maybe see on the boardwalk.
Yeah, so this is, where is it, Santa Monica, Venice Beach?
Yeah, inspired by, for sure.
Okay. And then you've got the hot girl in the bikini who, well, is not so hot anymore, I guess.
She keeps a certain physique to her throughout the trailer. But yeah, we wanted to just kind of play on the fitness stereotypes that you get down that walk, the kind of the bravado and the show,
yeah,
and have that play out.
So we see a couple of the kind of zombies at the back there. Mm-hmm. Can you elaborate at all on some of the kind of new zombies that we'll see in Dead Island 2?
Well, we tried to be really. When we first set out on the whole thing, we really started at point 1, and that was your kind of your meal ticket, your everyday zombie, your happy fun time en masse.
Yeah.
And we really looked at all the different types. You know, obviously we've gone through all the different films. We've gone through your 28 Days Later and your Romero stuff, and we tried to represent everything there the best way we can. So there's lots of stuff with like different states of zombies. So you've got your more desiccated, your kind of dusty guys, and in the trailer what we got here is your more visceral, your more 28 Days Later kind of style, really furiously hungry. And yeah, we just want to make sure that all fiction and everything people love about the whole genre is just well represented.
It's all in there.
Yeah.
So this guy's happily running along without a care in the world.
Yeah.
But so we saw right at the beginning, he's got a bite himself, so slowly he's deteriorating.
Yeah, he does. It's we leave it ambiguous as to whether he knows how that happened. Like, assumably, yeah, he got bitten by a dude and just let it go. But he's staying strong and just wanted to walk it off because he's invincible. He's going to play it on.
So in terms of the environment, obviously you're now in California compared to the island. What has that enabled you to do from a kind of gameplay perspective?
It's actually really cool. So like one of the aspects of the original games was the kind of improvised weapons that you'd find around Benoy and the island. A lot of that centered around your kind of like raft sticks for rowing and things like that, and your beach balls lying around and things you could interact with.
Yeah.
California is a much more rich environment for your everyday objects and the stuff which is just absolutely awesome to kill zombie with. So we're in the land of department stores, your sports authorities, and all these power tools and things like that. And we really wanted to use that to our best advantage. So I think we've got a big wealth of stuff for people to explore the world with.
And we spotted a helicopter a while ago. Is that? Can you actually fly helicopters, or how's that going to work, or can you not say at the minute?
I can't say right now, but it is really well representing something that I'm desperate for everybody to see.
Okay.
So yeah, we're gonna be coming out with new stuff later on this year, Gamescom and PAX, and so I would really encourage people to come check that out.
So it's playable at both those shows, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, he's starting to deteriorate now. So this is the virus that's beginning to kind of flow through his veins.
Yeah. Yeah, he's on quite a slow burn, and it's something we experimented a lot with in our pre-production, was that kind of the transition of human to zombie, and that's something we really like to play with in the core game.
Right.
And it's something players are going to get used to playing with themselves.
Okay.
And using a lot of the new toys and stuff we're going to give them, and
Gotcha.
hopefully show off this year.
Can you elaborate a bit more about what's this piece of, or whatever it is on his arm?
Now, I'm to understand that it's actually a thing these days. I'm not sure if this is to well represent the kind of people who do this, but kind of like implants to enhance one's physique in a more masculine way.
Right.
This was kind of new information to me, seeing the guys working on this trailer. But yeah, apparently that's a thing now. Guys are going into that world.
So rather than kind of working at it, you just get them popped into your arms.
Yeah, basically there's a cheat sheet for that now.
There you go.
And it's kind of interesting that we're focusing on the masculine augmentation of this one. It's actually quite a fun gag.
Yeah. And is that obviously his hair falls off as well earlier?
It does.
Is that because he's wearing a wig, or
yeah,
is
he's got a piece.
There you go.
He's got a piece. There's nothing truthful about this man.
Right. It's all fake.
Yeah.
So here he goes. all of his innards falling out.
But he's still determined. He's still going. Yeah, he's driven. Yeah, I really enjoy that as well. Like, we've got a really nice broad scope of the different kinds of people that you might see down there.
Yeah.
You've got your swimsuit guys. You've got your on bike police people, and then boom.
So who are these guys in the van?
Very good question. So later on, there are going to be NPCs and characters in the game that are going to help you out. They're going to guide you through the world and help you understand this kind of freakish vacation horror paradise in hell version of California, and this is going to be one of the guys to do so.
Right.
Yeah, and he should be with us later on in the year to put a bit more colour in the world.
But one thing is for sure, they really don't like zombies, right?
No, they love zombies.
Right.
No, this loves zombies. Just to put some flavour on the character, this dude wants to be there, loves to be there. He's there to do this.
Okay, so he's not trying to escape. He wants to stay there.
That is the whole key for the players and for the characters in this world. This is vacation time. This is what they're here for. They heard zombies are there, and they're there to have fun.
Gotcha. So what is it that you're trying to achieve with Dead Island 2 compared to the first game?
What we're really trying to achieve is to basically attain the mantle of the world's first smallest MMO on console. So we're really expanding on some of the best elements of what we think of as Dead Island, the multiplayer elements. It was just the funnest game to tag team on zombies, and we really hope we're going to take that to a bigger place for the franchise, and maybe a little bit smaller than your big MMOs, your huge 60-player people, 100 player per map. And yeah, we just really want to tout this new vision of ours for multiplayer in this universe.
Right. So that is your first look at Dead Island 2, and that's coming out early next year, I believe.
Yeah, it's going to be early next year.
For all things Dead Island, keep it locked on IGN.
What's up, everybody? Steve Butts here with IGN. I'm here with my close personal friend Daxkin, producer on the newest Batman game, Arkham Knight.
How you doing, Steve?
I'm very well, thank you. Super excited to see this game show up last night. Of course, we'd seen it before, but got a look at some new things, and we're going to break those down in this trailer here. So tell us just very briefly, we're seeing Batman kind of suit up here.
Classic Batman suit up. The animation team and the character guys at Rocksteady always love bringing a new character design and suit design into any of the Batman games we do, but having the opportunity to see him kind of put all that stuff on, it's an awesome kind of moment for everyone on the team.
And Batman's known to be a loner, but here he's getting advice from Oracle, so he's got some folks on his side in this. It's not just him and Commissioner Gordon.
Absolutely, and more than anything in Batman Arkham Knight, we really want to focus on the heroes and the allies around him, not just Batman versus the villains that he comes up against.
So let's stop for just a second. I mean, looking at this city, just the setting for this game is fantastic. You've got all these great kind of Art Deco touches and the dirigibles, like the blimps and stuff. It's very cool. What are some of your touchstones or inspirations for the look of this city?
So much of the inspiration for Arkham Knight comes from what we did in Arkham Asylum and Arkham City, and thinking about as technology and horsepower comes to us, what we can do with it and where we can push it. So we've always wanted to build out the entirety of Gotham City right from the early days of Arkham Asylum. So starting here at the top of Wayne Tower. So you were there in Bruce Wayne's personal office, suiting up into Batman, then diving off. The kind of insane altitude that you get off skyscrapers of that height really means that we can explore Gotham in that kind of vertical way, not just in a horizontal footprint anymore.
Tremendously vertical, and I love it. It's sort of like slightly gothic, but also kind of neon. But to me, like, it looks like Batman's flying here. Come on, come clean with us. He's flying.
Well, flight and gliding, they're different things, right? I mean, transitioning all of the momentum that you get into glide, it's gliding, it's not flying.
Gotcha. Okay.
We're talking Batmobile, right? Come on, let's talk about the Batmobile.
So we saw the Batmobile come in there, and it came right in as he dropped down. How quick is that response time on the Batmobile when you're in the city?
It's never more than a few seconds away. So the Batmobile is always tracking Batman's location throughout the city. So with a single button press, boom, you can just call it in, and it will be there whenever you need it.
Fantastic. I got to say, so driving through the city, I imagine my Batman is doing a little more property damage than the person who's driving the car in this case. But yeah, so how many driving-related challenges will there be? Is there a lot of driving content in the game mechanically, or is it just a way to get from mission to mission?
Well, it's all stitched in. We wanted it to feel like a Batman experience, not a Batman game with a driving component. And then the transformation of the Batmobile from pursuit mode into battle mode is a huge feature that we're really going heavy on at E3 this year. So we're talking a load about the offensive abilities that the Batmobile brings in battle mode.
Right, yeah, so let's talk about this. This is a change that players can make at any time in the game. This is not locked into specific sequences. And the Batmobile essentially turns into a tank. The movement gets a little different, too. It's not just driving forward and backward. You have lateral movement as well.
It's a fundamentally different mode of interaction, a different mode of gameplay. So when gamers are in pursuit mode, it's all about high-speed driving. When they transform into battle mode, it fundamentally changes what they can do. So the movement of the Batmobile, like you say, is much more about evasion. So when you're in a dogfight up against other tanks, you're dodging left and right, and then you've got the opportunity to fight back with onboard weaponry.
What I got to ask you is, a lot of people said Batman doesn't use guns, right? So how do you get away with that? How does that make sense in the world of Batman? You preserve the integrity of the character, but also have this cool gameplay element.
Well, that's the most important thing to us at Rocksteady. We don't want to break the rules of Batman, right? And Batman's attitude towards usage of weaponry and, more importantly, not killing is critical.
Okay, but he just killed that thing.
But
you have to admit,
that's an unmanned tank. So it comes down to the enemy to design more than anything. So Batman can discern whether it's a live enemy or a drone enemy, and these tanks here are all unmanned drones. So he's using the heavy cannon, the Vulcan gun, to rip these tanks apart. But if he were to come up against, let's say, a soldier in the street, then he would automatically switch to the riot suppressor, which is less than lethal.
That's not lethal. Now, when I looked at this, I thought, are those cop cars back there? Is the Arkham Knight actually trying to trick Batman in this case?
Cop cars? Where are you seeing cop cars?
These three things that he blows up right here with the missiles.
They're tanks.
Those are tanks.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I wasn't able to tell.
And that move there, that missile barrage, when you just spam on the X button and you can unleash this kind of insane barrage missiles, that's like it's such an awesome move. I love using that.
And we just saw here just a second ago this new sort of gliding out of the Batmobile, which I totally love. Again, you say he's not flying. I'm going to take your word for this, but it certainly looks super awesome as he kind of leaps out of this and uses the momentum of the vehicle to kind of catapult him.
It's the ejector seat, the ultimate ejector seat.
What happens to the Batmobile at that point? Does it just crash into the wall?
It then takes control of itself. It's got AI navigation, and so it'll just track Batman's movement as he then goes off gliding through the city, so he can call it in at any time. So it's always just a few seconds away.
Right. So we've seen the glide attacks in previous games. Super fun to do that. But we're seeing something new come up here. There's an option for, I think, fear takedowns that comes out in this sequence. Tell us about that. How does that work? What is that?
It was something that we were looking at in Arkham City, because coming up against a thug with a gun fundamentally changes combat for Batman. He can take down a gang of 20 guys unarmed, no problem at all. But one of them with a gun changes everything. So in previous games, you'd have to sort of isolate those one guys. We wanted a single move that could seamlessly take down groups of armed thugs, and that's what the fear takedown does. Either 2 or 3 guys, if they're armed, with a single move, you can take them all out.
Gotcha. And we're seeing here the Penguin, right?
Oh, yeah.
So what's his role in the story? Like, why is Batman investigating him? What's he up to?
Penguin, as he has been interpreted in our previous games as well, is very much about running arms and supplying the various gang elements within Gotham City with everything they need to cause chaos and havoc. So this is a weapons cache of his, and you can see this insane mound of money.
Right.
So the way that Batman interacts with all of the key villains in Arkham Knight is very much, you can follow the core story against the Arkham Knight and Scarecrow, but you always also have these kind of massive encounters with all the key villains like Two-Face, Riddler, Penguin, etc.
I like seeing there also some sneaking around. Like, we see a lot of combat, we see a lot of driving this thing, but we haven't seen any detective mode, and we only see a little bit of exploration. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, something's going wrong here, Steve.
Oh my gosh, wait a minute, what's happening, Dax? I don't think this is
happened,
supposed to happen.
This has happened a couple of times before.
It must be our equipment.
It's terrifying.
But yeah, you see the Batman there using counters, taking down the Penguin. Is there detective mode in the game? Are you going to be showing that?
Absolutely, yeah. But oh my God, Steve, this is the big reveal! This is what we've been waiting for. We have been building up to this moment for so long in the studio, on the team.
Yeah.
The facial design of Scarecrow is absolutely terrifying. The design of his entire outfit. Something we put literally years of design work into. So being able to show off his face and his mask for the very first time, it's a big moment for us at E3.
Yeah, this is super creepy. And I gotta say, the Scarecrow sequences in all the previous games have been some of my favorite moments. So the idea that he's the big bad in this game has got me super excited.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at those eyes.
Yeah.
Milky eyes.
Yeah, you don't even really need any fear toxin at this point to be a little uncomfortable, right? Awesome. So where's the game at? When's it going to be done? What's next for you guys?
We are working hard. We are working incredibly hard. So Batman Arkham is coming out on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC in 2015.
Fantastic. All right. Well, thanks so much for joining us, Dax. Take one last scary look at this guy. For all things Batman Arkham Knight related and all things E3, you're already in the right place. IGN.
What's up, guys? My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm senior editor of IGN. I'm here with the illustrious Nate Fox. He's the game director of Infamous Second Son and this brand new DLC, First Light for Infamous. And I'm also here with the very talented Laura Bailey.
Oh, hello.
Who did the voice of Fetch. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your patience. We had some technical problems getting this all going and ready to go. But
it's weird to see the underbelly of IGN at work.
Yeah, we're in the war room. It's you said it looked like a NASA mission control. I said it looked like kind of a broke down NASA mission control.
You guys make it look glamorous. There's a lot of multicolored wires around here.
Yeah, there's half the wires don't even do anything. That's really the ironic part. It's just for looks. So we're here looking at this DLC, First Light, and this is a standalone piece of DLC, right? I mean, you can play this without having played or owned.
Absolutely. This is a standalone game with its own story that'll come out in August 2014.
Awesome. And what's the philosophy, real quick, about doing these standalone kind of DLCs? You did this with Infamous 2 as well, where you don't have to have the disc, you don't have to have even played the game. A lot of companies choose not to do that. So what's the philosophy behind that?
Well, we want to make a story, right? We want to make something that stands on its own 2 feet. And by making it standalone, you don't have to have played the previous game to get in there. You can
am I right in hearing that if you have the disc of Infamous Second Son, you get bonus content in this DLC?
You have heard correctly. Awesome. Yeah. No, there is definitely some extra content, some very good extra content if you still have your copy of Second Son.
So, Laura, tell me a little bit about playing Fetch. I mean, a lot of people really took to this character.
Yeah.
Was it a surprise for you to kind of come back and do some extra work with her? Or did you expect it was going to be kind of one and done for you when you?
Well, I was hoping it wouldn't be. She had so much more story to be told, so I was thrilled when Nate told me that we would be doing the DLC for it. And it was cool because, coming in for this backstory, you get to see a different side of Fetch. You get to see why she became, the cool tough chick that she is.
Yeah, I mean, here she is. I mean, so tell me a little bit about, can you tell me a little bit about when this takes place in terms of continuity within the story of Second Son, or is that?
Yeah, so this is the prequel origin story
okay.
of how Fetch goes from the girl next door to the wackadoo badass that you meet in Infamous Second Son.
Wackadoo.
And here she is.
Yeah. But this is the best part. So the game takes place, we see what her life was like on the streets of Seattle, but also in Curtain Cay Station, which is this kind of remote alpine prison for people with superpowers. So right now we're seeing her in Curtain Cay, and her hands are bound up so that she can't use her abilities
Yeah, it's
at all.
interesting. Yeah, it's a special device to kind of hold conduits, and I assume, so that they can't. I always was wondering how they even bother putting conduits in prison since they can just get away.
Well, all right, so we made this big list of all the rules of conduits when we were working on Infamous, and little did you know, all conduit powers come out of their hands.
Oh, really?
Yep,
All of them?
that's the rules. So if you bind up their hands, they can't do anything.
What if you like have like plastic abilities or something, and you can like do something with
Turn
that
your
thing?
body into plastic?
Yeah, I
But
don't
your
know.
hands are bound up.
You're breaking the rules.
That's right.
You're breaking Nate's rules, Laura.
We needed some way to put conduits out of commission, so we said, well, look, everybody just does this with their hands. They project it out of their palms.
You see that?
So, see right there, yeah. See
Yeah,
her,
like
her
the-
mitts are lit up? Just a conduit. It comes out of their hands.
A little neon power. So I think neon power, in my opinion, was the best power in Infamous Second Son.
I agree with that
So
statement.
that's going to be the focal point, I assume, of this game. Is she going to be able to use other powers as well? Just like Delsin was able to?
So Delsin got neon power from Fetch, and while he uses the neon source, and she does too, her powers are totally different. Her playstyle is very different.
Okay.
And mastering those powers is one of the big joys of the game.
Yeah, Delsin, he would take the neon and use it the way that he fought.
Yeah.
But with this, you get to see her fighting style with neon, which, in my opinion, is so much fun.
It is. It's more up close. It's faster.
It's really fast.
Very cool. So we can look forward to this later this summer. Are we going to see any special cameos from other characters in Infamous lore, whether it be Cole or Delsin or Reggie or Zeke or...
There's certainly some returning characters and some new ones, but I don't want to ruin that for you.
Yeah, well, please don't. I'm just asking because I have to. I would
You know, all
appreciate
right,
an
I'll
answer.
tell you one thing that's really cool, in my opinion, is instead of having the franchise be about like, all right, this is Cole, all right, now this is Delsin, having the main character be somebody different and being able to experience the world through their eyes really opens up just the franchise, like it opens up what it is to be a conduit. And I'm glad that we have this new hero, particularly because of the new origin story, so you can know her mind a little bit better. But I'm just excited that Infamous is growing. It's getting wider. Because, who doesn't like superhero fiction where you get to know new powers and new problems?
Yeah, I agree. And do you, I don't know if you could speak to it, because, this isn't even out yet. Do you want to continue to explore this universe within the confines of Second Son? Or is this basically the big piece of DLC that we'll get from this, and then you guys will move on to something else?
Certainly right now we're just talking about Infamous First Light and Fetch's story, but, it's...
I think every
a lot of places you
future
can go.
game that Sucker Punch makes should involve Fetch, personally.
Fair enough.
She's the cornerstone of anything worth playing.
Yeah, she'll be essential. All right, Laura and Nate, thank you for joining me. I really appreciate it, and best of luck moving forward. And congratulations on the success of Second Son.
Thank you.
Beyond.
Hi, I'm Alex from IGN. I'm joined by Michael Kempson. You're the producer on Dead Island 2.
Yeah.
And we're going to take a look at the trailer that you showed at the PlayStation conference yesterday. So give us a little bit of insight of what did you want to try and achieve with this trailer?
Well, I think with this trailer, what we were really setting out to do was to really convey the new message of the new tone and the new direction for the title. It's quite a departure from the previous two trailers for Dead Island 1 and Riptide, as you hopefully may have noticed. That was our shtick. And that's what we really wanted to make sure, just hammer that message home and be very consistent with it, very direct with it. We don't want to get into the land of confusion. We just want to make sure that everyone's on board with our Deep Silver and Jaeger's new vision for this title.
Yeah. So here we've got this guy, a typical kind of Californian dude that looks after himself, right?
Yeah, I'm curious as to how typical, but yeah, he's definitely a quintessential guy that you'd hope to maybe see on the boardwalk.
Yeah, so this is, where is it, Santa Monica, Venice Beach?
Yeah, inspired by, for sure.
Okay. And then you've got the hot girl in the bikini who, well, is not so hot anymore, I guess.
She keeps a certain physique to her throughout the trailer. But yeah, we wanted to just kind of play on the fitness stereotypes that you get down that walk, the kind of the bravado and the show,
yeah,
and have that play out.
So we see a couple of the kind of zombies at the back there. Can you elaborate at all on some of the kind of new zombies that we'll see in Dead Island 2?
Well, we tried to be really. When we first set out on the whole thing, we really started at point one, and that was your kind of your meal ticket, your everyday zombie, your happy fun time en masse.
Yeah.
And we really looked at all the different types. You know, obviously we've gone through all the different films. We've gone through your 28 Days Later and your Romero stuff, and we tried to represent everything there the best way we can. So there's lots of stuff with like different states of zombies. So you've got your more desiccated, your kind of dusty guys, and in the trailer what we've got here is your more visceral, your more 28 Days Later kind of style, really furiously hungry. And yeah, we just want to make sure that all fiction and everything people love about the whole genre is just well represented.
It's all in there.
Yeah.
So this guy's happily running along without a care in the world.
Yeah.
But so we saw right at the beginning, he's got a bite himself, so slowly he's deteriorating.
Yeah, he does. It's we leave it ambiguous as to whether he knows how that happened. Like, assumably, yeah, he got bitten by a dude and just let it go. But he's he's staying strong and just wanted to walk it off because he's invincible. He's going to play it on.
So in terms of the environment, obviously you're now in California compared to the island. What has that enabled you to do from a kind of gameplay perspective?
It's actually really cool. So like one of the aspects of the original games was the kind of improvised weapons that you'd find around Benoi and the island. A lot of that centered around your kind of like raft sticks for rowing and things like that, and your beach balls lying around and things you could interact with.
Yeah.
California is a much more rich environment for your everyday objects and the stuff which is just absolutely awesome to kill zombie with. So we're in the land of department stores, your sports authorities, and all these power tools and things like that. And we really wanted to use that to our best advantage. So I think we've got a big wealth of stuff for people to explore the world with.
And we spotted a helicopter a while ago. Can you actually fly helicopters, or how's that going to work, or can you not say at the minute?
I can't say right now, but it is really well representing something that I'm desperate for everybody to see.
Okay.
So yeah, we're gonna be coming out with new stuff later on this year, Gamescom and PAX, and so I would really encourage people to come check that out.
So it's playable at both those shows, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, he's starting to deteriorate now. So this is the virus that's beginning to kind of flow through his veins.
Yeah. Yeah, he's on quite a slow burn, and it's something we experimented a lot with in our pre-production, was that kind of the transition of human to zombie, and that's something we really like to play with in the core game.
Right.
And it's something players are going to get used to playing with themselves.
Okay.
And using a lot of the new toys and stuff we're going to give them, and hopefully show off this year.
Can you elaborate a bit more about what's this piece of, or whatever it is, on his arm?
Now, I'm to understand that it's actually a thing these days. I'm not sure if this is to well represent the kind of people who do this, but kind of like implants to enhance one's physique in a more masculine way.
Right.
This was kind of new information to me, seeing the guys working on this trailer. But yeah, apparently that's a thing now. Guys are going into that world.
So rather than kind of working at it, you just get them popped into your arms.
Yeah, basically there's a cheat sheet for that now.
There you go.
And it's kind of interesting that we're focusing on the masculine augmentation. This one is it's actually quite a fun gag.
Yeah, and is that obviously his hair falls off as well earlier?
It does.
Is that because he's wearing a wig, or
yeah,
is it
he's got a piece.
There you go.
He's got a piece. There's nothing truthful about this man.
Right. It's all fake.
Yep.
So here he goes, all of his innards falling out.
But he's still determined. He's still going. Yeah, he's driven. Yeah, I really enjoy that as well. Like, we've got a really nice broad scope of the different kinds of people that you might see down there.
Yeah.
You've got your swimsuit guys. You've got your on bike police people, and then boom.
So who are these guys in the van?
Very good question. So later on, there are going to be NPCs and characters in the game that are going to help you out. They're going to guide you through the world and help you understand this kind of freakish vacation horror paradise in hell version of California, and this is going to be one of the guys to do so.
Right.
Yeah, and he should be with us later on in the year to put a bit more colour in the world.
But one thing is for sure, they really don't like zombies, right?
No, they love zombies.
Right.
No, this loves them. It's just to put some flavour on the character. This dude wants to be there, loves to be there. He's there to do this.
Okay, so he's not trying to escape. He wants to stay there.
That is the whole key for the players and for the characters in this world. This is vacation time. This is what they're here for. They heard zombies are there, and they're there to have fun.
Gotcha. So what is it that you're trying to achieve with Dead Island 2 compared to the first game?
What we're really trying to achieve is to basically attain the mantle of the world's first smallest MMO on console. So we're really expanding on some of the best elements of what we think of as Dead Island.
Welcome back, everybody. Now we're going to take a look at Battlefield Hardline. Steve is here. Tell us all about the game. Steve, welcome to the show.
All right, Damon. Thank you.
Battlefield Hardline seems awesome. Let me just preface this demo with that. Switching things up, taking out of the modern military war zone to cops and robbers, basically. As you can see right here. What are we taking a look at right here?
All right, so this is our map High Tension that people with PlayStation 4s and PCs can play if they can get into our closed beta. So what you just saw right there is one of the Levolution moments in the map. So by taking out the cable structures that are holding that cranes up, you can actually cause that to fall. So if you take out 3 of those support structures, you can make the crane fall, and it creates interesting paths for players to use, or camp spots.
Sure. So we're seeing some highlights from a match here.
Yep. So we got some highlights. So one of the things that you'll notice, you see that new Visceral logo you got there? Mm-hmm. You can actually customize those logos, and that's a spray tag. So you can go around the environment and actually spray that on the ground. So if you go into Battle Log, you can make your own spray tag, and it's kind of fun. You shoot somebody, maybe they're laying there dead. You take it, take it out, and just spray tag it. Make it feel real good.
The modern day teabagging.
Yeah, we can go with that. We can go with that. This is Blood Money, as you see here. So that guy's holding it down. That criminal, or crim, that I like to call him, is trying to get away with some loot. We see a sniper here just taking out criminals left and right. That's the drop-off, or that's actually the money pile. So people are congregating there to try to collect as much cash as they possibly can, capped at 500, and then they want to take that back to their cash vault, and in order to try to win this match.
Can you jump in this helicopter? Fly away.
You could definitely jump in that helicopter. Well, you can't fly away. I mean, what are you saying here?
Fly
away like out of this game and into another game?
I'm just saying, if I were the robbers, I've got the loot.
You can't fly to other games.
I'm just going to get in the helicopter and
you can only fly into this game, Battlefield Hardline. Yeah, you can hop into that helicopter. You could also have your friends hop into that helicopter, and they can arm guns and take people out. This guy's just sniping people.
Yeah.
This guy's nasty here. Who is this guy? Look at him. He's been missing a lot.
Well,
you say this was Evan? I'm going to have to make fun of him when I get back to work. Okay, there you go. Now he's on a roll. Look, see, there's the path that I was talking about. So the crane created this quick escape path between these 2 locations, which is fun. And it's fun to actually kind of camp out there, and you're able to kind of keep, well, that guy just ran right by him.
Yeah, he was
not even seeing him.
Didn't even care.
Do you see that? I don't know what he was thinking. All right, now he's in a parking garage. He's going upstairs. We got some stairs.
Stairs confirmed.
We do, yes, they are confirmed. In Battlefield Hardline, we have stairs. Okay, oh, look at this guy. All right, it's one of his friends. Oh, what's going on there?
$100,000. Now, I just feel like we're causing a lot more damage than $100,000 is worth.
Well, you're thinking about it too much, man.
Okay.
It's all about fun. I mean, you're going to make off with cool 500K. I don't know how much they're paying you at IGN, but that's some massive cash.
So,
that's large cash.
Yeah, that is.
If you're making more than that, we can talk after the show.
You got to get into that game journalism.
Yeah, if you're pulling in 500K just on doing this business. Okay, look at that. Bam. Car destroyed. Hey, look at that poster back there. Okay. Oh, look at riot shield. Okay. Now here's something that we did. We changed this up. So you can actually scroll that list on the right and pick where you want to spawn in, or you can just kind of toggle around on the map to pick where you want to spawn in. So we've tried to make it easier for people to spawn in, kind of pick where they want to go. And so far it's pretty good. Okay, here's another smaller kind of Levolution moment. He just clicked that button to raise those bollards. So basically, effectively locking off the parking garage from vehicles entering. So that's kind of a smaller scale Levolution type of moment. This is a vault here, so he's camping out here, waiting for people to come to the vault, take them out. So he's at the enemy vault right now. You can see that he's playing on the law enforcement side. So these guys are trying to lock this down. And now they're actually stealing money back from the criminals, which is a very valid tactic.
Once it's in the vault, can the criminals get it back?
Oh yeah, oh yeah, you just steal that right up. Nice. Just take it right away. Any way you like, sir. Just take it right away. Okay, what else we got going on here? Look at this guy. Boom, boom, dead. That guy's dead. Let's see what else is gonna happen here.
Death confirmed also.
Death confirmed. Oh, look at this money. Delicious money, just pick that up. Just picking up money left and right.
A sniper rifle ribbon.
Law enforcement. How are we doing on the law enforcement side? They're actually losing right now. Oh, wait. Oh. And dead. Dead. But you can see who killed him. He used a Tech 9 on him. Yep. Shot him in the leg. Tough way to go.
The worst, you're going to bleed out?
Tough way to go. That you got an artery in there. You just bleed right out. Okay, what are we doing here? Oh, look at this. We got some grappling hook action. Oh, he got a rep upgrade mid-round. That's kind of cool. That's a new thing we're doing. So rather than just having rep upgrades given to you, you actually can make a selection. So if you hold down the appropriate key, you'll have two options. You can pick which one you want, and as you go through the map, you can continue to get more and more of those as you go. So on the fly, you're modifying your character, whether you're reducing suppression, adding run speed. Oh, well, look at that.
There's a helicopter
Helicopter in an underpass.
All right. So
insane. And a motorcycle.
That's pretty good.
He's carrying max cash, by the way. If you saw, it says you are carrying max
full
cash.
to the brim. He can't fit any more money
Max
in there.
cash. He's maxed out. All right, what else? Look at this. Look at this. A firefight. Look at this. Blood money ribbon. Bam. Here comes a car. He's taking some other dude out in a car. Oh. Look at that, guys. Look at that. Look at that. Gas mask. See that? Gas mask. And we have gas grenades, so you not only look cool when you got the gas mask on, it's actually functional. Another cool strategy is just lob gas grenades all over the place when you have a gas mask on. You can just laugh as everybody else dies. It's pretty good. All right, what do we got? Ooh, look at that tanker. He could get into that tanker. He could drive that, Damon. Yeah. Damon, he could drive that tanker. Confirmed. Drivable tanker confirmed.
So we got the last man standing here.
Okay, last man in squad. See what's going on here. Law enforcement, how are they doing on the score?
Are we on the criminal side right now?
No, man, we're law enforcement. See that badge down in the right corner? That's law enforcement. Oh, look at that. Nice. Trip mine.
That's pretty cool.
He's booby trapping it up right here. His buddy just ran off with some cash. Yeah, he's locking this down. Look at that, he can walk through it. What do we got going on out here? Oh, carrying, he's picking up all the cash the guys that died dropped. Oh. He got out of there. Motorcycle. He's taking it to his vault. He's going to do a drop. Oh, somebody in that tanker? That's no good.
That guy's going to get run over.
Oh, yeah. That guy did just get run over and shot. Got shot. This guy's like a one-man army right here. This is Evan, right?
I don't know who's playing
I think this is Evan. He's brutalizing people. I mean, he is the designer of the map.
Someone who's played a little about.
I mean, he designed the map, so pretty good at it. Yeah. What else we got here? Look at those. Got those patches. Okay, looks like he's going for the tanker here.
Go.
Here he goes. Tanker. Stay on target. Oh boy.
Nope. No, just yeah. Probably
bailing.
Forget
bail out. Bail out. All right, here he comes. Looks like he's going to do a drop off. He's approaching the law enforcement drop. Just threw some cash in there. Oh wow, law enforcement's about to win. They only need about 400,000 more cash. Let's wrap this up. I know that's nothing for you, the 400K, but
yeah, I understand. There's some people struggle.
Regular people, yeah, like me, that's significant. Okay, what do we got going on here?
Oof.
Oh, look. Whoa. Did you see that? Just drove that right through the wall. Kool-Aid moment. Oh, yeah. Right through. Blast right through. Look at this. He's pilfering some. Oh, that's no good. Okay, he's back. And we're back. He's back to stealing money.
simple objective.
Oh wait, this is a criminal. It's a crim dog. It's crims. Full on crims. These guys are about to lose. Oh wait. Now we're in a whole different match. What are you trying to pull here?
I'm not pulling anything.
We're looking at
we're looking at a highlight reel here.
It's a highlight reel. It's another match. I guess. Oh, whoa! That was some SWAT action right there. Some good business here. Okay, he's just driving it right up to the cash point, knocking some things over like you do. Okay, he's gonna get in here and try to get some money. Is anybody there? Nope. Get in there. Watch out for booby traps. Good thing to do here is lay down some booby traps too. But, ooh, oh boy.
Ooh.
Oh, nope. Sorry. Ooh. Okay.
What booby traps do the criminals have?
Oh, the criminals got it. I mean, well, one thing we do, Damon, is we try to make sure we have parity between both sides. Sure. So they have access to breaching charges, laser trip mines, the same kind of stuff. But we will skin stuff differently so it stays within the fiction, because it's important that each side has its own individuality. But, you know, we want to keep a balanced play field, so we want both teams to have parity. There's some more cash laying on the ground. Carrying max cash. So when you saw the map, did this remind you of downtown Los Angeles?
Oh, yeah, for sure. A lot of the buildings look very reminiscent of where we are right now.
Yeah, I mean, when I got into my hotel room the other night, I looked out the window that I had, and I saw the skyline like you see in the game. So that was really fun.
Is this real life?
Cool. It's like it's real life. It is. It's just like that. Okay, here we go. What's going on here? Uh-oh. The fuzz just showed up.
There you go.
It's dropping it down on him. Got that attack truck. Okay. What's going on here now? They're trying to get in there. Oh, here comes one of the SWAT guys. This guy's a one-man wrecking crew.
He just ran through some business there.
He's just, he's unstoppable. Whoa.
Whoa.
Now we're into the criminal. This is a criminal attack vehicle. Look at that. Look at that heavy-duty firepower. Kind of like it's an attack truck.
Reminds me of Mask. The
Mask?
cartoon, you ever see that with the vehicles all transformed except they weren't Transformers? Nah.
Yes, I know about that. It was also a film.
Well,
Mask.
but that's a very different film.
Not the same?
Not an action movie at all.
Okay. I don't know.
Kind of a sad movie.
Were you going to bring in Ace Ventura next? I don't know. Is that, you got a reference in here for that? One of the things I'm trying to do, Damon, I've just been dying to work this in, but I want to bring back the word abracadabra.
What do you mean bring it back?
Bring it back, man. Bring it back. Bringing it back. So like abracadabra.
Yeah.
Something happens. I don't know.
You got to find like the right moment for it.
I know, but I keep trying to get it in.
You were just on stage in front of a lot of people yesterday.
I did almost say abracadabra, but
when the smoke came up, you could have said it then.
I know it was in the mix.
Kind of a missed opportunity.
Kind of took. You said, I don't know, but I'm bringing it back here.
I support you.
I'm bringing it back on IGN. Holding it down. Abracadabra.
To everyone that's watching, let's make this the year of abracadabra.
Yeah, man. Hashtag abracadabra. Let's bring it. If somebody tweets at me, tweets at Level Up Time, that's at Level Up Time, tweet at me the word hashtag abracadabra, I will give you a PS4 or PC beta code.
Oof, there you go.
That is how I'm bringing back abracadabra.
That's pretty good.
Bringing it back.
All right, Steve, thank you so much.
All right, Damon, thank you.
Hardline, it's out October
21st, abracadabra.
Awesome. Stay tuned, Homefront is up next.
The pistol while you're escorting her. See, now our health hasn't recharged from here. We're still, the shield did though. Did you notice that?
Yeah, I did
you catch
notice
that right there? So watch, we've got back up. We're getting shot at. Shields get dropped, and then they come right back. So still some modern shooter elements that, for a Rainbow Six, kind of disappoint me. But I'm not going to write anything off just yet from the announced trailer.
Yeah, it's super early. We're going to be seeing these guys at the show and checking in with the game.
Of course, we'll ask them about it.
Really going to be following up on this one as much as possible. But, yeah, I loved, like you said, that you have a hostage as like a tactical resource. And she seems kind of active, too, right?
Yeah.
I don't know how much of that is scripted, but super excited about that.
Yeah, the sheer amount of destruction going on is great. And, yeah, I guess the big takeaway for me, Steve, of many is it's Rainbow Six, and there are tactics going on here. And those tactics include blowing holes in walls. Woohoo!
what do you think the chances are we'll see it this next year?
I'm putting it at, I would bet the under. If you give me 50-50 odds, I'm betting the under.
Yeah.
I think this is a spring or later 2016 game, only because that's just how these things tend to go, right?
Sure, absolutely.
Especially, I mean, Watch Dogs did that, The Division. You know, the last two big Ubisoft reveals have slipped past when they originally said, and that's fine. As long as it's awesome, I don't care when it comes out. We have so many other games to play for 2015. It doesn't matter. Just need this. I need this Rainbow Six Return to be good once it finally comes back.
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm willing to wait as long as possible to get the right game.
We'll end. Oh, God, I could watch this all day. So needless to say, Steve, we are going to be chasing this game relentlessly.
Absolutely.
Over the coming days of E3 and weeks and months. Ubisoft happens to have their San Francisco U.S. headquarters a block away from IGN, so it makes it really easy to harass them about this stuff. So for more on all things Rainbow Six Siege, you are already in the right place, right here at IGN.
Hello, I am Dan Stapleton, and with me is Jared Petty.
Greetings.
And we're looking at the Star Wars Battlefront trailer that E3 showed off, or some footage, not exactly a trailer, kind of an early concept thing. We do get kind of our first look at, well, they didn't actually show gameplay, which was kind of disappointing.
Yeah, it was more of a montage of how they put the thing together. They really didn't show a lot except the process that they went through, and they went to great pains to show that they're treating the project with some reverence.
Yeah, you got your probe droids, and this is all that they show is all original series, original trilogy characters and vehicles. But you got Stormtrooper, Vader, Boba Fett there. Yep. That's all Empire Strikes Back. Well, I guess the Stormtrooper is wearing some gear from A New Hope.
Yep, that's New Hope gear. We've got Boba Fett with his custom carbine there. We saw a Viper probe droid a second ago. All kinds of fun stuff already.
But these are all physical like toys and models.
Yeah.
We're gonna see the not in-game versions actually. We'll get to that. I got a T-47 snowspeeder.
And then people walking dramatically into an office. Always very exciting. And
not wearing bathing suits, unfortunately.
Oh, there we are. That looks like a fully armed and operational battle station we saw. Oh, once again.
Another physical model of a T-47 snowspeeder. Physical models.
Stormtrooper helmet, all kinds of things. AT-AT Walker, R2-D2. Just looking at all kinds of stuff. And they're making a point that they're coming in here into the museum and photographing this stuff so that they can reproduce it in wonderful fidelity.
And look, they actually went to a snowy place.
Yeah, look, snow. People walking in snow. Now, be careful in these places. If you trip, then Obi-Wan Kenobi will appear, and you'll end up having to go to Dagobah. So you got to be careful to stay on your feet.
So the breaking news here is that EA does know what snow looks like.
Yes, they do, and there it is. Look, behold.
And they took their toys to the snow as well.
Well, it looks like they understand that for some reason in the history of Star Wars video games, having a good Hoth level seems to be what people remember, so they're jumping straight to that.
Well, I mean, there are only two recognizable battles from ground battles from the Star Wars trilogy, the original trilogy.
That's true. You've got Hoth and Endor.
Yeah,
right?
Hoth and Endor. And so in the original Battlefront and Battlefront 2, they had to kind of extrapolate. They did some Tatooine stuff. They did some Yavin stuff, and kind of made up stuff.
But here we see them walking around environs that we're very familiar with, and I'm glad to see this. I mean, I'm glad they went with the original trilogy. Frankly, I could care less about most of the Clone Wars stuff, and so seeing this is very exciting for me.
So this stuff, what they're showing here, is all labeled as in-engine footage.
Mm-hmm.
Be careful of in-engine footage, because in-engine can be. I mean, it looks gorgeous. It looks like it's right out of the movies. But in-engine is not necessarily gameplay. It could be just like, here are some high-quality cinematic models. We're playing around in there. They don't have to be careful about performance to make sure everything runs smoothly when they're showing these high-polygon models on screen.
That's an excellent point, Dan. In-engine can be anything in software right now.
Right.
That engine may change. Oh, what is that, a Blastech DL44 or is that a DL18?
It looks like the 44, which is Han's model, which is modified as well. But
I think that is a modified DL44. I think you're right.
But yeah, like the detail on that model is pretty extravagant. There's no way that's what everyone would carry if they're actually playing. Here's like a gorgeous render of a Stormtrooper like this, like is photorealistic. Like you hold that up, it's like you probably think that's a photo. But and I really like how they even get some dirt on the helmet, so
yeah,
everything
totally.
isn't like squeaky clean. It actually looks like, oh, maybe that's the kind of wear you'd see on a stormtrooper on Endor, for example.
Right, yeah, and you see some of that in the films. You'll see that perfect white get smirched a little bit here and there. So I like the way that looks. I agree with you.
But again, there's no way that is the quality of the model of that you will actually play.
Yeah, if there were, my heart would explode from my chest.
Right.
Nonetheless, I do think it's probably going to be a good-looking game. There's a lot of reason to expect that.
It absolutely will be good looking, I'm sure. Yeah. But you just have to look at it's not going to look like that.
Yeah, there are the ATST Scout Walkers walking along there together in the world's emptiest planet.
Yeah. But you just have to look at what Battlefield 4 looks like. I think is probably a good gauge of what your expectation should be for how good this game's going to look. Somewhere between what we're looking at now and what we just saw. I do love ATSTs, just the way they move. I like the way the animation is shaping up in those really early shots.
Yeah, I like the sense of motion there as well. And here we go. Oh,
yeah, like this is again, they're saying early in-engine footage. That is not what it's going to look like. I'm sorry, it's just not.
Very, very unlikely. I agree with you, Dan. However, I do love the sense of motion we get here, the blurring. I hope they manage. The fact that they're paying attention to these in the cutscenes means they'll try to translate as much of that as they can. Technically into the engine, and
actually one thing that I love about this little clip here is wait for it. No, not quite. Right there. So this little puff of smoke, like that is like right out of Star Wars.
What's up, guys? We're back, and I'm pleased to be here for one demo today to show you a game I'm very excited about, Homefront: The Revolution. I'm here with Faz Salim from Crytek.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for joining us today.
No worries.
I'm very excited about the sequel to Homefront. I really love the original Homefront, at least in terms of its story and atmosphere and what it was trying to do. It didn't all work out, of course, but I'm glad that a studio like Crytek is taking this this IP over, and so we're going to see like a 10-minute demo today and kind of show it off a little bit.
That's exactly what we're showing. So Homefront: The Revolution is picking up 4 years after the first Homefront. Obviously the first Homefront was 2025 and the KPA just invaded America. This is 4 years into that, so we're now in 2029. It's a mature occupation. The KPA ruling with an iron fist. And they've set up their capital in Philadelphia, which is a significant statement of intent because of all of the historical significance of Philadelphia, and it's the birthplace of US independence, as you know. So we thought this was a really, really interesting place for us to base Homefront: The Revolution.
Awesome. So are there any characters or is there any ode at all to what happened in the original Homefront? Last we saw Homefront, they were on the Golden Gate Bridge, I believe, and things were going down. We lost a main character. Is there anyone from that game in this, or did you guys kind of start fresh?
Yeah, so we've taken that premise. This is that universe, but we've basically starting afresh with new characters and stuff. We're still tipping our hat to what they did in the first game, but this is going to be a new Crytek experience. So we're just putting our stamp on it for this one.
Okay, so what does that mean when you say you're going to put your stamp on it? Does it mean, when I think of Crytek, I think of Crysis, I think of open world, I think of exploration and non-linearity. Sure, Is that what we're going to find in Homefront?
So that's definitely one of the things we wanted to do. We looked at player feedback from the first game. We know that one of the criticisms was just how linear that game was. So we wanted to break free of that. We wanted to give the player the freedom, come back to the heritage and the DNA that Crytek is known for. The games like Far Cry and Crysis, where we give the player a scenario, drop them into a free roam sandbox world, where they're free to basically approach any situation how they want to, from any angle, not restricting them to a specific way. So there isn't a right or wrong way, it's just the player's way of approaching everything.
Awesome. So here we are. We're seeing something. Yeah, this is actually somewhat reminiscent, I think, of the way the original Homefront started, where it's something very chaotic. It's something that got it to you emotionally. What are we witnessing here?
So this is Philadelphia, a yellow zone. In the fiction, we've got these ghettos that the KPA have set up, and these ghettos are where they're trying to push the population into. So it's easier for them to manage and control. So right now we're inside one of the yellow zones, and we've just been called out to a mission, a guerrilla mission against the KPA at a police station. So we've got a smartphone. That's what we're using quite a bit to scope out areas. Like I mentioned, we have that sandbox field where we want the player to scope out a situation before they go into it, see what is available to them, what kind of options are available to them, and approach it from whichever angle they want to. So that's exactly what's going on here. We've just found out that there's a resistance stash in the area, and resistance stashes are things that the resistance have placed weapons and handy equipment hidden away in certain locations, and we've got these stashes hidden away for the player to go and find in the environment. So we really want to encourage them to explore the world that we've set up in Philadelphia, using these hobo symbols that you can see on the wall. And yeah, just explore the world, scavenge materials, because you don't have the same equipment as the KPA do. So as a guerrilla fighter, you need to use whatever is available to you, the resources that the world offers, and then craft your equipment using what you find.
Awesome. So I guess what I'm curious about is, you know, in the original Homefront, we kind of saw a variety of locations. You know, the survivalist farm, or you know, San Francisco, and then here we're in Philadelphia. So is there a lot of like diversity in the parts of Philadelphia that we're going to see, or does it primarily take place in these ghettos?
No. So well, the ghettos are one section of Philadelphia. Philadelphia that we've built for this game is an expansive world. There's a lot to it. From a fictional point of view, the KPA have set up different zones within Philadelphia. So this is a yellow zone, which is the ghetto, as I mentioned. There's several of these. Each of them has its own feel, its own atmosphere, its own personality. And then apart from the yellow zones, we've got red zones, which are kind of like the bombed out row houses. It's kind of the neglected space, which the KPA don't really want to get involved in too much, but they do have a presence there. That's a very expansive space. It's very different to the yellow zones. And then we've got the green zones, which are basically the iconic landmarks, the places that people are familiar with in Philadelphia. This is where the KPA have set up their headquarters, their residential areas, all of their opulent offices. Yeah, so these are three distinct zones within Philadelphia, each with its own style and its own art style, its own personality. So each of these areas will be open to the player to explore as they go through the story. And they're free to jump in between each of these zones whenever they want. So there's a lot to explore. There's a lot of cool spaces within Philadelphia. Yeah, so there's a lot of freedom for the player to go about doing their business.
When you're jumping between these different zones, is there? Can we assume that there's like a main, obviously a main narrative, a campaign, but then side quests or kind of the optional things that you can do along the way?
Yeah, so we've got story missions, which basically drive the story forward, and this is basically the backbone of the game. And then we've got this free roam Philadelphia world built around it. So the player is free to go about, explore the world, do side quests, do whatever they find in the world. There's plenty of content for them to explore and enjoy. We're not forcing them to go down the story route at any point. It's up to them when they want to involve themselves in the story missions. It's up to them when they want to involve themselves in the side missions. We've just given them a free roam Philadelphia to explore and interact with however they choose to.
And can you talk a little bit about where we see the character here is scavenging, is picking up parts?
Yeah, so absolutely. This is one of the ammo stashes that we've discovered, and we've just got a whole bunch of cool stuff, explosives. We found an RC car, and we're just looking through our quest tracker at the moment. And this is telling us, okay, so the mission that we're going to is just around the corner now. So we've got the equipment that we need, and we are now going to head into the mission that we were called out for. So this is an example of just one way of approaching this scenario. So as we jump over this, we're going to have the police station right in front of us. And our mission is to breach the police station, as you can see. We've got a couple of co-op buddies right there. This is obviously to give an example of the co-op that we're going to have in the game. So we've announced 4-player co-op for Homefront: The Revolution, and this is an example of what you can do in that game. So we've got two of our buddies scoping out the place. One of them just set off an explosive around the corner, so that's kind of drawn the KPA away from our target area. And now we are just sussing out who and what we can do to get into this zone. We need to get to that door. So there's quite a bit of KPA presence.
So with this camera you're using, when you're identifying the different cameras, different enemies, will these now appear on a HUD or on your map so you can track them?
Yeah, so we've just tagged a few of them, so they're on the mini map now. And we're just heading forward now into it. So what we're going to do is we're going to utilize some of the stuff that we found in the ammo stash that we just went through. One of those things is an RC car, which is right here. And again, this is just one way of doing it. There's no right or wrong way. There's always the player's way. But this is just an example of one way. We're utilizing the RC car. We've just created an IED using some of the stuff we found. We're going to combine that with the RC car, and we're going to utilize what the RC car. And yeah, we're going to now try and approach the police station and set off an explosive without really being detected. So that's one of the things that we really wanted to push for. Now, the RC car is a really handy tool to go in, scope out areas without being detected, or you could use it in an attacking way, such as attaching an IED to it and trying to get in and cause some damage. So obviously you need to be careful about the RC car. We're using cover here. A vehicle that was in the area is just coming through, so we're just going to use that to our advantage and drive through without being detected, and hopefully get the explosive in position.
So if you wanted to on this, you could come in more guns blazing if you wanted
Absolutely, if you wanted to. Here we go. There's nothing wrong with doing that. It's probably not the smartest thing to do because, as I mentioned, the KPA have a lot more firepower than the Resistance do.
So you gotta be a little more clever.
Yeah, so you need to be clever because they will respond. They will respond heavily. So some of the things that we wanted to push for was we wanted the gunplay to feel like you're a Resistance fighter. So when you're behind cover, you can shoot over the top of it blindly to make sure that you're just hitting the target somehow. We've got Molotov that we're going to use right now. That's a KPA heavy that's heavily padded. So it's very difficult to take him out. If you've got a Molotov, you can combine that with your bullets, take him out. So yeah, we've just managed to free the prisoners that we came here for. They're legging it, and that was one of the things that we're trying to focus on as well as a Resistance fighter. The idea is guerrilla warfare is not about tackling an enemy that's bigger than you head on. You've got to hit them when they least expect it, in ways that they don't expect, and then try to get out before they can respond in full force. That's the essence of guerrilla warfare, basically. And that's what we're pushing for. We want to be able to hit the enemy when they least expect it, and then get out, melt back into the population. So that's what we're doing. We managed to free the guys that we came here for, and now we're just getting out of that situation before it heats up too much.
And is the idea, I guess, ultimately for the player to kind of liberate Philadelphia, or at least begin a more vibrant revolution in that area?
Yeah, so the idea is that we're trying to ignite a revolution in this highly oppressive Philadelphia. So everything that you do as a player in this world will influence the uprising. So as I said, we've got districts all over Philadelphia, and this is an example of another one. So we've just come out into the red zone, which is one of the more bombed out areas. You'll see a lot of destroyed row houses and stuff. And the idea is that whatever you do in this world, it lets the player ignite the revolution. They're contributing to uprising. So the more uprising they do, whether that's destroying a camera with a brick, whether that's taking out a high-ranking KPA official, it all affects the world around them, and it all affects the inhabitants of this world. They will respond to the things that you're doing in this world. So the more things that you do, they will get out and they'll be like, okay, fine, we have an opportunity to start a revolution here. So you'll see the game from the first hour of playing it to maybe the 9th, 10th, 11th or so on hours into it will be completely different.
Awesome, and it sounds longer than the original Homefront, and that's going to get a lot of people excited.
We've got a lot of content in there. We've got a big world to explore. So I'm not going to nail down an exact number for you,
Understood.
but I will say that there's a lot of cool stuff for us to explore in this.
Cool, so when can we look forward to this game, and what platforms is it going to be available?
So we'll be releasing in 2015 on PC, Xbox One, PS4, Mac, and Linux.
Awesome, very excited. Thank you for coming to show us the game today.
Thank you for having me.
I'm very, very excited about it. We're going to have much more today, so stay tuned. The Division is next.
Oh, geez.
Back.
Nice.
Came back.
Nice, Naomi. Destin, come back here. We need.
I'm coming. I'm firing on him.
He's going nuts.
I need help.
You got me too.
I'm going to put the flamethrower on and drag him over to me, okay? He does not like the fire.
Naomi, see if you can get the one John.
So I'm just aggroing him.
I just need to hide right now a little bit.
He is pissed.
He's focusing on Destin.
Yeah, the fire really brings down the fly.
Damn it!
I use my jetpack.
He's getting hit by something. I don't know what, though. Can we harpoon him
He's
down?
running again. Can you bring it back?
Where'd he go?
Yeah.
He went up this way.
You're back.
Oh, shit, he evolved.
Oh, shit. Okay, this is not good.
His health's low.
We need to go after
Your
him.
mom's low. His health is really low.
He is super upset right now. Classic Greg.
Nope.
Little help.
We do not want this inside. Well, no. Maybe it's good that it's inside. He can't
Get
fly
him.
away.
Yeah, get him. Throw the trap. Throw the trap. I already did.
Oh!
Just hit him with everything you have.
Oh, I need help. He hit me bad.
I'm getting out.
If somebody
I got you, Destin.
Marty,
I got you,
thank
Destin.
I'm just waiting to cloak, guys, because he's going to come after
No,
me,
I got
and I
Destin.
won't be able to
He's
heal.
right up here. He's really low on health.
He's going into the cave. He's heading down to Naomi.
Yeah, he's following me right now.
Okay.
Yes!
John, can you get him down on the ground?
Nice, John.
Ooh.
He does not like that flamethrower.
Nice.
him back here, dude.
See if you can get him onto the ground.
I'm working on it. I got 3 traps down here for him. Drag him back this way. Okay, we got him down to like 1 bar. We got him.
Let me close.
Nice.
Yes.
Guys,
No, what?
everything you have, everything you have.
How can you even
Everything.
see?
Everything you have.
I'm down.
Oh, got him.
We got him. We got him.
No, no, got him.
I got him. I got him. He's
got
him.
him?
Yeah. What's up?
Game over,
Wait,
Greggy.
All right. Great job, everybody.
Please welcome the head of Xbox, Phil Spencer.
Welcome to E3. We're dedicating our entire briefing to games. I'm proud to open our show with what I believe is the beginning of a new era for this franchise. Here's the first look at Call of Duty Advanced Warfare on Xbox One.
To present Forza Horizon 2 on Xbox One, please welcome Playground Games' Ralph Bolton.
The road trip of your life begins exclusively on Xbox this September 30th.
It's here.
I'm here to introduce Assassin's Creed Unity, the first exclusively next-generation installment in our epic saga. ACU also marks the first time you will be able to form your own brotherhood and join with up to 3 friends on Xbox Live.
Will break. I will die first.
In Sunset Overdrive, you, yes you, are the hero.
It's a f***ing video game.
Super Ultra Dead Rising 3 Arcade Remix Hyper Edition EX Plus Alpha!
Fans have danced to over 220 million songs. The wait ends this September with Dance Central Spotlight, available exclusively for download on Xbox One. You'll be dancing to the hottest hits of the moment week after week.
Welcome to a place of magic, fairy tale, and myth. Join us in our magical world and play as a part of a team of heroes or mastermind the game as the evil villain. The choice is yours.
That was awesome.
I told you.
On November 11th, 2014, for the first time ever, you can play the entire Master Chief Saga on a single console, the Xbox One, with Halo, the Master Chief Collection.
We're going to create custom playlists, taking great moments from all 4 games and combining them together. Every map ever released on Halo 1 through 4, all running on their original engines, all running at 1080p, 60 frames per second, on dedicated servers.
Let's take a look at just a fraction of the hundreds of exciting new games from independent developers that are coming soon to Xbox One.
Miss Croft.
We become who we're meant to be.
Conrad and I are totally thrilled to be able to premiere some new gameplay of The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt.
Last year we announced Killer Instinct, one of the games I worked on in my past. There's another game that I've always wanted to bring back from the original Xbox.
So last year we gave you a glimpse of a New York City on the brink of collapse. So let's join a group of division agents as we navigate through a dangerous part of the city.
I can't get a shot. Try and hit him from the right. I'm gonna switch my weapon.
Prepare to see action at a whole new scale.
Today, I'm excited to reveal the return of a game close to my heart and the hearts of many gamers. It's time to reimagine your open world gaming experience.
Crackdown is coming back. We showed you that this holiday, the best place to play games is on Xbox One.
Welcome back, everybody. My name is Damon. Brian here is going to give us, nope, I already did it wrong. Ryan here is going to show us another look at one of my most anticipated games, Tom Clancy's The Division.
How
Ryan,
you doing?
thanks so much for coming to the show. You had quite a showing yesterday.
Yes.
Demos on both Microsoft and Ubisoft's conference.
Yep.
It's looking really good. You showed that trailer during the Ubisoft conference.
Yes.
Kind of a tearjerker, kind of an emotional trailer there.
Yeah, I cry every time.
Yeah?
It's, it's we're really, really proud of it. I think it was, for us, it's about getting the emotional connection to, I think my mic is going wacko. The emotional connection to what you're doing in the game, what happened with the fall of society. It kind of follows the story of this family before we go into the time lapse with the disease coming down, and the people at Blur and our creative team did a great job.
I love the idea of telling the story through a time lapse sequence.
Yeah.
But you don't even see any human characters.
No,
until
it's called Tragedy is Invisible.
Yeah.
And very not smart people like me were asking where are the characters even a week ago.
Yeah.
Before my brand manager turned to me and said, Ryan, it's called Tragedy is Invisible.
Yeah.
So then I was like, oh, okay, now I get it. So.
It came down hard. Are you setting the tone for the game here? Is this a very somber game?
Yeah, I think it's universe. The kind of putting a relatable human touch to where an action, The Division is an action RPG. There's a lot of combat, there's a lot of fighting. So what are you fighting for? What are the people that remain, that are left in this terrible situation?
So many little details to notice. First, the door gets boarded up, then there's a shotgun blast through it, then there's a bookcase pushed against it.
Yeah, it's very somber. It's kind of a hyper acceleration to the point where you start playing the game.
But then it ends on a more uplifting note.
Absolutely, it's for hope.
Yeah,
for
sure.
In the end. So
I mean, that part of it is almost as much of a tearjerker as the sad setup, I thought.
Yeah, I think it's also to introduce kind of the Division as itself. Like, who are you going to be playing? Why is it important? Why is it cool to be a Division agent? And what will I be doing? And in this case, it's about helping the people that are being kind of brutalized in this situation by the thugs you see in the background.
Sure.
But someone's got to be there to pick it up.
The game is about banding together, sort of would you say it's being designed with cooperative play in mind?
Absolutely. If you remember last year we were talking about from the ground up, since the conception of the game, it's a bit about multiplayer, having that in mind. So you can play the game alone all the way through to maximum level, but everything is better when you play with others. So having seamless matchmaking, teaming up for PvP, those kind of things are the goal of the game.
Are you giving us a glimpse at character types, enemy types here?
Yes, so this is kind of the first introduction to the factions in the game of the Division. So these guys are the Cleaners. They're a roaming faction that moves around the city, attracted to higher levels of virus. And they're extremely aggressive and dangerous when you come across them, and you're also going to want to be in a group. You're not going to want to take them on alone. So if you come to our booth from the backstage, you get to see the Cleaners in action.
Wow. So are the survivors, are they immune to the disease or to the outbreak?
Well, I mean, the virus kind of has a few categories. So it's a weaponized virus that is unleashed on the city, and it has a very high mortality rate, about 90%. But in general, you always have about 10% of people that are immune anyways.
Yeah.
So there is still people living, dealing with the quarantine situation, and there's people that survive the virus itself. And now we moved into our main stage demo at Microsoft. So this is the gameplay demo that we had.
What part of the game would you say this is sliced from?
It's about mid, kind of your mid-level journey of characters. They're about level 15 in the game. And we wanted to, if you remember last year, we got a glimpse of Manhattan from Brooklyn, and now we're over in Manhattan. So we start with a kind of an iconic Madison Square Garden area. Yeah, and this is the map of where we've gone to from last
cool,
year.
Right?
Yes. So, you know, the map is very important for our players. It's very important in the game. Being able to choose where and what you want to do in the game come through the map. Is the light on your backpack important? It's our you know, part of the Division kit. You have your your backpacker, your go bag. You have your watch, and then your contact lens, which is your UI in the game. So this is something new for this year. This is what we call Echo, which is a 3D rendered realization of all kinds of digital data you get from closed circuit cameras, from cell phone calls, and then can be projected, and you can reveal things about the story, details about the environment, you can find loot. So it's an investigation tool for our agents. And now we see the effects of the virus with, there's going to be a lot of dead bodies around in the game.
I brought Chris. Hey, Chris. Hey, scoping out the area.
How many people can you group up with?
It's a full group is 4, and then the companion drone would be, so 4-point drone for a full group in the Division. And so they got to look at basically the elites that are outside the base of operations, and this is also something new. We have added a kind of a quick switch for our skills in the game, so you can load out a certain amount of skills that you can swap really quickly between. And then, you know, the synergy between players in a group is really important for us in the game. So we want to show off the synergy you have between skills, between the different weapons you're using, and the different members of the group. So they're all at different tactical points, different cover points, and using different skills.
You see there's damage data coming up as you shoot people?
Yeah, so it's definitely an RPG. Everything is wrapped in an RPG skin.
I love that.
Yes, and here we're going to see the destruction kind of showcase for what we can do with snowdrops. So all the materials in the game, from metal to glass to wood, have their own unique destruction, which is, we want to push the limits for this generation of games.
The drone was flashing, like it's like a flash bang drone?
So the drone's able to mark enemies, it's able to flush enemies out of cover, it can highlight areas on the map for different resources for the players.
I like the splattering paint there too.
Yes.
Oof.
So we got to look at the recovery mechanic in the game, which is also new this year. So Bronson, or player 3, goes down. He's able to be revived when Megan puts up the turret to take the aggro from the enemies. And now we just have the big bad elite left. So they kind of focus them, and we've modded the seeker mine, if you remember from last year, to a cluster mine. So now it jumps up in the air and can do area damage and a lot of it. And then of course a legendary drop, you know, off of the last elite.
So now you get to set up your base of operations.
Yes. So the base of operations is kind of a stronghold or a foothold in each district, and they're areas that have been kind of abandoned by either military or Sarah, which is our FEMA in the game. And the agents will be able to get them back online and upgrade them with the different modules, which will help them not only for their agent, but also the group that they're in.
It looks awesome. It looks like my kind of game, for sure.
Great.
Ryan, thanks again so much for bringing the game by. It's out next year.
It's out next year, 2015, on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC.
Stay tuned for lots more here on the E3 2014 IGN Live Show. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to hibernate until 2015 when I can play The Division.
All right.
I guess the look and feel. I mean, what did you guys learn from, you know, what some of your contemporaries at EA or other people were doing to kind of make a next-gen sports game? Because the game, I mean, the game just looks beautiful. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
For us, it's really about leveraging the power of the consoles, and the consoles allow us to do so much more, whether it's higher resolution textures, getting every detail in one of those arenas. More memory allows us to have all the authentic arenas in the game. And again, it's, you know, the expectation of our fans out there to have every single detail in every single arena and on every single player absolutely correct, and that's what we're trying to do this year with Gen 4.
So let's talk a little bit about the commentary. Obviously, we're not going to be able to hear too much of it, but we have some new commentary. And we were talking beforehand. I'm pleased and so happy that Doc Emmerich's making an appearance in NHL. So was that exciting? Does that change kind of the dynamic of the game, make it a little more exciting for the fans?
Absolutely. It's something that our fans have been asking for a long time. You know, most sports games change their commentators every 3 to 7 years or so. We're probably on the back end of that number with NHL. So we're really excited to have Doc Emmerich, Eddie Olczyk, you know, two of the best guys from NBC in there, and then also Ray Ferraro, one of the best color man in the business, working for TSN as
Chicken
well.
Parm.
Yeah, and then you know what? Yeah, Chicken Parm. Not everyone knows that story. You know, and for us though, it's all about innovation. So sports games change their commentators. We were thinking, like, how do we take this to another completely different level? And knowing where we wanted to get to with our visuals, like you see in the trailer right here with the arenas and the players, it's like we said, can we actually try and innovate, do something never seen before in a sports game? Can we do something never seen before for many of our competitors, where we actually take the real people, the real commentators, Doc and Eddie, record them on a green screen, actually drop the real people into our virtual environment, and see what happens. So
it's very cool. And I really am marveling. You know, I've regrettably have gone to Madison Square Garden to see hockey games, and this really does look the part. And you can see the retired number banners and some of the the Stanley Cup banners. There aren't too many of those. And then if we move forward here, I just really love the look of the crowd and the ice and the jerseys. The jerseys just kind of. The jerseys even look good, and they look like they're fitting over the bodies really well, and they're moving on their own. The lighting looks great. Oh. Let's just kind of stick it on John Tavares for a little while. There he is. So it looks fantastic. So I mean, can we go into some of the minutia real quick about maybe some of the we were talking a little bit about puck physics and stuff. Can you kind of go into that a little bit?
Yeah, for us it's about keeping people immersed in the experience. And one of the things that really pulled you out of the experience in our previous versions was with the puck. And you're playing the game, you see the puck take a bad bounce, you're like, oh, okay, I'm back to playing a video game. So we wanted to overhaul the puck physics from the ground up. We actually have a guy that worked on the Hadron Collider over in Geneva come over and say, I want to work on something difficult. We gave him our puck physics, rebuilt it from the ground up in about 10 months. And it's interesting because now the puck is going to places the puck's never gone before, because it's just physics doing what physics would do. And with our player models, it's a layered player model. So we model the body, model the equipment, then model the cloth over top of that. So the puck will now hit the jersey of the goalie, let's say, then hit the equipment, then react appropriately. So the puck goes to places where it hasn't gone before. The goalie's making saves the goalie's never had to make before because of where the puck's going. It's just doing what the puck would do because it's real physics.
It's very cool. Yeah, I'm noticing a lot of just a lot of bone-crushing hits here. Some really cool shots. I love this shot from the knee taken from the point. little one-timer, little snapshot. Really, I'm just so excited. When I saw this, I'm just so excited. Some great celebrations. We see some good fights. Going hard to the net, taking bodies down.
Yeah, this right here, what you see right here is the power of the physics for us. Going for 2 players in physics. We were one of the first team sports to have physics in our game. But it was limited to 2 players being in physics at any one time. With the power of the consoles, we can have all 12 players in physics. So we get moments like that where you drive to the net hard, take the D-man out, take the goalie out, take the net out, and just have those crazy pile-ups like we're seeing now in the playoffs.
Yeah, this is awesome. I mean, I love this. One of the other things I noticed, Kane's going hard to the net, deking out the defenseman, goaltender's going to his glove side, flinches up, misses it. And there's just a lot of detail here as he picks the top corner. I love it. I mean, this looks amazing. So I'm really excited to play. So do we have a street date or a kind of a window of when we might be able to play?
September. We're coming out in September, yeah. Okay,
and it's on Xbox One and PlayStation 4, but also for those that haven't jumped to the next gen yet, they'll be able to play on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360
Absolutely.
as well. Awesome. Well, Sean, thank you for joining me. Thank you for coming down. Have a good rest of the show. For everyone out there, keep it tuned to IGN for more on all things NHL. From your boy Colin, go Islanders. What's up, guys? My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm senior editor of IGN. I'm here with the illustrious Nate Fox. He's the game director of Infamous Second Son and this brand new DLC First Light for Infamous. And I'm also here with the very talented Laura Bailey.
Oh, hello.
Who did the voice of Fetch. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your patience. We had some technical problems getting this all going and ready to go. But
it's weird to see the underbelly of IGN at work.
Yeah, we're in the war room. It's you said it looked like NASA mission control. I said it looked like kind of a broke down NASA mission control.
You guys make it look glamorous. There's a lot of multicolored wires around here.
Yeah, there's half the wires don't even do anything. That's really the ironic part. It's just for looks. So we're here looking at this DLC First Light, and this is a standalone piece of DLC, right? I mean, you can play this without having played or owned.
Absolutely. This is a standalone game with its own story that'll come out in August 2014.
Awesome. And what's the philosophy, real quick, about doing these standalone kind of DLCs? You did this with Infamous 2 as well, where you don't have to have the disc, you don't have to have even played the game. A lot of companies choose not to do that. So what's the philosophy behind that?
Well, we want to make a story, right? We want to make something that stands on its own 2 feet, and by making it standalone, you don't have to have played the previous game to get in there. You can.
But am I right in hearing that if you have the disc of Infamous Second Son, you get bonus content in this DLC?
You have heard correctly. Awesome. Yeah, no, there is definitely some extra content, some very good extra content if you still have your copy of Second Son.
So, Laura, tell me a little bit about playing Fetch. I mean, a lot of people really took to this character.
Yeah.
And was it a surprise for you to kind of come back and do some extra work with her? Or did you expect it was going to be kind of one and done for you when you?
Well, I was hoping it wouldn't be. You know, she had so much more story to be told, so I was thrilled when Nate told me that we would be doing the DLC for it. And it was cool because, you know, coming in for this backstory, you get to see a different side of Fetch. You get to see why she became, you know, the cool, tough chick that she is.
Yeah, I mean, here she is. I mean, so can you tell me a little bit about when this takes place in terms of continuity within the story of Second Son, or is that?
Yeah, so this is the prequel origin story
of
how Fetch goes from the girl next door to the wackadoo badass that you meet in Infamous Second Son.
Wackadoo.
And here she is.
Yeah. But this is the best part. So the game takes place. We see what her life was like on the streets of Seattle, but also in Curtain Cay Station, which is this kind of remote alpine prison for people with superpowers. So right now we're seeing her in Curtain Cay, and her hands are bound up so that she can't use her abilities
Yeah, it's
at all.
interesting. It's a special device to kind of hold conduits, and I assume, so that they can't. I always was wondering how they even bother putting conduits in prison since they can just get away.
Well, all right, so we made this big list of all the rules of conduits when we were working on Infamous, and little did you know, all conduit powers come out of their hands.
Oh, really?
Yep,
all of them?
That's the rules. So if you bind up their hands, they can't do anything.
What if you have plastic abilities or something, and you can do something with
Turn your body into plastic?
Yeah,
but your hands are bound up.
You're breaking the rules.
That's right.
You're breaking Nate's rules, Laura.
We needed some way to put conduits out of commission, so we said, well, look, everybody just does this with their hands. They project it out of their palms.
You see that?
So see right there, yeah. See her mitts are lit up. Just a conduit. It comes out of their hands.
A little neon power. So I think neon power, in my opinion, was the best power in Infamous Second Son.
I agree with that
So that's going to be the focal point, I assume, of this game. Is she going to be able to use other powers as well? Just like Delsin was able to?
So Delsin got neon power from Fetch, and while he uses the neon source, and she does too, her powers are totally different. Her playstyle is very different.
Okay.
And mastering those powers is one of the big joys of the game.
Yeah, Delsin, he would take the neon and use it the way that he fought. Yeah. But with this, you get to see her fighting style with neon, which, in my opinion, is so much fun.
It is. It's more up close. It's faster.
It's really fast.
Very cool. So we can look forward to this later this summer. Are we going to see any special cameos from other characters in Infamous lore, whether it be Cole or Delsin or Reggie or Zeke or...
There's certainly some returning characters and some new ones, but I don't want to ruin that for you.
Yeah, well, please don't. I'm just asking because I have to.
All right, I'll tell you one thing that's really cool, in my opinion, is instead of having the franchise be about all right, this is Cole, all right, now this is Delsin, having the main character be somebody different and being able to experience the world through their eyes really opens up just the franchise, opens up what it is to be a conduit. And I'm glad that we have this new hero, particularly because of the new origin story, so you can know her mind a little bit better. But I'm just excited that Infamous is growing. It's getting wider. Because, who doesn't like superhero fiction where you get to know new powers and new problems.
Yeah, I agree. And do you, I mean, I don't know if you could speak to it, because I mean, this isn't even out yet. I mean, do you want to continue to explore this universe within the confines of Second Son? Or is this basically the big piece of DLC that we'll get from this, and then you guys will move on to something else?
Certainly right now we're just talking about Infamous First Light and Fetch's story, but it's...
I think every
a lot of places you
future
can go.
game that Sucker Punch makes should involve Fetch, personally.
She's the cornerstone of anything worth playing.
Yeah, she'll be essential. All right, Laura, Nate, thank you for joining me. I really appreciate it, and best of luck moving forward, and congratulations on the success of Second Son.
Thank you.
Beyond.
We had really, I think, shook the foundations of the industry with AC1 when we introduced, gorgeous looking game with these open world cities, seamless, no loading, and we've done pretty much what we can do with the last generation, right? We've taken both consoles to pretty much their breaking limit.
So the initial project goal for ACU, and the name spoils it a little bit, it was to create the first fully and next-gen Assassin's Creed by blurring the lines between like single-player, multiplayer, co-op, and the purely online element of more social games.
So narrative works.
Hey people, welcome back. We're live with Will Miller, who's going to talk to us about the next civilization, Beyond Earth. Will Miller is the co-lead designer, sorry.
That's right.
on the title. What are you going to show us today?
We've got about a little under 10 minutes of footage to show you today, starting at the very beginning of the game. So what you're seeing here is we've just landed on this alien world. You'll notice there are lots of strange things to check out. We've got an alien nest up here to the north. There are these deep canyons to the west. We're looking at the tech tree here.
That's a massive tech tree.
It's a big tech tree. It's a big departure from traditional Civ, which was a very linear affair. And this is a non-linear affair that reflects the open-endedness of humanity's future. So we're just getting established here. Our small colony will grow much larger in time, but we first have to eke out survival in this very strange wilderness.
There are still different factions in this civilization, just like the previous civilizations.
That's right. There are 8 different leaders, and one of the interesting things about the very beginning of this game is that they show up at different times. So in Civ 5, all the leaders were there when you start. But in this game, you get there first, and they kind of arrive incrementally over about 50 turns. And we did that because we wanted there to be more asymmetry in the game than there was in a traditional Civ. So that has implications for war, obviously, diplomacy, and all of that. So you may see another Civ drop in here in just a few minutes.
So we see a lot of aliens on the map. What do the aliens do? I mean, are they just there as some sort of furniture, or do they attack you? What
Absolutely. Well, they're not there as furniture, certainly. The aliens are like a 9th player, or 9th Civ in the game. They're much more reactive to what you do, and they're relevant throughout the entire experience. So unlike the barbarians in Civ 5, which were an early game roadblock, speed bump, if you will, the aliens, you really have to pay attention to them for the entirety of the game. And you can choose to antagonize them, just blow them up, and they'll respond to you in kind. Or you can avoid them and be a little bit more neutral toward them. They still may take pot shots or attacks of opportunity, but they may give you an easier time.
All right. And then we see some glowing bits on the map. What are those?
So there are a lot of new resources, and I think the thing you're pointing to there is the miasma, which is a toxic gas that inhabits some of the green there. You got to avoid that early game. If you end the turn there with one of your units, you'll take damage. But as you research new technologies, you find different ways to either get rid of it, create more of it, or take advantage of it when you're there. So depending on the tact that you choose, the way that you negotiate the tech tree, you may handle those situations in a slightly different way. So you'll also notice that there are 2 pretty distinctive looking resources there. There's the orange one, Feraxite, which is a superconductor. You need that resource for artificial intelligence and super fast computers. There's also the purple floating rocks. We call those floatstone.
Okay.
And you can build giant levitating gunships and platforms with that. So LEV technology is pretty important. All of the canyons that you're seeing and the miasma and all of that can be easily traversed with a LEV tank. So
Okay, all right. And then they've just found some bones there. What are they doing?
That's right. So our explorer down here has found an expedition site, and you'll find these all over the map. There are bones of large aliens that aren't there anymore, ruins of an ancient civilization that predates your arrival on the planet. And by sending your explorer and digging these sites up, you can get all kinds of different benefits. So it's like a Goody Hut plus plus. It's a little bit better. You have to invest some time in it, but what comes out is much better.
All right. Well, what we see as the aliens, though, are more like animals. Are there like organized alien societies that you meet in the game, or?
There are two kinds of aliens in this game. There are the aliens that you're seeing on the map now, and they're more animalistic, and they come in several varieties. There are the fast, sort of sleek-looking ones, or slower ones, they're flying ones, and then there are these giant worms that you may get to see in the video in a little bit. But there are also hints of another civilization that has been on the planet before you, and you'll find their ruins scattered throughout. We call those the progenitors, the progenitor race. And part of one of the ways you can win the game actually is to make contact with them, first contact with the aliens. But fundamentally, the game is about humans and what we do on this alien world. It's not about playing as the aliens or anything like that. It's how we as humanity negotiate this new planet.
So how do you evolve? I mean, there must be a way of winning the game. So you alluded that you could win the game by talking to the aliens, but what other options do we have to win the game? Is it diplomacy? What is it?
Sure.
How does it present itself?
There are several ways to win the game, and all of those ways are pretty involved. So you have to research technologies and build these buildings that are huge structures that you then must protect and use. They all kind of follow that kind of more involved pattern. The three types of technology victories align with the three post-humanist trajectories, or what we call affinities in the tech tree: harmony, purity, and supremacy. So the harmony player's the harmony player's victory condition is what we call transcendence, and this is an homage back to Alpha Centauri. So it's when you discover that the planet is sentient, and you research technology and build these giant mind spires, which look like the most crazy jello mold you've ever seen, and to communicate with the planet's consciousness. That's one way to win. Very bizarre.
Yeah, freaky.
The other two technology victories are Emancipation and the Promised Land, and both of these involve making contact with Earth. So when you leave Earth, you don't really know what happened, and you reestablish contact with Earth. You build a warp gate, and for the Promised Land, you actually bring settlers from old Earth to the new world to settle, and you have to protect their settlements from others while they establish themselves. Emancipation is the opposite of that. You build the warp gate.
Whoa, that's a creature.
There's the alien, yeah. You don't want to mess with that thing. So Emancipation, you build the warp gate, and you actually send military units back through it to conquer old Earth. So it's sort of two halves of the same coin. There are a lot of interesting ways.
And there's a third one that you were talking about.
So those are the harmony. Integrate with the planet. Emancipation, Promised Land are dealing with old Earth, and then there's a fourth, which is contact, and this is when you receive a transmission from that progenitor race that you find the vestiges of on the planet.
What you were talking about.
You build this giant beacon. And turn it on, and they make contact with you. It's like the Carl Sagan novel of the same name. So it's an homage to that.
All right.
Yeah.
And then there's supremacy also.
That's right. So the supremacy victories is Emancipation, and they're all about survival with tools. So they think humankind, we're tool makers, and we should be agnostic to the planet we live on. It shouldn't matter if we're on Pandora or Venus.
Whichever rock.
Whichever rock we land on, we should be able to survive there. And they do that by augmenting themselves. And frankly,
robotics and stuff like that,
cybernetics and robotics, artificial intelligence. And frankly, anything that doesn't do that is offensive to them. So their victory is to go back to old Earth and emancipate the populace, to show them the way, if you will.
Become like Borgs, basically.
Right.
That's the objective.
Exactly.
That's very interesting.
And as you invest toward these victories, your leader begins to change how it looks, how he or she looks. So you can engage in diplomatic communication with other leaders in the game, and you'll see them trending toward one of these three affinities. So you can see the Supremacy player will start to see, you'll start to get these attachments on their face, and their costume will change. The Harmony player's skin tone will begin to change, their eyes and their costume as well, and Purity
So they'll
is the
evolve,
same.
yeah.
Right.
Right, okay, cool.
Right.
And then that's sort of your trigger to say, well, do I want to interact with these guys in a peaceful sort of way, or do
That's
I
right.
want to just mow them down with my...
That's one of the new vectors for diplomacy that this game has, is if you find another civilization that is investing in the same kinds of technologies that you are, they're trending down one of these post-humanist trajectories like you are, they'll be easier to interact with, whereas one that's different will be a little bit harder. So you have to plan your diplomacy accordingly.
How long is the gameplay now for like a normal player, I would say? Like, what is it, 4 hours, 6 hours? Because Civilization games normally are quite long.
They can be very long,
Yeah.
and we have the same kinds of game speed options in this product. So you can play a quick, 3 hour or so game on fast with a small map.
All right.
Or it can go, for a very, very long time. But we started with Civ 5's length and have balanced around that. So if you were a Civ 5 player, it'll be analogous to that.
All right, that's pretty good. When is the game coming out?
It's coming out fall 2014 for PC, Mac, and Linux.
And it's going to be multiplayer, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Our multiplayer community, I love them. They will play this game in some of the most protracted ways, by email almost, right? or like a hot seat. That's my favorite way to play, is switching the mouse back and forth, playing with your friends. We support these modes.
Okay.
And a lot of the new features we've added can be customized in multiplayer. And that's something that is really, really important to us and to our community.
All right, cool. Well, that's all we have, really.
Okay.
Thanks for being here, man.
It was a pleasure.
It's been really great. Next up, Below.
Therapist, or I will use your head as a piss pot.
So the nice thing is, even though we're spending a ton of time building this beautiful palace and the gardens and everything, we'll actually have that in game. And we have featured actually quite a lot of content which will be shipped in the game in that same location. Friday afternoon, we kind of got the call from Montreal to say, okay, we've cleared our schedules, why don't you and Natai come over? We're going to sit down, go through the entire E3 strategy and figure out how to get our two demos to complement each other, but as well as get your demo down to this 5-minute window. So we flew out Monday morning, spent 2 days in Montreal. We scrubbed through everything at a super detailed level, and we found some really, really great solutions.
Things can be tweaked. Sometimes additional hard decisions need to be made, but usually the game is pretty much locked. I mean, we know what we're building, we know why we're doing it, we know why we want to show publicly, and then it's a matter of just finishing and then polishing the rest until we feel satisfied with the overall product. And, we're proud to release it.
I wish everything was locked. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, we've been working on it for a long time, and that's one of the reasons I think we're going to see a lot of quality in AC Unity, but it's not finished.
Everyone on the team now is super excited that we have a demo, and no one's frustrated that we're trying different things that we know may not go into the full game, because we're already seeing the learning. We're already seeing how every time we iterate, we get better, we get faster.
We're going to work on it until the game ships. And I think you're going to see something at E3 that's going to be amazing, but the final game is going to be even more amazing.
For ACU, we decided to invest a lot in mining. One of the main subjects that we attacked is GI, global illumination, which also includes sky occlusion. So we're looking at the sky dome, and we're baking occlusion at the high precision level, much more precise than it used to be in previous games.
So the world looks completely next gen. I mean, we were never even close to achieving this in any other AC game. Plus, we do it in an open world of that size with seamless interiors with no loading anytime.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Rewind Theater for the Uncharted 4: A Thief's End. Is that right?
Yeah,
Did I say that right?
End, yeah.
It's brand
got a
new,
question
ladies
mark
and
after it.
gentlemen.
It's a thief's end.
A thief's end?
Man, we're deliriously tired.
What's up, everybody? It's me, Greg Miller, alongside the Pride of Long Island, Colin Moriarty.
Go Islanders.
Colin, we just came off a 12-hour live stream of all the conferences today. You were there for the end with me. We got to see this. This is the final trailer of E3's Day Zero. Of course, Uncharted 4. There it is. It's going through right there. Clearly, that's not Nathan Drake. A new character introduced.
Oh, nope.
That is Nathan Drake.
Don't be fooled by the bruising, bloody mark on his head. That is indeed Nathan Drake.
Oh, okay, my bad. It's just he's so real now. I mean, if we want to be serious for a second, this looks amazing.
Yeah,
of course,
my God,
it's running on the PlayStation 4 like everything else, every other Naughty Dog thing running here. Over on the PlayStation blog, they talked about it being a full 1080p glory. They're targeting 60 frames a second. And the next generation of Nathan Drake is going to be very real, and we'll explore what it means when Drake is forced back into the world of thieves. He will embark on a globe-trotting journey in pursuit of a historical conspiracy behind a fabled pirate treasure.
Yar.
It's his greatest adventure yet, and will test his physical limits, his resolve, and ultimately, what he's willing to sacrifice to save the ones he loves.
Sully.
Well, see, now that's what's interesting, right, is like, that was a big part of Uncharted 3, right, of why do you do this, why do you keep doing this, stop doing this, right, you have a nice life, everybody loves you. But Drake's pulled back in, and in this, you know, when we're listening to the dialogue and we're not talking over it, because of course you should have listened to this already, watched this trailer, Sully talks about, you know, you've been out of the game a long time. It sounds like he finally listened, right? Like, Uncharted 3 ended, everything worked out, he saw what he could lose, and if we stop it right there, he is still married to Elena. Round of applause, everybody. Naughty Dog not falling back on their old tropes.
Yeah, it's very cool, and Drake does look noticeably older than me than he did in Drake's Deception. So
you can see, I think you can almost see some graying hairs. Of course, we're in the moonlight. Tough to tell.
So yeah, if he's been out of it for a while, that's good. Sully, you know, is agreeing to go back in with it one more time. They're definitely positioning this as the last Uncharted game from the way it sounds.
Well, yeah, off of the little bit of VO we get here and that. But yeah, that would make sense, right? Go out or whatever. Yeah. What I find interesting, right? And ultimately what he's willing to sacrifice to save the ones he loves. Clearly, it probably starts off as something else, but is he lying to Sully here, you think, to get him involved, to get him to come back and be a part of the thing? Do you think Elena and his child is in danger?
Oh, his child?
Is little Drake in danger, you think?
Maybe. It seems like maybe he's messed with just the wrong amount of people over time, and maybe they're...
Maybe that's true, too.
You know, he's been a part of 4 adventures that have put him at odds with some pretty dangerous people. Not all of them have died.
And to be clear, it was never honestly told yes or no if PlayStation All-Stars was canon, so it's possible Sweet Tooth is after him.
Yeah,
we don't know.
It's possible Sackboy's after him. It's also possible Spike's after him, so he's got a lot of problems here.
I'm not a gun aficionado. I do believe in our right to bear arms here in the States, but there's a logo there on the bottom. I'm assuming it's like an American
I don't know. I can't see it. It looks like a blurry thing to me.
There's something there. It's, you know, that precision and love we all get from Naughty Dog all the time, so I'm sure it's something there. But Drake looking awesome, of course. His face is amazing. The way his clothes look there. Of course, his build.
Yeah, it looks unbelievable.
Look at the veins in his arms.
He looks a little more jacked, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He always had a good physique, but he looks a little more jacked.
He's doing that Harrison Ford thing where he's getting more definition the older he gets, I think. You and I both had the same idea as we start to widen out the shot here, right? That to us, it seemed, you know, we're talking about, you know, getting back into this and one last hurrah and yada, yada, yada. It would make sense to us, right, that if it was somehow related back to Uncharted 1, which, of course, took place in the Amazon and then an island off of Panama or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, this definitely looks like a full, like, that's what we were saying in the post show, is just like kind of a full circle little thing. I mean, we're just seeing, you know, flora here, but it certainly looks tropical, and you know, maybe he goes back to some of the places he's been, or the places he was in the beginning when we first met him in 2007.
Right, and then, you know, the blog there, the PlayStation blog post I was reading there does mention, of course, going after pirates, this legendary pirate treasure. He went up against a whole mess of pirates in the original Uncharted Drake's Fortune.
He certainly did.
And of course, then you come over here and we have all these cages with what you imagine are skeletons. Well, you know they're skeletons. You imagine those people were putting them
I'd imagine that those are skeletons for sure.
You know what? I don't want to say anything's officially anything until we know for sure. But he's got the eye patch, pretty much guaranteeing, oh, there's writing on that. Crap in a hat. Can we blow that up? How do we blow this up? Can we blow up that image? We're going to blow up that image in post, ladies and gentlemen, and let you know what it says. If I never come back and say anything, it was nothing. We couldn't read it. It didn't matter. And if I came back then, hey, I'm back right now to tell you all about it.
And there's the moon, Greg, so we know that this takes place on Earth.
Now, there are other moons.
There are other moons, but this looks like Luna, our moon.
There was a big movement on Twitter from a few folks that when
a big movement from a few folks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a big movement.
Yeah. We're so we're so tired. Go on.
That's what E3 is all about. When the Destiny demo started on Uncharted, when it started for the PlayStation conference, people thought it was Uncharted in space for a second. I thought that would have been
amazing.
A
Goes to Mars.
We finally
on a suicide mission.
Uncharted 4, A Thief's End, period. No question mark, as I thought. 2015, surprising or not surprising?
No, this is what we were always calling. No sooner than holiday 2015, and I assume that's when it will come out.
I talked about it before we went on the live show, before the press conference started, that I wasn't putting it out of the realm of possibility that we wouldn't see anything, right? Like, it's been tumultuous at Naughty Dog lately. We've covered it well, obviously. Amy, Justin, the Todd Stashwick, all leaving the project. I thought they might be far behind, but it appears they're actually on track.
Yeah, I mean, this is a cutscene. I mean, who knows? This could have been done even before Amy left.
Sure. But the 2015 thing, I think, is in line with what you're saying.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I think it makes sense. I think that what they're going to do is keep probably what Amy wrote, what's already been done, and iterate on it and finish it.
Yeah.
But you got all the belief, all the just the belief within the faith that the belief within the faith in the old.
I love games
that the Last of Us guy, the team behind the Last of Us will help finish this. Of course, Bruce Straley, Neil Druckmann helping out with this game. They worked on Uncharted 2. They understand it. So. Yeah, I'm super stoked about this. I was saying to you just before we started, this was really one of the only moments today where I was like, yes.
Amazing.
This is what I want. More Uncharted is great.
Yeah.
PlayStation 4 needs more Uncharted.
Right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what did you think of Uncharted 4: A Thief's End? Let us know in the comments. A Thief's End! Let us know in the comments. Then make sure you share this trailer with your friends. Call out anything we missed. Follow us on Twitter. And for the love of God, spay and neuter those pets of yours, all right?
Please do it.
For everything about Uncharted 4 and cool PlayStation games, keep coming back to IGN.
Beyond.
Hey guys, we're back.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to IGN's E3 2014 live show. I am one of your hosts, Greg Miller, alongside Nathan from Cappy. Hello.
Shaky shake. Hello. That's a good shake. That was a firm shake.
It's
How you doing, man?
I'm excellent. No one asks. Thank you. I'm good.
I'm here to please.
You're a good man. You are also making a game called Below.
We are.
If people don't know about this, you didn't watch enough PAX East coverage. PAX coverage in general. Everybody loves this game. Mitch loved it. Damon loved it. Marty loved it. Everybody who played it was like, ah!
Let's keep talking about how much everyone loved it.
They loved it a lot. And like, it's one of those games where you look at it, a lot of words from people who play it starts getting thrown around. They talk about Dark Souls. They talk about Zelda. They talk about all these amazing video games. How do you describe Below?
Well, Below, at its core, is a game inspired by roguelikes, but truly about exploring this world.
Yeah.
We just drop you right into it. You're not going to get any texts or any pointers or any tutorials or any go this ways. You're there to explore. You play a lone wanderer, tiny wanderer, and you'll definitely notice that when you're watching the footage.
Yeah, we see it right now. He's very, very tiny.
Yeah. And you're weak. You're kind of always one mistake away from death.
Yeah.
But you're also very nimble. You have a sword and a shield. And if you get good at using those, you can survive. And if you don't, you're going to die a heck of a lot.
And so if you die a heck of a lot, what happens?
You start again, except you're actually starting after the life that you just had.
Yeah.
So it's not the same life being played over and over again. It's actually a chronological thing. So the world itself is kind of persistent in the sense that if you, say you unlock a door, you pick up a key and you grab a bow and arrow, when you die, that door is still unlocked. The key is with your corpse and the bow and arrow is with your corpse. So if you can find that corpse, you can actually find those items. And so you're always building upon the past lives. And Below is really about kind of a push to build upon the discovery of each life.
Now here's something that's interesting I feel when I watch the trailers or talk to people who love the game, right? You're talking about if you find your corpse.
Yes.
Is the game so open that you might be going and be like, well, I'll go this way instead?
Absolutely. At any given time, there's chance of being one door, two doors, three doors. They could go in different directions. They could go down. You're always going to be branching in some way. And if you're good at exploring, if you pay attention, which you kind of have to in order to survive, then you might discover special areas. And those areas are always in the same spots. They're not moving around on you, but the rest of the world, the kind of dungeons, which are a single screen, they're actually procedurally generated.
Oh, really?
They're random every time you come.
Different
so
for every person.
If you make it 10 layers down and die, your body will still be 10 layers down, but it might have shifted and moved your corpse into a different area. Maybe time passes and the corpse goes away.
Nobody should be touching my corpse.
Yeah.
We all know this.
That's kind of sacrilegious, I think.
It is, right?
Yeah.
And you're building it.
The game is, the way we look at it is kind of like, it's like you're looking into a living, breathing kind of terrarium, except the terrarium is super dangerous, super mysterious, full of secrets.
This terrarium will kill you at every corner.
And even if you take a single hit in the game from the smallest enemy, you start bleeding. And if you don't deal with that, you will die. So a single prick will cause you to bleed out eventually, and lots of them will cause you to die quick. So
what do you need to do? Do you need to be crafting Band-Aids?
Yep, you can definitely craft in the game. You can use a potion that might heal you. You can start looking around for the flora and the fauna and experimenting. And maybe you want to add together some water and some plants, and maybe you create a potion. The other thing that you can do is go up to a fire pit, light the fire pit, and you can actually stick your sword into it, wait till it heats up, and Rambo yourself.
Wow, cauterize the wound.
You can. The thing is that if you pull up your menu or if you go to the fire pit, the game doesn't pause. You can still take damage. So you really need to be thoughtful and purposeful and strategic about how you deal with that. And I mean, the fact of the matter is, the combat in the game is definitely brutal, but it's also very fair. If you learn how to use the kind of myriad of attacks that your nimble character has, your lunges and your dodges and putting up your shield and poking around your shield, you're going to live a lot longer than if you just run in hacking and slashing and throwing swords around.
You guys are sadistic monsters.
We it's strange between Super Time Force and Below. They couldn't be the most opposite games.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we are definitely really interested in games that are kind of hard and that you kind of die a lot in, and that's kind of the point in a way.
I hate to be that guy, but is this a, quote, gamer's game? Like, that's what it sounds like, right? You're not trying to get some casual audience.
No, I mean, I think it's for us.
Yeah.
It's for people at the studio that love this type of game. It's for players that love a challenge and that love learning a game through playing it rather than being told at every step, this is how you do this, and here's where you're supposed to go.
Hit 8, open your options menu right now.
Yeah, you will see none of that. And that's, I mean, it's, for us, it gives us a chance to almost explore the development of the game while we're making it. And, I mean, there is a story to the game, too. There is, lore and things for you to learn about it. But, again, all of that is just for the player to learn for themselves.
Find it and go through it, right?
Yeah, for sure. And you'll probably learn by dying.
Yeah.
You'll learn what traps are by setting them off. You'll learn
trial and error, right? You'll learn what if you hear this noise, this is about to happen.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
and that's also how you explore the game. You need to kind of follow those little breadcrumbs through that might lead you to the special areas, to new weapons, to some of the backstory in the game. And that, like, the kind of combination of exploration and survival leading through discovery is kind of the big goal of the game.
Do you feel like we're in an era right now that's kind of like a renaissance for roguelikes or for really difficult games?
Yeah, I mean, I think when we started working on the project quite a while ago, just prototyping it around, we weren't really sure. I mean, Chris, our creative director who came up with the concept, kind of had to like teach us what games inspired by roguelikes were, and then Spelunky, and then Dark Souls, Demon Souls, and even FTL. Like, those games kind of, while we were making this game, proved that people were really keen on that. And so even though we were already committed to making it, I think it gave us a lot of strength and belief that, like, okay, we're not crazy for loving this stuff.
Yeah.
There's other people out there like us, and that we can make the game exactly to our vision, and hopefully that'll be what people are down with.
How much of it do you worry about the hopefully? Do you worry that you're making it too tough, too crazy, too...
Absolutely not. And here's why.
I like everything you're saying.
Every time you second guess your player, they're gonna hate you for it. They're always smarter than you. They're always way better than you at the game.
Yeah.
I mean, we were really worried that Super Time Force was super hard.
Yeah.
Maybe too hard, and people were 100%ing it in the first day.
Yeah.
Way faster than anyone in our studio can. And I think that with Below, we really hope that we're making a game that people will want to come back to explore, to like find parts that they might have missed the first time and wonder what had happened if they had gone left versus right. And I actually think that in most cases, we will, within a matter of days of releasing it, find out that like, actually we probably could have made it a bit harder. Because, I mean, really, people they get good at games really quickly.
Oh, yeah. They take the day off, you order pizza, you're all set.
And we just watch people get way better than us at our game than we ever were.
So for a game like this, how do you set it up? Is there, to reach the end of the game, is there a set number of levels to go down? Or
It's very variable.
Yeah.
And to be totally honest at this point, we don't have the end game locked down. It's still in development enough that we know what's going to happen, but we haven't gotten all the way through. And we're still really experimenting as we go and learning from taking the game to PAX or showing the game at E3 and seeing what people playing it kind of do. But yeah, I mean, there definitely will be an end game, if not plural. And there definitely is a goal to the game outside of pure exploration.
Sure.
But
the story you were talking about.
Yeah, but the way that you learn about this is by following those breadcrumbs. I mean, a lot of people call it environmental storytelling. That's the buzzy buzz going on. But that's kind of what we're trying to do. But we also don't, like, you don't have to do that. You can become an expert at combat and really enjoy the game for that, or you can try your best to not fight anyone at all in any levels.
Has anyone at the studio played it? I guess since there's no end game, this is hard to do, but how far have they gotten without dying?
Oh gosh, Chris, who's playing the game right now, our creative director and the game director, the last time that I sat down to try to watch him play just for fun, I stopped after a few hours, because he is able to not die, but a big portion of that has to do with how you deal with the situations and whether you get anxious and drop your shield too soon, or I mean, thoughtful, strategic play will always be rewarded in the game, and I think that's something that audiences, some people will get really brutalized by the game.
Sure.
And maybe they'll keep coming back, maybe they won't. But there is definitely going to be a group of people who are like us that love learning a game by playing it.
So now, we haven't actually talked much to the gameplay that's happening. What's happening? We're fighting creatures below right now, obviously.
Yeah, so Chris is actually fighting through one of the kind of procedurally generated levels. It's a single screen, so you know exactly where the boundaries of your exploration are. And he's fighting against one of the stronger enemies. And every time enemies die, they'll drop a little jewel, and you'll kind of wonder what that is. If you leave the jewels, you'll also notice that there might be some kind of reason to pick them up. Yeah. So that jewel that he just didn't pick up is all of a sudden kind of flashing red and moving around the level and reforming back into another enemy. So not only do you have to worry about the enemies that you're fighting, but you actually have to think about forcing them to not respawn as well.
Right.
And the way that, and Chris just got his head cut off by a trap.
Oh, Chris never dies. Chris plays for hours without dying.
Chris is giving you a realistic representation of the game right now.
You're all liars. So, okay, so now you restart as the new character.
Yeah. And for the sake of the demo, we're restarting you in the kind of lobby, but that's not necessarily exactly how it'll play out in game. You're a lone wanderer arriving at an island, and the start of the game is you actually being able to explore the entire outside of the island. So basically, it's the kind of calm before the storm.
That's the thing in the trailer, right? You guys have shown where you start with the boat in the water bobbing.
Yep. And you can actually
stack up. That was my one thing I was wondering. If I have 13 people in, are there going to be 13 boats there? A couple of
You're going to create like a little boat island?
Exactly.
That's a good question. One to which I don't have an exact answer.
Just putting it out there.
If there ends up being a stack of boats, we will give you your kickback.
Thank you. I do want to thank you in the credits.
Oh, I thought you would want some like cut off the back end.
Oh,
but
no.
that credits
this game's
is cool
not going to make
too.
any
That's
money.
much better. Yeah.
Video games don't make money anymore.
No. That's why we're at E3, right?
Yeah. Look at all this.
To see how much we can spend without making any.
One day, the Kickstarters will catch up to us.
Chris right now is also playing with, you can carry around a torch. The torch eventually runs out, but you can bring the torch back by putting it into a fire pit. You also have a lantern. And Chris is going to learn about like what to avoid with the traps. That dart trap he knew was coming, so he was able to put up his shield at time. And the way that you learn about what is a dart trap, what is a spike trap, what are all these kind of like dangers, quite often is by triggering them the first time. But if you're smart and you're very cautious and you walk with your shield, there's a good chance that you're going to trigger them but not be killed by them. So you can actually, like, your shield is a really amazing tool. But you can also put a third weapon on your back. So the way that the weapons work in the game, basically imagine the opposite of Torchlight.
Okay.
There is very few weapons in the game. They all serve a very specific strategic purpose. And finding them will give you a chance to kind of pick how do you want to play the game. If you pick up a bow and arrow, it gives you a chance to maybe unlock the ability to use ranged weapons. But if you have a bow and arrow and you find a spear, you have to choose, do I want to play ranged or do I want to play with the spear? Because you're going to kind of Halo style drop what you have. Because you're always going to have your sword and your shield. The only slot is your back. And you do also have a limited amount of inventory spaces, which you can use to craft, but if your inventory is full, you're going to have to figure out, crap, do I want to bring a potion with me or do I want to bring an antidote for poison with me?
So, you know, obviously it's based on which weapons you have, but as you go, are you leveling up skills? Are you doing stuff like this? Or
a big portion of that is not literal. It's not RPG-ish. It's you finding better weapons. It's you learning how to craft better. It's you having access to new tools that will help you either survive or explore the dungeon. That'll let you become better at combat or give you options in combat. But there isn't any like pure RPG leveling up at all. The skills, the way you level up your skills is by learning in the game. And that's the way that the game is entirely built around that kind of like, you're actually just exploring everything. We don't tell you how to use the UI even. You just learn how to use the menus by clicking.
Don't you worry? I mean, like, I'm down. Don't get me wrong. Everything you said, yes, it's getting bought as soon as I can. But like, how many people are going to be pissed at you think when they turn it on? They're like, what?
Well, our hope is that there will be some kind of, whether it's through Twitter or whether it's through online, there will be a place.
You're trying to start one of these Minecraft movements where there's wikis and everybody's passing notes to each other on how to do it.
Dude, I think wikis are the best. I love the idea of player-created information. And all we can do is set up the game hoping that will happen. If it doesn't happen, we'll be there to support it, of course, and we'll be more than happy to like tell players, you know, here's the way that you handle this. But hopefully there is enough secrets in the game, and hopefully there is enough things under the hood for players to tinker with, that they'll be the ones teaching each other. And again, it comes back to the like, we don't worry about it being too hard, we don't worry about the lack of information, because I mean, it sounds kind of hokey, but I trust the players to figure that stuff out for themselves.
I mean, this is what we talk about all the time in video games, right? You have a vision for your game, and if you like it, if there's something you want done, there's other people who want it done. And the moment everything gets screwed up is when you're like, well, I'm going to tweak my vision for who these people I think are out there.
Let's focus test this.
Let's note card it to death.
I think part of the reason is because we just all love playing games, but I think the other part of it is that when I like to play games or watch films or read books or listen to music, I can tell when the person making it is honestly making it.
Right.
When they believe in what they're making. And I know it sounds super cheeseball, and I'm totally okay with that, but that's the type of stuff that I hope that we make, is that when you play this game, you can tell that Chris had an idea, the team got behind it, and together we built that idea into something that we're really passionate about and really proud of.
And executed it.
Hell yeah. I love execution.
He likes executing a lot. People get executed in this game all the time.
Chris lost his head.
Very clearly about it. The enemies we're seeing so far seem to be on scale with the Wanderer, the hero here.
Yes.
Are there going to be gigantic bosses and things you need to freak out about?
So here's where we kick in the official below answer to questions.
Okay,
what do you think?
I think for sure there will be giant spiders and cavernous cave creatures.
That would be pretty awesome.
I hope for a helpful troll.
Oh yeah.
Who will inform me on recipes.
Yeah. Maybe some giants on woolly mammoths. I just watched Thrones on the flight on the way here.
Oh
so
yeah. That would work. That would work.
Yeah, we're really excited about the fact that there is so much that we can do and that we don't have to show it all. That like there are certain things that we really want players to, and we really want there to be true secrets in the game. And we hope that whether people are playing on PC or on console, they have a chance to find those secrets and then speak about them with their communities.
Yeah. So far, have you seen that reaction of people on Twitter and stuff that really are down for this game?
Oh, it was So we premiered the game playable for the first time at PAX East just a couple of months ago. And we set up a whole bunch of TVs, let people sit down, put a controller in their hand, made them put headphones on, because obviously Jim Guthrie, who did the soundtrack for Sword and Sorcery, is also doing the soundtrack for this game. So the music and audio design are a must. That's a huge portion of the game. And we all know that Jim is a genius. We call him the maestro. So you have to have headphones. But we watch people just kind of pick up controllers sitting like this, and just slowly over time, just start doing this and get closer. And for us, that was the like quintessential moment for like, okay, it's drawing them in. They're invested in. Not
Whenever
just
you walk into somebody's house and they're like this in front of the TV, you know that's a game.
and
you
you know
want.
they're not answering any question that you ask them.
So what do you like? How would you use weapons? But no,
just
leave me alone, bro.
I'm
Playing the game.
sitting right here like this, and it's. I mean, between the like atmosphere that we're going for, the like real focus, and something that we do at the studio all the time, just really trying to focus on creating a new aesthetic, like something that looks unlike any other game.
Yeah.
Jim's music, obviously, but also just kind of trying to pick things that we really enjoy to make a game inspired by roguelikes that's not necessarily like a hardcore, insano, like fine-tuned roguelike. We're not trying to make that type of game, and our friends who are roguelike aficionados would get kind of pissy if we were to call it a roguelike. But it's inspired by that. But it's also inspired by some of the stuff that we learned from Super Brothers Sword and Sorcery EP, some of the like vision from that, and some of the design choices that Chris brought to that game. And so it's just kind of us building this mishmash of things that I think really show what the studio loves, and also really show the type of vision that we can throw up on a PC or a console.
Yeah, it's I think stunning. And I did not get to play as long as Damon and Marty did because they hog it up all the time when they play games. But from what I did, it seems like the type of game that I could see myself taking a day off, playing nonstop, and then as soon as I beat it, start it again to try to find that alternate path, to try to find that secret, to try to come back.
That's really the hope. I mean, there are going to be so many things to discover and so many different paths for you to take. Every time you get into a new randomly generated dungeon, there's 3 doors. You're always going to kind of wonder what was down the other one. And that curiosity and that drive to discover is, it's a big part of the game, and hopefully why people will play it through once and think like, nah, I could probably go a different way.
I can do it faster, I can do it better, something happens around there. Here's my question for you, and I don't know if you know this about me. I don't know how to make video games.
Gotcha.
But it seems like it's
super easy.
Oh, is it? Okay,
Yeah.
great. I should try it out then. The randomly generated level, right? It seems like it would be almost a nightmare to figure out. Is it or is it not?
It's probably that and the making the scale of the game readable were the 2 biggest challenges for us in development, and we got really lucky, have an amazing programming team. Renaud Bedard, who was the lead programmer on Fez, joined the team a couple years ago, and the first thing that we did was say, here, do the hardest part of it, and he did a great job.
Take care of this for us, no big deal.
Yeah, between his work and the work from the rest of the programming team, they were able to make, I think, levels that are randomly generated, that don't look it, that don't feel it, and that are always going to be interesting and solvable. And yeah, I mean, it's super, super challenging because you want it to always be interesting.
Well,
you don't
right,
want to shove the player in a box.
Exactly. I would worry about you being generated in there and there's just 2 rocks and something blocking a door. All this game.
They use it's a lot of mathemagic.
Ugh, no, thank you.
Yeah, it seems it's crazy. And I again, for those of us who are not technical, it seems like a black box of magic.
Right, yeah.
They open it up and stuff happens, but
I've never had any idea how any of the video games I play come to be.
It's pretty awesome seeing it happen.
Now right here, we have the heart above his head that looks like it's losing stuff. Did he just bleed out?
He might just get a chance to cauterize right before he bleeds out. Oh, that was a great save. Well done, sir.
Well done,
yeah, so
Chris
managed to get to a fire pit and Rambo or cauterize himself right before he stopped bleeding. While he was doing that, some of the gems that dropped off the enemies remixed and formed new enemies, but he managed to keep himself safe. He has really low health, so he has to definitely play safely, but he's using the shield correctly, and you have a whole bunch of different things that you can do. You can shield bash to push enemies away, you can do running lunges and link leaps, we call them.
Link leaps, yes, I know that leap well. Hi-ya!
Yeah, exactly. Minus that sound effect.
Of course, we don't want anybody getting sued.
Yeah,
but if you need me to come in and lay down that sound effect again.
That was actually exceptionally well done.
Thank you. I can do that in Mario real well.
Yeah, you have a whole bunch.
See? Those are the 2 Nintendo things I can do.
I now know how you got this job.
Nathan.
I was always questioning how you ended up working at IGN.
How did this fat idiot ever get now? I just came in, I
People
wowed him with
were
Nintendo
really
impressions.
impressed by that.
Nathan, when's Below come out?
It's coming to PC and Xbox One sometime this year or next year.
Oh, okay, great. Well, that narrows it down.
Yeah, that's a super tight window that I'm sure everyone will really love me for saying.
Hey,
no, we don't want to. It's like making a game is like baking a loaf of bread, and you want it to proof up and bake nicely and then crisp up on top. And so we're going to give it some time to crisp up, but we'll hopefully get it to you as soon as possible. And I mean, we're really excited to be bringing it to both the PC audience and the console audience as well. I think it's going to take us a bit more time, maybe, but
it'll be worth it in the end.
Absolutely.
It will be delicious bread.
I think I'm really hoping that people enjoy this loaf.
Thank you so much.
That's the best end of an interview I've ever done.
Yeah, well, you're lucky.
Top
You
notch.
nailed it. Bam. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think of that loaf of bread? Let us know in the comments on this video. Then make sure you stick around. We still have more here on the IGN live show from E3 2014. Up next, a little game called Helldivers. Stick around.
So starting here at the top of Wayne Tower, so you were there in Bruce Wayne's personal office, suiting up into Batman, then diving off. The kind of insane altitude that you get off skyscrapers of that height really means that we can explore Gotham in that kind of vertical way, not just in a horizontal footprint anymore.
Tremendously vertical, and I love it. Sort of like slightly gothic, but also kind of neon.
Yeah.
But to me, like, it looks like Batman's flying here. Come on, come clean with us. He's flying.
Well, flight and gliding, they're different things, right?
Okay.
I mean, transitioning all of the momentum that you get into glide, it's gliding, it's not flying.
I gotcha. Okay.
We're talking Batmobile, right? Come on, let's talk about the
Absolutely.
Batmobile.
So we saw the Batmobile come in there, and it came right in as he dropped down. How quick is that response time on the Batmobile when you're in the city?
It's never more than a few seconds away. So the Batmobile is always tracking Batman's location throughout the city. So with a single button press, boom, you can just call it in, and it will be there whenever you need it.
Fantastic. I gotta say.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to IGN's E3 2014 live show. I'm one of your hosts, Greg Miller, alongside the two men who made Helldivers all by themselves with no help from absolutely anybody, Johan and Patrick. Hey, guys. Hey, give me handshakes. There's one, there's two, thank you so much. Three? What, now how many foot touches can we do? One, two. And that's all the time we have for no. Tell me all about Helldivers. What is it? All I know is Colin Moriarty calls it the hardest game coming to the PlayStation platform.
He's not wrong.
No, I don't know if he's right either.
We'll let the audience decide.
All you need to know is that you can shoot each other, your teammates. Thanks for leaving friendly fire on.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of like, I don't know where that comes from, but it just games just are more fun when you're able to kill your friends. Somebody picks up your machine gun, just shoot him.
That'll teach
that's not, I mean...
Not in real life.
Yeah,
I mean, clearly in the game you're seeing now. That's what we're talking about, Helldivers.
Yeah. So Helldivers is a co-op game. It's about an elite group of soldiers that are not, I mean, they're not really elite. They've been told by their government that they are elite soldiers.
Right.
They're actually just recruits that are pretty bad at what they're doing, sort of. I mean, it's a soldier suicide simulator in the same way that Magica was a wizard suicide simulator.
Gotcha.
So the cool thing about Helldivers is, other than the 4-player co-op shooting each other and being extremely difficult, is the stratagem mechanics that we have in the game. So the stratagems are sort of your tactical options that you have during combat. It's sort of your abilities. And you get to choose these before missions. So you do your loadout, you choose your stratagems and your weapon and your perk, go down on the planet, and at any time during combat, you can press down on your stratagem button, which is the L1 button, and input a combination, and you get that stratagem. So it might be
there it is. Look at that.
It might be
Like
an
you played
airstrike,
it.
a minigun turret, or whatever.
Gotcha. This seems sadistic, Patrick. Why would you do this?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'm an evil genius.
Or an evil retard.
Hey. So, how does it work in terms of, you got 4 players. How many, are you endlessly respawning if you get shot by your friend? That makes it fun?
Theoretically, yes.
But, I sense a but.
No.
Yeah. So the
Look at
way
you guys.
the respawn mechanic, I mean, we've been working together for such a long time that we've become synced.
You just share one brain, and then they both speak at the same time.
So we could just be one of us here, and it would be the same results. No, so in Helldivers, when you die, you're out of the game for as long as your teammates decide not to call in their reinforcement stratagem.
Gotcha.
So, I mean, as long as one guy is still alive, he has the chance to call in the reinforcement.
Gotcha.
But each stratagem has a cooldown. So if if the reinforce is on cooldown, well, you're gonna hope that it's gonna stay alive for long enough for it to be available again.
Now you got mechs in here. What's happening there?
Yeah, so that was a last-minute design decision.
Yeah.
Well, mechs are the rage right now, so don't worry.
So I mean, we're thinking about it, and we're like, wouldn't it be really awesome if you could call down vehicles?
Yes.
Yeah. So we did it. I mean,
they were like, yeah, do it. All right.
I mean, that's our general design philosophy. We don't do design documents. We think those are soul-sucking paperwork that nobody reads.
Yeah.
I mean, if I want a feature, or if Patrick wants a feature, he can just turn around and talk to the programmer and go like, so about this feature, and if everybody agrees that it's awesome, then we'll do it. And it's not simple as that.
Yeah, that's the way games probably should be done, right?
Well, I mean,
you want to keep it fun for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's the games. It's the way that games traditionally were made to a certain extent, and I feel that it sort of shows in a game when the developers have had that liberty to just explore where the game is going to take them. I mean, initially when we made Helldivers, we didn't have the strategy mechanics. That's something that came later. Earlier on, we just wanted to make an awesome top-down game with a lot of friendly fire and violence and general slaughter.
With a lot of friendly fire, violence, and slaughter. Yeah. Okay, yeah. That sounds like a great design doc. You probably should have written that down.
Yeah, well, I mean, we have it in our head, and we repeat it every morning in our robes with candles.
See, that all sounds creepy. Now it's getting very, very creepy and scary.
Is that creepy?
A little bit. Is that how you design? You put the robes on and the candles?
Yeah, I thought everybody did that.
Yeah, isn't that the standard way?
I don't know if that's how Naughty Dog does it. I'm not sure.
I would believe so. Is there any other way?
All right, back to the game.
Yeah.
So, it's 4-player co-op. Is it all local?
No.
Both.
Yes.
So we have 4-player co-op locally, or in any combination with online friends and matchmaking across PS4, PS3, and Vita.
Nice. That's awesome. So cross-console plays there. That's great.
Yes.
Have you already decided on the whole cross-buy situation?
No.
Okay.
I'll say no before he says anything.
I'm Mr. Spoiler. I just rant on about everything. So if you just pressure me hard enough, I'm gonna spill all the beans.
Well, that's always the thing about being a game developer, right? Like you work on this. This has been your life for years, months at least, right?
Yeah.
Then you get to see somebody and talk about it, and you want to say everything, I imagine. And meanwhile, I got Sony PR over there cracking the whip.
Yeah, exactly.
Say nothing.
Those bastards.
Jerks, how dare they help you get your game marketed? I don't know.
Yeah. How can they make a marketing plan for our game?
What about weapons? How many weapons are there? We're seeing a whole bunch of different stuff.
I don't know. I mean, it tends to change. I mean, every now and then we decide to make a new weapon because we feel that it suits the game.
Yeah.
And I mean, even though we're past alpha, we still feel that like, well, maybe we should have yet another laser rifle. And
we'll
then
squeeze it in.
Yeah, we'll squeeze it in.
I
mean, it's all about that the game has to be what the game wants to be, and the game wants to be what we want it to be when we play it.
Yeah.
You follow my...
I totally understand that. It makes sense. I think that you're seeing a lot of great games this year so far at this E3 where people are talking about the fact that they iterate. Yeah. They play the game, they make a decision, then they go and do it. Evolve, right? They're talking about that they do a playtest every day.
Yes.
And so that's how they figure out this guy isn't balanced, this isn't working.
Yeah, that's what exactly we do too. Yeah. I play the game at least an hour every morning, and then we have play sessions with the team almost every day.
Sounds like you could release it.
Well, I mean, but I mean, the game needs to be done. So, and done is such a loose term.
It's all relative, right? Like,
yeah, it is. But I mean, we can at least try to get everything that annoys us out of the game, because there are still. I mean, we have on the project plan whiteboard, we have a perpetual pain list, which is just a lot of white post-its with notes saying like, "This is a perpetual pain." And when that's all gone, then we're ready to release.
So this game will never come out.
Yeah, sort of.
This is the last Guardian of the PSN.
Yeah, last Guardian of the top 10 shooter genre. I mean, we sort of want everybody to play the game as well, because that's our great incentive.
Right.
And especially seeing how well our Galactic campaign works with a live audience. So the Galactic campaign, to just touch on that briefly. is that
You
I
stole
mean,
the question from my mouth. So go
yes,
ahead.
exactly.
You can interview yourself. This is what chanting gives you. You know what you're doing. It doesn't matter.
So about this galactic campaign, what do you think about it?
All right, I'll ask the question. So, what do you think about it?
Well, the galactic campaign is, when we made Magical, we made a co-op game, and we were like, okay, co-op is awesome. How can we take co-op to the next level?
Yeah.
So, some games, like Battlefield, for instance, did this event where you need to kill 42 million people or something like that, and that's just a great idea because it's not a really, I mean, it's not really challenging to do such a thing. You just need to post the data back to a backend. So when designing Helldivers, we thought that we would go the extra mile on co-op. So everybody that plays Helldivers in the world contributes to the galactic campaign.
I see what you're doing.
So it's like a massive multiplayer co-op game in a way, but the actual gameplay that you're playing is not massively multiplayer.
Right.
It's
You're
just a full
contributing
player
to the massive
exactly.
part.
And therefore we won't have any of the problems with, classic MMO problems or anything like that. So the way it works is that you push the enemy, like the front line, towards the enemy's home planet, and eventually you're able to eradicate them from the galaxy. And that means that once you've eliminated the bugs, you won't be able to play against them anymore. If you eliminate the cyborgs, same thing is going to happen. And the kicker is when you finally beaten all of the 3 enemy species, the game restarts and a new season starts. So if the mankind won, the next season is going to be tougher. If they lost, it's going to be a little less challenging.
Fascinating.
So
I'm glad to see you found a way to make your incredibly difficult game tougher.
Yeah.
That's what everybody is looking for on this one.
Yeah,
You're sadistic.
Yeah.
I see it in your eyes. I know what you're up to.
He is sadistic.
Only slightly.
You've been nicknamed Friendly Fire Fluffy.
Maybe. What's wrong with you? What kind of sick person shoots their teammates for fun?
Yeah, and
when they take my stuff, I mean,
you always take the shotgun as well, and that's with a wider spread as well, so he accidentally shoots everyone.
All right. I've heard enough, everybody. Guys, when is it coming out?
It's coming out this year. Hopefully. No, but it is. Depending on the perpetual pain list.
Exactly, that pain list has got to go down.
It's coming out this year. It's going to be available for PS3, PS4, PS Vita. It's going to be cross-play.
Yes. And download the title.
Yes.
Great. Guys, thank you so much for coming by and showing it. Let's do one last shoe touch.
Yeah, let's.
Come on, get there, Patrick. There we go.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are a lot more shoe touches to come, and video games, of course, on IGN's E3 2014 live stream. Up next is Murasaki Baby, so stick around.
Like jumping and things like that, like things that shooter fans are just used to having. So it's good to see that in the game. And again, firing through the holes that you made in the wall of the guy. I'm so excited by that.
It's a typical day at Justin Bieber's house.
And I like the 4v3. Like, it keeps sort of informing you when somebody dies, like how many guys are left on the team. And that, to me, even without playing this, like I felt the tension of that moment, right? Like, we're down one man. We gotta rally.
So this is being handled by Ubisoft Montreal, which handles really most of the major Ubisoft franchises and has handled Rainbow Six in the past. Whether or not this is the same team that has rebooted a couple times is hard to tell, but I can tell you from my visits to Ubisoft Montreal, there is literally a Rainbow Six floor in their building. So that's all they do. So it's very interesting. It'll be very interesting to learn more about who is working on this game and how they got to this point, because clearly we are dialing back to much more old school Rainbow Six roots here.
Now, this little drone that comes in, I imagine myself when I'm playing this, well, they say 2015, we'll see.
Yeah, I don't think so.
When I'm playing this, I'm going to be spending a lot of time looking at the floor, because this would really tick me off if I've set up like a cool ambush for the other team and they just blow the whole thing wide open by sneaking that guy in.
Let's make a wall. Let's make a door.
Yeah.
I love this. I also, Steve, the fact that we're in a house is just so Rainbow Six.
Oh, absolutely,
even Vegas got away from that because we were in Vegas in the casinos.
Casino,
So the fact that we're in a house dueling here and trashing the hell out of this house makes me so happy. This is a complete... I mean, this really couldn't be farther from what Rainbow Six Patriots was.
Right, and there's that ceiling breach I was talking about.
So
I just
good.
so excited to try that out. Yeah, you're right. Rainbow Six Patriots was much more like
a cinematic shooter. Seemingly,
much like a cinematic shooter. It had some Ghost Recon elements, and I love Ghost Recon,
yes.
but Ghost Recon's not Rainbow Six. And that's what I wanted to see out of Ubisoft's announcement, and they really brought it. I mean, like I said, I could not be more excited for a game at this show than I am for Rainbow Six Siege right now.
Yeah, this is so we're trying to get the hostage out. I like that you can only use the pistol while you're escorting her. See, now our health hasn't recharged from here. We're still the shield did though. Did you notice that?
Yeah, I
did. You
did
catch
notice
that
that
right there? So watch, we've got back up. We're getting shot at. Shields get dropped, and then they come right back. So still some modern shooter elements that for a Rainbow Six kind of disappoint me, but I'm not going to write anything off just yet from the announced trailer.
Yeah, it's super early. We're going to be seeing these guys at the show and checking in with the game.
Of course, we'll ask them about it.
Really going to be following up on this one as much as possible. But yeah, I loved, like you said, that you have a hostage as like a tactical resource, and she seems kind of active too, right?
Yeah.
I don't know how much of that is scripted, but super excited about that.
Yeah, the sheer amount of destruction going on is great, and yeah, I guess the big takeaway for me, Steve, of many is it's Rainbow Six, and there are tactics going on here, and those tactics include blowing holes in walls. Woohoo!
So, what do you think the chances are we'll see it this next year?
I'm putting it at, I would bet the under. If you give me 50-50 odds, I'm betting the under.
Yeah.
I think this is a spring or later 2016 game, only because that's just how these things tend to go, right?
Sure, absolutely.
Especially, I mean, Watch Dogs did that. The Division, the last two big Ubisoft reveals have slipped past when they originally said, and that's fine. As long as it's awesome, I don't care when it comes out. We have so many other games to play for 2015. It doesn't matter. Just need this. I need this Rainbow Six return to be good once it finally comes back.
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm willing to wait as long as possible to get the right game.
We'll end. Oh, God, I could watch this all day. Needless to say, Steve, we are going to be chasing this game relentlessly.
Absolutely.
Over the coming days of E3 and weeks and months. Ubisoft happens to have their San Francisco U.S. headquarters a block away from IGN, so it makes it really easy to harass them about this stuff. So for more on all things Rainbow Six Siege, you are already in the right place, right here at IGN.
Welcome back to IGN's live coverage of E3 2014. It's time to take a look at our first PlayStation Vita game of the show. Chris Jones is here to show us Murasaki Baby. Chris, welcome to the show.
Hi, thanks.
Now, some games tell you what they are in their title. Battlefield, Flappy Bird tell you exactly what they are. Murasaki Baby is a little unclear. What is this game?
So, Murasaki Baby, Murasaki's Japanese word for purple.
Purple?
Purple.
Okay.
Yeah. So, the game is about this little baby that's having a bad dream and she's trying to find her mother. So all the way through the game, the player's objective is to help baby find mummy. And as she sort of enters this dreamland, she gets this balloon, which is purple. There's a story behind the purple balloon, that's how we kind of came up with the game, which I won't tell anyone just yet. But,
sure.
So that's basically the reason why we just like the name of the game, and it's kind of stuck.
So right off the bat, the visual style is very striking.
Yeah. So the visual style is really interesting because it's made by a guy called Paraday, an Italian artist who does everything by hand. So everything you see in the game, all the backgrounds and things like that, are actually drawn by hand, and he sketches them out with a biro, and then we scan them into the computer, basically. So you can kind of see the game at the moment. So you're leading the baby through the nightmare by the hand, effectively. And what we're trying to do is sort of build up that emotional bond between parent and child that we want to give to the player, and sort of, you have to look after her well-being, basically. So the balloon represents her health in the game. If she loses the balloon or anything bad happens to it, then it's game over. So you kind of have to protect the balloon at all costs.
Okay.
So it's all a touch-based game. So basically, you touch the front touch, and you can drag items around and stuff. And later on, you'll see in a second, you get these background moods, these new moods. So on each level, there is a character that's trapped in a tragic state, and basically what you have to do is help that character out of their tragic state. So Tentacle Boy on the first level, for example, is trapped in this sort of nightmarish world alongside you, and you have to help him, and then in turn he'll help you. So there you can see that we've just acquired a new mood. So now that basically gives Baby a new tool, or the player a new tool to interact with the world in the foreground. So basically you use the Vita's back touch and swipe and change the mood.
Got it.
As you're going to see. So you've just acquired the scary hell move, which scares Baby in the foreground. She's scared of the balloon, and that's it. So let's go. You have to give the balloon back to her. She's cool again. You can basically walk through the level.
Yeah, so we can't see. This is being played for us right now. We can't see the screen.
Yeah, you kind of
you're dragging her, like you're putting your finger on her arm, dragging her along.
So we've just scared Tentacle Boy, and he's released the bridge, and it's like now, okay, you can get across. You can see Baby's mood has changed because of the background. She's kind of a little bit more timid, whereas this green mood is like her neutral sort of mood, so she's kind of cool with this one. Okay. And as I was saying earlier, when so the balloon is like the precious thing in the level. You have to kind of protect that. And these little stingers, obviously, they're made of drawing pins. Sure. It's a kind of weird world. It's a nightmare dream world. These kind of come along and try and pop the balloon, and you have to kind of stab them with the finger.
Okay.
And there's other ways of combating those later on in the level, but we'll get to that.
Is there a significance to her mouth being above her eyes?
We just kind of want to make the player feel a little bit uncomfortable. Sure. So it's kind of like, it's a little bit surreal and a little bit grotesque. So this sequence is really interesting because basically Baby learns as she goes, so you can actually encourage her over that hole there, and now she remembers that she can do that. So the next time she encounters that hole, she learns for herself like a little child.
Okay.
So she thinks, oh, I'm the master of the world now, and she can just jump over and that's it. But sometimes things aren't safe, so you have to kind of dissuade her and say, no, don't go, because Tentacle Boy's there and he wants to grab your balloon. Scare Tentacle Boy away, and then give the balloon back. And then she can progress over the hole. And all the way through the game, she's learning what's safe and what's not safe because the player's giving her that information. So it's like, okay, she knows now she can jump over that hole, and in the future on the next level, she's going to jump over the next hole.
So we just got a new balloon there?
Yeah, so we've just acquired a new mood, okay. Which is the windmill mood. So just basically what you do is you tap to make the foreground windy, which is going to blow the light into the dark and scare the birds away. And obviously it scares Tentacle Boy away as well. So we're pursuing Tentacle Boy all the way through the level because he's kind of scared of you. He doesn't really want to be with you, and he's constantly trying to put these obstacles in your way, and you have to kind of get over these obstacles to get to the end. So again, he was holding up that bridge, and then we've scared him away, and he's let go of the bridge. One of the interesting things we can do with these stingers now is we can blow them away with the windmill. Okay, there we go. So it kind of says you can use these powers in different ways to solve the puzzles, and there are lots of ways, alternate ways of getting through the land.
Is this Tentacle Boy's home?
This is Tentacle Boy's home, yeah. So in each level we want to give a little bit of a backstory that's kind of non-verbally communicated. And we say, you know, Tentacle Boy is actually a boy behind a mask. He's not just a big tentacle. So we sort of give this backstory to the player, and it's up to them to sort of interpret how Tentacle Boy got into his tragic state. So again, we've got another one of his moods, and he runs off.
Did we just acquire a new mood?
Yeah.
Which one is it? Which one did we just get?
So we got the rain mood there, which we can't use at the moment because we're in the background is grey, so it means we can't change moods currently. But when we get back outside, we're going to use the rain mood in a puzzle. So there, we're sort of revealing there that Baby's actually a boy. Tentacle Boy's a boy.
Got it.
It's kind of like to give the player a clue that you can help him.
So the person playing has obviously played this a few times, but if you happen to fail, do you just go past the last objective or the last obstacle that you encountered?
Yeah, it's basically up to that point. So basically, if you let go of the balloon, for example, or it gets popped or something, you kind of get put back just to where you were, really, until you solve the problem. So one of the things we're trying to do with the moods is to interlace them so that each mood works with each other and complements each other. So this boat is on a dry riverbed, which now you can make it rain and it raises the water level. And then it's like, that's part of the solution. And then it's like, okay, it's a sailboat. I need to make the wind blow, and that blows the sailboat across the river.
That's great.
There's all the way through the game, there's 4 chapters in the game, and there's a total of 16 moods. And everyone has a different feature that the player can use, and they get much more elaborate and complex. This is the very start of the game. So these kind of simple, so fire can be put out with the rain. But later on, that might not be the case. There might be situations where you can't do that. In fact, indeed, there's one coming up.
Is it divided equally? Are there 4 moods per stage?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But then you accumulate them all, so at the end you have 16 moods that you can.
No. So there's just 4 in each mood. Okay. So and at the very end, what you do is because you're freeing these creatures, they kind of help you. At the very end, I won't spoil it.
Sure.
So you won't be able to see it on this video footage, but basically you can use 2 fingers on the touch now. So you're kind of holding the balloon underneath those spikes, and as you can see, there's a roof now. So you can't make it rain there, so I'm kind of guiding the player past with the balloon over
down
the fire and then
spikes,
underneath
over the
spikes.
Sure, yeah. Very clever.
Yeah. Again, Tentacle Boy doesn't want you to follow him, so he's setting fire to things and sort of trying to slow you down. And what we can do here is make the rain come again, and then it kind of dries out the thing, and then the stings will appear, and then you have to switch and blow the stings away. And it's kind of constantly doing that. If you can see there, we're actually blowing and making the fire larger, which makes it engulfed.
Oh, yeah.
So you can actually blow and affect things in the foreground in a negative way as well. So basically, this is the end of the chapter, and what you're going to see here is basically, you're raising this log again, very similar to the boat puzzle earlier. You're raising this log, and then Tentacle Boy can't swim. All babies can't swim, although they can. So it's up to Baby really and the player to decide how to help Tentacle Boy. So they grab hold of each other, and then it's kind of just pull it, and then you kind of pull his mask off, and then you've freed him from his tragic state.
I see.
So it's really key. We want the player to experience different emotions, and at this point, it's the first time ever that Baby holds the hand of somebody else that's not you. So it's really important, that little touch there where Tentacle Boy is holding her hand and leading her to the exit of the level.
Very cute.
Yeah.
So she'll go to the next level, and then Tentacle Boy will be able to help her?
Yeah, so Tentacle Boy comes back, but I don't want to say too much about that, to be honest.
Sure.
So this is basically a game, I should mention the developer, Overdrive, who are guys who we helped set up their company in Italy, in Milan, led by a guy called Massimo Verini, who's ex-Grasshopper manufacturer director. He worked with Suda 51, and he worked on Shadows of the Damned, which is a big game.
Awesome.
And he's come to Italy, and we've helped him set his studio up. And he's always had this sort of really strong vision for what he wants to do, and we're kind of helping him. And he's really kind of interesting guy. Unfortunately, he can't be here at E3.
It's a very interesting game. It's got a very cool art style, clever puzzles. It seems to be telling a touching story.
Yeah,
it seems awesome.
Exactly. Yeah, we're really, it's really interesting. And obviously, I can't talk too much about the end, but the emotional punch at the end is really, really strong.
Sure.
Does Baby find Mummy is the question that I think hopefully players will want to find out.
It says coming soon. Do we have any clear idea?
Yeah, so September 2014. It's a PlayStation Vita exclusively on PSN.
Very cool. Chris, thanks so much for bringing it by.
No problem. Thanks.
Murasaki Baby, our final game demo of the day is Drive Club. That's up next.
Died right before you could. Yeah.
Now I'm dead.
Yeah.
Then there were 2, Destin!
Holy
crap.
I have a shield. It's helping. Destin, you got this. Come on. I was going to revive Marty. Who's still alive? Omi is dead.
I'm going to be honest, this one didn't go well.
Marty,
Guys,
you are our savior yet again.
No, I'm not our savior.
Oh, you're
I'm absolutely dead.
Great. Well, we're all dead then. The end. Greg wins. Surprise.
If Greg Miller didn't need a bigger ego, give him a 2-minute
win. Challenge me, someone.
All right, you guys all set?
Yep.
Yes, Birds monster is close.
Let's actually try and not lose.
Well, don't throw any of your stupid grenades this time.
Hey, there's poison gas. I'm going to run into it.
You threw it at us.
Yeah, you absolutely threw it. I threw it at you, John.
All All right. Anybody see him?
Oh God.
You got him?
Now I got a wildlife problem.
Birds. I see birds.
Oh, I see him.
Where?
He's straight ahead of me.
I see his tracks.
I can't even get to you guys.
Oh, I got him.
Get away from me.
Marty, chuck those sentry guns.
I chucked all of them.
Can I just attack
Oh
you?
my God! And then I got
do it?
eaten by a plant.
God damn it. Guys, I'm coming.
Where are you going, JR?
Trying to save. Oh God! Oh God!
Remember when you put up that thing to keep me in?
Damn it, Destin.
idiots?
Is there anything I can do?
No, you can't do anything. Obviously, you can't do anything. God damn.
Oh my goodness.
Super far away.
Okay, I'm reviving someone. JR, I'm reviving you. God damn it!
You are reviving him. Get out of here, Marty! You scat! Bad Marty!
You can always say, at least I wasn't eaten by a plant.
Okay, Naomi and I just have to survive.
Balls, I just got eaten by a plant.
Hey! Oh no, that's a plant.
Not the only one.
Wow.
Wow.
Where'd you go, Marty?
Is he
Someone's gotta
is he
go
behind
after
me? Can someone check if he's running after me?
That was really sad.
Which one of you cowards is still
Oh
alive?
God, I got eaten by the plant too! Son of a bitch! Son of a bitch!
This is why there are roads.
I told
stay
you.
on the roads and avoid the plant monster.
I could have saved you guys, but that
Oh my
damn
God.
plant.
Oh my
Greg,
God.
don't even say anything.
I like this game a lot.
Alright, I feel good about this one. I feel like we got it.
Why do you possibly feel like that, Dustin? Nothing we've done so far should clue you into
Because he knows now not to walk near plants.
I know where the plan is. I'm good.
Or
that. No, there are plants.
poison us.
So if you go up the stairs, there's a plant right up the stairs.
Just stay on the road.
Avoid it.
Just stay
it's
on the
road.
road.
There's
No, it's
two
not.
roads.
No, just follow me.
I'm following Daisy.
I went up this way last time with Destin and it worked pretty
Everyone
well.
follow
And
Daisy.
then you get eaten by plants.
No. That happened later.
See,
Monster
there's
tracks.
wildlife up here that you can use to upgrade, and that's what I was looking for.
Where?
They do. If you
Where did you
if
see
you kill
that?
the wildlife, they give you perks.
Yeah, so like
Oh,
you kill
getting
this
there.
raptor up here,
It's not a raptor.
whatever he is.
If anything, that's like a diplodocus.
I just
Diplos
wasted my-
Diplosodicus? I don't know. Elvis.
Hey, Greg's up here by me.
All right, let's go.
Whoa, hang on.
I can see him. He's eating things. Okay, I'm gonna lure him out.
All right, guys, everyone head to
He
Dustin.
was.
Oh, he's by
found
me.
him.
He's by me.
I got him.
Stupid idiot, Marty.
Don't let him kill JR. Have some fire, Greg.
Yeah,
How's that?
we got his shield down.
Direct hit. That's doing good.
Keep him down, keep him down. I got some flames on him. That's gonna tear right through him. Can we throw another arena soon?
Maybe.
That's kind of serious.
The arena's running out. Concentrate your fire.
Damn it,
As
it's
soon as
gonna
you get another
recharge.
one, throw it.
He's running. He's running. He's running.
We hit him really good.
And he's way off in the distance.
Oh, rock monster.
And he's a whole hell of a lot faster.
Careful.
There's a rock monster down here.
Where?
You guys all right?
Little help.
It's
Are you
okay.
dying, Dustin?
Nope.
Damn it. All right, we'll find him again. We gotta make sure you stay
Ah.
alive.
Time to get serious.
Oh, Greg's okay.
Greg just evolved.
After this cup of coffee.
There's like an crab dude up here.
Crab dude.
Oh, crab dude.
Just a little crab dude. Sebastian's in the house.
Little Sebastian.
Ah, crap in a hat. Get out of here, guys. I have no business with you.
Firing.
Oh shit, giant frog monster.
Oh, I see him in the distance. There's his lightning by JR. Oh, yeah,
JR, throw
he's
it.
right by JR.
All right, we got him trapped. Whoa, he does not like me.
Oh Jesus, I am on the ground.
Okay, I'm coming.
Naomi, can you get him?
Yeah, I got him. Sorry.
I need help.
Awesome.
Did I get you?
I need help. I'm
Okay,
getting
Junior's
beat.
back. I'm coming. Wait.
Lord.
Gotta hide.
Okay, monster got me.
Okay, Lord.
But he's really low on health.
Harpoon him down. Nice, nice.
Come on. I'm heading over. Someone's
Oh,
back. Someone's
Jesus.
back.
Nice.
back.
Came back.
Nice, 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 Naomi. Dustin, come back here. We need.
I'm coming. I'm firing on him.
He's going nuts.
You got
I need
JR.
help.
You got me too.
I'm gonna put the
You got me
flamethrower on
too.
and drag him over to me, okay? He does not like the fire.
Come on, let me
Naomi,
go.
see if you can get the one John
So I'm
right.
just aggroing him.
I just need to hide right now a little bit.
He is pissed.
He's focusing on Destiny.
Yeah, the fire really brings down the flight.
Damn it!
I use my jetpack.
He's getting hit by something. I don't know what though.
Can we harpoon him
He's
down?
running again.
You bring it back? Where'd he go?
Yeah.
He went up this way.
You're back.
Oh, shit, he evolved.
Oh, shit. Okay, this is not good.
His health's low.
We need to go after
Your
him.
mom's low. His health is really low.
He is super upset right now.
Classic Greg.
Nope.
Little help.
We do not want this inside. Well, no. Maybe it's good that it's inside. He can't
Get
fly
him.
away.
Yeah, get him. Throw the trap. Throw the trap.
I already did.
Oh!
Just hit him with everything you have.
Oh, I need help. He hit me bad.
I'm getting out.
I got you, Dustin.
Marty,
I got you,
thank you.
Dustin.
I'm just waiting to cloak, guys, because he's going to come after
No,
me,
I got
and I
Dustin.
won't
I
be
got
able to
Dustin.
heal.
He's right up here. He's really low on health.
He's going into the cave. He's heading down to Naomi.
Yeah, he's following me right now.
Okay.
Yes!
John, can you get him down on the ground?
Nice, John.
Ooh.
He does not like that flamethrower.
Nice.
Get back here, dude.
See if you can get him onto the ground.
I'm working on it. I got 3 traps down here for him. Drag him back this way.
Okay, we got him down to like 1 bar.
We got him.
Let me close.
Nice.
Yes.
Guys,
No, what?
everything you have. Everything you
How
have.
do you even
Everything.
see?
Everything you have.
I'm down.
I got him.
We got him. We got him.
No, got him.
I'm down.
I got him. I got him. He's
You got him?
Yes!
Yeah!
What's up?
Game over, Greggy!
All right, great job, everybody.
Please welcome the head of Xbox, Phil Spencer.
Welcome to E3. We're dedicating our entire briefing to games. I'm proud to open our show with what I believe is the beginning of a new era for this franchise. Here's the first look at Call of Duty Advanced Warfare on Xbox One.
To present Forza Horizon 2 on Xbox One, please welcome Playground Games' Ralph Fulton.
The road trip of your life begins exclusively on Xbox this September 30th.
It's here.
I'm here to introduce Assassin's Creed Unity, the first exclusively next-generation installment in our epic saga. ACU also marks the first time you will be able to form your own brotherhood and join with up to 3 friends on Xbox Live.
Will break. I will die first.
In Sunset Overdrive, you, yes you, are the hero.
It's a f***ing video game.
Super Ultra Dead Rising 3 Arcade Remix!
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to IGN's E3 2014 live show, and believe it or not, we've come to the final demo of day 1 of E3, and it's a big one. Paul, you're here to tell me about Drive Club.
I am indeed.
Oh,
yeah.
give me a hug. And we made it. Day 1 in the books. USA, or whatever country you're from.
UK.
I didn't want to. Kes McDonald just walked by. Former IGNer. Used to yell at me all the time because I'd say something about the British, and she'd be, you know, I'm Scottish, and I'm like, I don't know what's happening.
Virtually a neighbor.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. Drive Club, though. Here it is. It's playing right now. Enough about our inner workings of relationships. You made it to E3.
Second year in a row.
You have a release date.
October 7th.
You are in the home stretch of Drive Club. How do you feel?
We certainly are. Feels great.
Yeah.
We've polished it in every single area possible. The game looks better, sounds better, feels better, we've added more features, and it's just the ambitious experience that we wanted to deliver when we first kind of pitched Drive Club, when we first talked about it. You know, this socially connected racer where it's all about, you know, competing with your friends, and we've finally been able to kind of really kind of make sure that everything's kind of slick, seamless, immediate, and it's just the whole experience has now really been pulled together nice and tight.
Obviously, we've talked about Drive Club a lot here on IGN. We're big PlayStation people. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah.
One of the things you were telling me about that you just started talking about at E3 is weather. And if we're looking here, you can already see some of it, right? Like pools of wetness on the road, stuff like that.
Yeah, but that's not the cool stuff. Behind closed doors, we've been showing actual rain and snow pouring down. Now, it's not just there for, to look good, and it does look great.
Yeah.
You get reflections on the cars, reflections on the roads, and it looks so real. It's amazing. But the main thing is it changes the gameplay. So it's something that, when you're driving around, it could start off dry, start to get wet, and it will transition the handling, so the cars will, you'll have to be more reactive to the cars.
If there's more snow or more rain on the ground.
Exactly. But one of the cool things as well is that you can send challenges off the back of this as well. So you can kind of roll your own challenge. You can say, I want to race at midnight in India on this particular track.
Sure.
I want it to start dry, and then by the time it gets to 6 a.m., let's make it rain. So, and then you can send that to someone then as a challenge. So it's just a great way. Yeah, it's just a great way to set up the race how you want it and have it evolve as you're playing. Because nothing in Drive will be static. We always want to make sure that, whether it's just the simple thing that the clouds moving and the sun rays breaking through to the rain coming through, we want to make sure that everything always feels alive and fresh and drivable.
Well, I think that's something that even just looking at this demo, while for some reason you left the cool stuff behind closed doors and brought us this, whatever, you see a little bit, right? Like as you're going through and catching different shadows and reflections, you're getting that feel of like racing at sundown.
Yeah, and if Carl, who's racing this now for us, did another 3 or 4 laps, it would eventually go night. Nighttime as well, and then you'd be driving just by your headlights. So some of the tracks are floodlit, so they are always fully lit.
Sure.
Some have no lights whatsoever, so it's just you and your headlights trying to navigate your way through windy roads at 200 miles an hour.
Even here, I mean, it's beautiful, right? This reminds me of a winter's day, like the sun setting. You're going through, it's starting to get dark.
Yeah, and you say it's beautiful, but we really are kind of pushing the PlayStation 4 hardware. We think this is going to be, when it comes out in October, the best looking game on the platform.
Wow.
We really think we're pushing it really hard. And this isn't even the final thing. We're on the home straight, as you said before. We've actually got a few months left of development, and we're making sure that we're refining like every single element. In particular, I think the visuals you're going to see, another leap as well.
How do you do that without losing your mind? I feel like at some point I'd have to be like, it's pretty enough, I need to move on.
Oh, no, the guys at our place, they're obsessive with the attention to detail.
Yeah.
And I know none of them will want to get the game out until it was absolutely perfect. And I think that's what the extra time has allowed us to do.
Right.
To really kind of polish every little thing. And what we want to do as well is make sure that when we get the game out on disc, that's not the end of the Drive Club experience as well.
Oh, wow.
We want to make sure that, for the many months afterwards, there'll be new content. Can't say exactly what that's going to be just yet. We're just putting all that together.
Sure.
But we want to make sure that the Drive Club experience kind of sticks around, for many months afterwards.
You're hiding stuff behind closed doors. You won't tell me about the DLC for your unreleased game. Some nerve you got, Paul. But when you're making games this pretty, I think it makes sense. Yeah. So let's say, here we go, night one. Here you race my headlights.
So this is in India, which is a very vibrant and colourful sort of country. This is one of our point-to-point tracks. I think it's like 10 kilometres long. So you'll see, I think this is set to like 60 times, and what that means, it will transition 60 times faster than real life. So you can see it started off dark, the headlights are casting right now. Before you know it, the sun will be coming up, you'll see the clouds will be changing colour. But imagine that, with rain or with snow, and then actually changing the way it actually plays as well.
Yeah, I can imagine that being quite beautiful. And so here's my thing. How simple is it to share a challenge like that with a friend? Is it as simple as I end it and I'm like, here you go?
Yeah, at the end of every single event, whatever you're doing, whether you're playing the offline campaign or racing online, the first option you get is send that challenge. Bang. Okay. But the thing is, if you forget about it and you're like, I'm just sent that as a challenge, we keep a history of every single race that you've ever done. So
what if I race a lot?
We're all there.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's impressive. The power of the PlayStation.
And you can flip back through all the races that you played in the past, and you can go, actually, I want to send that as a challenge.
Yeah.
But you can send that to another person, so I can send you that challenge. But if I leave that as an open challenge, you can send that to someone else, and they can send it to someone else. And then it's not just me versus you, it's you versus 10 other people, or 100 people, or 500 people, and that can kind of go viral. And it's kind of the idea that, lots of people get involved. And the cool thing is, the rewards scale as well. So it starts off small, so the rewards are reasonably small.
Yeah.
The more people that get involved, the bigger the prizes are.
Wow,
for being in the top, 2, 3, or maybe even 10, depending on, the number of people in the challenge.
Is there a way, if I wanted to make like an open challenge and share it with the world, like through some kind of code or UPC?
No, but we do have the Drive Club app.
Okay.
Drive Club app is going to be available on iOS and Android day one, and that allows you to create and set up challenges as long as you're hooked up to PSN.
Yeah.
And send that to anyone.
Okay, that'll do. That'll work for me. I want to game the system. Use my Twitter followers to get it out.
Oh man,
then start tumbling it down.
I'll take that idea.
There you go. Because I want the rewards. I want the best rewards possible.
Yeah. And one of the cool things that you talk about rewards is being inside a club. But the thing is that, like you say, for example, you're in a club with 5 of your mates.
We're dancing.
You could come to E3 for a few days. They've been playing Drive Club while you've been at home.
Yeah.
While you've been here, sorry. And then you'll end up going home and you'll get rewards for what they've done inside Drive Club.
Now you are speaking my language. Yeah. I get to steal other people's hard work.
Sure.
So how many people can be in a club?
6.
Oh, that's not that many.
No, it's not
so
that
now
many.
I got to find around the world the best people, the best 5. Then I join in.
And that's going to happen. Because what you're going to try and find, you'll find elite clubs. People who want to be the best club in the world. And they'll be trying to poach other people's members to be in their club.
I don't like this one bit.
Yeah.
Can you only be in one club?
Only one club.
Oh my goodness!
So it's similar to like sports, like football or whatever. You know, if I play for Manchester United, then if someone wants to make me move over to Liverpool, I have to leave that club to go to another club. So it's a big decision. Leave it, and you lose.
You're going to make a cutthroat Drive Club out there.
And if you leave your club that has all the rewards, you lose those rewards. So you got to stay in the club. But then again, you might move to another club which has more rewards, and then you'll get access to all of them straight away.
So. Then the question becomes for me, are there leaderboards and stuff showing you who the best clubs are
in the world
and who the people are in that club?
Yeah.
There's gonna be a black market for Drive Club players.
It could happen. Yeah.
And look at how happy you are about it. Black markets aren't good. Friends turning on friends for the best gifts and possible.
Healthy competition.
That's true.
Yeah.
All right.
That's what it is.
I guess the other part of all this that is sad is that I will never be good enough to be poached. No one will ever poach me.
But no, it's one of the cool. If you've got someone who just likes to play a lot, and they have their own style of playing, they like to drift a lot, or they like to drive a particular track a lot. We've got accolades and awards for just doing those specific things.
Okay.
So they don't have to be the best. They can still contribute by doing what they find fun in Drive Club.
What if you're just like, you're not a good driver, but you're funny, and is there a reward for that? Is there any kind of honorary?
Sense of humor.
You host stuff well, and you tweet a lot. No,
probably not.
Oh, all right. No. Well. Good enough. What are some of the other benefits of like the clubs in Drive Club? It's something that I feel like that was one of the big things we talked about in the very, very beginning of Drive Club, right at the debut. And since then, we've gotten hung up on how beautiful it is and all this other stuff. Like, what do people need to know about Drive Club? What is it separates it from the other competition, the other races?
Well, it's something. Obviously, we talked about all the cool visuals, clubs, challenges, etc. Well, I guess one of the big things we don't really talk about is just the immediacy of the whole game. We try to make sure that everything about it is like second to second you're doing something new and fresh. We always want to make sure it's kind of updated continually. So when you're racing, we're putting face-offs into the world dynamically and giving you new things to do.
Okay.
When you come out of a race, we'll be pushing suggested challenges to you. So it's this idea of it always feels alive, it always feels fresh. And whenever you're moving back and forth between the kind of dynamic menu, which is kind of our social hub, into the race, it's all quick and seamless. We want to make sure that you don't ever think, I'm going to have to wait a few more minutes for the next race. It's like bang, you're in the next one. Bang,
if I was in this race right now and we were connected to PlayStation 4 and everything was up and running, would it be popping up challenges for me on this, or would it be that I'd finish and then I'd have a whole flood of things that have happened?
We do a mixture. Because it's so difficult to get it right. Because say you've got 1,000 connections in Drive Club, you don't want every few seconds a new message and notification appearing on your screen when you're racing.
Right.
So we try to make sure we only kind of push the ones that are really relevant to you at the time during the race.
Gotcha.
And then what we do, when you're in the menus, we filter all of our activity streams based upon where you are. So if you're in the tour, you get filtered activities to that area. Or if you're in challenges, you get filtered things. But you've also got the activity feed by pressing triangle. That brings up your tailored activity feed, which tells you things that you really need to know as well.
Gotcha.
And also inside there, we've got a thing called Session Manager. It sounds pretty boring, but it's actually really cool. It's basically like an always-on party, and anyone of your friends can kind of jump into that. Now, if I jump into an online race, it will then notify that friend who's in my session to go, oh, Rush has gone to play an online race, do you want to join him? And it will pull that person into my online race straight away. So it's a great and easy way for your friends or your club mates to all get together and play online.
Okay. Now, while you've been talking, I've been getting lost in your game's eyes.
Yes.
I keep seeing stuff up there, drifting plus 200, collision minus, right there, drafting.
Yes.
What are these points adding up to? What are we building?
They're called overdrives. Okay. Basically, every action you do, drifting, drafting, overtaking, colliding, always earns fame, or even actually takes away a bit of fame if you try to smash into other people. We try, not too heavily, but just a little bit. and they contribute towards your fame. Fame is like, not the currency, but your experience in Drive Club.
Gotcha.
So that contributes towards your driver level. Your driver level unlocks new cars. It unlocks new customization assets to customize your cars. And it also contributes towards your club level. So every bit of fame you earn, every bit of fame that your club members earn, all contributes to one big pot, and unlocks things when you're.
Now, can I take away from that? Because I'm going to be getting a lot of negative 200 vehicle impacts.
No, you can never.
Thank goodness. No one will put me in their drive club if I'm losing their points.
No, you can get 0.
That's fine.
But you can never get negative.
That's fine. I don't mind being the respectable 0. Funny, jovial tweeting Greg over there, driving the best he can, but he's not doing too hot. There you go. Look at the damage on it too.
Yeah, we do a lot of sort of stuff.
I'm gonna have a lot of more damage than that.
Yeah, damage doesn't affect performance. We don't want to punish people who make mistakes. You always drive along at the same speed.
Thank you for not punishing me.
Yeah.
Because I will be the one making all the mistakes, I guarantee.
Yeah. Do you play on the pad or you play on the wheel?
Oh no, I play on the control. I play on the pad.
Oh, shame. We just announced a new wheel with Thrustmaster today as well.
Well, if you send me one, maybe I'll play it with. No, it's like that's the thing. I feel like if I'm to buy the wheel, I feel like I am making a statement that I am excellent at racing games. And we all will soon know, people in my drive club, that is not the case.
It's the best way to learn how to drive in real life. If you pick up drive club with a wheel, all those skills will transfer to the real world.
I'm pretty good at parallel parking my girlfriend's Mini Cooper.
Not much of that in drive club.
That'd be easy Mini Cooper points if you had that in there.
That sounds like a fun challenge though, parallel parking.
Yeah. DLC. There you go. Another freebie.
I'll steal that
Toss
one.
Right up there. You're welcome.
Keep throwing ideas over.
Hey, you know what? I'm a giver. I want you to have all of my ideas.
I should give you my email.
You should. I'm just gonna say Ecto1. Ecto1 would be a good car to put in there.
Oh man. Yeah.
She don't handle well.
It would be pretty slow. It might be left at the back of the pack. It might be able to compete with one of the slower cars inside the game.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Like what the Fred Flintstone one where you move your feet and drive it that way. How many cars are in the game for all the the
50.
50 cars?
Yeah, we've got like a variety of cars, everything from hot hatch to sport, performance, to super, to hyper. So we think we've got like a really good broad range of cars.
Yeah.
The one thing we wanted to do, because we chose these 50 specific cars, is make sure that every single one was modelled in immaculate detail. Every single car we got hold of personally, took down to the track. We recorded the audio inside and out, and when we've been lucky enough, we've been able to drive them as well. So we could try and capture the characteristics, the essence of how the cars feel.
All these excuses you said to drive the world's most awesome cars. Like, we need to capture the essence of it.
Yeah.
I need to know how the steering wheel feels. Exactly. So now, we talked earlier, you're in the home stretch here. October's coming up pretty quick.
Round the corner.
You're polishing, tweaking. What does all that mean? On a day-to-day basis, what's happening at the studio?
Well, day-to-day basis, obviously we're fixing bugs in the background.
Yeah.
The guys who are lucky enough to have a little bit of time to do a bit of polishing, we've got like our art director at the moment, and what he's doing, he's kind of implementing a few new kind of visual effects, like depth of field. So things are a little bit blurry in the distance. He's also been looking at, I think now, the specular reflections we've got in our weather, so everything reflects properly in the puddles and stuff when it gets wet. And also, one of the cool things he's been doing is obviously working on weather. He makes sure that the individual particles of rain or snow get lit independently by the car's headlights.
All right, you guys have too much time on your hands. You have too much time on your hands. You're getting the snowflakes to get it all.
But these are the cool things you get to the end of the project. Once everything else is in good shape, you just get time to just like refine everything. So like every car's getting a handling pass and making sure we've got everything just right to the 0 to 60s, top speeds, and the right balance. It's just the luxury of time now.
Well, Paul, it looks great. When's it coming out in October again?
October 7th.
On what PlayStation platform?
PlayStation 4 exclusive.
Woo! Thank you so much for coming by.
No,
it looks great. I'm so happy it's finally coming out for you.
Cheers.
You've done well.
It's been a long day.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a long day, and the first day of E3 is over, but do not fret. You still have IGN's E3 Live Show 2014 coming to you on Wednesday and Thursday. Now, you might ask yourself, what's coming up on Wednesday? A whole bunch of awesome games that include Borderlands the pre-sequel and both Super Smash Brothers. That's right! DS and Wii U. I can guarantee Tim Geddes will be here, and he will be flipping out. Remember, we need you to be part of the show, though. Watch tomorrow. Watch on Thursday. You should probably just keep coming back to IGN every day. Tweet at IGN, #E3 2014, and have an excellent evening. or morning if you're in a weird country.
Yep. It is morning now for me. Yep.